Zhang Qianrang's spirit herb was stolen? It matters not. The system shall intervene. Fair exchange will directly seize the foundational achievements of others. While others engage in bloodshed for treasures, he leisurely sips tea in his cave abode. When cultivators risk their lives in secret realms, the opportunities he relinquishes automatically upgrade and return to him. Until one fateful day, a formidable being from the celestial realm discovered. This seemingly languid individual, who constantly murmurs no worries, has effortlessly ascended to sainthood. Chapter 1. No need to compete. Opportunities fall upon the head. The Five Elements sect is a dominant force in the realm of cultivation, governing the entire Tianyan Empire and overseeing numerous branches distributed across counties. In Shihe County, there lies a lake named Huanghu, adorned with lotus leaves stretching to the horizon, a picturesque sight. Within the lake resides Huanghu Island, upon which stands the Sanxian Temple, a branch of the Five Elements sect. Surrounding the Sanxian Temple, amid the verdant woods, is a courtyard with white walls and blue-tiled roofs. On the stone path within the courtyard, a handsome young man clad in gray, holding a wooden bucket in his left hand and a dung shovel in his right, saunters leisurely. It has been nearly 3 years since I crossed over, yet here I am, still shoveling dung. He laments inwardly, skillfully shaking the dung shovel to scoop a handful of soil from the roadside to lay at the bottom of the bucket, effectively preventing any leakage. His name is Zhang Qianrang. 2.5 years ago, he crossed into this realm and became a menial disciple of the Sanxian Temple, adopting the moniker Qianrang. Initially, he was filled with excitement, for he had entered a world of cultivation and become a cultivator. However, his enthusiasm has since waned. What he once envisaged as a life of soaring through the skies and achieving longevity has transformed into the harsh reality of performing menial tasks. As the lowest-ranked disciple, he endures grueling chores, cleaning latrines, with only the evenings left for cultivation. After 2.5 years, he has barely reached the first layer of the qi refinement stage. Such a stark contrast has severely dampened his spirit. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and clean the latrines. A sudden reprimand shattered Zhang Qianrang's thoughts. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged Taoist with a grim expression and quickly bowed, saying, "Yes, Master Mingyan." Mingyan cast a cold glance his way before striding off. Zhang Qianrang discreetly made a gesture of defiance and quickened his pace toward the back courtyard, where the latrine was located. Initially, the task of cleaning the latrine was not his responsibility. He was assigned to tend the courtyard. However, after inadvertently offending Mingyan, this task became his burden. In the hierarchically structured Sanxian Temple, he is the lowest of the low, while Mingyan, being in charge of chores, holds a higher status and can easily impose upon him. The only path to rise above is to become an outer sect disciple. Once he ascends to the outer sect, Mingyan will no longer have authority over him. Yet, Zhang Qianrang recalls the requirements for promotion to the outer sect and cannot help but sigh. Alas, the path to becoming an outer sect disciple is fraught with difficulty. The requirement for menial disciples of the Sanxian Temple is to reach the 3rd layer of the qi refinement stage within 3 years. But after 2.5 years of diligent practice, I have only attained the 1st layer. The 3rd layer feels utterly unattainable. I even suspect it may be a goal I will never achieve in this lifetime. At least for now, it seems I have no hope of promotion to the outer sect. I have already resolved to leave the Sanxian Temple once I reach a certain age, to seek a life of luxury in the mundane world, marrying multiple wives and living out my days in comfort. Soon, he approached an arched gateway, flanked by blue-tiled walls that separated the front and back courtyards. As he was about to step through, a robust figure emerged from the doorway, blocking his path. This person, tall and handsome, greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, Brother Qianrang, off to clean the latrine again? Did you not just do that a few days ago? It's you, Brother Qianha. Master Mingyan instructed me I dare not delay," Zhang Qianrang replied, glancing at the newcomer. Alas, Master Mingyan is truly something. Qianha shook his head, expressing sympathy, and approached to take the tools from Zhang Qianrang's hands. "Hey, raise the deal, brother. You have helped me greatly in the past, and I have yet to repay you. Today, I happen to be free. You should take a rest while I handle the latrine." "No need, no need. How could I trouble you, brother?" Zhang Qianrang sidestepped, hastily declining. It said that no good deed goes unpunished. "Brother, there's no need to refuse. If I cannot repay you today, my heart will be uneasy," Qianha said, his expression turning serious. "What?" Zhang Qianrang was taken aback by his words. This fellow often took advantage of him for help, but had never mentioned repayment, let alone expressed any unease. Today, it seemed as if the sun had risen from the west. However, since Qianhe insisted, Zhang Qianrang relinquished the tools, saying, "If that's the case, then I shall trouble you, brother. Now you're talking. What hardship is there in this? Assisting my brother is only right. You go rest, I will ensure the latrine is spotless." Qianhe beamed, taking the tools with enthusiasm and swiftly entering the back courtyard. What a strange fellow, is there really any need to be so cheerful over shoveling dung? Zhang Qianrang murmured, puzzled, before dismissing the thought. Looking around and seeing no one, he slipped into his own quarters and lay upon his bed. Ah, how pleasant it is to lie down. Feeling the softness of the bedding beneath him, a languorous sensation spread through his body, and Zhang Qianrang sighed contentedly, reminiscent of the blissful idleness of his previous life. Had this been when he first crossed over, he would have seized every moment to cultivate and elevate his abilities to ascend to the outer sect. But now, he no longer harbored such ambitions. With the outer sect seemingly beyond reach, he figured it best to enjoy this rare moment of tranquility. Before long, soft snores filled the room. In truth, it was not that Zhang Qianrang lacked ambition, but rather that reality had sobered him. His slow cultivation speed and inferior spiritual root were the main culprits. Cultivation requires one to possess a spiritual root, a natural endowment. The most common types are the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The quality of one's spiritual root is generally categorized into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The higher the quality of the spiritual root, the faster one cultivates. Conversely, a low-quality root leads to slower progress. After accepting disciples, the Sanxian Temple categorizes them based on their spiritual roots. Those with medium to high-tier roots are sent directly to higher branches or the main sect of the 5 elements sect. Only those with low-tier roots are accepted as menial disciples within the temple. Thus, disciples of the Sanxian Temple are generally of poor spiritual root quality. Zhang Qianrang possesses a low-tier, medium-grade water spiritual root, which naturally hampers his cultivation speed. Alas, had he the financial means to procure various spiritual herbs, his progress could be meteoric. In his cohort, some wealthy disciples have already ascended to the outer sect. Unfortunately, he lacks the funds. Time passed, and Zhang Qianrang jolted awake with a shiver, roused from his slumber. He glanced around, relieved to find no one had entered, and rubbed his face to dispel the lingering drowsiness before lying back down to stretch luxuriously. Then, with his eyes closed, an ancient interface materialized before him. On the screen were 2 lines of text: Invincible Opportunity Exchange System, and no need to compete, opportunities fall upon the head. This system had manifested at the onset of his arrival in this world. Initially, he had hoped to soar to great heights and become an immortal ancestor through its power, yet the system had remained silent. He still did not know how to utilize the system, nor what it was truly capable of. However, that phrase resonated deeply with his character. He preferred to cultivate quietly, allowing opportunities to rain down upon him from the heavens. Why has the system appeared now? Zhang Qianrang wondered with curiosity. This system was rather laid back aside from its initial automatic appearance. It only manifested when he called upon it, never appearing on its own or exercising its capabilities. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it had suddenly emerged, disrupting his pleasant dreams. That moment, Zhang Qianrang suddenly noticed new text appearing on the system interface. The master has bestowed the opportunity to elevate the water spirit fork to Qianhe, in a fair exchange for obtaining the opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork from the other party. The master has received 1 opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork. Would you like to use it? What opportunity to elevate the water spirit fork? I did not grant it to Qianhe. Zhang Qianrang looked utterly bewildered. After careful contemplation, he confirmed that aside from relinquishing the chance to clean the latrine to Qianhe, he had not given him anything else, tangible or intangible. Could it be that cleaning the latrine is the opportunity? Zhang Qianrang felt a profound sense of astonishment. He had spent considerable time cleaning the latrine. It made no sense that today, giving it to Qianhe would somehow transform into an opportunity. There must be some underlying reason. Zhang Qianrang recalled Qianhe's peculiar behavior today, which indeed had been somewhat strange. He had assisted Qianhe in chopping wood on multiple occasions, yet the fellow had never mentioned repaying him and had even boasted about his foolishness. This time, however, he suddenly volunteered to clean the latrine, which was distinctly out of character. It seemed that this fellow must have acquired some clue, prompting him to take the initiative in cleaning the latrine. Never mind the reason for now, let me revel in this moment. The system has finally come into play, and my path to cultivation appears promising. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang broke into a broad smile, reigniting his fervor for cultivation deep within his heart. Chapter 2. Refining Treasures. I have found it. I have finally discovered it. In the restroom, Qianhe was overwhelmed with joy, his face flushed with excitement, to the point that his originally handsome features appeared somewhat distorted. He tightly clutched a fist-sized black stone, indifferent to the foul excrement that had soiled his hands. This black stone was no ordinary object. In his grasp, it felt incredibly hard, exuding a faint chill. This was a piece of cold iron. A year ago, he had come across a vague treasure map, which indicated that a senior disciple, who had perished during a mission, had concealed a piece of cold iron within the temple. After a prolonged search, he had finally confirmed just a few days ago that the treasure was hidden in the restroom of the temple. Qianhe had longed to search for it, but rummaging through a restroom alone would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, Zhang Qianrang had been assigned to clean the restroom, allowing him to seize the opportunity to take on this task today. This way, he could boldly search without raising suspicion. Indeed, hard work bore fruit. After rummaging for a good part of the day, he finally unearthed the piece of cold iron from a corner of the pit wall. I have already gathered the other materials. With this piece of cold iron as the main ingredient, my water spirit fork can be upgraded. At that time, my promotion to the outer sect will be just around the corner. As Qianhe gradually calmed his excitement, an air of pride emerged on his face. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, he hastily departed with the cold iron in hand. As for the disheveled restroom behind him, everyone knew it was the foolish Zhang Qianrang's responsibility. Why should he care? Alas, indeed, one's nature is hard to change. Zhang Qianrang stood by the window, watching Qianhe hurry away from the restroom, shaking his head with a sigh. Ever since he suspected that Qianhe had ulterior motives, he had known that this fellow would not genuinely clean the restroom. Sure enough, it had only been a short while since he received the notification, and Qianhe had already left without attending to the restroom, not even bothering to inform him. Undoubtedly, when he faced punishment later, Qianhe would revel in his misfortune. Why must people be this way? Zhang Qianrang gently shook his head. He had always been a laid-back individual, with a humble disposition, harmless as long as his boundaries were not crossed. Therefore, he found it difficult to comprehend Qianhe's behavior. He then stepped outside to the restroom, where a scene of chaos greeted him. Cleaning tools were strewn haphazardly across the ground. The pit appeared to be turned upside down, and the foul excrement splattered everywhere. He took up the tools and began to clean slowly. By the time he had tidied up the restroom, it was already evening, and the other servant disciples who had been out working began to return. Upon seeing Zhang Qianrang with the cleaning tools, they couldn't help but tease him. Brother Qianrang is cleaning the restroom again. No surprise there, since he is in charge of it. Watch your tone, you rascals. Without Brother Qianrang, how could you comfortably relieve yourselves? Faced with the jesting of the other disciples, Zhang Qianrang merely smiled and ignored it. He understood that the more one dwelled on such remarks, the more they would be encouraged. By not acknowledging them, they would soon lose interest and change the subject. As expected, before long, the disciples, sensing his indifference, found it dull and shifted their conversation elsewhere. While cleaning the excrement tools, Zhang Qianrang listened attentively to the discussions among the disciples. Their idle chatter often contained useful information or entertaining anecdotes, providing a welcome diversion from the monotony of servant life. After a while, most of the talk was trivial gossip, until a recently returned disciple mysteriously announced, "Hey, guess who I just ran into at the artifact refining hall?" "Who?" "That little rascal Qianhe." What's so special about him?" Someone scoffed. "He's nothing out of the ordinary. But what if he was there to ask Master Mingtang to temper his water spirit fork?" The disciple smirked knowingly. "What? He gathered all the materials?" A voice exclaimed. "The tempering of the water spirit fork requires cold iron. Where did he procure it?" "I don't know. I was just finishing up my work when I saw him rushing in, which struck me as odd. So, I eavesdropped and overheard him asking Master Mingtang to temper the water spirit fork, claiming he had all the materials." The atmosphere around them grew tense, and the enthusiasm of the servant disciples waned. Fatigue from the day's labor washed over them, and they gradually dispersed to rest. The once bustling courtyard quickly became deserted. Zhang Qianrang finished cleaning his tools and set them aside to dry, then returned to his room. He was aware of the source of Qianhe's cold iron, but he chose not to divulge it. Sharing such information would only lead to envy directed at Qianhe, and ridicule aimed at himself for missing an opportunity. However, he had not missed any opportunity. It was Qianhe who might find his elaborate schemes unraveling into futility. Zhang Qianrang settled onto his bed, retrieving a dual-pronged short fork measuring about a foot long from his sleeve. The fork was entirely black, its handle the width of a finger, with two sharp tips that appeared unremarkable at first glance. This was the water spirit fork, the outer refining treasure bestowed upon him by the Sanxian Temple. Possessing a low-grade middle-tier water spirit root, he practiced one of the foundational techniques of the Sanxian Temple, the water spirit qi refining method. This method was an external cultivation technique that necessitated the use of an outer refining treasure. The water spirit fork was essential for his practice of the water spirit qi refining method. During his cultivation, he would refine the water spirit fork while simultaneously channeling his own magical energy into it. At the same time, the fork would assist him in absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing his own cultivation. Apart from aiding in cultivation, the water spirit fork possessed formidable power, serving as a protective artifact. As he progressed in his cultivation, the fork could be upgraded, and the higher its grade, the more potent its effects and the greater its assistance in refining. Consequently, all servant disciples sought ways to enhance the quality of their water spirit forks. Qianhe's intricate planning was also aimed at improving his own. However, upgrading the water spirit fork required various precious materials, which ordinary servant disciples could rarely gather. Zhang Qianrang had not a single material to his name. Yet, now he had effortlessly acquired a chance to elevate his water spirit fork. Holding the fork horizontally with one hand, he carefully caressed its body with the other. As his thoughts stirred, a faint magical energy slowly flowed from within him into the fork. Instantly, the water spirit fork emitted a soft green glow, and a peculiar rune resembling flowing water appeared along its shaft. A captivating force radiated from the rune, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Matching the quantity he absorbed himself. As Zhang Qianrang withdrew his magical energy, the magnificent phenomenon dissipated, and the gathered spiritual energy dispersed. This fork has accompanied me for nearly 3 years without any enhancement. How shameful! Zhang Qianrang lamented as he stroked the treasured fork. I am indeed too impoverished. Well then, today I shall grant you an upgrade. It is the least I can do for you. Chapter 3. Success and failure. Given that the system had never manifested before, Zhang Qianrang was uncertain whether it could successfully enhance the water spirit fork. After all, he lacked the necessary materials, and it remained questionable whether the system could conjure something from nothing. Nevertheless, he was willing to give it a try. After all, attempting it cost him nothing. He subsequently summoned the system interface, directing his gaze towards the message displayed. Master has one opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork. Would you like to proceed? Clearing his throat, Zhang Qianrang softly replied, yes. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar force emanating from the system interface, flowing through his hand and into the water spirit fork. The fork immediately radiated a brilliant green light, illuminating the entire room. Mysterious runes resembling rippling water emerged from the fork, dancing within the luminous glow. Startled by this spectacle, Zhang Qianrang quickly grabbed a blanket with his other hand, covering himself to shield the extraordinary phenomenon from prying eyes. The manifestation did not last long. Within moments, the strange energy had entirely flowed into the water spirit fork, vanishing without a trace. One rune on the fork transformed into 2 and subsequently merged into its structure. The fork reverted to its original inconspicuous black appearance. Yet, Zhang Qianrang sensed that it had changed. As a treasured artifact closely linked to his life, the fork usually emitted a faint resonance during his cultivation, which intensified during his practice. Now, that subtle connection had suddenly strengthened, becoming as clear as it had been during his training, even outside of cultivation. The enhancement of the water spirit fork indeed promised substantial benefits to his practice. Filled with joy, Zhang Qianrang felt an eagerness to experiment. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to cultivate. The moment he channeled his energy, he immediately sensed the connection with the water spirit fork surge once more. His magical power flowed into the fork with far greater ease, the process significantly smoother than before. The fork emitted a soft glow, and 2 runes materialized, commencing the absorption and refinement of the heavenly spiritual energy. The speed of absorption nearly doubled, far surpassing his own rate of refinement. What an incredible enhancement! Zhang Qianrang marveled inwardly. He had known that the quality of the water spirit fork could accelerate his cultivation, but experiencing it firsthand brought him profound delight. He decided to fully immerse himself in his practice. As night fell and darkness enveloped the world, the refining hall of the 3 Immortals Temple was ablaze with light. A muscular man, bare-chested, relentlessly hammered a small fork. His body, rippling with muscles, glistened with sweat, unbothered even by sparks that flew from the forge. His sole focus remained on that small fork. Nearby stood a tall disciple, visibly anxious. This was Qianhe. After acquiring cold iron from the latrine, he had hurriedly collected it along with other materials to enhance his water spirit fork. The process of refining the water spirit fork was not particularly miraculous. There were no fantastical transformations, such as cold iron instantly melting into liquid or floating in midair to meld together, nor the conjuring of runes from thin air. After all, Ming Tang, the overseer of the refining hall, was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. Such abilities were well beyond his reach. His so-called refining process resembled that of a mundane blacksmith, melting auxiliary materials into liquid iron and repeatedly applying it to the water spirit fork while hammering it. Of course, he was not striking aimlessly. The hammering required the channeling of magical energy and specific techniques. Thus, requesting Ming Tang to enhance an external refining artifact came at a considerable cost. Under the relentless blows of the heavy hammer, the water spirit fork gradually absorbed the molten cold iron and other materials, emanating a gentle glow. This radiance intensified over time, eventually becoming quite bright. At this juncture, Ming Tang's concentration began to wane, and he no longer appeared as focused. Casting a sidelong glance at Qianhe, who was sweating nervously, he chuckled. You need not be so tense. The hardest part is behind us. The refinement is about to succeed. Once this artifact is enhanced, you shall be but a step away from the outer sect. All thanks to your assistance, Master. I shall forever remember your kindness, Qianhe replied, beaming as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Huh, you possess a way with words, lad. You shall achieve great things, Ming Tang laughed. Turning his attention back to the fork, his hammer began to strike with renewed vigor as he uttered a low chant. Success was imminent. The sound of rapid hammering filled the air, and the fork's radiance suddenly intensified. It appeared to bathe in brilliant light, with one rune gliding through the illumination, exuding an aura of mystery. Beside this rune, the faint outline of a second rune emerged, shadowing the first. Clearly, the refinement was nearing its climax. Just then, an unexpected sound broke the atmosphere. The fork's glow rapidly dimmed, and the second rune shattered, disappearing entirely. Minute cracks began to spread across the fork's surface, and soon a layer of dry, cracked black skin flaked away, revealing the original dull, dark body of the fork beneath. The room fell into an oppressive silence. After a moment, Qianhe swallowed hard, clinging to a final glimmer of hope, and asked in a trembling voice, Master, what is the outcome? Ming Tang paused for a moment, then casually discarded the heavy hammer, immersed the fork in water to quench it, and tossed it back with a flat tone. It has failed. Take the fork and leave. Next time, I will refine it for you free of charge. What? Yes. Qianhe gasped, ready to question further. But upon meeting Ming Tang's piercing gaze, he dared not utter another word. He merely lowered his head in resignation, clutching the fork, and turned to leave, dejected. Early the next morning, news of Qianhe's failed refinement of the water spirit fork had spread throughout the servants' hall. Even the details of the failure had emerged, claiming that it had been on the brink of success when an unseen force intervened, thwarting Ming Tang's heavy hammer and resulting in failure. Some expressed skepticism, only to be met with backlash. This was conveyed by Master Ming Tang himself. Could it possibly be false? Do you dare to question Master Ming Tang? Sneered another disciple from the refining hall, asserting, it is not a fault of Master Ming Tang, but rather a consequence of Qianhe's misdeeds. His character is lacking, and thus he has drawn the wrath of the heavens. Otherwise, how could the other disciples' refining artifacts have succeeded? And to have been the only one to fail at the last moment in the entire 3 Immortals Temple. How does one explain that? Others were left speechless. Could it be that merely Qianhe would incur the wrath of the heavens? Surely, the heavens had more pressing matters. Although everyone understood this was merely a scapegoat, who dared to speak against Master Ming Tang, it was a matter of principle to strike down the fallen. Thus, the once envied Qianhe was now the target of ridicule and mockery among the disciples. Already weary from the failure of his artifact refinement, Qianhe felt increasingly dejected as he became the subject of pointed fingers, his tall figure appearing somewhat hunched. What a misfortune! Zhang Qianrang lamented inwardly as he washed up. Had he not possessed a system, Qianhe would surely have risen to prominence, adored and envied by the masses. Alas, Qianhe misstepped and stumbled. Today, it is Zhang Qianrang who has successfully upgraded his treasured artifact. Furthermore, just last night, he inadvertently broke through from the first layer of qi refinement to the second after diligently honing his skills for a considerable time. A double blessing, quietly amassing wealth. Zhang Qianrang feels no sympathy for Qianhe's plight. He merely reflects on the capriciousness of fate. Both he and Qianhe are impoverished individuals without support. Yet Qianhe is astute in calculations and willing to take desperate risks. In his quest to gather refining materials, He frequently deceives his peers, and has even volunteered multiple times to accompany outer disciples on perilous missions to exorcise demons. His success in amassing these materials was no mere coincidence. Unfortunately, a moment's lapse in judgment led to his downfall. He should not have exploited Zhang Qianrang. In truth, Qian's fortunes are not significantly tied to Zhang Qianrang. The latter did not scheme against him, nor was he aware that cold iron lay hidden in the latrine, nor how the system could be utilized in such a manner. This was purely accidental, a consequence of Qian's own actions. Had he only ventured out secretly at midnight or devised another plan, this calamity might have been avoided. Thus, it is said, fate is indeed unpredictable. When misfortune befalls you, you may unwittingly walk straight into its embrace. Zhang Qianrang, however, is not so naive as to refuse the gifts of fate. Those who ignore divine providence often invite calamity upon themselves, and he is determined to evade such misfortune. At this moment, he regards his system with newfound respect. Initially, he believed the system to be inert and useless, yet it has revealed its formidable power. The previous hint stated, the master shall bestow the opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork to Qianhe, in fair exchange for the enhancement opportunity of the same artifact from him. In truth, Zhang Qianrang was entirely unaware of the cold iron's presence in the latrine. He had searched for it for 2 years without success. The probability of discovering the cold iron was likely minuscule. The system must have interpreted this infinitesimal chance as his opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork. Meanwhile, Qianhe's arduous efforts to deceive his peers, brave dangerous quests, and search through latrines to gather refining materials culminated in a single opportunity to enhance the water spirit fork. Thus, when Qianhe seized the chance to search for cold iron, the system executed a fair exchange, granting him the opportunity for successful refinement. This so-called fair exchange, while labeled as such, was more about the terms than the actual value of the opportunity, demonstrating its tyrannical nature. Moreover, although it is described as an exchange, the other party is rendered oblivious to the transaction, which occurs silently and without notice. This exemplifies another aspect of its tyranny. Such an overbearing system contrasts sharply with his tranquil disposition, yet they complement one another. Zhang Qianrang himself is not domineering and remains indifferent to the system's assertiveness. The system's tyranny does not reflect his own nature. He remains a humble cultivator, shunning conflict and contention. Furthermore, as long as others do not provoke him, the system remains dormant. Should anyone seek trouble and fall victim to the system's fair exchange, that is their own doing and bears no relation to him. By the way, why has it taken nearly 3 years since acquiring the system for this first fair exchange to occur? Zhang Qianrang suddenly pondered this question. He contemplated for a moment, falling silent. It seems he has lacked opportunities all along. Am I truly this unfortunate? Zhang Qianrang felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It appears that indeed, he is. One cannot deny the truth. Chapter 4. The Revelation of Cultivation Ding Dong. In the early morning, the resounding chimes of a heavy bell echoed from the summit of Huanghu Island, reverberating throughout the entire isle. This is the spirit-settling bell of the Three Immortals Monastery, a powerful artifact capable of deterring and dispelling malevolent spirits and demons. Shortly after the bell's toll, disciples clad in various robes from the Three Immortals Monastery quietly formed a line, weaving through the corridors. It was time for the monthly morning assembly. On this day, the menial disciples need not toil. Instead, they could listen to the teachings of their seniors and acquire knowledge of cultivation. Zhang Qianrang joined the other menial disciples at a small plaza. The ground was paved with blue stones, marked by the passage of time, yet impeccably clean. Thanks to the diligent cleaning efforts of the menial disciples, each of them found a spot on the blue stone plaza to sit cross-legged, patiently awaiting the lesson. Everyone maintained a posture of quietude and respect, adhering to the rules. Those who disturbed the peace faced the sharp sting of a specially crafted whip infused with spiritual energy, the pain penetrating to the bone. No rebellious spirit could withstand a single lash. If they did, 2 would follow. Before long, an elder with graying hair and beard strode in with a commanding presence, boldly taking a seat on the stone platform at the front. Many of the menial disciples perked up at his arrival. This elder was Master Zhuang, a figure of higher rank than the disciples of the Ming generation. Master Zhuang was primarily responsible for elucidating the methods of exorcism, offering not only engaging lessons, but also invaluable insights into the art of demon slaying. Many aspiring menial disciples eagerly anticipated his teachings. Once settled, Master Zhuang cast a keen gaze over the assembly, his eyes sparkling with discernment, seemingly able to perceive everything. The menial disciples bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. Zhang Qianrang was no exception, obediently lowering his head. This place is not like the previous world where one could rely on face and bravado. Here, One's worth is measured by cultivation strength. To lock eyes with someone of greater power could invite a deadly glare, obliterating one's spirit. Preserving one's life is paramount. Winning or losing is secondary. Suddenly, Zhang Qianrang felt a tightening in his chest, as if he were being scrutinized. Then he heard Master Zhuang erupt into hearty laughter. Aha! Indeed. Our Three Immortals monastery is brimming with talent. As the disciples exchanged surprised glances, Master Zhuang stifled his laughter and continued. Early this morning, I received word that one among you, named Qianhe, has acted immorally, deceiving his fellow disciples, which has led to divine retribution, resulting in the failure of his external artifact refinement. The disciples turned their gazes toward Qianhe, who immediately lowered his head, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. How dare this old man speak of me in front of so many? How infuriating. I was meant to be revered by all. Why have I become the subject of ridicule? It is all the fault of that scoundrel, Mingtang. Master Zhuang casually glanced at Qianhe, regarding him with the indifference one might reserve for a piece of refuse. Before continuing, I had thought you all lacked merit, that our Three Immortals monastery was without successors. Yet, unexpectedly, one of you has silently succeeded in refining your artifact. What? The assembly of menial disciples gasped in astonishment. There are two methods to upgrade external artifacts. One may enlist the aid of a refiner, known as external refinement, which is the common choice among disciples. Alternatively, one may refine the artifact independently, referred to as self-refinement. Self-refining an artifact allows for better adaptability and ease of use for the practitioner. However, self-refinement is exceedingly difficult, fraught with arduous trials, and carries a high risk of failure. Only those of immense resolve and perseverance can succeed. Historically, very few disciples have chosen the path of self-refinement, and those who achieve success are exceptionally rare. They had not anticipated that such a remarkable individual would emerge among them. Who could it be? A question flickered through the minds of all, and most disciples turned their gazes toward the few top performers among them. However, the few disciples were equally astonished, casting bewildered glances at those around them, clearly aware that none of them were responsible. Zhang Qianrang also joined the crowd in scanning the area, though anxiety gnawed at his heart. Could it be me they are referring to? He recalled the sensation of being seen through earlier, apart from the venerable Xuanhe Daoist. No one else could achieve that. Furthermore, the likelihood of someone simultaneously refining a treasure was slim. Moreover, although his treasure had benefited from the system, it was still self-refined, without any external assistance from the artifact refining hall. Instinctively, he glanced at the Xuanhe Daoist, who was observing him with a knowing smile that hinted at deeper meanings. A jolt went through Zhang Qianrang's heart. Before he could formulate a response, the Xuanhe Daoist pointed at him and inquired, "It is you. What is your name?" In an instant, the gazes of the surrounding disciples converged upon him. Upon realizing that the Xuanhe Daoist was referring to Zhang Qianrang, their expressions morphed into one of disbelief and incredulity. Who did not recognize Zhang Qianrang? Low in cultivation and mild in temperament, he could be described as kind-hearted, yet unflatteringly perceived as weak and ineffectual. He was humorously dubbed the big senior brother solely because of his age among the current miscellaneous disciples, though no one truly regarded him with seriousness. How could he possibly succeed in self-refining a treasure? Faced with this unexpected scrutiny, Zhang Qianrang felt unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd. With a composed demeanor, he stood up respectfully and addressed the Xuanhe Daoist. "Disciple Qianrang pays respect to Master Xuanhe." The Xuanhe Daoist chuckled. "You, young man, have done well. You usually keep a low profile, yet you have managed to self-refine a treasure. Your cultivation must have just reached a breakthrough, right?" Upon hearing this, the miscellaneous disciples were instantly consumed by envy and jealousy. Had it not been for the Xuanhe Daoist's own words, they would have vehemently refused to believe it. At that moment, they wished they could eliminate Zhang Qianrang and take his place. "Master, your praise is unwarranted. It was merely luck on my part," Zhang Qianrang replied, disregarding the daggers in their stares with a humble tone. "Young man, that will not do. While it is wise to remain under the radar, the path of cultivation is one of competition. When necessary, you must reveal your brilliance," the Xuanhe Daoist admonished him. "Since you have broken through to the second layer of the qi refining stage and successfully self-refined a treasure, it is time for you to undertake external missions to acquire cultivation resources. Remember to report to the External Affairs Hall after morning class. Those trivial tasks should be avoided if possible. Thank you for your guidance," Zhang Qianrang said with a wry smile. Within the sect, it was indeed stipulated that miscellaneous disciples at the second layer of the qi refining stage must accept certain external missions, while those at the first layer were not compelled but could apply if they wished. Now that he had reached a breakthrough, he would be forced to take on external missions. However, such tasks occasionally involved demon slaying, or similar perilous endeavors. He was quite reluctant, but realized he had no choice. Following this, the Xuanhe Taoist began his lecture. Yet, the disciples' hearts were tumultuous, their minds consumed by various thoughts that rendered the anticipated morning class dull. Glances of envy and jealousy were constantly directed at Zhang Qianrang, and among them was a particularly veiled gaze filled with intense malice. Qianhe. He could hardly accept the fact that Zhang Qianrang had succeeded in self-refining a treasure. His overwhelming jealousy transformed into a torrent of hatred. The one who should be in the spotlight is me. Why? Why did I fail while this waste succeeded? I, Qianhe, have worked so hard. Repeatedly applying for external missions as a mere first-layer disciple, nearly losing my life to gather materials, only to fail. Heaven is blind. This waste truly deserves to die. Qianhe's intense jealousy clouded his reason, directing all his ire towards Zhang Qianrang. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Qianrang remained engrossed in the lecture. It must be said, the Xuanhe Taoist was indeed a masterful lecturer. His storytelling was captivating, akin to that of a bard. Soon, he would embark on external missions and needed to absorb as much experience and knowledge as possible to handle any situations that might arise. Chapter 5. The beginner's task. The morning class lasted only 2 hours, and when it concluded, the disciples departed with lingering desires for more. As Zhang Qianrang walked along the path, many miscellaneous disciples greeted him, and he treated them with kindness. However, he recognized that this respect stemmed from his newfound strength. Others naturally respected him more due to his elevated cultivation. Of course, he was also aware that with attention came jealousy. The Santian Temple consistently emphasized competition among disciples, asserting that the path of cultivation was one of struggle against the heavens, against others, to achieve greatness. Zhang Qianrang, however, did not subscribe to this belief. He believed that a harmonious path to cultivation was preferable. Why must there be conflict? Among the past disciples, how many truly succeeded through endless strife? Yet, despite his dissenting views, he remained vigilant. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out invites the wind. From now on, he would become a target for others' competition. If he did not remain cautious, he might find himself facing difficulties. Ordinary miscellaneous disciples would proceed to their labor next. Zhang Qianrang, however, was exempt from this. Having reached the second layer of the qi refining stage, such internal tasks were no longer relevant to him. In the future, apart from the mandatory monthly missions, he would enjoy a degree of freedom. Nonetheless, other second-layer miscellaneous disciples would not be content merely fulfilling their compulsory tasks. They would strive to actively accept external missions, as completing these would reward them with cultivation resources, the very reason for their relentless efforts. Even many first-layer disciples would apply for external missions for the same reason. The sect did not obstruct this. Many had perished outside, and the consequences of failure were theirs to bear. There were also disciples who succeeded, like Qianhe, who gathered materials for refining treasures, serving as a benchmark that inspired others to follow suit, often at the cost of their lives. With such dangers associated with external missions, one might wonder why they would venture out instead of cultivating peacefully at home. Zhang Qianrang had never harbored such a desperate ambition. He merely wished to cultivate steadily and safely. Even now, with his elevated cultivation, he was reluctant to take risks outside. Regrettably, his aspirations would soon be dashed due to the mandatory tasks. He suspected these assignments were designed to counter his laid-back, homebound approach to cultivation. It was indeed challenging to live a peaceful life. Zhang Qianrang sighed as he stepped into the external affairs hall. "What brings you here?" came a cold voice. Zhang Qianrang turned to see a stern middle-aged man seated behind the counter, his expression devoid of warmth. "Greetings, Master Uncle. I have achieved a breakthrough to the second layer of the qi refining stage and came to report," Zhang Qianrang said, bowing respectfully. "Oh, your name?" the cold-faced man inquired, pulling out a large ledger. "Disciple Qianrang," Zhang Qianrang replied. The cold-faced man flipped through the ledger, quickly locating Zhang Qianrang's information, and read aloud, "Common name, Zhang Qianrang. Low-grade medium-quality water spiritual root, age 18. Is that accurate?" "Yes, all correct." Zhang Qianrang nodded in affirmation. "Take this," the cold-faced man instructed as he engraved a wooden tag, gathered 2 additional items, and tossed them into a gray cloth bag on the counter before closing his eyes and ignoring him. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Zhang Qianrang took the gray cloth bag and turned away from the Foreign Affairs Hall. Upon returning to his residence, he examined the bag with a hint of disappointment, realizing it was merely an ordinary cloth bag rather than a storage pouch. Casually opening it, he discovered a palm-sized black wooden token, a yellow paper envelope, and a piece of silver weighing 10 taels. To his delight, there was indeed silver to be had. Zhang Qianrang shook the silver in his hand, unable to suppress a smile. It was the first time in 2 or 3 years of his transmigration that he had encountered such a sum of money. He carefully stowed away the silver and picked up the black wooden token for a closer inspection. The token bore his name, surrounded by intricate mystical patterns that emitted subtle waves of energy when infused with spiritual power. This was his identity token, inscribed with special restrictions to validate his identity. After toying with it for a while, he stored the token away, straightened his attire, and, with a serious demeanor, took the envelope and opened it. Inside, he extracted a piece of yellow paper inscribed with several lines of tiny script. Zhang Qianrang read it thoughtfully, then perused it a couple more times before placing the yellow paper back into the envelope. The paper detailed his mandatory tasks for the month, instructing him to collect 10 stalks of bone-honing grass from Qianrang Mountain, located 30 miles northwest of Huanghu. This task had to be completed within the month. If he managed to gather more, he would receive a reward of 1 tael of silver per stalk and a merit token for completing 10 stalks. The bone-honing grass was a highly toxic herb, yet it was also one of the materials essential for refining weapon molds. Having studied some knowledge of spiritual herbs, he was not particularly worried about encountering it. The mandatory tasks from the Sanxian Temple offered no rewards. Only additional efforts could yield benefits. Silver was one thing, but merit tokens were a special currency used by the Sanxian Temple to tally accomplishments, which could be exchanged for various cultivation resources once a certain amount was accumulated. Besides the tasks, the yellow paper also listed precautions regarding dangerous creatures. It noted that mountain leopards roamed Qianrang Mountain, with tigers lurking deeper within. Fortunately, it made no mention of any demons or monsters. Zhang Qianrang contemplated the situation, weighing the risks and rewards, and soon made a decision. He would purchase the herbs. Although he was only at the second layer of qi refining, his strength surpassed that of many martial artists in the mundane world, and he had no fear of ordinary leopards or tigers. However, Qianrang Mountain was a remote wilderness, and who could say what unknown dangers lay within? If he could procure the bone-honing grass, he would avoid taking unnecessary risks. Yet, he worried that 10 taels of silver might not suffice to buy the herbs. Thus, purchasing was merely his primary plan. If he failed to acquire them, he would have to venture into the mountain himself. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang began formulating a contingency plan for his personal expedition into the mountain. The nearest village to Qianrang Mountain was Haimu Village, which would serve as his base. He needed to prepare sufficient provisions to avoid hunger after entering the mountain, and he could not accept food from others for fear of being poisoned. He needed to gather fire-starting materials and consider acquiring protective items. Ideally, he would obtain armor, but if that was not possible, a heart-protecting mirror would suffice. Armed with a water spirit fork weapon mold, which surpassed ordinary mundane weapons in power and could also be enhanced with spiritual energy to counter demons and monsters, he felt adequately equipped. After contemplating his preparations, Zhang Qianrang furrowed his brow. While that was all well and good, he had no other means of self-defense aside from the water spirit fork. As for spells, they required merit tokens to exchange for, and he had yet to learn any. However, at this point, he had no better options and would have to face the situation head-on. He reasoned that Qianrang Mountain was merely a novice task and posed no significant danger. Nevertheless, thorough preparations were essential. The next morning, Zhang Qianrang set out with a backpack and a water pouch, departing from the Sanxian Temple. The Sanxian Temple was situated on Huanghu Island, which lay in the midst of Huanghu Lake, a vast lake spanning 100 miles in circumference, accessible only by boat. Fortunately, there was a ferry on the island that directly transported him to a small dock on the northern shore. Surrounding the dock were various establishments, including taverns and tea houses, forming a small town known as Baimadoc Town. After disembarking, Zhang Qianrang did not rush off, but instead entered a tea house, ordering a bowl of tea to gather information. He quickly noticed that the local populace treated him with great respect, with some even kneeling and bowing, addressing him as a mortal master. This made him realize that the status of cultivators in the mundane world was exceedingly high. However, this reverence hindered his ability to gather information. As the patrons fell silent in his presence, too intimidated to speak, left with no choice, he purchased a set of ordinary clothing to change out of his Sanxian Temple disciple robes and ventured to a new location to inquire. After learning about Qianrang Mountain, Zhang Qianrang did not head there immediately. Instead, he took time to explore the vicinity of Huanghu. Since it was his first time leaving Huanghu Island since his transmigration, he felt it necessary to familiarize himself with the local environment and customs. After all, he would likely be frequenting this area in the future, and navigating unfamiliar territory could prove challenging. The area surrounding Huanghu was dotted with villages, bustling with human activity. The southern shore of Huanghu had a town called Nanmadoc, which was significantly more prosperous than Baimadoc, as it lay just 70 miles south of Nanhuk County City, while Baimadoc faced the desolate and uninhabited Beihuang mountain range to the north. Qianrang Mountain was merely a small hill at the periphery of the Beihuang mountain range. Crossing over it marked the true entrance to the range. After idling for 2 days, Zhang Qianrang finally set off toward Qianrang Mountain. During these 2 days, he had not been idle but had gathered a wealth of information, particularly regarding unusual occurrences, reports of demons and monsters, and the whereabouts of bandits and thieves, details he deemed crucial for potential future tasks from the Sansin Temple. This information weighed heavily on his mind, as he learned of numerous supernatural events in the vicinity over the years: water ghosts devouring people, monsters demanding tribute, and malevolent spirits committing murder. Considering the increasing prevalence of demon-slaying tasks among the Sansin Temple's mandatory missions, he could ascertain that such rumors were likely rooted in truth. This also indicated a heightened level of danger associated with the Sansin Temple's external assignments. Consequently, Zhang Qianrang elevated his perception of the risks involved in his upcoming expedition. As dusk approached, he found himself near a village about 6 or 7 miles from Qianrang Mountain. The village is modest, comprising around 100 households, encircled by a sturdy stockade constructed from timber and stone. This is the village of Haimu. Zhang Qianrang, a practitioner, possesses a robust physique and swift agility, allowing him to reach Haimu in merely half a day's journey. As dusk approached, weary from his travels, he opted not to venture into the mountains today and instead temporarily rented a small farmhouse to rest. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed at Qianrang Mountain, which is not a single peak but rather a cluster of several summits, both high and low. These peaks are interspersed with steep cliffs and perilous ravines. Beyond Qianrang Mountain lies a range of dark, looming peaks that vanish into the horizon, appearing somewhat enigmatic in the twilight glow. That area marks the Beihuang mountain range. I must explore it personally, Zhang Qianrang mused, shaking his head slightly. He had inquired within the village and learned that due to the presence of ferocious beasts in Qianrang Mountain, ordinary farmers generally dare not venture deep. Only a few hunters enter the mountains to hunt or gather herbs, yet they are unfamiliar with huagu grass and have never encountered anything like it. This dashed his hopes of procuring huagu grass. However, since his sect had instructed him to gather it, he was convinced that it must indeed grow within Qianrang Mountain. He had also discerned the reason why those hunters had never seen huagu grass. The village elders had warned him vehemently against entering the deep valleys of Qianrang Mountain, where lethal miasma lurked, capable of killing both man and beast upon inhalation. Huagu grass thrives in damp, shaded environments, precisely within those deep ravines. It was no surprise that ordinary hunters dared not venture there, and thus had never laid eyes on the grass. A wave of concern washed over Zhang Qianrang, uncertain if his powers could withstand such toxic fumes. That night, he dined simply on the provisions he had brought, choosing to forego the village's food, mindful of the unfamiliar surroundings and the necessity for caution in a world devoid of law and order. As night deepened, he took out his twin-pronged fork to begin his cultivation. This fork was the cornerstone of his training, a cherished artifact integral to his life, requiring continual nurturing and refinement to unleash its formidable power. With the imminent adventure into the mountains at stake, Zhang Qianrang had not allowed himself a moment's relaxation over the past few days. For him, the efficacy of the Shui Ling fork could be crucial in saving his life in a dire moment. To conceal any unusual phenomena, he draped a blanket over himself. Although this obscured his surroundings, his senses heightened during cultivation, particularly attuned to fluctuations in spiritual energy. He could detect any intruder with clarity, ready to cease his practice at a moment's notice. This was one of the advantages of the Shui Ling refinement method, allowing for immediate cessation of training and instant activation of the Shui Ling fork for defense, thereby mitigating the risk of surprise attacks. Under the blazing sun, the forested mountains provided ample shade, complemented by a gentle breeze that created a refreshing ambience. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled, and a plump wild hare sprang forth, darting into the distance. In an instant, several spears flew through the air, encircling the hare. Despite its frantic leaps, one spear pierced its body. "Today, I am fortunate," Zhang Qianrang exclaimed joyfully. Those spears had been cast by him. Although his aim was not particularly precise, he opted for sheer quantity, and after several misses, he finally struck down a hare. He approached to retrieve the hare, hanging it on a stick over his shoulder. At this point, the stick already bore 2 wild birds and a basket filled with herbs and wild vegetables. These would serve as his sustenance for the day. This was Zhang Qianrang's first foray into the mountains. He had not ventured deep into Qianrang Mountain, but rather explored the surrounding small peaks. His primary objective was to familiarize himself with the terrain, assess dangers, and prepare for deeper exploration. By day's end, he had gained a solid understanding of the geography of these outer peaks, noting where passage was easy and where peril lay, all firmly lodged in his memory. He sought no more than to know which way to flee should danger arise. However, he did not depart yet. He still needed to locate a suitable entry point into Qingyang Mountain, traversing through the woodland with his quarry. It wasn't long before he reached the summit of one of the mountains. Here, the ground was comprised of rugged stone, with only sparse grass defiantly sprouting from the crevices. Standing atop the peak, he gazed ahead, his eyes sparkling with interest as he observed a narrow mountain pass leading to another peak, which was neither too high nor too low. Surrounding this peak were several taller summits, creating several secluded valleys shielded from sunlight by the surrounding heights. If huagu grass truly existed in Qingyang Mountain, these valleys presented a significant possibility. Excellent. I shall enter the mountain from here tomorrow and explore the depths surrounding that peak, he decided, a smile gracing his face. After observing for a while longer and noting the sun's descent, he turned and made his way back down the mountain. The night passed silently, and the following morning, Zhang Qianrang proceeded directly into Qingyang Mountain, arriving at the mountain pass he had scouted the day before. He observed the area for a while, detecting no anomalies before making his way forward. In the mountains, he moved with the grace of a tiger, bounding across the terrain as if it were flat ground, swiftly reaching his target peak. From the summit, he surveyed the valley below and soon identified the northern ravine. This slope was relatively gentle, with sparse trees, making descent and ascent easier. Moreover, the valley's back was shrouded in shadows, creating an ideal environment for the growth of huagu grass. Before long, Zhang Qianrang reached the valley's edge, peering inside. Dense underbrush and trees filled the valley, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured visibility. He could hear the gentle sound of flowing water within. Zhang Qianrang did not rush down, but contemplated the mist. Approaching, he detected a sickly sweet odor that was disconcerting, evidently the toxic miasma spoken of by the villagers. Channeling his powers, he swiftly neutralized the poisonous fog, rendering it harmless to him. His abilities could dissipate toxins. Sighing in relief, he remained cautious and produced a makeshift anti-poison mask. This mask, crafted simply from cloth wrapped around a powder designed to counteract miasma, had an uncertain efficacy, but at least offered some filtering effect. With preparations complete, he descended carefully into the valley. The dense vegetation obscured pathways, and the toxic mist limited visibility, making it easy for snakes and wild beasts to hide. Holding a stick in one hand to clear the underbrush and the shui ling fork in the other, he advanced toward the sound of water, ready to react swiftly should danger arise. Although his shui ling fork was merely a prototype and not yet a true magical artifact, it already possessed some supernatural qualities, and when activated, its power was formidable. Before long, he arrived at the source of the water sound. Here lay a pond approximately 2 meters square, fed by a mountain spring flowing through the rocks above. Wisps of white mist rose from the pond, exuding a chilling aura. Zhang Qianrang scanned the area and soon spotted 3 peculiar small grasses resembling segments of white bones near the water's edge. This was huagu grass. One of the plants was significantly larger than the others, indicating a greater age. Typically, huagu grass is classified as a low-tier spiritual herb, but this larger specimen had already attained a mid-tier status. His face lit up with joy, as he had not expected to find 3 specimens so easily, one of which was of a higher grade. At this rate, with the numerous deep valleys in the mountains, locating dozens more would not be overly difficult. Zhang Qianrang did not immediately harvest the bone-transforming grass. Instead, he cautiously tapped around it with a wooden stick. This precaution was primarily to ensure that no venomous snakes or insects were lurking nearby. After clearing the area, he removed all the surrounding weeds, leaving the 3 bone-transforming grass plants standing alone, and surveyed the vicinity for any snakes or insects. Clearly, there were none. Only then did he approach with confidence, swiftly harvesting the 3 plants and placing them into a pre-prepared leather pouch. This grass was highly toxic. The pouch would not only protect him from the poison, but also safeguard the grass from damage. Having collected the bone-transforming grass, Zhang Qianrang prepared to search the valley thoroughly for other medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds emerged from the pond, as if something was about to surface from the water. A chill ran through Zhang Qianrang. It was said that places where rare treasures grew were often guarded by some entity, and since the bone-transforming grass was a spiritual herb, it could very well be protected by a supernatural creature. Any such creature posed a danger. Realizing this, he was not greedy. Instead, he swiftly retraced his steps along the path he had cleared, leaping away in haste until he reached the lower valley, then sprinting uphill without looking back. In such situations, most people would be driven by curiosity or greed, lingering instead of leaving immediately. However, Zhang Qianrang was different. As the adage goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Why confront unknown perils? Even curiosity should not compel one to remain in a valley rife with toxic miasma. Infusing his legs with spiritual energy, he bounded up the slope, reaching the top in just a few breaths. Having distanced himself from the valley, he paused cautiously to glance back. The sound of crashing water echoed from the valley, suggesting that a colossal creature had burst forth from the pond, exuding a powerful aura. Soon, he noticed the vegetation violently shaking as something rushed toward him. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhang Qianrang turned and fled, not stopping until he reached the mountain peak. At this point, the pursuing creature had emerged from the valley, revealing itself to be a strange and massive serpent. This serpent was as thick as a water barrel and several meters long, its body pale with markings resembling segments of white bones. The bone python. Zhang Qianrang gasped in astonishment. He recalled the information he had learned at the Sanxian temple regarding this creature. This python was a low-tier demon beast, possessing strength equivalent to a cultivator at the first to third levels of chi refinement. It was a treasure trove in itself, particularly its bones, which were excellent materials for refining a water spirit fork. To enhance his water spirit fork for the second time, he needed the bones of this serpent. However, Zhang Qianrang had no intention of stopping to slay the bone python. Rather, he turned and fled with all his might. It was not that he lacked courage, but the python's inherent toxicity could even kill powerful cultivators in the late stages of chi refinement. As a mere cultivator at the second level of chi refinement, he had no formidable means of protection against poison nor any elixirs to counteract it. What right did he have to entertain thoughts of seizing this python's bones? Observing his prey retreat, the bone python hissed in frustration before slinking back into the depths of the valley. Being a water-dwelling creature, it was not swift on land and, realizing it could not catch up, ceased its pursuit. As the bone python withdrew, Zhang Qianrang, who had been attentively watching, immediately took note. He turned to see the python vanish into the valley, then exhaled in relief, ensuring that it would not ambush him before cautiously venturing toward another deep valley. At dusk, a tall figure emerged from Qingyang Mountain. Zhang Qianrang hummed a tune, two thick patterned snakes draped over the wooden stick on his shoulder. Though he could not contend with the bone python, he could use these snakes to prepare a hearty soup. His expedition into the mountains had yielded fruitful results. He had scoured 5 valleys, 3 of which contained bone-transforming grass, collecting a total of 6 specimens, including one of medium quality. The medium-grade bone-transforming grass was essential for the second refinement of the water spirit fork, making it exceedingly valuable. Zhang Qianrang intended to keep it for his own use. Thus, with plans to explore other valleys the next day, he anticipated completing his tasks effortlessly while also gathering more specimens to exchange for merit points. Furthermore, the information regarding the bone python would surely be of interest to many in the sect, fetching a handsome price. He was pleasantly mulling over these thoughts when an idea struck him. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could utilize it. He suddenly recalled the opportunity exchange system. Chapter 7. Task Rewards and Choices. By the shores of Huang Lake, at the northern dock, fisherman Old Zhou was busy cleaning his boat's cabin. As a fisherman whose livelihood depended on ferrying passengers, the strong fishy odor left behind after a catch would deter potential passengers if not cleaned. "Boatman, take me to Huang Lake Island," came a sudden voice. "Forgive me, but Huang Lake Island is a residence of celestial beings. I, a mere mortal, cannot go there," Old Zhou instinctively replied, finishing the last scrub of the boat's surface before looking up to see a young man clad in the robes of a Sanxian temple disciple standing on the shore, his expression warm and inviting. Startled, Old Zhou quickly knelt and bowed his head in apology. "I did not realize a celestial being graced us with their presence. Please forgive my rudeness." "It's all right. Rise." Zhang Qianrang waved his hand and then inquired, "Do you know of any other boats that can take me to Huang Lake Island? If a celestial being wishes to board, my boat can indeed take you to Huang Lake Island," Old Zhou replied as he got to his feet, eager to please. "Very well, let us go," Zhang Qianrang said as he leaped onto the boat. "Certainly." Old Zhou secured the ropes and steered the vessel toward Huang Lake Island. Zhang Qianrang stood at the bow, quietly admiring the serene beauty of the lake. It was afternoon, with the sun casting a golden hue, a gentle breeze caressing the surface, shimmering waves dancing under the light, and vast expanses of lotus leaves and flowers swaying in the wind, releasing sweet fragrances. This time, his harvest was abundant. He had directly obtained 18 specimens of bone-transforming grass, exceeding his initial task. Among them was a medium-grade specimen, suitable for the second enhancement of the water spirit fork. At that moment, seeing how easily he had acquired the bone-transforming grass, he had even contemplated venturing into the northern wilderness mountains, but promptly dismissed the idea. The greatest peril lies in greed. Having thoroughly searched Qingyang Mountain and collected these specimens, he felt his efforts were richly rewarded. Should he allow greed to lead him into the northern wilderness mountains, he might encounter life-threatening dangers, rendering his gains futile. Before long, Zhang Qianrang returned to the sect, sending the boatman away before making his way directly to the affairs hall. The first order of business upon returning from a mission was, of course, to settle the task. Otherwise, the bone-transforming grass might fall prey to deceitful hands. "What brings you here?" came a cold voice from behind the counter, where a stern, middle-aged man stood. "Master Mingxin, I have come to report my task completion." Zhang Qianrang replied respectfully, having already learned the man's name, as he presented his identity badge alongside the task envelope and the pouch containing the bone-transforming grass. "Oh." Mingxin casually took the identity badge and envelope, glanced at them, then opened the pouch to inspect its contents. His expression momentarily faltered before he nodded in approval. "Well done. You have collected 17 specimens of bone-transforming grass. You still require 7 more to complete this month's task. Unfortunately, this is insufficient to exchange for a merit point. Otherwise, as a newly initiated disciple, upon completing your first task, you could have exchanged 1 merit point for a cultivation resource." "Oh, may I ask, Master Uncle, what can a merit token be exchanged for?" Zhang Qianrang inquired eagerly upon hearing the question. "You may see for yourself," Mingxin replied, tossing a booklet onto the counter. Zhang Qianrang quickly seized the booklet and began to peruse its contents. The booklet detailed items that could be exchanged at a discount, each accompanied by a price. The items listed held relatively low value, such as foundational cultivation techniques, basic elixirs, and materials for refining low-tier artifacts, all tailored for nascent chi practitioners. This measure was in place to prevent resource exploitation by seasoned disciples on newly inducted ones. After a swift examination, Zhang Qianrang reached a conclusion and produced a medium-grade bone transformation herb he had intended for personal use. "Master Uncle, I also possess a bone transformation herb." "A medium-grade bone transformation herb? It can be counted as 3 low-grade ones. With your 7, that totals 10, thus you may exchange for 1 merit token." Mingxin cast a brief glance at him, accepting the envelope and the herb before placing 10 taels of silver and a black wooden token of finger width on the counter. Zhang Qianrang took his identity token and the reward, scrutinizing the black wooden token. It emanated a faint spiritual energy and was inscribed with intricate runes, bearing the inscription of 1 merit token. This token was essential for disciples of the 3 Immortals sect, as it was required to complete tasks and earn resources for cultivation, techniques, spells, spiritual herbs, artifacts, and more, all available for exchange, contingent upon possessing sufficient merit tokens. The tokens were secured with restrictions to prevent forgery. "What do you intend to exchange for?" Mingxin inquired. "I wish to exchange for a spell," Zhang Qianrang responded, a decision reached after careful contemplation. While the medium-grade bone transformation herb was indeed precious, it constituted merely one of several materials required to enhance the water spirit fork and could not yield immediate results. Furthermore, the water spirit fork necessitated a period of nurturing post-enhancement before it could be refined a second time. Thus, the urgency for temporary improvements was minimal. Presently, he faced the pressing monthly mandatory tasks, anticipating encounters in battle, and with only the water spirit fork at his disposal, he required additional means for self-preservation. Hence, it seemed more prudent to acquire a spell. As for cultivation techniques, a change was not feasible, although elixirs could assist in elevating one's cultivation. Having recently ascended to the 2nd layer of the chi refining stage, he was still far from the 3rd layer. The potential benefit of exchanging for 1 or 2 elixirs was limited and not cost-effective. Thus, these options were dismissed. "Which spell will you choose?" Mingxin pressed further. Zhang Qianrang paused, deliberating before responding. The booklet listed 4 water-based spells: Water Arrow Technique, Water Shield Technique, Fish Swimming Technique, and River Ghost Patrol Technique. All 4 spells bore the same price, amounting to 1 merit token when discounted. According to the descriptions, the Water Arrow Technique could unleash formidable water arrows, while the Water Shield Technique could form a robust defensive barrier, both excellent for offense and defense. The Fish Swimming Technique would enhance swimming skills and extend underwater breath-holding capabilities. The River Ghost Patrol Technique, a low-level spell for aquatic activities, allowed one to move through water as effortlessly as a fish, enabling easy navigation with the currents or combat underwater. Observing the descriptions, Zhang Qianrang contemplated the distinction between the Fish Swimming Technique and the River Ghost Patrol Technique. "Master Uncle, what differentiates the Fish Swimming Technique from the River Ghost Patrol Technique?" he inquired, prepared to select between the 2 spells. Having already excluded the Water Arrow and Water Shield techniques, the rationale was straightforward. He believed that self-preservation should always be paramount. and the most crucial aspect of survival was the ability to escape. The area surrounding the three immortals sect was predominantly aquatic, teeming with water-based creatures, making encounters with such beings highly probable during future tasks. Should he find himself submerged, he would be vulnerable to their predation. Mastering the River Ghost Patrol technique would ensure he could fight or retreat in water without fear, moving with ease. Even on land, should danger arise, he could swiftly escape through a nearby river, evading terrestrial threats. The River Ghost Patrol technique was superior, while the fish swimming technique was simply a diluted version of it, albeit easier to cultivate. Mingxin regarded him, succinctly outlining the characteristics of both spells. Then I shall choose the River Ghost Patrol technique. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qianrang made his final decision. The fish swimming technique, being a weaker variant of the River Ghost Patrol technique, was not worth considering when he could select the more advantageous option. Oh, Mingxin expressed curiosity upon witnessing Zhang Qianrang's choice. Other disciples often favored the water arrow technique for its offensive capabilities or the water shield technique for defense, with few opting for the River Ghost Patrol technique. Zhang Qianrang was indeed an exception. However, Mingxin refrained from elaborating further, instead producing a small white jade slip the size of a finger and placing it on the counter. Press it to your forehead and focus to sense its essence. Thank you, Master Uncle. Zhang Qianrang's eyes brightened, realizing that this jade slip was the Jade Eye Slip, specifically designed to store techniques and spells for rapid transmission. He took the Jade Eye Slip, examined it briefly, then followed instructions, pressing it to his forehead and closing his eyes to concentrate. Instantly, he sensed the contents within the slip, which detailed the method for cultivating the River Ghost Patrol technique. A surge of powerful information flooded into his mind, causing a slight pressure in his head as it filled with knowledge. The complete cultivation method for the River Ghost Patrol technique was now etched into his memory. What a remarkable treasure! If only such an item had existed in my previous life, acquiring admission to Beijing would have been effortless. Zhang Qianrang could not help but marvel. Reluctantly returning the Jade Eye Slip to Mingxin before bidding farewell and departing. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Qianrang lay flat on his bed. Ah, how comfortable. There was truly no place like home. Lying there, he felt as if every cell in his body was being soothed and rejuvenated. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 8. Baiting the Trap. Ah, who awakens from the great dream first? How blissful it is to sleep so soundly. Zhang Qianrang yawned, stretching languidly as he sat up, rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep. The morning light streamed through the window, heralding the arrival of a new day. That sleep had been profoundly restorative. Zhang Qianrang felt hunger pangs rumbling in his stomach, prompting him to rise, freshen up, and make his way straight to the dining hall. Ah, it's Brother Qianrang. Greetings. Brother Qianrang, have you returned from a mission? How did it go? Was it successful? Other junior disciples he encountered along the way greeted him warmly, to which he responded in kind. However, he was acutely aware that their friendliness was rooted in his elevated status and strength. One must possess power to truly enjoy freedom, he mused. Zhang Qianrang sighed inwardly. He had always been a person of tranquility, wishing merely to cultivate in peace without conflict. Yet, the desire for a tranquil life required strength to sustain it, and to gain strength necessitated the pursuit of resources. Such a contradiction. Due to the warmth of their greetings, he chose not to dine in the hall, but instead collected his meal to take back to his quarters. Not far along his path, a figure suddenly darted from the roadside, blocking his way. Brother Qianrang, save me. The newcomer, with a pleading expression and bowing deeply, was none other than Qianhe. Disheveled and appearing haggard, it was evident he had been enduring a difficult time of late. There is no need for such formalities, brother. Please rise. Zhang Qianrang hurried forward to assist him, his expression softening as he spoke. If there are troubles, do not hesitate to share. I will lend my help if I can. Though he spoke kindly, Zhang Qianrang was mindful of his own boundaries. This fellow is certainly not of good character, now coming to plead, perhaps harboring ill intentions. Qianhe immediately poured out her grievances. Senior brother, ever since I failed to refine the water spirit fork, I have been ridiculed by everyone, and even slandered by those from the artifact refinery hall. It is evident that the heavens do not concern themselves with the vile acts of murderers. So why would they trouble a mere servant disciple like me? Clearly, some individuals are simply lacking in skill. It would be wise for you, junior brother, to refrain from speaking too freely. Be cautious, for the walls have ears. Zhang Qianrang was unwilling to listen to his complaints and directly interrupted him. If others overheard and reported it to the artifact refinery hall, it would seem he was also speaking ill of Master Ming Tang, and it would be difficult to explain. Ah, yes, I understand that discussing these matters is inappropriate. I am simply feeling aggrieved. Qianhe paused for a moment, then forced a smile and continued. I actually have a matter that I wish to seek your assistance with, senior brother. There is no need for formalities between us. Just speak plainly. Zhang Qianrang waved his hand. Well, as you know, I used to rely on accompanying other senior brothers on missions to gather materials for refining the water spirit fork. However, after being slandered, those senior brothers no longer wish to take me along. Therefore, I would like to request that you take me with you on your next mission. Qianhe pleaded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianrang's expression showed hesitation. He was inherently cautious. Missions were perilous as they were, and bringing along an outsider, especially one with a dubious reputation, was not advisable. Do not worry, senior brother. I will not be a burden. If we encounter any dangerous situations, I can scout ahead. If we face any demons, I can act as bait. I am willing to be at your disposal. Qianhe insisted, clenching his teeth. Given your insistence, it would be unkind of me to refuse. Zhang Qianrang thought for a moment and finally agreed. Rest assured, I will take you along on the next mission. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Qianhe's eyes sparkled with joy as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Internally, however, he mused, I have deceived this fool once again. There is no need for such politeness, junior brother. However, I must forewarn you. Missions are extremely dangerous, just like this time, alas. I nearly did not return. Zhang Qianrang said with a look of lingering fear. Do not worry. I am well prepared, Qianhe replied. You encountered danger this time. Can you share your experience with me? Upon hearing this, Qianhe's eyes glimmered with excitement, and he eagerly thumped his chest. It was nothing significant. Let us walk and talk. Zhang Qianrang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Very well. Qianhe was elated. Actually, it is not a major issue. My task this time was to gather medicinal herbs. To collect enough, I had to venture deep into the northern desolate mountains, where I encountered a white bone python demon beast in a remote valley. The creature was as thick as a water barrel, several zhang long, spewing toxic smoke, exuding a menacing aura. Had I not fled quickly, I fear I would not have returned. As Zhang Qianrang recounted his tale, his expression betrayed his lingering trepidation. Qianhe's eyes lit up at the revelation, his heart swelling with delight. The bones of the white bone python could serve as a primary material for the secondary refinement of the water spirit fork and were quite valuable. If he could ascertain its location, he could sell it for a handsome sum. This is my chance to strike it rich, he thought, then pressed. That indeed sounds perilous. Where exactly did you encounter the white bone python? Zhang Qianrang cast an indifferent glance at him and nonchalantly replied. As for the location, I cannot recall precisely, but I would recognize the path if I were to go there. Then, his expression turned eager as he added, by the way, junior brother, if we can capture this demon python, I will be able to refine the water spirit fork into a genuine magical artifact. Initially, I lacked confidence, but with your assistance in luring the python, I believe I can slay it. In that case, I would only need half of the python's bones. The rest will be yours. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianrang gazed at Qianhe with hopeful eyes. Qianhe's expression faltered. He was well aware that a python of such size was akin to a third-layer qi refining cultivator, perhaps even stronger, and its venom could kill even late-stage qi refiners. If he were to act as bait, he would likely perish. Yet, to refuse would mean breaking his promise, and Zhang Qianrang might never trust him again. Well, senior brother, my strength is too weak. I fear I cannot lure the python. My death is inconsequential, but I worry it would hinder your important task. Perhaps we should wait until our strengths are more formidable? After some contemplation, Qianhe found a reason to decline. Do not worry, junior brother. My water spirit fork has just been enhanced, its power greatly increased. It can pierce the white bone python with one thrust. The only issue is that I lack someone to lure it. Zhang Qianrang continued to look at him earnestly, thumping his chest in assurance. You have just returned from a mission and need rest. Let us postpone this matter for a while. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Qianhe, realizing he could not extract the location of the white bone python, hastily concocted an excuse and left. In truth, he had no intention of siding with Zhang Qianrang. How could he act as bait? He merely sought an opportunity to eliminate Zhang Qianrang during a mission and vent his pent-up resentment. Ever since his failure to refine the water spirit fork, he had harbored intense hatred for Zhang Qianrang, especially after the latter succeeded in his refinement. Their fellow disciples constantly compared them, causing Qianhe's heart to twist with envy. Furthermore, he suspected Zhang Qianrang must be concealing some secret behind his success. Should Zhang Qianrang perish, that secret would become his. As for the potential punishment for infighting among fellow disciples, he was unafraid. The Three Immortal sect strictly forbids disciples from fighting within the sect. However, incidents occurring outside the sect, barring clear evidence, are often overlooked. This aligns with their proclaimed philosophy of competition. It can be said that the sect encourages conflict among disciples, embracing the principle of survival of the fittest. Watching Qianhe's retreating figure, Zhang Qianrang smiled faintly, then shook his head with a sigh. Alas, I am too soft-hearted, not adept at conflict, and cannot refuse others. I must resort to such roundabout methods to deter him. Yet perhaps the information about the white-bone python could fetch a good price. Chapter 9. The fish bites the hook. Zhang Qianrang, indeed. Wanted me to march to my doom. How foolish does he think I am to seek his favor? I only wish to find an opportunity to rid myself of him. After walking a distance, Qianhe muttered curses to himself. Oh, is that not Qianhe? I heard you attempted to refine the water spirit fork. Did you succeed? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out as two figures blocked his path. Qianhe looked up and felt a jolt of fear in his heart. This is bad. It's Qianfeng and Qianyun. Both of them were second-layer qi refiners and had previously been his companions. However, he climbed the ranks by aligning himself with the outer sect disciple Qiansan. Due to his knack for flattery and good performance, he had gained favor with Qiansan, thus inciting jealousy in the two. In the past, they did not dare to confront him, but now that Qiansan had taken a disliking to him, they had no reservations. Humph, what do you want? Qianhe sneered. He had long since become adversaries with them and knew a peaceful resolution was impossible, so he adopted a confrontational stance. Moreover, he now had support and was confident of regaining trust in Qiansan. Ah, still so arrogant. We have some scores to settle with you, Qianfeng said, his anger flaring. I have important matters to discuss with Third Master. If you dare to obstruct me and delay important affairs, can you bear the consequences? Chiharu, emboldened by her confidence, threatened. What can you possibly do? Upon hearing this, Qifeng hesitated momentarily before putting on a facade of disdain. Indeed, who does not know you are a jinx? What good can come of you? Echoed Qiyun. You will understand once you see Sanyi. Chiharu scoffed coldly and pushed past the two, striding forward. Qifeng and Qiyun exchanged glances, their faces showing anger, yet they dared not impede her progress. Let us follow her, if there is nothing of significance that Sandy values. We shall give her a good thrashing, Qifeng said menacingly. Chiharu swiftly made her way to another area, deeper within the grounds, where the environment was serene and the air fresh. Here, various solitary stone courtyards nestled among the trees served as residences for the outer disciples. Each disciple was allocated a stone courtyard, which was far superior to the cramped quarters of the servant disciples. Moreover, the air here was much purer than that of the outer servant area, a benefit of the island's spirit-gathering formation. The closer one was to the heart of Huanghu Island. The denser the spiritual energy became. The trio soon arrived at a small courtyard. Chiharu approached the door, knocked, and respectfully announced, Chiharu pays her respects to Sanyi. I have important matters to discuss. I humbly request an audience. Come in. A languid voice beckoned as the courtyard door swung open on its own. Chiharu stepped inside, while Qifeng and Qiyun hesitated, not daring to enter without an invitation. Inside, a young man with a sharp face lounged in a wicker chair, his eyes partially closed, basking in the sunlight. This was Qiansan, an outer disciple. Though his spiritual root was merely of low-grade quality, he hailed from a wealthy family in Huanghu County. Not only affluent, but with ancestors serving at the Sanxian Temple. Thus, he had ample resources for cultivation, which naturally elevated his abilities. He had joined around the same time as Chiharu and her companions, but he had already advanced to the third level of the qi refining stage, and now boasted a fourth level of cultivation. Qiansan, having brought with him some undesirable habits from the mundane world, disliked being called senior brother, preferring the title Sanyi, which his followers affectionately used. Sanyi. Chiharu quickly approached and bowed, her respect evident. You better have something of real importance, otherwise. Qiansan's eyes remained closed, his expression impassive, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of menace. He had learned this demeanor from his father, who taught him that those in power should conceal their emotions, maintaining an air of sophistication. Sanyi, I have leads on the white-bone python, Chiharu replied, her heart racing. Oh, is that true? Qiansan opened his eyes, looking directly at her. Absolutely. I would never dare to speak falsely, Chiharu assured him fervently. Good. Then speak. If it's true, you shall be my little lucky star, Qiansan said, sitting up abruptly and commanding her attention. Chiharu quickly relayed the information she had received from Zhang Qian. You have yet to ascertain the exact location of the white-bone python? This matter remains uncertain, Qiansan remarked, his brow furrowing in skepticism. Chiharu felt a pang of panic and hurriedly explained. Sanyi, forgive me. Qian has been tight-lipped, despite my probing. He refuses to divulge anything. Yet, I assure you, it is indeed true. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Go fetch that Qian fellow. I will question him personally, Qiansan commanded, then reclined back into his chair, closing his eyes once more. Yes, Senyi, Chiharu responded hastily, bowing as she took her leave. Upon exiting the courtyard, she spotted Qifeng and Qiyun waiting outside. Instantly, she held her head high, sneering as she walked past them. The two, realizing her successful audience with Sanyi, did not dare to stop her, muttering under their breath about the small-mindedness of those who achieve success. At the edge of Huanghu Island, a large stone bore a set of Taoist robes and shoes, weighed down by clean stones. Zhang Qian, dressed in a short tunic, stood beside the pristine lake, his expression calm as he gazed into the clear waters. After finishing his meal, he had decided to practice the river ghost technique, which required him to be in the water. Hence, he sought a secluded spot by the lake to refine this skill. Having thoroughly memorized the method of practicing this technique, he was confident he would soon master it and navigate Huanghu with ease. Filled with determination, he leaped into the water. Splash! To his dismay, he had overestimated himself. As soon as he plunged in, the water engulfed him, and fear seized his heart. He flailed wildly, completely forgetting the technique he sought to employ. After swallowing several mouthfuls of lake water, he finally managed to claw his way back to the shore. Cough, cough, cough. I nearly drowned. What a foolish mistake. Zhang Qian exclaimed, drenched and disheveled. At that moment, he realized how reckless it was for a novice swimmer to leap into the water without caution. Practicing the river ghost technique had almost turned him into a genuine ghost of the waters. After resting for a while, Zhang Qian calmed himself and deeply regretted not having practiced swimming diligently over the past 2 years. This only strengthened his resolve to learn the river ghost technique. I must master this skill, otherwise, if I ever encounter a water battle, it would be a dire predicament. He stood up, preparing for another attempt. This time, however, he did not recklessly jump in. Instead, he found a shallow part of the lake and cautiously waded into the water. The lake here was only waist deep, with a firm sandy bottom beneath his feet, providing a safe environment free from entangling weeds. While one could directly channel their spiritual energy to cast spells, Zhang Qian, as a novice, needed to combine incantations and hand gestures. This was crucial, as the potency of spells could lead to severe consequences if mismanaged. Hence, the predecessors had devised incantations and gestures for beginners to use, ensuring that even in the event of a failed spell, the backlash would be minimal. Spell cultivation is divided into 4 levels: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. The deeper the level, the shorter the casting time, and the greater the power of the spell. Once a spell reaches perfection, it can generally be cast instantaneously without needing incantations or hand gestures. Zhang Qian recalled the method for practicing the river ghost technique and began to cast the spell, raising his hand to form the necessary gestures while muttering the incantation and channeling his internal energy. However, he immediately failed, realizing that his hand would not obey his commands. He was unable to perform the gestures, and the incantation and energy could not synchronize, nearly resulting in a backlash that could have harmed him. He understood that he was far from mastering the technique. Perhaps I should practice the gestures and incantations at home first, Zhang Qian contemplated, deciding not to return just yet. While he could not yet practice the river ghost technique, he could at least hone his swimming skills to avoid drowning should he fall into the water. As Zhang Qian practiced swimming, Chiharu arrived at his door only to find it tightly locked. Damn it, this fool is not here. She cursed softly, setting out to inquire about Zhang Qian's whereabouts. She feared delaying matters with Qian San, which would only bring misfortune upon herself. Unfortunately, after asking around, no one seemed to know where Zhang Qian had gone. Frustrated, she seethed inwardly, cursed Zhang Qian, damn Qian San. Wait and see, once grandfather becomes prosperous, you all will kneel and beg for mercy. However, despite the insults, he still must wait for Zhang Qianrang's return. Unexpectedly, instead of Zhang Qianrang, he was met by Ming Yan, who immediately reprimanded him. Why are you idling here instead of working? Go clean the toilet. If it isn't spotless, you won't be allowed to eat. Qianhao was speechless but dared not protest, so he reluctantly went to clean the restroom. This was originally Zhang Qianrang's task, and in just a few days, their positions had been reversed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he could only seethe in frustration. Damn Zhang Qianrang. Damn that old thief Ming Yan. Zhang Qianrang, with damp hair and a lingering sense of dread, made his way back to his quarters. After practicing swimming for the entire morning, he had finally mastered it. Being a water element cultivator, albeit with low cultivation, he still had some advantages. However, upon emerging from the water, he discovered he was covered in leeches, which were slimy and repulsive, greatly affecting his mood. After expelling them with his magical power, he decided against swimming again and simply dressed to return. Upon arriving at the lodging area, Zhang Qianrang saw Qianhe standing before his door. A thought crossed his mind, leading to a glimmer of hope. and he smiled, inquiring, "Oh, Qianhe, have you come to your senses and decided to join me in slaying the bone python? Ah, we shall discuss that later, but for now, I must congratulate you." Qianhe chuckled, diverting the topic. "What is the reason for this joy?" Zhang Qianrang asked, intrigued. "Brother, you may not know, but the third elder of the outer sect has heard of your deeds, recognized your potential, and has requested my invitation for you to meet him," Qianhe explained. "The third elder?" Zhang Qianrang was momentarily taken aback, yet secretly amused. The bait had been set. "Since it is a request from Brother Qian, let us not keep him waiting," Zhang Qianrang replied. "Indeed, brother, please." Qianhe's smile was wide. Having finally fulfilled the third elder's command, good days were ahead. Chapter 10, A Fair Exchange Once Again. Zhang Qianrang was well aware of the third elder's reputation. Despite having inferior spiritual roots, he hailed from a noble family and had relatives in the sect. He entered with a foundation of cultivation and was continuously provided with resources, quickly advancing to the outer sect. However, his reputation was far from favorable. He bullied the weak, harmed fellow disciples, and employed underhanded tactics. He often used cultivation resources as bait to lure servant disciples on missions, only to attract beasts for him to slay, while he reaped great rewards. The servant disciples he took along suffered significant losses. Yet, he operated without a hitch, shielded by influential connections, making it impossible for anyone to hold him accountable. Even when complaints were lodged against him, Zhang Qianrang had always kept his distance from such a bully, but now, in order to sell information about the bone python, he resolved to meet him. Of course, he was not afraid of potential danger. The Sanxian sect strictly prohibited violence within its grounds, and regardless of how ruthless the third elder was, he would never dare to act within the sect. Otherwise, even with his family ties, he would face dire consequences. Not worth it. Following Qianhe to the area designated for outer sect disciples, Zhang Qianrang was instantly captivated by the abundant spiritual energy and superior living conditions. Oh, this is truly a place fit for cultivators. Soon, they arrived at a small courtyard where Qianhe respectfully knocked on the door. "Third elder, Qianrang has arrived. Come in," came the reply as the courtyard door swung open. As they entered, Zhang Qianrang observed several rare flowers and trees in the courtyard. The spiritual energy even more potent than outside. A rather unsightly man sat at a stone table, sipping tea, seemingly lost in reverie. Swaying his head as he savored each sip, Zhang Qianrang recognized him as the third elder. Neither he nor Qianhe dared to speak, and Zhang Qianrang patiently waited. After a considerable time, the third elder finally set down his cup, casually glanced at Zhang Qianrang, and said, "You are the disciple who self-refined the tool base. Are you not?" "Indeed, I am. It is an honor to meet you." "Third elder," Zhang Qianrang replied with a bow. Qianhe, upon hearing this, abruptly interjected, "Qianrang, you should address him as third elder, understand the rules." He had previously refrained from offending Zhang Qianrang due to a lack of options. Now, seeing a chance to regain the third elder's favor, he was no longer afraid of offending Zhang Qianrang. Even intending to use the third elder to teach Zhang Qianrang a lesson by deliberately misstepping, the third elder was displeased but, in an effort to appear magnanimous, waved off Qianhe's interruption and got straight to the point. "Very well, let us drop the formalities. I hear you encountered the bone python?" "That is indeed the case." Zhang Qianrang hesitated before responding. "I urgently require the bone python. Here's the deal. Tell me where it is located, and you can work for me. No one will dare to bully you while you carry my name." Upon receiving confirmation, the third elder sighed with relief and casually instructed, "I don't dare to presume to be your equal, but this bone python is of great use to me as well. Perhaps you could share some spiritual materials for refining tool bases?" Zhang Qianrang hesitated but diplomatically replied, "Well, it depends on what you can offer in return." "You dare to negotiate with the third elder over a mere piece of information?" Qianhe immediately jumped in, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Qianrang. The third elder's expression darkened, and he did not intervene as Qianhe continued. This fellow dared to discuss terms with him without recognizing his status. To put it bluntly, the third elder had never paid for anything, even at the Yichun courtyard. "Well then, since the bone python is of use to you, I shall share the information. I encountered this beast at Qingyang Mountain." Zhang Qianrang, sensing the elder's anger, hastily revealed the location of the bone python. He described a valley with a cold pool and even sketched a map for clarity. Seeing Zhang Qianrang's compliance, the third elder chose not to explode with anger, merely gesturing for him to leave. After Zhang Qianrang departed, the third elder promptly instructed Qianhe, "Go gather a team and prepare. We shall set out tomorrow to slay the bone python. Remember, this must remain confidential. If any information leaks, I will take your life." "Rest assured, third elder." Qianhe quickly assented. Meanwhile, after leaving, Zhang Qianrang showed no signs of panic on his face. His previous demeanor had been an act intended to mitigate complications. Individuals like the third elder despise seeing anyone maintain their composure in their presence, feeling compelled to suppress them. He had no desire to invite such trouble and preferred to feign humility for the time being. Some might consider this cowardly, but he deemed it wise. A person of Zen disposition would never be overly competitive. As for any potential losses, Zhang Qianrang was unperturbed, for he possessed a system. According to the system's principles, the bone python represented a definite opportunity for him. Should anyone attempt to seize it, a fair exchange was the only outcome. In truth, he genuinely intended to sell this information, never contemplating exploiting the system to deceive anyone, including the third elder. Despite his notorious reputation, as long as he did not provoke Zhang Qianrang, he had no intention of punishing evildoers or enacting justice. Zhang Qianrang had thoroughly studied the workings of this system, understanding that its principle of fair exchange only applied to acts of coercion, deceit, and other unfair behaviors against him, while it did not affect transactions of equivalent value. Zhang Qianrang held this in high regard. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would find it difficult to engage in normal transactions with others in the future. Thus, he granted Qiansan an opportunity to provide some materials in exchange for this information, which was essentially a fair trade. Unfortunately, Qiansan, accustomed to his domineering ways, failed to appreciate the gesture. Consequently, there was little Zhang Qianrang could do. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. He could only leave everything to the system for judgment. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Qianrang allowed himself to eat before he commenced his practice of the water ghost river patrol technique. He intended to first master the incantation and hand gestures before venturing into the water to practice the coordination of his magical power, thus completing the final step of casting the spell. As Zhang Qianrang diligently practiced, he encountered the challenges inherent in mastering this technique. The incantation was exceedingly convoluted, employing obscure characters and requiring a specific rhythm. Any deviation was unacceptable, rendering it quite difficult. The hand gestures were even more challenging, bordering on the inhumane. Some movements were so complex that he had to use one hand to manipulate his fingers into position. However, the hand gestures were meant to be executed independently, without assistance. After several fruitless attempts, Zhang Qianrang, with some embarrassment, sought advice from his senior disciples. There were quite a few senior disciples in the Qi refinement phase at the miscellaneous disciples' hall, but after inquiring, he discovered that few were studying spells. Most prioritized the enhancement of their cultivation levels to ascend to the outer sect as swiftly as possible, opting for pills or materials for refining weapons as rewards for completing their initial mandatory tasks. Among the few who studied spells, most favored techniques like water arrow, water shield, and fireball, neglecting the water ghost river patrol technique entirely. Nevertheless, Zhang Qianrang was keen to learn from their experiences, finding value in any knowledge pertaining to spell cultivation. One senior disciple informed him that the water ghost river patrol technique was reputedly inspired by the water ghosts themselves and was notoriously difficult to master. For instance, while the hand gestures for low-tier spells such as water arrow were manageable for an average person, the water ghost river patrol technique was not. It was said that to master the hand gestures of this spell, one must train their hands to automatically fold their fingers backward against the back of their hand. Thus, learning from other spells would not be particularly beneficial. This high level of difficulty was also a reason why few miscellaneous disciples chose to pursue the water ghost river patrol technique. Generally, it was only outer sect disciples who began to consider its practice. Regarding water battles, the disciple elaborated that miscellaneous disciples typically avoided entering the water whenever possible, preferring to lure aquatic monsters ashore or attract them to the bank. If all else failed, they would resort to sturdy boats and cannons. Should that still prove ineffective, they would quickly seek assistance from elders or experts. Zhang Qianrang wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective, yet remained resolute in his pursuit of the water ghost river patrol technique. After all, the circumstances of a water battle were not always within one's control, such as unexpected falls into water or jumping in to escape danger. The water ghost river patrol technique was invaluable in such scenarios. After consulting with the senior disciples, Zhang Qianrang felt somewhat disheartened by the scant information he had received. However, he soon regained his composure, recognizing that while the technique was difficult, it was not insurmountable. If it required extra effort, so be it. Due to the formidable nature of the hand gestures, Zhang Qianrang decided to focus solely on practicing the incantation while simultaneously training his fingers to bend backward. He would tackle the hand gestures once he had fully mastered the flexibility of his fingers. Before long, he successfully pronounced the incantation, but his speed was woefully inadequate. taking nearly a quarter of an hour to recite it. At this pace, he would have drowned long before completing the spell. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, determined to practice gradually, confident that he would eventually achieve swiftness in his recitation. In the following days, aside from practicing the incantation and hand gestures, he also ventured to the lake to refine his swimming skills. To facilitate this, he invested in a medicinal ointment to repel leeches and other aquatic pests, applying it to ensure they would not approach him. For 3 consecutive days, he managed to reduce his recitation time to a third of a quarter of an hour. While this seemed like significant progress, he found that reducing the time further became increasingly challenging. To meet the demands of combat, he needed to shorten his recitation to within 10 breaths, though he had no idea how long that would take. As for the flexibility of his fingers, progress was minimal, as it required changes to bones, muscles, and tendons, not something that could be achieved in a short time. One morning, Zhang Qianrang sat cross-legged on his bed, muttering the incantation while simultaneously manipulating his fingers backward. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as the system interface appeared once more, revealing new text. The master will grant the opportunity of the small enlightenment pill to Qiansan, facilitating a fair exchange for the opportunity to comprehend spells. Small enlightenment pill. Isn't the bone python primarily utilized for enhancing the water spirit fork? How does it relate to the small enlightenment pill? Faced with this exchange, Zhang Qianrang felt perplexed, struggling to comprehend the system's judgment mechanism. However, as a person of a philosophical disposition, he chose not to dwell on matters he could not understand. Instead, he quickly set aside his puzzlement and redirected his attention to the small enlightenment pill. What a fortuitous turn of events! Zhang Qianrang rejoiced. The small enlightenment pill was a special elixir designed to assist low-tier cultivators in comprehending and learning spells. Consuming it would increase the speed of spell cultivation for a month. However, the small enlightenment pill was challenging to concoct, scarce in quantity, and exorbitantly priced, beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. He could scarcely afford it. Now, burdened with the difficulties of mastering the water ghost river patrol technique, the assistance of the small enlightenment pill would undoubtedly accelerate his progress in mastering this spell. Extract. Zhang Qianrang silently commanded. Buzzing sounds filled his mind as a stream of clarity flowed into his consciousness, revealing profound insights into the cultivation of the water ghost river patrol technique. Moments later, the flow ceased, and Zhang Qianrang sensed that he had fully grasped the spell. He opened his mouth and swiftly recited the incantation. With a mere thought, his internal magical energy seamlessly aligned with the spell. Even the hand gestures came effortlessly to him. His hands became incredibly nimble, able to execute various complex movements. Wait a moment. Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of doubt. He had studied the information about the small enlightenment pill. Consuming it typically enhanced one's comprehension, allowing a cultivator to learn a spell that would normally take a year to master in just 3 months. However, instant mastery was not possible. Yet, it seemed he had instantaneously learned and mastered the water ghost river patrol technique. This was not right. Zhang Qianrang scrutinized the system prompt again, and suddenly he understood. While he had indeed relinquished the opportunity for the small enlightenment pill, what he had gained was the chance to comprehend the spell directly from another, meaning he had effectively acquired their cultivation results. Indeed, it had not disappointed him. Zhang Qianrang rejoiced. Consuming the small enlightenment pill might not guarantee success, but he had succeeded directly. Chapter 11. You were destined to fail. I have achieved minor success in spellcasting in a secluded valley by the waters of Qingyang Mountain. A gigantic white python lay lifeless, its head pierced by a long, double-pronged fork, emanating faint wisps of black mist. Standing nearby were 5 or 6 individuals, with Qiansan at the forefront. At that moment, Qiansan could barely contain his delight, exclaiming, "Excellent, Qianhe. Who would dare to call you a harbinger of disaster now? You are my lucky star. Haha. You shall be generously rewarded upon our return." "Thank you, third master, for your generous bestowal. It is my honor to serve you," Qianhe replied, bowing and smiling profusely. Qiansan subsequently retrieved a palm-sized black bag, carefully aligning its opening towards the python, and summoned his magical powers. A beam of white light emanated from the bag, enveloping the massive python, which was then drawn into the small pouch. Qianhe and the others looked on with envy. This remarkable item was a renowned storage bag from the realm of cultivation. Though it appeared diminutive, it contained an expansive space within. It could store a plethora of items while ensuring that spiritual herbs and fresh meat remained unspoiled, making it an essential treasure for cultivators both at home and in their ventures. Unfortunately, the cost of such a storage bag was exorbitant, far beyond the means of these lesser cultivators. "Let us depart." Qiansan secured the storage bag and waved his hand, leading the group away. That afternoon, upon returning to the sect, Qianrang first rewarded his subordinates before dismissing them. He then hurriedly made his way towards the central region of Huanghu Island. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the foot of a towering mountain known as Huanghu Mountain, the heart of Huanghu Island and the location of the island's spiritual veins. The higher echelons of Sanxian Temple were situated atop this mountain. At the mountain's base, lush trees flourished, and one could see exquisite residences scattered throughout the woods, which housed the inner disciples. Qianrang bypassed this area directly, ascending the mountain along the path. Upon encountering an inspection, he presented a green wooden token to gain passage, ultimately arriving at an elegant courtyard halfway up the mountain. This courtyard, though not expansive, was adorned with intricate carvings, exuding a sense of luxury. Within the courtyard, pavilions and towers could be seen, alongside a pond filled with lotus flowers. The spiritual energy in this area was far more concentrated than that at the base, where the outer disciples resided. This was the dwelling place of the temple's higher-ups and true disciples. Continuing upward led to the highest echelon of the sect. Qianrang approached and knocked on the door, and an elderly steward came to answer. Upon recognizing him, the steward smiled. "Third young master has arrived." "Indeed. Uncle Lin, is my great-uncle here?" Qianrang completely retracted the arrogance he displayed outside, inquiring respectfully. His great-uncle was an elder of the temple, and he dared not act impudently here, always adopting a demure demeanor. "The master is in the study." "Third young master, please follow me," Uncle Lin replied. The two proceeded to the study, where an emaciated old man was painting at a table. They dared not speak, waiting respectfully outside the door. After some time, the old man completed his painting and said in a deep voice, "Tian Ba has come. Enter." "Yes." Qianrang respectfully stepped inside as Uncle Lin took his leave. The old man's Dharma name was Xian Ming, and his secular name was Zhao Qianquan, an elder of Sanxian Temple. Qianrang, too, had a Dharma name, Zhao Tianba, and both were members of the prominent Zhao family of Huanghu County. "What trouble have you stirred up now? Speak." Xian Ming glared at Qianrang, inquiring. "Great uncle, how can you say that? What trouble could I possibly cause? I have come today to present a treasure and wish to ask for your insight." Qianrang hastily replied with a grin. "What treasure could you possibly have?" Xian Ming scoffed. "Great uncle, please take a look." As Qianrang spoke, he produced the storage bag and released the python's corpse. "Isn't this just a skeletal python?" "Wait, it's not just any skeletal python. This is a semi-ghostified skeletal python, with its bones harboring both demon and ghostly energies, and its grade is sufficient." "You've had quite the fortune." Xian Ming initially dismissed it, but soon recognized its significance, exclaiming in surprise. "Thanks to you, great uncle. The water ghost river technique is exceedingly difficult to practice. I'm still at the entry level, and it may take me another year to achieve minor success. With the small enlightenment pill, 3 months would suffice." Qianrang beamed. "You clever boy. Very well. With this, you may catch up in time for the opening of the Water Mansion's secret realm in 5 months. Come back in 10 days to collect the pill." Xian Ming waved his sleeve, accepting the ghostified skeletal python with a smile. "Thank you, great uncle." Qianrang's face lit up with joy. "Now be off with you." At a secluded lakeside, Zhang Qianrang formed hand seals, muttering incantations as magical energy surged within him. After a brief 10 breaths, a peculiar wave of energy coursed through him, consuming a third of my magical power. Zhang Qianrang calculated in his mind. He then leaped into the water, slipping beneath the surface soundlessly, without even a ripple, like a shadow submerging into the depths. Upon entering the water, Zhang Qianrang immediately sensed a difference. Previously, he could swim as a human, but now, he felt more like a fish. He floated effortlessly, suspended in the water without sinking. A gentle twist of his body propelled him forward, as if the currents themselves were pushing him, allowing him to dart several meters ahead and execute various agile maneuvers without hindrance, even engaging in underwater combat with ease. Moreover, his vision underwater improved significantly, enabling him to see greater distances. His senses heightened. He could detect the slightest changes in the surrounding currents. Within a few meters, he could discern where large fish swam, where hidden currents churned, and where substantial rocks lay, all without needing to look. Additionally, he felt no need to breathe, nor did he experience any discomfort. The water ghost river technique was indeed extraordinary. Zhang Qianrang rejoiced, occasionally darting like a fish through the lake, and at other times, brandishing his self-created martial arts with ferocity, resembling a dragon of the river, startling fish, shrimp, and crabs into panicked flight. After a quarter of an hour, he noticed his magical power beginning to wane, indicating that the duration of the spell was nearing its end. Casting the spell once allowed him to sustain it for a quarter of an hour. Once that time elapsed, he could still expend his remaining magical power to uphold the technique. Zhang Qianrang calculated that he could maintain the water ghost river technique for roughly 4/4 of an hour with his remaining magical power. Considering that he would not expend all his power in battle, the effective duration would be even shorter. This was a detail he needed to keep in mind. With a sudden leap, he seized a large red-tailed carp from a patch of aquatic weeds, then swam towards the shore. The carp was nearly half his height and weighed around 20 to 30 pounds, thrashing vigorously. Yet, his strength surpassed the fish's, and he held it tightly without any effect on his form. With a splash, he burst from the water, clutching the carp and walking ashore. The lake wind chilled him to the bone. This spell could not evade water. He needed to prepare waterproof wrappings to prevent any water-sensitive items from being damaged. He noted another precaution. Zhang Qianrang brought the carp home, spent a little money to have the kitchen stew it, and enjoyed a hearty meal before retiring early. After a day of practicing the water ghost river technique, his magical power was depleted, and he felt utterly fatigued. A few days later, early one morning, Zhang Qianrang arrived at the External Affairs Hall. "Master Uncle." He greeted Ming Xian with a bow. "What is it?" Ming Xian remained succinct. "I wish to see next month's compulsory tasks," Zhang Qianrang replied. Since he had already completed the compulsory task at the end of last month, it was now early in the new month, and the compulsory tasks for this month had been released. Ming Xian flipped through some papers and produced an envelope to hand over to him. Zhang Qianrang accepted it, but hesitated, not leaving just yet. "Is there anything else?" Ming Xian inquired. The disciple harbored some doubts regarding the cultivation of spells and inquired if he might seek guidance from his senior. Zhang Qianrang responded. "I have one question," Ming Xin said casually. "May I ask, how does one assess the levels of proficiency in the river ghost patrol technique?" Zhang Qianrang, not dismissing the inquiry, was content to answer a single question. Ming Xin glanced over expressionlessly and explained, "Successfully casting it indicates entry level. Mastering it within 20 breaths signifies minor success. Executing it swiftly within 5 breaths marks substantial achievement, and flawlessly performing it within a single breath without the need for incantations or gestures denotes perfection." After speaking, he closed his eyes, choosing not to engage further, feeling a diminished fondness for Zhang Qianrang. It was a fine opportunity, yet he had squandered it by asking such trivial questions. Moreover, given the difficulty of the river ghost patrol technique, what progress could one expect in just a few days? Such individuals, with their lofty aspirations, were hardly worthy of attention. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Zhang Qianrang bowed respectfully, turning to leave with a sense of delight. Although the question was simple, it clarified his standing in the river ghost patrol technique, identifying him as an adept among those with minor success, with substantial achievement within reach. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Qianrang opened the task envelope, his lips twitching slightly. The latest mandatory task was evidently one of slaying demons and eliminating monsters. Reports indicated that in the section of Heishui River near Yugu Mountain, monstrous beings were causing havoc, capsizing passing vessels and claiming lives, thereby obstructing navigation. Consequently, the sect dispatched an outer disciple to lead a team comprising 5 servant disciples to eradicate these creatures. The envelope contained further intelligence regarding the monsters, suggesting they were likely fish demons, several meters in length, with tough bodies capable of smashing the hulls of large ships, leading to their sinking. The departure was scheduled for 3 days hence. Zhang Qianrang could hardly believe how swiftly such matters unfolded, pondering the source of so many demons and monsters. He sighed ruefully. These demon-slaying missions were ones he preferred to avoid due to the inherent dangers they posed. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. It was prudent to prepare early. He felt a twinge of relief, grateful that he had acquired the river ghost patrol technique, which would significantly enhance his safety during this demon extermination endeavor. Chapter 12. The bullet strikes the bird that sticks its head out. The crowing of roosters shattered the stillness of the night, heralding the break of dawn in the eastern sky. Within the room, a flickering glow briefly illuminated the space. The blanket on the bed was tossed aside, revealing Zhang Qianrang seated upright, gripping a trident in his hands, which radiated a faint aura of dissipating magical energy. "My cultivation speed remains somewhat sluggish," he lamented, opening his eyes with a sigh. In recent days, he had diligently trained to prepare for the various tasks ahead and to enhance his own prowess. Yet, the rate of his advancement was far from satisfactory. Although his water trident had undergone refinement, improving his cultivation efficiency, his foundational skills were still too weak. Even a doubling of his efforts felt painfully slow. It was evident that he needed to devise a means to accelerate his training. He reflected on the 3 primary methods to enhance his cultivation speed. The first was to further elevate the quality of his water trident. However, upgrading it would transition it from a mere tool to a genuine magical artifact, necessitating rare materials that were currently beyond his reach. In the 3 Immortals sect, Only outer disciples considered the secondary refinement of their tools. The second method involved cultivating in areas rich in spiritual energy, such as the outer disciple zones. Regrettably, his status was insufficient for that. The third option was to utilize external aids, such as spiritual herbs or elixirs, which could assist in cultivation and enhance efficiency. The sect possessed a minor water spirit pill that, if consumed, could improve the efficacy of water attribute cultivation by 30% for a month. However, it was prohibitively expensive. Calculating his options, Zhang Qianrang concluded that to enhance his training speed, he would need to contribute more to the sect through tasks, earning rewards to exchange for cultivation resources. What a brilliant system, he mused, admiring the three immortals' sect structure. The disciples were like donkeys, driven to run by the carrot dangled before them, incentivized to strive without the need for coercion. Indeed, one must not dwell too much on personal concerns, lest they be led astray. Shaking his head, he rose to prepare. Today marked the day of the mandatory task's departure, and he needed to gather at the southern dock without delay. At the southern dock of Huanghu Island, the leading outer disciple had yet to arrive, but the 5 servant disciples were already present. Zhang Qianrang observed the 4 unfamiliar servant disciples, 3 men and 1 woman, who appeared to be strangers. However, the servant hall on Huanghu Island was not singular, but rather multiple locations scattered around the island's periphery, making it unsurprising that he did not recognize them. Although they were fellow disciples on the same mission, there was no inclination towards camaraderie. Instead, a subtle air of detachment and wariness prevailed. In such tasks, the outer disciples served as the main force, while the servant disciples were mere fodder or bait, each hoping that the others would attract the monsters first, thereby increasing their own chances of survival. Thus, a competitive, life-and-death relationship existed among them, making it unlikely for any genuine bond to form. Those who attempted to ingratiate themselves during such perilous moments were best avoided, as they surely harbored ulterior motives. Suddenly, a resounding splash disrupted their wait. The water erupted nearby, and a towering figure burst forth from the depths. This individual, with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, adorned with a thick beard and dark skin, wielded a 2-meter-long trident, charging towards the shore with an imposing presence and bare chest revealing solid muscles. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his lower body remained submerged in water, yet did not touch the bottom, gliding along like a water deity. The others were momentarily stupefied. Who was this remarkable figure? Only Zhang Qianrang's lips curled slightly in a suppressed smile. His river ghost patrol technique had already reached a level of minor success. Thus, he recognized that the man was employing the very technique he had mastered. He could perform similarly, though he knew that such a display was more for show than practical combat, as the technique excelled in underwater confrontations. As Zhang Qianrang's gaze swept over the group, he noticed that one particularly stout and dark servant disciple appeared not merely astonished, but genuinely terrified, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Something was amiss. He quickly turned his attention back to the approaching figure. "Ha! I am Qiansha, and I apologize for keeping you all waiting," the man exclaimed, arriving at the shore with a broad smile, exuding warmth. "Not at all. We have just arrived as well. I am Qianfu, paying my respects to senior brother Qiansha." A tall, thin servant disciple quickly interjected with a sycophantic grin. Servant disciples undertaking such dangerous tasks were eager to cultivate a good relationship with the leading outer brother, hoping to avoid being the first to face danger. "Qianshuan pays respects to brother. Qianwang pays respects to brother." The others chimed in, hastily offering their greetings. "Qianrang pays respects to brother Qiansha." Zhang Qianrang followed suit, only to inadvertently draw Qiansha's attention. "You are the disciple who refined your own tool, Qianrang? What a fine young man indeed. With your assistance, this mission shall surely be a breeze," Qiansha exclaimed, enthusiastically clapping Zhang Qianrang on the shoulder, laughing heartily. The other servant disciples looked on in astonishment. Although they hailed from different servant halls, they had heard quite a bit about Zhang Qianrang's self-forged instrument core in recent days. "You flatter me, senior brother." "It was merely luck," Zhang Qianrang replied hastily. However, a sense of foreboding gripped him. Standing out at this moment was hardly advantageous. He discreetly observed the hefty man, who seemed to exhale a sigh of relief upon seeing him. "Ha! Junior brother Qianrang is quite modest," chuckled Qiansha. "All right, everyone aboard. We shall depart shortly." With a smile, Qiansha led the way onto a large vessel. Soon, the ship set sail towards the south. The ship was spacious, equipped with rooms for rest. Upon boarding, Qiansha promptly retreated to his room, showing no desire for conversation with the other servant disciples. The rest also sought their own quarters, deeming dialogue unnecessary. Zhang Qianrang sat on the bed in his room, pondering the hefty man's reaction he had witnessed earlier. It was evident that this individual recognized Qianrang and knew something, for the fear he displayed upon encountering Qianrang was unmistakable. Zhang Qianrang surmised that the source of this fear likely stemmed from the high casualty rate of servant disciples accompanying this man on tasks, much like Qiansan, who had earned a notorious reputation among servant disciples. Yet, this was not his primary concern. What truly troubled him was the impression that Qianrang seemed to have set his sights on him. Although Qianrang had lavished him with praise during their meeting, Zhang Qianrang sensed an inexplicable malice emanating from him. Additionally, the hefty man's relieved reaction only deepened his suspicion. With Qianrang's attention on him, the safety of others was naturally enhanced. Being too outstanding can be a double-edged sword, Zhang Qianrang mused inwardly. He had initially intended to remain inconspicuous, hoping to navigate the waters discreetly and garner some merit. But it appeared that achieving such an aim would not be as simple as he had hoped. Since news of his self-forged instrument core had spread, not only had numerous servant disciples recognized him, but many outer disciples were now aware of his existence as well. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is surely destined to be felled by the wind. Among these individuals, many would undoubtedly wish for his demise to eliminate a competitor. After much contemplation, he found no viable solutions. Withdrawing from the task was not an option. He could only remain vigilant and adapt to circumstances as they arose. By afternoon, the grand vessel slowly approached the shore. In the distance loomed a towering city, Huanghu County. The other servant disciples gasped in awe, seemingly experiencing their first sight of a county city. Zhang Qianrang too beheld the county for the first time. However, having been accustomed to towering skyscrapers in his previous life, he found little astonishment in the humble county. Let us disembark and spend the night in the county. We shall set out for Fishbone Mountain by land at dawn, Qianrang instructed before leaping off the ship, with the others following suit. At the dock, several individuals awaited their arrival, hastening to greet Qianrang. "Haha, senior brother Qianrang, it's been too long. I've missed you dearly," exclaimed the foremost individual, a plump Taoist clad in a purple robe and adorned with a golden crown, who approached Qianrang with a beaming smile. This man was Lin Delu, the steward dispatched by the Sanxian Temple to oversee secular affairs in the county. Originally, he bore a Taoist title, but upon returning to the secular world, he resumed his layman's name. The spiritual energy in the secular realm was sparse, hindering cultivation, yet it offered an abundance of wealth and luxury. Many disciples who felt their prospects in cultivation were bleak willingly took on secular roles for their sect. Lin Delu was one such individual. "Haha, junior brother Lin. You've been doing well, I see. You've gained some weight." Qianrang responded warmly, patting the plump Taoist on the shoulder. "Please excuse my appearance. Come, senior brother. I've arranged a banquet at Qingfeng Tower to welcome you," Lin Delu replied. Agreed, Qianrang nodded, and the group boarded several horse-drawn carriages towards the county city. The carriages halted before a lavish tavern, where Qianrang and the plump Taoist ascended to an upper room, while Zhang Qianrang and the others remained below in a private chamber accompanied by other Taoists. The accompanying Taoists were quite talkative, persistently urging drinks to enliven the atmosphere. However, the prospects of the several expendable disciples were uncertain. They lacked the spirit to indulge in revelry, remaining ever vigilant amongst themselves, resulting in a rather awkward ambience. At that moment, in the upper room, only Qianrang and the plump Taoist shared drinks. "Junior brother, how is the preparation for that matter progressing?" Qianrang inquired softly after taking a sip. The plump Taoist, upon hearing this, cautiously glanced around, then produced a spiritual talisman. Channeling his power, he ignited the talisman, and a faint ripple passed through the air. "A sound-dampening talisman? You remain as cautious as ever," Qianrang said with a hearty laugh. "Better to be careful. That matter is ready. We are just waiting for you to bring the team," the plump Taoist replied. A flicker of concern crossed his face. "This time, we have someone with a self-forged instrument core. I've heard it has attracted the attention of Elder Xuanha. Will there be no issues?" "Haha, fret not. He is merely a servant. What if he has a self-forged instrument core? If he dies, it will be over and done with. Elder Xuanha cannot be overly concerned about it," Qianrang dismissed with disdain. "Very well then. After this, that item should be nearing maturity," the plump Taoist nodded, his expression turning fervent. "Indeed, at that point, you and I can look forward to our intersect positions," Qianrang replied, his face equally animated. Chapter 13, Conspiracy that evening. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Qianrang gathered them. He proclaimed that the fish demon was most active at night and that they would set out to slay it that very night. Subsequently, they boarded the large vessel heading towards the river section of Fishbone Mountain, accompanied by Lin Delu and 2 other Taoists for support. Zhang Qianrang sat within his quarters, meticulously polishing his dual-pronged fork. He felt a twinge of doubt regarding the upcoming operation. Why must they confront an unknown fish demon at night? In the dark, visibility was poor, and the demon could lurk beneath the water, turning the crew into sitting ducks. Should they fall into the water, they would be utterly helpless and face certain doom. Although Qianxia had explained that the fish demon preferred nighttime activity, making it easier to lure and slay, the task description indicated that the demon frequently ambushed fleets during the day as well. Daytime would suffice to draw it out, albeit with a bit more time required. Furthermore, visibility was superior during the day, allowing for early detection of the demon. Regardless of how one viewed it, daytime operations were far more advantageous than nighttime ones. Yet Qianxia insisted on proceeding at night. His motives are not pure, Zhang Qianrang lamented inwardly. What a predicament! Encountering such characters and circumstances on only my second task. It was no wonder that mandated missions often resulted in high casualties. Natural disasters paled in comparison to man-made calamities. We're almost there, everyone come out. A voice called from outside. Zhang Qianrang glanced out the window, seeing only the flickering torches illuminating the ship, with the rest shrouded in darkness. With a flourish, he channeled his power, causing his water spirit fork to suddenly expand into a formidable spear measuring 1.5 meters. The prongs gleamed with a chilling light. Exceptionally sharp. Although the water spirit fork was merely an instrument core, it possessed certain otherworldly attributes, one of which was its ability to change size. Typically, it could transform into a smaller fork for ease of transport and concealment, but during combat, it could morph into a larger form advantageous for battle. This Taoist treasure is quite sharp. Zhang Qianrang chuckled softly, retracting his power and reducing the fork to a more manageable length of around 2.5 feet. He promptly rose from his bed, grasping the water spirit fork, and ventured outside. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed that Qianxia, Lindalu, and others were already awaiting him. Neither Qianxia nor the others brandished weapons, but behind Lindalu stood 2 disciples, one wielding a water spirit fork and the other a fire-tipped spear. Zhang Qianrang recognized the fire-tipped spear, which was utilized by disciples practicing the fire spirit refinement technique at the Sanxian Temple. This disciple evidently possessed a fire spirit root and practiced the fire spirit refinement method. The other 4 miscellaneous disciples emerged as well, each holding their respective weapon prototypes. With combat imminent, having weapons in hand provided not only convenience, but also a semblance of security. Among the 4, the stout man and another each held a small copper hammer, which served as the earth spirit refinement tool known as the shaking hammer. The sole female disciple brandished a golden short sword, a prototype of the metal spirit refinement method dubbed the golden spirit sword. The lanky disciple named Qianfu possessed a somewhat peculiar prototype, a blue wooden cauldron from which rustling noises emanated, seemingly containing insects. This was a prototype of the wood spirit refinement method known as the divine wood cauldron, which, unlike other weapon prototypes meant for direct combat, could cultivate serpents, insects, and poisons. The spiritual root attributes of the arriving disciples were quite comprehensive, Zhang Qianrang mused. The spiritual root attributes primarily encompass the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with other rare spiritual roots being less common. This batch of disciples, along with the 2 Taoist disciples, effectively represented all 5 elemental roots. With everyone gathered, Qianxia's expression grew stern as he surveyed the group, his gaze imbued with a ferocity that starkly contrasted with his earlier jovial demeanor. As he scanned the crowd, they lowered their heads in silence, intimidated by his presence. Upon reaching their destination, he instructed, "Your task is to board the small boat to lure the fish demons into revealing themselves and engage with them, creating an opportunity for me to deliver a decisive blow." Qianxia's words were cold and unfeeling, showing no regard for the safety of the miscellaneous disciples. As he spoke, a boatman lowered the small vessel into the water. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in width, navigating this small craft through the tumultuous current posed a significant risk. Yet they were expected to use it to attract and entangle the fish demons. A chill of dread crept into the hearts of the miscellaneous disciples. Was this not tantamount to sending them to their demise? However, they found themselves unable to refuse, instead praying that the fish demons would overlook them. Before long, the large vessel made a sweeping turn, entering a new stretch of river. Towering cliffs loomed ominously on either side, and the water rushed with an unmistakable ferocity, producing a thunderous roar. "We have arrived. You may disembark," Qianxia commanded coldly, directing a glance at the group. Zhang Qianrang and the others dared not disobey. Approaching the edge of the ship and leaping onto the small boat, Qianxia severed the tether, and the small vessel was immediately swept forward by the current. The 5 quickly steadied themselves, striving to maintain balance and prevent the small boat from capsizing. The larger ship followed closely behind, ensuring the small vessel remained illuminated by the torch's glow. "Fear not. With us here, the fish demons shall perish upon their emergence," Qianrang proclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a 2-meter-long double-pronged fork. The fork shimmered with flowing light, 3 water-like symbols faintly visible, emanating a powerful aura that instilled fear. An artifact. Zhang Qianrang turned to look, his eyes narrowing. The water spirit fork contained a single symbol inherently, and with each refinement, an additional symbol would be added. After 2 refinements, it would transform from a mere prototype into a low-tier artifact, experiencing a qualitative leap in power. Qianrang's water spirit fork bore 3 symbols, indicating it had undergone 2 refinements, making it a genuine low-tier artifact. At that moment, Lindalu also revealed a 1.5-meter-long fire-tipped spear, which flickered with flames. The spearhead's red tassels ignited into a blazing fire, with 3 fire symbols subtly discernible within the flames, another low-tier artifact. Observing this, the miscellaneous disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them. Low-tier artifacts symbolized strength, and not every outer sect disciple possessed one. Many were unable to complete the second refinement due to the difficulty in gathering materials. The fact that both of these senior brothers wielded artifacts indicated their formidable prowess, which would, in turn, provide greater assurance of their safety. However, Zhang Qianrang felt otherwise. Various signs suggested that Qianrang's motives for exterminating the demons were not entirely altruistic. His power could spell either fortune or calamity for them. Just at that moment, an unexpected surge of energy rushed toward them from the distance, fierce and violent. "The fish demon has appeared," exclaimed the lanky disciple, Qianfu, his face lighting up with excitement. The other disciples sighed in relief, perceiving the fish demon's aura to be comparable to that of a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator. Although it was stronger than the miscellaneous disciples, it paled in comparison to Qianrang's prowess. Surely, Qianrang would swiftly dispatch it, ensuring their safety. Yet, Zhang Qianrang remained skeptical. If it were merely the fish demon, he would not be concerned. However, he feared the presence of hidden dangers. With this thought, he stealthily glanced back, observing Qianrang and Lindalu smirking at them, yet making no move to prepare for action. There was indeed something amiss. A sense of foreboding filled Zhang Qianrang as he realized that the fish demon's approach was being met with indifference, as if they were merely watching the miscellaneous disciples face their doom. Sure enough, the fish demon swiftly closed in, encircling them as it swam and revealing a massive black silhouette in the water. The mere sight of its back was several meters long, a truly colossal creature. Meanwhile, Qianrang and Lindalu still showed no inclination to strike. Panic ensued among the 5 miscellaneous disciples on the small boat as they cried out for their seniors to save them, each activating their weapons in preparation to confront the fish demon. The demon circled once before charging at the small boat. "Get away from me!" The miscellaneous disciples screamed in terror, raising their weapons to strike at the fish demon. Boom! Their strikes met only empty air, sending a spray of water flying, while the fish demon vanished from sight. "Be careful! It's beneath the boat." As they sensed the overwhelming aura of the demon approaching from below, they barely had time to shout before the entire small vessel was struck. With a resounding crash, the small boat splintered into pieces, and the disciples were thrown into the water. A strange cry echoed from the depths, and a shadow leaped high, aiming to bite down on one of them. This was a monstrous fish, its head enormous, constituting about 1/3 of its body, covered in glimmering scales. Its gaping maw, large enough to resemble a doorway, was lined with razor-sharp teeth. If it were to bite down, it could easily tear a person apart. "Beast, you seek death," came a thunderous shout. Qianrang raised the water spirit fork high and hurled it forward. Whoosh! The water spirit fork gleamed, slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, striking the shadow. Boom! The shadow was struck by an immense force, its massive body propelled sideways and crashing into the water. The disciple narrowly escaped the fish's jaws, plunging into the water in a state of shock. The miscellaneous disciples struggled in the turbulent waters, yet a wave of relief washed over them. The fish demon had been slain. They were safe. However, no one noticed that one among them was now missing. "Senior brother, save me." A call rang out towards the great ship. Qianrang, bare-chested and wielding a double-pronged fork, leaped into the river, swiftly gliding through the water to reach one of his disciples. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving me," the disciple exclaimed with palpable relief, immediately expressing his gratitude. Without a word, Qianrang delivered a punch to the man's head, rendering him unconscious. He then charged towards the second individual. Terrified, the man attempted to flee with frantic strokes, but how could he escape the grasp of Qianrang, who had mastered the river ghost technique? Soon enough, all 4 were knocked out and brought back aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, only Lindalu remained standing on the ship. The 2 disciples he had brought were also sprawled unconscious on the ground, and several of the crew had been killed. Senior brother, we are one short. Lin Delu remarked anxiously upon noticing there were only 4. The missing one must have been swept away by the current due to poor swimming skills. I will search for him again, Qianrang replied, casting down the 4 and diving once more into the river. After a considerable time, he returned, dragging a massive fish demon's corpse, yet still no sign of the other individual. Where is he? Lin Delu inquired urgently. I couldn't find him. I don't know where he got swept off to. It's unfortunate that this beast lost control. I had no choice but to kill it. Otherwise, finding that person would have been a simple task. Qianrang shook his head. He hasn't escaped, has he? If he informs the temple, we will be in grave danger. Lin Delu expressed with concern. If the truth comes to light, they will have no place to bury us, he added. Do not worry, even if he returns alive. What can he do? I sensed no one around me while I was in the water. He knows nothing, and can only claim I used them as bait. What can he do against me? Qianrang replied dismissively. Lin Delu still felt uneasy, but there was little they could do now. Let us go, the matter grows serious. Qianrang said. Chapter 14, Reporting Splash. At a tranquil riverside, a head emerged from the water, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Seeing no one nearby, the individual climbed ashore. Damn it. Qianrang is too ruthless, Zhang Qianrang muttered, sitting down on the ground, feeling a pang of fear as he glanced back at the darkening river. Previously, he had suspected Qianrang of conspiring against them and had taken precautions. Thus, when the small boat was shattered by the fish demon and everyone fell into the water, he seized the opportunity to sink beneath the surface and secretly employ the river ghost technique to make his escape. This technique produced minimal disturbances and was masked by the aura of the fish demon, allowing Qianrang and his companion to remain oblivious. He then took the chance to flee, evading their perception. However, from a distance, using the light from the large ship, he observed the actions of Qianrang and Lin Delu. Though unaware of their motives for capturing disciples from the temple, he understood that these disciples were in grave danger. Qianrang and his companion had committed a serious transgression by seizing fellow disciples, and they would undoubtedly not allow them to return alive to report the incident. Instead of following them to investigate further, Zhang Qianrang decided to bypass the large ship and escape in the direction he came from. He had no intention of being overly curious. As a cautious individual, it was his instinct to avoid danger. With his low cultivation, tracking the two would only lead to his own demise. Furthermore, Qianrang was also proficient in the river ghost technique. Escaping from him would be a challenge. Moreover, his current predicament was perilous. As the sole eyewitness, it was certain that Qianrang and his companion would pursue him relentlessly to prevent him from returning to the Sanxian temple. Thus, his only objective was to reach the temple before they could react. Other concerns could be addressed later. After a brief rest, Zhang Qianrang rose to orient himself and then sprinted away. Meanwhile, Qianrang and Lin Delu were unaware that Zhang Qianrang was fleeing towards the temple. They navigated the large ship to a cliff's edge. The two leapt into the water, binding the 4 miscellaneous disciples and 2 Taoist disciples to the back of the fish demon, then submerged the corpse beneath the cliff's waters. The ship was allowed to drift away, soon crashing against the cliff's rocks. Qianrang and Lin Delu quickly reached the water's bottom, where a massive cave entrance loomed. Familiar with the surroundings, they entered the cave and followed the waterway until they emerged from another opening. This location revealed a magnificent underground cavern, echoing with the sound of rushing water from an underground river. In the center of the cave stood a raised area, emanating a strong stench of blood. The two ascended the shore, dragging the 6 individuals and the fish demon onto the land, one by one, to the elevated ground. The surface was adorned with strange, twisted patterns, resembling an ancient altar, though age had rendered the markings nearly unrecognizable. Beside the altar lay a broken stone tablet, which had once recorded something significant, but it was now scratched out, obscuring the original text. At the center of the altar was a pool filled with blood-red water, from which the pungent odor emanated. Within the crimson liquid bloomed a bizarre blood lotus, the size of a human head, exuding a vivid crimson hue with vein-like patterns across its petals, giving it a sinister appearance. Surrounding the blood lotus were 5 lotus leaves in white, azure, black, red, and yellow, each displaying a remarkable aura. Qianrang gazed at the blood lotus with fervor, exclaiming, "The 5 elements blood fruit. With this batch of sacrificial offerings, it will ripen." Indeed, consuming the blood fruit will propel our cultivation to new heights. Not only will we be able to enter the inner sect, but becoming true disciples will also be within reach, Lin Delu echoed enthusiastically. The 5 elements blood fruit could directly enhance a cultivator's abilities, making it exceedingly precious. The two had stumbled upon this place and the blood fruit by chance. Discovering a blood sacrifice technique inscribed on the stone tablet, that required the flesh and blood of those with 5 elements spiritual roots. Greed took hold of them, and they devised a sinister plan to exploit the opportunity to harm the miscellaneous disciples of the temple in order to hasten the ripening of the 5 elements blood fruit. Over the years, they had already slain many miscellaneous disciples. However, due to the lax management of the Sanxian temple, which did not prioritize the lives of the miscellaneous disciples, coupled with the meticulousness of their actions, they had escaped detection. Suddenly, a disciple regained consciousness, looking around in terror at the surrounding blood-red hue. "Where's this place?" he gasped. "This is your burial ground," Qianrang sneered, thrusting a fork into the man's chest before kicking him into the blood pool before them. The blood water surged violently, and tendril-like roots sprang forth, ensnaring the disciple and dragging him beneath the surface. Subsequently, Qianrang kicked the remaining individuals into the blood pool one after another. The water churned, and they quickly disappeared beneath the surface, with torrents of fresh blood bubbling up, deepening the color of the pool. With a swift motion, Qianrang severed the fish demon's head with his water spirit fork and kicked its body into the blood pool, lamenting, "It's a pity this beast could not be fully controlled. I must settle for its head to complete the task. Haha, once my senior brother ascends to the inner sect, the treasures of the Sanxian temple will be at your disposal, far surpassing this fish demon," Lin Delu chuckled. "Indeed," Qianrang laughed, his eyes gleaming with ambition. At this moment, the blood lotus began to frantically absorb the corpses of several individuals and the fish demon, its numerous roots producing an eerie, sucking sound that echoed through the empty cavern, instilling fear. 5 leaves of varying hues emitted a faint glow, while the blood-red lotus exuded an increasingly potent stench of blood, its tightly closed petals trembling as if on the verge of blooming. Qianrang and his companion awaited eagerly nearby. As dawn broke, Zhang Qianrang arrived at the outskirts of Huanghu County. He had exchanged his disciples' robes for a simple hemp outfit borrowed from a local farmer. At this time, the county gates had opened, with early risers and vehicles entering and exiting. Zhang did not enter the city, wary of being spotted by Lin Delu's spies, and thus chose to circumvent the town. Breathless and exhausted, Zhang Qianrang, despite his cultivation as an immortal, found himself struggling to continue after running all night. He cursed under his breath, vowing to report the 2 rascals upon his return. He glanced back at the darkened county, his anger flaring. If he managed to return, he would certainly expose Qianrang and his companions' treachery against their fellow disciples. He knew they would seek vengeance against him, and if he could bring their misdeeds to light, he might escape his impending peril. Truth be told, although he had witnessed Qianrang and his companions' actions with his own eyes, he lacked concrete evidence. However, such matters rarely required indisputable proof. His harrowing escape and the alarming disappearance of several disciples would undoubtedly prompt an investigation from the sect. It was improbable that Qianrang and his companion had targeted only this group of disciples. They had likely perpetrated similar acts before, and a slight inquiry would reveal traces of their wrongdoing. Once they were located, the sect's experts could likely extract confessions confirming their guilt. Even if evidence remained elusive, the sect would not dare to punish him. After all, some truths, though lacking in tangible proof, were understood by all. The sect would most likely turn a blind eye to maintain peace. With several dozen miles still separating him from Huanghu Island, he realized that continuing on foot would exhaust him. Thus, he stealthily infiltrated the dock outside the county and stole a horse, galloping away. Surprisingly, his journey proceeded smoothly. He reached the banks of Huanghu in just over an hour. To his relief, he encountered no ambush. Qianrang and the others had not appeared. Whether out of indifference or inability to pursue him was unclear. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. Instead of taking a boat from the dock, he sought a secluded spot along the lakeshore and plunged into the water, employing the river ghost technique to swim towards Huanghu Island's dock. Before long, he arrived on the island. Only then did Zhang Qianrang exhale in relief, finally feeling safe. The dock was bustling with disciples, and he did not attempt to hide his disheveled appearance. Soaking wet and in disarray, he dashed towards the outer affairs hall, hoping to convey his plight and gain their trust through his evident distress. Soon, he burst into the outer affairs hall, calling out, "Master, uncle, help me." Inside, alongside Mingxin, was an elder, Xuanhe. Upon seeing Zhang Qianrang in such a state, Xuanhe frowned and coldly reprimanded him. What a disgraceful display of panic. Receiving the reprimand, Zhang felt a surge of relief. Xuanhe's presence was fortuitous. He had initially feared that Mingxin would be unable to manage the situation. Thus, he composed himself and responded, "Respectfully reporting to my master and uncle, I followed Qianrang to Fishbone Mountain to slay a fish demon, but unexpectedly, Qianrang conspired with Lin Delu, stationed in Huanghu County, to harm our fellow disciples." "Is that so?" Elaborate, Xuanhe replied, his expression darkening. Zhang Qianrang promptly recounted the events in detail, emphasizing Qiansha's insistence on nighttime demon extermination and his coercion of several individuals to board a small boat to lure the fish demon, culminating in the capture of other disciples. Once he finished, Mingxin suddenly inquired, "How did you manage to escape?" Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Why was she more concerned about his escape than the brutal actions of Qiansha? He sighed inwardly, having intended to conceal his acquisition of the river ghost technique, fearing further attention. Yet, he found himself compelled to reveal it. "I escaped using the river ghost technique." "That's a lie," Mingxin retorted coldly. "How can you be certain he is lying?" Xuanhe asked, perplexed. "Master, this individual has only practiced the river ghost technique for a mere half-month," Mingxin replied. Xuanhe's expression shifted. The river ghost technique was notoriously difficult to master. It was implausible for a mere disciple to demonstrate proficiency after such a short time. Clearly, the individual was fabricating his story. Zhang Qianrang was taken aback, realizing Mingxin was Xuanhe's direct disciple. After a brief moment of surprise, he clarified, "I am not lying. I truly have learned the river ghost technique." He then recited the incantation, gesturing with his hands to cast the spell. Naturally, he ensured that his demonstration reflected only the early stages of his mastery, taking over 100 breaths to perform the technique. "Truly initiated?" Mingxin exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated anyone could master the river ghost technique so swiftly. Just days prior, when Zhang had inquired about its cultivation levels, she had assumed he was overly ambitious, unaware of her own short-sightedness. Xuanhe's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "Indeed, you have learned rather quickly. You possess some talent. As for your report, the sect will investigate thoroughly. Should your claims prove true, the perpetrators will face severe punishment, and justice will be served on your behalf. You shall be duly rewarded with 3 minor water spirit pills." "Thank you, Master." Zhang Qianrang's heart soared with joy. His initial intention had been to eliminate Qiansha and his companion to prevent future troubles, but now he stood to gain minor water spirit pills, a delightful surprise indeed. "Very well. You may return for now," Xuanhe waved dismissively. Disciple takes his leave. Zhang Qianrang departed. Once he left, Mingxin appeared troubled. "Master, even if the matter is verified, protocol dictates only a single minor water spirit pill as a reward. 3 indeed, not just 3, but they must be of the medium grade," Xuanhe chuckled. "Ah." Mingxin was taken aback. Typically, rewards for minor disciples were low-grade pills. The efficacy of medium-grade pills was significantly greater, valued much more than their low-grade counterparts. And even inner disciples found them hard to come by. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she quietly asked, "Is this for the Water Mansion's secret realm?" "Precisely. This lad has managed to grasp the river ghost technique in a mere half-month. Before the secret realm opens, reaching a minor level of proficiency should not be difficult," Xuanhe replied, his expression growing serious. "Although this child possesses notable talent, his cultivation is still too low. Even with the aid of medium-grade minor water spirit pills, he might only reach the 3rd level of qi refinement, still too insufficient." Mingxin pondered for a moment before responding. Xuanhe sighed, admitting, "There is little we can do. Most disciples who have mastered the river ghost technique have been taken under the wing of other elders. I only have the 2 of you left, which makes our situation rather precarious." Mingxin fell silent upon hearing this. Chapter 15. Unaccountably reaping the benefits, Zhang Qianrang returned to his abode, first indulging in a refreshing bath, and then reclining upon his bed. A long-lost sensation of comfort enveloped him, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. How delightful it was! He squinted his eyes, humming contentedly, feeling as if every pore of his body exuded a soothing tranquility. Suddenly, his eyes widened, only to close again. The interface of the system materialized in his mind, and a line of text gradually appeared. "The Master has transferred the opportunity for rapid cultivation advancement to Ouyang Zhen, a disciple of the blood transformation demon sect, in a fair exchange for the other's opportunity for swift cultivation enhancement. The Master receives 5 element blood fruits, a minor spirit gathering array plate, 17 low-grade spirit stones, 3 vials of blood essence pills, and 1 vial of low-grade qi cultivation pills. Do you wish to retrieve these items?" Zhang Qianrang abruptly sat up. An expression of profound confusion etched on his face. This exchange was utterly baffling. Who was Ouyang Zhen from the blood transformation demon sect? What opportunity for rapid cultivation advancement did I possess? How could this result in such an abundance of items? He pondered for a long time. And aside from speculating on the opportunity for swift cultivation, the rest was truly inscrutable. He had never even heard of the blood transformation demon sect. As for the opportunity for rapid advancement, the only plausible source seemed to be the merit reward mentioned by the old Taoist Xuanhe, 3 minor water spirit pills. Could it be that the merits have fallen through? Does this mean that the authorities did not recognize my report? What went wrong in the process? Zhang Qianrang was utterly perplexed, so he ceased his reflections, closed his eyes again, and gazed at the items he had exchanged for. The 5-element blood fruits were 5 blood-red fruits, each the size of a jujube, adorned with variably colored speckles. He had never heard of this item, but surmising from the system's hints, he guessed that consuming them would likely accelerate his cultivation growth. However, he dared not partake before understanding their true nature. After all, if they were toxic, whom could he turn to for redress? The low-grade spirit stones resembled white stones the size of eggs, translucent and imbued with pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, accessible to cultivators of any elemental affinity. Zhang Qianrang had heard of spirit stones, but had never seen one. He was astonished at their appearance. The minor spirit gathering array plate was a black circular disc, intricately inscribed with dense golden patterns, featuring 5 holes, each embedded with a low-grade spirit stone. This was also his first encounter with such an item. The blood essence pills were akin to solidified blood, exuding a strong sanguine aura. It was evident that these were concocted for practitioners of the demonic path, and he dared not use them. The low-grade Qi cultivation pills were pale yellow in color, possessing effects similar to the minor water spirit pills, capable of enhancing the cultivation speed of Qi refinement disciples by 30%, without restrictions based on elemental affinity, usable by practitioners of any attribute. He was familiar with this item, but had never consumed it. Had he entirely emptied the other party of items that could enhance cultivation? Truly, the system is remarkable. Zhang Qianrang silently applauded the system before drifting off to sleep. As for the treasures displayed in the interface, it was unwise to expose them now. He chose not to retrieve them, instead preserving them within the system interface, intending to extract them gradually for future use. In the underground cavern, Qiansha and his companion guarded the blood pool until dawn. Within the blood pool, 5 lotus leaves shimmered incessantly. The blood lotus had fully bloomed, revealing a massive seed pod adorned with 5 crimson seeds. 5-element blood fruits, 5-element blood fruits. The 2 murmured in hushed tones, their eyes bloodshot, and their expressions frenzied, as if their minds were clouded. Surrounding them was a faint, blood-colored mist that wafted through the air, occasionally inhaled with their breaths. The blood water in the pool had nearly run dry, exposing the twisted, entangled roots beneath. These roots were laden with numerous bones, predominantly human, alongside the remains of fish and beasts. Additionally, several weapons, such as tridents and hammers, lay scattered, all belonging to disciples of the 3 Immortals sect, now dulled and devoid of spirit, rendered entirely useless. After a while, the blood pool had completely dried up, revealing not a trace of blood water. Yet, the blood lotus underwent a new transformation. First, the writhing roots gradually withered, seemingly infusing all their essence into the seed pod. Then, the 5-colored lotus leaves began to dry and fade. However, the 5 blood-red seeds emerged adorned with vibrant speckles, emanating a faint, sweet scent that spread into the surroundings. Qiansha and his companion were first to succumb to this aroma. Instantly, their expressions grew more dazed as they murmured, stepping into the blood pool. Suddenly, a series of not entirely withered roots shot forth, piercing into their bodies, voraciously absorbing their flesh and blood essence, channeling it into the seed pod. Oblivious to this, they continued their murmurs, soon becoming ensnared by the roots. In the water, a multitude of serpents, insects, rodents, and ants surged towards the blood pool, recklessly diving in. Even the fish leaped ashore, wriggling towards the blood pool. As numerous creatures entered the blood pool, the withering roots revived, mercilessly ensnaring the beings and secreting copious amounts of blood-colored slime that dissolved their flesh and blood. Shallow blood water reappeared within the pool. Before long, no new creatures approached, and the blood water generated from those that had entered was swiftly absorbed by the blood lotus. The blood lotus approached its final moments. The roots, leaves, and petals of the lotus all rapidly withered, leaving only a long black stem standing in the pool, with the 5 seeds atop the seed pod glowing and exuding a rich, exotic fragrance. Suddenly, a maniacal laughter echoed from a concealed corner of the cavern. An eerie aura spread forth, revealing a figure in a previously empty corner. This individual, clad in a blood-red robe and gaunt in appearance, approached the blood pool, illuminated by the glow of the seeds. His pale face and crimson eyes gave him the appearance of a vengeful specter. Observing the newly added bones at the bottom of the blood pool, he raised a censer emitting faint crimson smoke, chuckling with satisfaction, "Thanks to my soul-bewitching incense. These 2 fools were easily dealt with." This man was Ouyang Zhan, a disciple of the blood transformation demon sect, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Several years ago, he had fortuitously acquired an immature 5-element blood fruit. If matured, this fruit would greatly benefit his blood path techniques, making it effortless for him to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, with even the possibility of foundation establishment. However, natural maturation required hundreds of years, a luxury he could not afford. Fortunately, the fruit could also be hastened through blood sacrifice, cultivated with the blood and flesh of those with 5-element roots. Thus, after careful plotting, Ouyang stealthily infiltrated this location, crafting a false relic to lure disciples of the Three Immortals sect. Eventually, he ensnared Qianrang and his companion, who, unable to suppress their greed, were willing to harm their fellow disciples to cultivate the 5-element blood fruit. At long last, the 5-element blood fruit was ripe. My scheming has not been in vain. Ouyang gazed at the blood-red seeds, laughing triumphantly. He merely orchestrated the remnants of this place, remaining concealed from the very beginning, which meant that neither Qianrang nor his companion were aware of his presence, yet they had already fallen victim to his machinations. He laughed heartily as he stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the lotus pod. Suddenly, his foot slipped on an unknown object, causing him to fall directly into the blood pool. Ouyang was startled and hastily attempted to stabilize his form with his magical power. However, in his panic, his energy became chaotic for a fleeting moment. This brief delay resulted in him plummeting into the blood pool. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the decayed remains shattered beneath him. How could I be so unfortunate? After rolling about, Ouyang awkwardly stood up, his body smeared with filth. Upon looking up, he noticed that the lotus pod had also toppled, now buried amidst the scattered bones. I must not damage my blood fruit. He rushed over to retrieve the lotus pod, and upon closer inspection, his expression froze. The pod was intact, yet all 5 of the lotus seeds had vanished. The 5 elements blood fruit was comprised of those 5 seeds. The pod itself was of no use. Damn it! Ouyang hastily discarded the pod and meticulously searched through the bones. However, despite turning the pool upside down and clearing away all the debris, he could not find any trace of the seeds. The 5 seeds had seemingly vanished into thin air. Where could the blood fruit possibly be? A profound sense of loss drove Ouyang into a frenzy. He drew forth a blood knife and began to slash violently at the rocks at the bottom of the pool. This blood knife was a magical artifact, immensely powerful, cleaving the hard stones into fragments and dust. Suddenly, a flash of light swept past his side. At that moment, a small black bag, tied with a thin cord, was flung from his clothing due to his movements, and the knife's light severed the cord. With a clatter, the bag's opening was released, spilling forth a multitude of items that scattered among the rubble. The assortment was diverse, comprising clothing, weapons, and food, far exceeding the bag's size. Clearly, this was a storage bag. Ouyang, unable to retract his knife in time, inadvertently shattered many items below before hastily sheathing the blood knife. His face filled with shock and regret as he began to gather the scattered belongings. As he quickly tidied up, Ouyang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost a substantial amount of his possessions, spirit stones, medicinal pills, and a precious spirit gathering array. All were gone. Even after scouring the pool's bottom, he found nothing. Truly, he had plotted intricately only to suffer a double loss. No, wait. He suddenly realized, his expression changing drastically. Initially, he had not grasped the severity of the situation regarding the loss of the 5 elements blood fruit. But now, with so many of his belongings missing, it could not be mere coincidence. Someone, or something else, was here, taking my treasures. Ouyang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His rage extinguished, replaced by a chilling sense of dread. He scanned the surroundings cautiously but saw nothing, yet the shadows seemed to conceal immense peril. Realizing this, he could no longer afford to dwell on the 5 elements blood fruit or the lost treasures, and he swiftly leaped from the blood pool, fleeing with urgency. Treasures may be plentiful, but life is not. Ouyang remained keenly aware of this fact. It was evident that forces beyond his comprehension were at play here. If he did not leave soon, he feared he might never escape. Chapter 16. The Contest for Medicinal Pills. Zhang Qianrang let out a long yawn, rubbing his face to dispel the drowsiness that lingered after sleep. A rumble emanated from his stomach, and he glanced out the window to find it shrouded in darkness. It was already late into the night, and he had unwittingly slept for quite a while. At this hour, the cafeteria must surely be closed, and venturing out for food was ill-advised, leaving him to endure his hunger. Zhang Qianrang patted his empty belly, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Going hungry was not befitting a person of his temperament. I wonder if the qi refining pill can serve as sustenance. An idea struck him. Well, since I need to test the efficacy of the qi refining pill, I might as well give it a try. Zhang Qianrang promptly summoned the system interface, extracting a qi refining pill and inspecting it closely. The pill was the size of a quail egg, perfectly round, with a faint yellow hue that shimmered like jade, exuding a distinctive fragrance. It looked promising. I wonder how it tastes? Zhang Qian mused, casually popping the pill into his mouth and chewing it with abandon. Much like eating a candy-coated bean. Once ingested, he felt a refreshing energy spreading from his abdomen, heightening his sensitivity to the ambient spiritual energy of the world. Zhang Qian immediately retrieved his water spirit fork and began practicing the water spirit chi refining technique. As he trained, he instantly perceived a marked increase in the speed at which he absorbed and refined the surrounding spiritual energy, significantly accelerating his cultivation rate, an approximate enhancement of 30%. Truly a remarkable item, Zhang Qian exclaimed in admiration, having completely cast aside his hunger, engrossed in his practice. In the disciple area of the Huanghu Mountain sect, within Xuanming's residence, in a dedicated alchemy chamber, fierce flames erupted from a formation on the ground, enveloping a sturdy alchemy furnace that sat atop it, enduring the scorching heat. Xianming stood beside it, fingers weaving intricate gestures as he continuously channeled spells. The furnace flickered between brightness and dimness, emanating rich herbal aromas. Behind Xianming stood a figure, anxiously and excitedly observing the alchemical process. This individual, with a sharp face and a rather unsavory appearance, was Qiansan. His anxiety stemmed from the fact that within the furnace was the small enlightenment pill he had commissioned. Condense. Suddenly, Xuanming's voice boomed, resonating like thunder. A violent tremor erupted from within the furnace. With a crack, the lid of the furnace flew off, and a flickering azure-black orb shot forth. Capture! Xianming barked again, hands forming a grasping gesture, and the azure-black orb was ensnared by an invisible force. Soon, the radiance faded, revealing a pill the size of an egg yolk, darkened with an otherworldly chill, with wisps of barely perceptible black vapor wafting from it. Haha, the enlightenment pill is complete. Moreover, it is of mid-grade quality, significantly enhancing its efficacy, sufficient for you to cultivate the Water Ghost River Patrol technique to near perfection. Xianming laughed heartily, casually collecting the pill and placing it into a jade vial before handing it to the eagerly waiting Qiansan. Qiansan's joy was palpable as he accepted the vial, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. Heh. This pill is most potent right after its creation. You should consume it here. From now on, focus on your cultivation to maximize its benefits. Avoid attracting trouble and hindering your progress. Xianming chuckled. I will heed uncle's guidance. Qiansan nodded fervently. Subsequently, Xianming led him to the pond in his courtyard, instructing him to take the pill and practice the Water Ghost River Patrol technique. Qiansan calmed his emotions, adjusting his mindset, and swallowed the enlightenment pill in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a surge of clarity flooding his mind. Insights regarding the Water Ghost River Patrol technique began to manifest, illuminating previously perplexing areas and resolving the difficulties that had long hindered his practice. It was as though the majority of obstacles along the path of cultivating the Water Ghost River Patrol technique had been effortlessly removed, leaving only a smooth, unimpeded road ahead. He merely needed to walk along the smooth path to its end, without fretting over the difficulties encountered along the way. With this, mastering the River Ghost technique would be as effortless as a mere whim. Qiansan laughed heartily, filled with pride as he demonstrated the River Ghost technique. However, as the saying goes, joy often begets sorrow. In his moment of triumph, his focus faltered, causing the magical energy within him to spiral out of control, resulting in the failure and backlash of the spell he was casting. Generally speaking, with proper hand gestures and incantations, the backlash from a typical spell would pose no significant danger, and the caster could simply retract their spell in time to avoid harm. Yet, Qiansan was so consumed by his own elation that he momentarily failed to react to the sudden setback, enduring most of the backlash. It was only when Xianming, noticing the precarious situation, intervened that he was spared from more severe damage. Cough. Uncle, what is happening? Qiansan asked weakly, his face paling as he coughed up blood. Oh dear, how could you be so reckless? Xianming scolded, his expression filled with concern as he began to examine Qiansan's injuries. After a moment, Xianming withdrew his hand, his face grim as he stated, your meridians are injured. You must refrain from using any magical energy for at least a month and a half. What? Does that mean I cannot cultivate the River Ghost technique? The lesser enlightenment pill would be wasted. Qiansan lamented, his spirit crushed. Uncle, please think of something. You brought this upon yourself. What can I do? Xianming retorted angrily. Yet, seeing Qiansan's pitiful state, he softened his tone, saying, enough with the wailing. You cannot cultivate the River Ghost technique for now. You will have to focus on improving your cultivation after you heal. If you can elevate your cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refinement, I shall provide you with some treasures that will aid you greatly in the Water Mansion's secret realm. Ah, uncle, I am still far from the 5th level of qi refinement. Achieving it in just 3 or 4 months seems impossible. Qian-san replied, his mood lifting somewhat. What if you had some middle-grade water spirit pills to assist you? Xianming suggested. That would be no problem. My cultivation is already nearing the completion of the 4th level of qi refinement. With 3 such pills, I could certainly reach the 5th level within 3 months. Qian-san's eyes sparkled with determination. Very well, but middle-grade pills are rare. I will have to think of a way to procure them, Xianming mused, his gaze flickering with insight. The Three Immortals sect, as its name suggests, is composed of 3 branches. Beneath the sect master are the 3 branch leaders, followed by 7 elder disciples. The 7 elders reside in the area designated for the true disciples, while the 3 branch leaders occupy higher quarters within the same vicinity. The sect master's dwelling is located near the peak of Huanghu Mountain. The assembly hall of the Three Immortals sect, where important matters are discussed, is situated in the area where the 3 branch leaders reside. However, early that morning, a cacophony of arguments erupted from within. How dare you go back on your word? Old fool, do you treat your words as mere wind? Elder Xuanhe shouted, his face flushed with indignation. Beside him stood Xianming, wearing a cold smile. Humph. What do you mean by going back on my word? When you proposed this matter yesterday, did I give my consent? Xianming countered. Seated in an upper chair was a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, exuding an air of elegance, with a large python embroidered on his chest. Observing the quarrel between the 2 elders with a placid demeanor. You're speaking nonsense. Your silence is tantamount to acquiescence. Elder Xuanhe retorted angrily. I merely did not grasp the intricacies of the situation at the time and was hesitant to speak. Upon further reflection, I find it inappropriate to distribute 3 middle-grade pills so casually, Xianming replied. Then what do you propose? Elder Xuanhe demanded. At most, 3 lower-grade pills should be given, which is already a generous reward. Moreover, there must be clear evidence proving the veracity of the disciple's report. Otherwise, not only will there be no reward, but falsely accusing a fellow disciple is a serious offense, Xianming replied coldly. Don't you dare! Elder Xuanhe's eyes widened in protest, but was cut off. Enough. The middle-aged man, who had been watching the argument, finally spoke. Elder Xuanhe swallowed his words, for this man was one of the 3 branch leaders, Zhang. I have come to understand the situation. Elder Xuanhe's actions were indeed improper. The reports concerning the disciple you mentioned have yet to be verified. Even if they are verified, according to sect rules, the rewards should not be excessive. Thus, based on Xianming's words, if verified, 3 lower-grade pills will be rewarded. If not verified, appropriate measures will be taken according to sect regulations, Zhang stated in a calm tone, yet with an undeniable authority. The branch leader is wise. Xianming beamed with pride at the words. Elder Xuanhe opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, bowing his head in compliance. I shall abide by the branch leader's orders. Chapter 17. Investigation results. That afternoon, an investigative team was dispatched, personally led by Elder Xuanhe. Xianming accompanied him under the pretense of ensuring caution, but in truth, he feared Elder Xuanhe might exploit his authority. Along with the 2 elders, there were 2 true disciples and 4 inner disciples in attendance. Initially, Qian Sha and his companion were merely outer disciples, not warranting the personal involvement of the 2 prominent elders. However, the investigation revealed an alarming number of missing disciples, including the loss of an outer disciple, which garnered significant attention from the sect, prompting the dispatch of such an extravagant investigative team. Zhang Qianrang was among them, serving as a witness and guide. He quietly observed the others. Both elders were aged, and the true disciples were middle-aged men, while the inner disciples were also older youths. The disciples of the Three Immortals sect tended to be somewhat advanced in years. This was not surprising, as most were of lower-tier spiritual roots, resulting in slower cultivation progress. Reaching their level of cultivation naturally came with age. Upon arriving at the lakeside, Elder Xuanhe waved his hand, summoning a small boat the size of a leaf that expanded in midair, transforming into a vessel over 10 meters long upon landing on the water. The boat was entirely a withered yellow, adorned with intricate, water-like runes that shimmered with a powerful aura. Zhang Qianrang marveled at the sight, astonished by the elder's possession of such a treasure, wondering about the rank of this magical artifact. Let us depart, Elder Xuanhe said nonchalantly, stepping aboard first, followed by the others. Go. With a swift hand gesture, Elder Xuanhe activated the vessel, propelling it forward at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary boats. Remarkably, despite the rapid pace, there was no fierce wind, thanks to a barely perceptible light green barrier that enveloped the boat, shielding them from the gusts. The magical vessel sped swiftly, reaching the Fishbone Mountain River section in just half an hour. It was daytime this time. allowing Zhang Qianrang to observe the entire layout of the Fishbone Mountain River section. A series of small mountains stretched across the land, with one directly facing the Heishui River, forcing the water to flow around the mountain. The cliffs on both sides of the river were steep and rugged. Master Ancestor, it is here, Zhang Qianrang pointed out. When Qian Sha and Lin Delu entered this river section, they forced us into the water, and we were soon attacked by fish demons. Mingzhu. Investigate the whereabouts of Qian Sha and Lin Delu, Elder Xuanhe instructed, nodding to one of the true disciples. Yes, third elder. Mingzhu, a refined-looking individual with a kind demeanor, responded. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 piles of items fell onto the deck. These belongings belonged to Qian Sha and Lin Delu, imbued with their essence, serving as potential leads for tracking and investigation. Mingzhu then raised his hand, revealing a wooden cauldron that surpassed the rudimentary wooden vessel Zhang Qianrang had previously encountered. This cauldron bore intricate patterns that shimmered like threads of gold and silver, subtly forming 9 enigmatic runes. A high-grade magical artifact. Zhang Qianrang felt a pang of envy. In the Sanxian Temple, each enhancement of their combined artifacts would yield an additional rune. 3 runes characterized low-grade artifacts, 6 signified mid-grade, while 9 indicated high-grade. Mingzhu cast a spell, and from the cauldron emerged 3 grotesque centipede-like creatures, each half a foot in length. They crawled over the 2 piles of items momentarily before leaping into the water, vanishing from sight. Elder 3, move forward, Mingzhu instructed, now taking over as the guide. The Zhuang propelled the vessel onward. Elder 3, halt the ship, he commanded as they approached a specific area. There is a cave beneath the water. Shortly after, Mingzhu called for the ship to stop, gesturing towards a nearby cliff. After a moment, he added, based on the water centipede's detection, there is no danger inside the cave. The last traces of Qiansha and Lin Delu are within. Let us proceed and investigate. Zhuang took the lead, diving into the water, followed closely by the others. In no time, they arrived at an underground cavern. There is demonic blood energy. Everyone, be cautious, Zhuang warned, his expression grave as he conjured a dual-pronged fork that radiated a bright, pale green light. The Elder Xueme also produced a magical weapon, a fiery spear that blazed with intense flames. The others readied their own artifacts, preparing for potential combat. The luminous artifacts illuminated the cavern, revealing a serene environment devoid of any intruders. Soon, they discovered a shattered blood pool atop a rise, surrounded by fragmented bones and numerous remnants of Sanxian temple artifacts. Scoundrels! Zhuang erupted in fury. The others shared his grim expressions. Although the Sanxian temple did not highly regard the servant disciples, such a gruesome scene evoked a sense of shared grief. Elder, these are the artifacts of Qiansha and Lin Delu. Their remains have mingled with the scattered bones, making identification impossible, Mingzhu stated somberly, indicating 2 discarded artifacts on the ground, a water spirit fork and a fiery spear, unmistakably belonging to Qiansha and Lin Delu. The 3 grotesque centipedes leapt from the artifacts into the wooden cauldron in Mingzhu's hand. It bears the essence of the 5 elements blood fruit, Xueme remarked gravely, picking up a pinch of dark brown powder from the ground and sniffing it. What? The 5 elements blood fruit, along with demonic blood energy, indeed, the offspring of the blood transformation sect. Zhuang's expression shifted in alarm. Elder, what is the 5 elements blood fruit? Mingzhu inquired curiously. As a true disciple, he was acquainted with many spiritual herbs, yet he had never heard of this particular fruit. Zhang Qianrang, having regained his focus upon seeing the heaps of bones, began to listen intently. He was intrigued by the 5 elements blood fruit, which was now present in his system interface, and sought to learn more about it. Xueme, well-versed in alchemy and spiritual herbs, began to explain. The 5 elements blood fruit is a rare spiritual herb, originally known as the 5 elements fruit. It is exceedingly scarce, so it is unsurprising that you are unaware of it. If naturally ripened, it produces 5 elemental spiritual fruits, which can enhance cultivation for Qi refining stage disciples and even slightly increase the chances of foundational success. The true disciples and inner sect members were visibly moved by this revelation. That the 5 elements spiritual fruit could directly enhance cultivation and also improve foundational success odds was a considerable temptation for them, particularly those nearing the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Regrettably, natural maturation requires several hundred years. Later, a master from the demonic sect discovered a blood sacrifice method to hasten its ripening, using the flesh and blood of those with 5 elements spiritual roots to cultivate the 5 elements fruit into the 5 elements blood fruit, thus saving centuries of effort. However, the 5 elements blood fruit contains blood poison, making it consumable only by those who practice the blood transformation technique. Others would succumb to poisoning and death. I learned about this fruit from ancient texts and never expected to encounter a true specimen here, let alone witness the murder of disciples for its cultivation, Xiaomei lamented. Zhang Qianrang was internally astonished to discover the sinister nature of the 5 elements blood fruit, grateful that he had not succumbed to curiosity. He resolved to refrain from displaying it in the future, lest he attract unwarranted attention and be mistaken for a demonic practitioner. Simultaneously, he deduced that the system's reference to Ouyang Zhen from the blood transformation sect must be connected to this heinous act. However, he chose to keep this insight to himself, aware that such knowledge could not be easily explained. Subsequently, the group meticulously searched the area, gathering the bones and artifacts before burying them in the blood pool, and then departed. Mingzhu utilized spiritual insects to trace the presence of individuals from the blood transformation sect, leading his companions in pursuit while the others returned to report the incident to the Sanxian temple. Days later, Zhang Qianrang was summoned by Mingxin. "Uncle Master," he said, arriving at the External Affairs Hall and bowing respectfully. "Your reward has arrived. A low-grade minor water spirit pill and 100 taels of silver." Mingxin sighed upon seeing him and tossed a jade vial. Zhang Qianrang's expression flickered in surprise before he accepted the vial and the silver. He recalled that Zhuang had mentioned 3 minor water spirit pills, yet now only 1 was present, indicating a reduction in his merit. Noticing his reaction, Mingxin clarified, "My master originally intended to grant you 3 minor water spirit pills, but now there is only 1. Do not harbor resentment." "I do not. For I am grateful to receive even 1," Zhang Qianrang quickly replied, unwilling to hold any ill will towards Zhuang. Mingxin nodded, explaining, "In truth, my master wished to provide you with 3 mid-grade pills. Unfortunately, Elder Xiaomei intervened, substituting them for 3 low-grade ones." After the matter was clarified, Elder Xiaomei further claimed that the deaths of Qiansha and Lindalu left no witnesses, thus withholding 2 low-grade pills. My master argued vigorously, but could not persuade the sect leader. "I see. Please extend my gratitude to the ancestor on my behalf," Zhang Qianrang said calmly. He trusted Mingxin's character. She was warm-hearted despite her cold demeanor. Furthermore, based on prior exchanges with the system, her words seemed to corroborate the situation. The system's indication of an opportunity to enhance his cultivation likely pertained to the minor water spirit pills, and Ouyang Zhen from the blood transformation sect had killed Qiansha and Lindalu, impacting his receipt of the reward. Thus, the system deemed it necessary to compensate him. He had already gained more than enough benefit and was not overly concerned about the mere mid-grade pills. "You may thank my master directly," Mingxin remarked, a faint smile breaking through her stern expression as she stood, saying, "My master wishes to see you. Follow me." "Yes." Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of surprise as he followed Mingxin into the inner chamber. She led him to a concealed room where someone awaited them, none other than the elder Zhuang. Upon seeing Zhang Qianrang, Zhuang addressed him with solemnity. "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Chapter 18. Apprenticeship with Zhuang. What? Zhang Qianrang was still reeling from the unexpected encounter with Zhuang when he heard this question, leaving him momentarily stunned before a wave of joy surged within him. Having spent many years at the Sanxian temple, he naturally understood the implications of the conversation. If he could become a disciple under the venerable Xuanhe, he would have a formidable backing. At that point, he could pursue a leisurely path of cultivation without the burden of relentless struggles. Moreover, he perceived Xuanhe to be a commendable individual, lacking the insidious scheming of others, and he had even advocated for rewards on his behalf, which resonated well with him. "I am willing," he exclaimed eagerly. "Excellent." Xuanhe smiled, and then he continued, "However, there are certain matters I must clarify." "Please, master, do speak," Zhang Qianrang replied, all ears. "Your cultivation is insufficient. Due to the sect's regulations, I cannot formally accept you as my disciple until you reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Only then will you meet the standards for an inner disciple," Xuanhe explained. Zhang Qianrang's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly comprehended the situation. Even so, having a private supporter would be beneficial. If he encountered difficulties, would not his master lend assistance? "I understand," he responded promptly. "Do not be disheartened. While I cannot grant you a formal title for now, I am free to present you with a personal gift," Xuanhe reassured him, producing 2 jade vials, a jade slip, and 5 inferior spirit stones, placing them upon the table before them. Zhang Qianrang's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable offering. His decision to recognize Xuanhe as his master had not been in vain. Xuanhe elaborated on the items. "This vial contains 3 inferior water spirit pills, which, when combined with the spirit stones, will significantly enhance your cultivation speed. This jade slip contains the water arrow technique. You should learn it at once. The other vial holds a minor insight pill for the water arrow technique, which will be perfect for you. With your innate talent for spellcasting, supplemented by this pill, you should be able to reach a minor accomplishment in no time. Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. Zhang Qianrang expressed his gratitude, though unease bubbled within him. Such favorable conditions made him wonder if his master harbored ulterior motives. Before you rush to express your thanks, there are some matters I must address up front. My acceptance of you as a disciple comes with a requirement, Xuan stated, his demeanor turning serious. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced. His instincts had proven correct. He hoped the task would not be overly perilous, lest it lead to trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanhe continued, this pertains to a secret matter of our temple. However, I believe it is prudent to inform you in advance. Over 4 months from now, the mystic waters of the temple will open. Within this realm lie various rare treasures. I require a specific spirit herb from there. However, only disciples who practice water-related techniques and have not exceeded the 6th level of qi refinement can enter. Thus, I must enlist the assistance of my disciples to procure this herb. The mystic waters are primarily submerged, and entry requires proficiency in the river ghost technique. Among my disciples, only you and 2 senior brothers have excelled in this skill, leaving me with a limited number of capable hands. I observed your aptitude for this technique, which is why I chose you as my disciple. I hope you can accompany your 2 senior brothers to retrieve the spirit herb. I will not conceal from you that dangers abound within the realm, including numerous beasts and treacherous terrains. However, with your 2 senior brothers to guide you, coupled with the map and protective artifacts I provide, you should be shielded from ordinary threats. Take your time to consider whether you wish to accept this. If you fear the dangers, we shall speak of it no more, and you may forget this day ever happened. Xuanhe explained, awaiting Zhang Qianrang's response. After a moment of silent contemplation, Zhang Qianrang declared, I am willing. Though he was reluctant to venture into such a dangerous domain, the abundance of cultivation resources laid before him, along with the potential hidden benefits of becoming an elder's disciple, rendered rejection impossible. If he sought a tranquil existence, he needed power. Only with formidable strength could he achieve true serenity. A weak foundation would result in peril, making even a stable life difficult to attain. Moreover, considering the worst-case scenario, although he felt favorably towards Master Xuanhe, he could not guarantee that declining this offer would allow him to exit the room unscathed. Thus, acquiescing seemed the wisest choice. Xuanhe laughed heartily, clearly pleased, and offered a few final words of guidance. Ha ha ha, splendid. You shall be my 7th disciple from this day forth. Dear pupil, take these gifts and utilize them wisely. For the next few months, I will relieve you of mandatory tasks. Focus on cultivating diligently with these resources to elevate your abilities and prepare for the dangers within the mystic waters. I understand. Zhang Qianrang joyfully accepted the treasures from the table and promptly began studying the water arrow technique. A sense of relief washed over him. His generous master would unlikely send him to his demise. Congratulations to Master and to my 7th junior brother, remarked Mingxin, smiling at the scene. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang Qianrang returned the gesture. Very well, you may take your leave, Xuanhe said, his heart content as he stroked his beard with a smile. With that, Zhang Qianrang took his leave. Upon returning to his residence, he reflected quietly on the recent turn of events. This apprenticeship had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. Not only had he been exempted from mandatory tasks, but he had also acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. Should the bond between master and disciple endure, he would indeed possess a solid foundation for the future. However, these advantages were not easily obtained. He had never heard of the mystic waters before, but based on Xuanhe's description, it was fraught with perilous beasts and treacherous landscapes. Although he would have the company of 2 fellow disciples, and Xuanhe had promised a map and protective artifacts, the inherent dangers were likely substantial. Thus, he could not rely solely on others. He must forge his own strength. At present, his power was negligible. Even with diligent cultivation, he might only reach the 3rd level of qi refinement in the coming months, rendering him among the weakest in the mystic waters. His sole advantage lay in his nearly perfected river ghost technique, which could serve as his trump card, allowing for a swifter escape if necessary. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Qianrang swiftly devised a plan for the immediate future. His primary focus must be on enhancing his cultivation. He possessed 22 inferior spirit stones, 6 inferior qi refinement pills, 4 inferior water spirit pills, and a spirit gathering array. The spirit gathering array was capable of converging the surrounding spiritual energy, but its effects were too conspicuous to utilize in the area designated for lower-ranking disciples. Thus, his resources were limited to the pills and spirit stones. Fortunately, the effects of the qi refinement pills and the water spirit pills were cumulative, and with the aid of the inferior spirit stones, he could potentially double his cultivation speed. Given this, The likelihood of reaching the third level of qi refinement within 4 months appeared promising. In addition to his low cultivation level, his defensive measures were rather rudimentary, relying solely on a water spirit fork and spells. The water spirit fork would not achieve the status of a magical artifact in the near future. His only spells were the river ghost technique and the water arrow technique. The former required no further discussion, as progress in such a short time was nearly impossible. Fortunately, he was close to mastering this technique, which could be useful. Thus, his primary focus would be on the newly acquired water arrow technique. This spell represented his only means of ranged attack and was significantly more potent when executed in water. Therefore, mastering it was imperative. However, the intricacies of spell cultivation posed a formidable challenge. Within 4 months, he could not guarantee advancing beyond the entry-level stage. With his plan in place, Zhang Qianrang promptly commenced his practice of the water arrow technique. Previously, he had sought guidance from senior disciples and received considerable insights into its cultivation. He believed it would be relatively straightforward. Yet, he soon discovered that mastering the water arrow technique was no simple task. Without the aid of the minor insight pill, given his innate talent for spellcasting, he would be unlikely to progress beyond the basics within 4 months. Even with the small enlightenment pill in hand, one could only reach a minor level of mastery. The casting time for the water arrow technique would take approximately 20 breaths, leaving little opportunity to execute it in the heat of battle. Zhang Qianrang found this quite unreliable. In his ideal vision, the water arrow technique should at least attain a major level of proficiency, with a casting time not exceeding 5 breaths to hold any real value in combat. Unfortunately, within such a brief period, it was unrealistic for him to cultivate it to that extent. After contemplating, he decided against consuming the small enlightenment pill immediately, reasoning that a few days would hinder his progress. Instead, he sought other opportunities. He then retrieved a qi refining pill, a small water spirit pill, and 2 low-grade spirit stones, preparing for his cultivation. The small water spirit pill, akin to the size of a green jujube, exuded a faint fragrance. Once he adjusted his state, Zhang Qianrang ingested the small water spirit pill. The moment the pill entered his body, he felt a surge of pure energy rising from his abdomen, accelerating his cultivation speed. The effects of the small water spirit pill combined with the previous qi refining pill, though the cumulative effect did not reach the theoretical 60% increase, but rather around 50%, likely due to mutual offsetting. Next, Zhang Qianrang held a low-grade spirit stone in each palm and grasped the water spirit fork, channeling his energy into cultivation. He immediately sensed pure spiritual energy flowing into him, enhancing his absorption and refinement of the natural spiritual essence by an additional 40 to 50%. This pace was quite satisfactory. With a sense of contentment, Zhang Qianrang began to focus intently on his practice. Chapter 19. A Feast Without Joy. Soon, the 3 Immortals Temple released an announcement regarding the Qiansha incident. However, it did not name Qiansha and his companions as the culprits, instead attributing the wrongdoing to the demonic cultivators of the blood transformation sect. Qiansha and his associates were also considered victims. Apart from a few individuals within the temple, many disciples remained unaware of Qiansha's misdeeds. Nonetheless, the temple implemented a series of protective measures for the safety of the miscellaneous disciples, increasing accountability for any casualties amongst them, no longer allowing matters to unfold unchecked as before. Additionally, the announcement commended Zhang Qianrang for his reporting efforts and the rewards he received. This quickly stirred up a sensation. Aside from the harm caused by the demonic cultivators, the disciples were particularly intrigued by Zhang Qianrang's situation. Brother Qianrang is truly fortunate. That's a small water spirit pill. Indeed, with such a spirit pill, his promotion to the outer sect is assured. Ah, how wonderful it would be if I could achieve such merit. I've never even seen a small water spirit pill. Zhang Qianrang once again rose to prominence. This time, however, his fame resonated even louder. Not only was he the envy of the miscellaneous disciples, but he was also well known among the outer sect disciples. Zhang Qianrang was indifferent to his newfound fame. Instead, he sighed deeply, lamenting the survival of the demonic cultivator. He had heard from his master that Mingzhu had tracked down the demonic cultivator but had only managed to injure him without capturing him. So many fellow disciples had suffered at the hands of this demonic cultivator. If he could be slain, it would serve as consolation for the souls of those lost comrades. However, while he was unconcerned about fame, others were not. For instance, Qianhe seethed with jealousy. This should have been my merit. Why wasn't I assigned this task? There must be some hidden agenda. Damn Qianrang. Could it be that he sold himself for this? Qianhe maliciously speculated, his jealousy completely unbalancing his mindset. No, I cannot allow him to have it easy. Unfortunately, Qiansan, that fool, had chosen this moment to enter seclusion. He desperately wished to strangle Zhang Qianrang, but found himself powerless without support, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. What could be more disheartening than watching someone you despise thrive? Beyond Qianhe, even among the outer disciples, some could not bear to see this unfold. Within a courtyard in the outer disciple area, a tall, handsome young man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, angrily exclaiming to those beside him, "A mere miscellaneous disciple managing to gain rewards by reporting Brother Qiansha is absolutely outrageous." This man was Qianlei, a notable figure among the outer disciples, standing at the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement, just a step away from breaking through to the 6th level and entering the inner sect. He was a friend of Qiansha and adept at the Water Ghost River Patrol technique, both having been recruited by the sect leader, Ho Zhenwang, as kindred spirits. Qianlei had connections and was privy to the truth of the matter. Given his understanding of Qiansha, he knew that such heinous acts could indeed be committed, as he himself had done. However, this did not preclude him from harboring animosity towards Zhang Qianrang. "We may engage in wrongdoing, but you cannot expose me. What you say is true. Brother Qiansha has met a tragic end. We cannot let this slide." A fierce-looking youth beside him, named Qianlei, also a friend of Qianlei and Qiansha, added. However, this fellow was under the scrutiny of the temple's higher-ups, making it difficult to act against him. Qianlei's expression darkened. "This matter is simple. We invite him to a feast, claiming to thank him for his valuable report that revealed Qiansha's true nature, sparing us from harm. As a mere miscellaneous disciple, he will certainly attend. At that point, we shall demand that small water spirit pill. He wouldn't dare refuse. Once the spirit pill is in hand, we will take him on a tour of the outer sect, leading him near the small mirror pool. Hee. If he accidentally falls into the small mirror pool and something happens, it cannot be blamed on us." Qianlei chuckled sinisterly as he laid out his plan. "A splendid strategy. I shall arrange it forthwith. It will serve as a satisfying release of pent-up frustration." Qianlei clapped in approval, promptly deciding to send someone to invite Zhang Qianrang. Just then, Qianlei's expression subtly shifted, and he instructed, "Junior brother, you go arrange for someone to invite that fellow. Have him come to the feast by noon tomorrow." "Understood," Qianlei replied before taking his leave. Once outside, his expression darkened, muttering resentfully, "What a foolish pig. If it weren't for a good sister, how could he gain the sect leader's favor?" Humph. After Qianlei departed, Qianlei produced a black jade talisman, which glimmered with light. He quickly pressed it against his forehead, soon revealing a delighted expression as he hurriedly left. Qianlei ascended the mountain, ultimately arriving at a courtyard within the area of the true disciples. Inside, a long-haired woman was admiring the flowers. This woman was stunningly beautiful, her figure voluptuous, dressed in a flowing white gown that accentuated her alluring charm, reminiscent of a ripe peach. "Sister, what do you need from me?" Upon seeing the woman, Qianlei's eyes brightened, and he asked with a cheerful demeanor. The woman was his sister, Qianhong, a true disciple under the sect leader, Ho Zhenwang. Qianlei had risen through the ranks due to her support. "Take this. It is a mid-grade small water spirit pill bestowed by the sect leader." Qianhong glanced at him gently, tossing over a jade vial. "What?" Qianlei exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "Thank you, sect leader." "Thank you, sister. You should be aware that the sect leader has great expectations for you. Go back and cultivate diligently. Avoid mingling with those unruly friends. Strive to reach the 6th level of qi refinement before the Water Mansion's secret realm opens. It would be best if you could also master the Water Ghost River Patrol technique to a major level." Qianhong's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, sister, with this spirit pill, my breakthrough to the 6th level of qi refinement is imminent," Qianlei fervently promised, thumping his chest in assurance. "Enough. You may leave now. I have matters to attend to." Qianhong waved her hand. "Then I shall take my leave." Qianlei departed with a spring in his step. Zhang Qianrang was immersed in his cultivation at home when he suddenly sensed someone approaching his room. He promptly ended his practice. Soon after, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Zhang Qianrang asked with a frown. The interruption of his fruitful session left him quite displeased. "It is Qianlin, here to pay respects to senior brother Qianrang," came a soft voice from outside. "Qianlin?" Zhang Qianrang was taken aback. He did not recognize this individual and wondered what business he had with him. He rose and opened the door, revealing a young man with a fair complexion, dressed in the garb of a servant disciple, who greeted him with a friendly smile. "Are you senior brother Zhang Qianrang?" he inquired. "Indeed I am. What brings you here, junior brother?" Zhang Qianrang asked with curiosity. "I was sent by senior brother Qianlei to deliver an invitation for a banquet tomorrow at noon, as a gesture of gratitude for your reporting on Qiansha," Qianlin replied, extending a bright red invitation card towards him. This puzzled Zhang Qianrang. He did not know this person, so why would he be invited? Did they somehow learn of his apprenticeship and sought to curry favor with him? He found it perplexing. However, as Qianlin was a disciple from the outer sect, he could not afford to offend him. He accepted the invitation and asked, "Do you know why Senior Brother Qianlei wishes to host this banquet?" Senior Brother Qianlei is grateful for your timely report, which prevented further harm to the disciples within the sect, Qianlin explained. Very well, Zhang Qianrang replied. Though he felt it was somewhat abrupt, he still accepted the invitation. I shall return and report this. Qianlin then took his leave. Zhang Qianrang opened the invitation and his expression shifted. Qianlei had noted the reason for the banquet within the card, indicating it was to thank him for unveiling Qianxa's true nature. Clearly, Qianlei was aware of the situation's intricacies, yet Zhang Qianrang remained uncertain of his true intentions. After pondering for a while, he decided to approach Mingxin in the Outer Affairs Hall for more information. Upon arriving at the Outer Affairs Hall, he found Mingxin meditating, with no one else present. Senior Brother, Zhang Qianrang announced as he approached. Seventh Junior Brother, what is it? Mingxin replied succinctly. Are you familiar with Outer Sect Qianlei? Zhang Qianrang inquired. Qianlei? What do you want to know about him? His sister, Qianhong, is a direct disciple of the lineage master, Hozhen Wang, Mingxin responded, a look of surprise crossing his face. Zhang Qianrang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a powerful background. He quickly replied, Qianlei just sent me an invitation to a banquet tomorrow at noon, stating it was to thank me for reporting on Qianxia and exposing his true nature. Is that so? Mingxin exclaimed, somewhat astonished. After a moment of thought, he added, Junior Brother, this individual is a close friend of Qianxia. However, since he has made this clear, he must be sincere. It would be unwise to offend someone of his stature. I suggest you attend the banquet and take my identity token, should he attempt anything untoward. You can present it for your safety. Thank you, Senior Brother. Zhang Qianrang accepted the token gratefully. There's no need for formality. Since you haven't been to the outer sect before, let me share some important points to remember. Mingxin waved his hand. While in the outer sect, do not pry into others' courtyards or wander about aimlessly. There is a small mirror pond that you must keep your distance from. A small mirror pond? Is it dangerous? Zhang Qianrang asked with curiosity. Indeed, Elder Yuan keeps a spirit fish there, known for its cunning and greed. If anyone approaches, it will demand spiritual pills or herbs, and if not given, it will attack. Many disciples have sustained injuries, and some have even lost their lives. Mingxin lamented, a look of frustration crossing his face. Does the sect not intervene? Zhang Qianrang queried, feeling somewhat disillusioned. He had previously thought that servant disciples held little status, but it appeared that even outer sect disciples had no rights. The sect leader is named Yuan Fong, Mingxin sighed. Zhang Qianrang fell silent. Elder Yuan. Sect leader Yuan. What a troublesome connection, he mused. By the way, Senior Brother, isn't the spirit fish in the water? If one simply avoids entering, wouldn't that suffice? Mingxin shook his head with a wry smile. This fish is adept at the water arrow technique. Not only is its power formidable, but it can also strike instantaneously. Even intersect disciples cannot escape once they draw near. Water arrow technique. Instantaneous? Zhang Qianrang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If that is the case, I must go. Thus, you must absolutely avoid the small mirror pond, Mingxin reiterated earnestly. Understood, Senior Brother. The following day, as noon approached, Qianlin returned to escort Zhang Qianrang to the outer sect area. They arrived at the entrance of a courtyard where a young man with a delicate appearance awaited them. Dressed in the garb of an outer sect disciple, he scrutinized Zhang Qianrang with a smile and remarked, You must be Junior Brother Qianrang. Indeed, quite the distinguished figure. I am Qianli, sent by Senior Brother Qianlei to welcome you. How could I trouble you, Senior Brother Qianli? Zhang Qianrang bowed in respect. Despite the seemingly amicable demeanor of this individual, Zhang Qianrang sensed an underlying insincerity. Come, Senior Brother Qianlei is waiting inside, Qianli said, leading Zhang Qianrang into the courtyard. Zhang Qianrang surveyed the surroundings, noting the courtyard's layout resembled that of Qiansan's. Beneath a tree, a strikingly handsome figure sat at a table. Oh, you must be Junior Brother Qianrang. Come, take a seat. Qianlei boomed with an exuberant laugh, his warmth bordering on excessive. Zhang Qianrang's instincts raised a red flag. Such fervent hospitality from strangers often concealed ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed faade, responding with a smile, I am honored, Senior Brother Qianlei. What virtue have I that warrants such lavish treatment? Junior Brother is too modest. To be candid, I consider Qianxia a close friend, only to discover his true nature through your timely report. Had it not been for you, I might have remained oblivious. Qianlei said as he warmly gestured for Zhang Qianrang to sit, a look of gratitude gracing his features. Qianli joined them at the table. Zhang Qianrang felt a mix of surprise and unease. The table was laden with exquisite dishes he had never encountered in the outer sect, let alone tasted. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the three quickly fell into camaraderie, exchanging pleasantries as if they were longtime friends. Learning that Qianlei was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement, Zhang Qianrang seized the opportunity to inquire about various cultivation topics, to which Qianlei responded openly, providing invaluable insights. Suddenly, Qianlei sighed deeply, alas. Junior brother, you must understand, we possess inferior spiritual roots, making cultivation arduous. Though I am but a step away from the 6th layer, I cannot fathom how many more years it will take to break through. Indeed, spiritual roots are innate. None can change that, Zhang Qianrang empathized. In truth, if I had a small water spirit pill, I could easily break through to the 6th layer in the short term, Qianlei said, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Qianrang. A realization struck Zhang Qianrang. This man's intentions were clear. To his surprise, Qianlei, with such a formidable backing, sought to seize his small water spirit pill. However, with his system in place, he had no fear of losing the elixir. However, he was also reluctant to play the villain. Should this person be willing to pay a fair price for a transaction, he would not be averse to granting him an opportunity for redemption. With this thought in mind, Zhang Qianrang spoke. Senior brother, I happen to possess a low-grade water spirit pill. I do not harbor any immediate aspirations for my cultivation. I merely wish to acquire some materials for refining weaponry, aiming to transform the water spirit fork into a genuine magical artifact as soon as possible. Oh, let me see it, junior brother. Qianlei's eyes sparkled with interest. All right. Zhang Qianrang promptly produced a jade vial containing a pill the size of a jujube, which was indeed the low-grade water spirit pill. Thank you, junior brother. This elixir is precisely what I need. As for the refining materials you seek, I shall procure some for you shortly, Qianlei declared, snatching the jade vial with delight. Zhang Qianrang was at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly respectable individual would so shamelessly seize it. As for the promised refining materials, he knew full well they would not materialize. Do not say I did not give you a chance, he sighed inwardly. Just then, a notification appeared in his mind. The master has relinquished the opportunity for rapid cultivation to Qianlei in exchange for a swift enhancement of the latter's abilities. The master has acquired a mid-grade water spirit pill. Will you extract it? With a sense of irony, Zhang Qianrang mused, trading a low-grade pill for a mid-grade one. What a lucrative bargain. Though his heart rejoiced, he feigned reluctance, forcing a dry smile. Then I shall await the materials from senior brother. It grows late. I must take my leave. He intended to withdraw while the situation was favorable, lest Qianlei discover the loss of the mid-grade pill and direct his wrath toward him. However, to his surprise, upon hearing this, Qianlei pocketed the jade vial and blocked his path, smiling. Junior brother, it is rare for you to visit. Why the haste? Allow me to show you around the outer sect. The Little Mirror Pond is a scenic spot on the island that you must see. The Little Mirror Pond. Zhang Qianrang felt a jolt in his heart. Had he not previously inquired with Mingxin about the true nature of the pond, he might have believed in Qianlei's genuine enthusiasm. It was now evident that Qianlei sought not only to seize his water spirit pill, but also to endanger his life. Such individuals were certainly to be noted in his little notebook, with an emphasis placed upon them. That may not be appropriate. I shall forego the visit. Zhang Qianrang feigned modesty. Do not be so polite, junior brother. It is a great pleasure for us three to meet today. A trip to the Little Mirror Pond would be a delightful affair. You would not wish to dampen our spirits, would you? Qianlei chimed in with a smile. Well, in that case, I suppose I must comply. Zhang Qianrang reluctantly acquiesced, mentally noting Qianlei as well. Excellent. Let us proceed, Qianlei declared with satisfaction, waving his hand vigorously. Chapter 21. The pinnacle level water arrow technique. As the three strolled along the path, their laughter echoed like that of longtime friends. Before long, they arrived at a sizable pond, its picturesque scenery adorned with lush trees, the water reflecting like a polished mirror. No wonder it was called the Little Mirror Pond. Junior brother, do you see that pavilion in the middle of the pond? It is the most delightful spot to behold. Let us head there. Qianlei pointed eagerly at the structure. Very well. Zhang Qianrang readily agreed. A walkway led to the pavilion, and just as they reached the bridge, a figure appeared in the distance, calling out, Senior brother Qianlei. Junior brother, you go ahead. I will join you shortly, Qianlei said to Zhang Qianrang before turning to greet the newcomer. All right. Zhang Qianrang glanced at the figure. Unfamiliar yet easily deduced to be someone Qianlei and Qianlei had deliberately sent to intercept them. He proceeded onto the walkway, keeping an eye on the pond's waters, hoping for a glimpse of the ethereal fish. However, as he reached the pavilion, he saw no sign of the mystical fish. He turned back to find that Qianlei and Qianlei had vanished from sight. Huh. Zhang Qianrang chuckled lightly, unperturbed. The little mirror pond was one of his objectives. Initially, he had intended to feign being lost to explore, but it appeared these two had conveniently led him here, saving him the trouble. Thus, it can be said that in this world, as people scheme against one another, it is difficult to ascertain who is truly outmaneuvering whom. Nearby, a passerby noticed Zhang Qianrang in the pavilion and shouted, "Hey, junior brother, how did you get in there? Come out, it's very dangerous. He won't be able to escape." Another individual jeered. Suddenly, the pond erupted with splashes, and a dark, massive figure swirled beneath the surface, measuring 3 or 4 meters in length and exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Before long, the shadow emerged, revealing itself to be a monstrous fish with a black back and green scales. Its eyes glimmered like luminous pearls, casting a faint green light as they fixated on Zhang Qianrang. The creature pouted and blew bubbles in his direction, appearing rather endearing despite its ominous presence. "What is it doing?" Zhang Qianrang mused, somewhat bewildered. "Do not panic. It is requesting a spirit pill or medicinal herb from you. If you offer it something to eat, you can escape," the earlier warning voice called out. From a concealed grove, Qianlei and Qianli watched with concealed satisfaction. "Humph. Its water spirit pill is in my possession. What other elixirs could it possibly have? This time, it is doomed without a doubt. A fitting resolution for my grievances." Qianlei sneered, his expression gleeful as his thoughts flowed freely. Within the pavilion, Zhang Qianrang regarded the frolicking fish, a bemused smile gracing his lips. This creature could not articulate its needs, merely pouting and blowing bubbles. Who could decipher its intentions? Countless individuals had likely perished due to misinterpretation. While contemplating, he retrieved a jade vial from his robe. Inside lay a pill the size of an egg yolk, resembling jadeite, the water arrow technique enlightenment pill that his master had bestowed upon him. This specific pill was not universal. It corresponded to particular spells, with each type requiring distinct materials for crafting. The water arrow technique enlightenment pill was created using materials from a fish demon adept in water arrow techniques, making it particularly alluring to aquatic demon creatures. As soon as Zhang Qianrang produced it, the monstrous fish began to whirl with excitement, blowing even more bubbles in his direction. From a distance, Qianlei and Qianli's expressions darkened as they witnessed Zhang Qianrang unveil the elixir. How does he possess another spirit herb? Qianli's face clouded. "I do not know, senior brother. The sect only rewarded him with one low-grade water spirit pill. He must have acquired some inferior pills from elsewhere. A mere servant cannot possibly possess such abundant spirit herbs," Qianli replied uncertainly. "Indeed, perhaps it is merely a common cold remedy for mortals. If he offers it to the spirit fish, it may only provoke its wrath, leading to a more dire fate. Look, the spirit fish is spinning around. It seems to have already been agitated." Qianlei chuckled, his mood brightening. Inside the pavilion, Zhang Qianrang, observing the exuberant fish, opened his jade vial and tossed the enlightenment pill into the water. The fish eagerly gulped it down, swimming joyfully in circles. The master has granted the sole opportunity to rapidly master the water arrow technique to the black-backed spirit fish, in exchange for the latter's acquired skills in the water arrow technique. The master has mastered the water arrow technique. Should it be extracted? Zhang Qian let out a faint smile as he gazed at the still naive and carefree spirit fish. He gently remarked, "What a lovely fish, bubbling away. It would be best not to release something as ferocious as the water arrow technique." He then calmly made his way towards the shore. "Why are you here, you rascal? Hurry and leave. It's not easy to escape with your life this time. What a pity about your spirit pill." A young man in a disciple's robe shouted at him from the shore. "Thank you, senior brother. I came here on an errand and lost my way." Zhang Qian bowed respectfully to the pale-faced youth. This man, though cold in demeanor, was warm-hearted and had previously offered him a warning. "The way out is over there. Do not wander aimlessly again," the pale youth indicated, then turned and walked away. "I'll remember that. Thank you, senior brother," Zhang Qian called after his retreating figure. The young man waved dismissively and soon disappeared from sight. Zhang Qian also hurriedly left the area. He did not seek retribution against Qianlei and his companion, as it would serve no purpose. The disparity in their standings was too great. If he confronted them, he would surely be at a disadvantage. In any case, he had garnered substantial gains this time, so it was better to accumulate wealth quietly. That young man had managed to escape danger. He would undoubtedly be wary of them in the future. In the forest, Qianlei watched Zhang Qian leave, frustration causing him to strike a nearby tree, shaking off several yellowed leaves. "No need to worry, senior brother. There will be plenty of opportunities to eliminate him later," Qianli suggested ominously. "Think of a way to deal with him swiftly. Let us leave now," Qianlei replied, not willing to relent. "Understood." Back at his residence, Zhang Qian could not suppress the joy on his face. His gains were indeed tremendous. A low-grade minor water spirit pill had been exchanged for a mid-grade one, and upon consumption, its effects would enhance his cultivation, increasing his confidence in reaching the third layer of qi refinement before the Water Palace secret realm opened. However, while the mid-grade pill was valuable, what he truly valued was the water arrow technique acquired from the spirit fish. Zhang Qian summoned the system interface and, with a silent thought, extracted the water arrow technique he had obtained. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. He envisioned himself as a fish swimming freely in water until one day, he awakened his talent and transformed into a fish demon, gaining the ability to wield the water arrow technique. The vision concluded, and Zhang Qian found himself endowed with the ability to perform the water arrow technique. Perfect level water arrow technique. Zhang Qian immediately grasped the caliber of his newfound skill and was overwhelmed with joy. He raised his hand, focused his thoughts, and summoned magical energy. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, forming a vibrant green water arrow that radiated a chilling aura. From it emanated a palpable sense of immense power. The might of this water arrow technique far surpassed that of the strongest capabilities of the water spirit fork, becoming his most formidable trump card. This was particularly remarkable given the current scarcity of spiritual energy. If unleashed in a more spiritually abundant environment, its potency would be even greater. Zhang Qian dismissed the powerful spell with a mere thought, demonstrating the ease of mastery inherent to a perfected technique. Its formidable strength was matched by its flexibility. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was the considerable mana consumption. With his current cultivation level, he could only unleash the water arrow technique 3 times before exhausting his mana. Yet, compared to its might, this consumption was trivial. Excellent. I feel remarkably secure. Zhang Qian smiled faintly. If you were to personally cultivate the water arrow technique, even with frenzied, relentless training over 4 to 5 months, aided by the minor understanding pill, he would only barely reach a nascent level of proficiency. However, now he had instant access to the perfected water arrow technique. There was no comparison. Not only was the difference in power monumental, but the time taken to cast the spell was also crucial. Instantaneous casting during battle offered tremendous advantages, especially in the chaotic environment of the Water Palace secret realm, where encounters were frequent, enhancing his edge. Thus, his assurance of survival in the secret realm increased significantly. But where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In a courtyard of the outer sect, Qianlei was brooding discontentedly. What a pity, I failed to eliminate that servant. His heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Do not worry, senior brother. I will devise another plan. He won't be able to evade for long. Besides, you did gain something from this. Didn't you receive a low-grade minor water spirit pill? Qianlei comforted him from the side. You are right. At least I obtained a spirit pill. Qianlei's expression brightened at the mention. He then produced a jade vial, which contained Zhang Qian's minor water spirit pill. Humph. That servant surely prepared the minor water spirit pill for the upcoming external sect trials. Now that it's gone, let us see how he manages. He sneered, clutching the vial with a malicious expression. Indeed, senior brother. Once the commotion settles, it would be easy to eliminate him, Qianlei suggested with a sinister grin. Haha, splendid. If we manage to kill that young man, this spirit pill shall be your reward, Qianlei exclaimed boisterously. Qianlei's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he responded modestly. How could I accept such a generous offer? It would be better for you to use it yourself. Haha, it matters not. Just yesterday, the lineage master personally rewarded me with a mid-grade pill. This mere low-grade one is of no use to me, Qianlei boasted with a triumphant laugh. Ah, congratulations. Senior brother, with the lineage master's favor, your ascension to true disciple is assured. I shall comply with your wishes. Qianlei hurriedly expressed his enthusiasm, though a flicker of jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes. Indeed, congratulations. However, I shall keep this spirit pill for now. I will give it to you once you deal with that servant. Qianlei smiled, reclaiming the spirit pill. Qianlei's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly donned a fawning smile. Rest assured, senior brother, I guarantee that servant won't last long. Very well, I trust in your abilities. You may leave now. I need to rest. Qianlei nodded, signaling the end of the conversation. Qianlei then took his leave. After he departed, Qianlei secured the door and returned to his room, pulling out a jade vial. He intended to consume the mid-grade minor water spirit pill. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly opened the vial's stopper, only to find it utterly empty. He let out a wail of despair. Where is my mid-grade pill? Chapter 22. What skills does the master excel in? The next day, Zhang Qian was summoned by Ming Xian. What is going on? I heard you entered the small mirror pond? Ming Xian asked, furrowing her brow. Zhang Qian was taken aback by how quickly the news had spread. Naturally, he could not disclose his own schemes, so he sighed and replied with a furious expression, "Alas, senior brother, I was deceived by Qianlei and Qianli. They dragged me to the small mirror pond and then fled. Not only did they take a minor water spirit pill from me, but a spirit fish also snatched one away." He could not confront Qianlei directly, but since the matter had become public, he could leverage his master's influence against him. Although Qianlei was backed by the lineage master, his wrongdoing would require the lineage master to maintain face and provide an explanation. They are being excessively cruel. They are clearly trying to take your life. Rest assured. Junior brother, I will certainly report this to master. Even if Qianlei has ties to the lineage master, he cannot simply escape justice. After hearing this, Mingxin was enraged. Elder brother, do not be angry. It is solely my fault for falling into his cunning trap, Zhang Qianrang advised. Alas, had I known this would happen, I should have prevented you at that time, Mingxin lamented. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Who could have anticipated that Qianlei would be so shameless? Zhang Qianrang responded. Very well, junior brother, you should return now. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further. Remember, from now on, do not heed any invitations from anyone. Just focus on your cultivation, Mingxin instructed. I understand, Zhang Qianrang replied before taking his leave. Once a person commits earnestly to a task, they often find that time passes swiftly. Zhang Qianrang experienced this phenomenon. After returning from Mingxin, he secluded himself in intense practice, dedicating his days to enhancing his cultivation and mastering the Water Ghost River Patrol technique. Before he realized it, 2 months had slipped by. During this time, he scarcely ventured outside, save for meals and the occasional trip to the restroom. Mingxin visited him once, bringing along a water spirit pill, which was reportedly retrieved by their master from Qianlei after a confrontation. Furthermore, Qianlei had been reprimanded by the master and would not trouble them again. Overall, the situation was handled lightly, without any substantial punishment. Zhang Qianrang, being of low status, could only accept this. Fortunately, since then, Qianlei had indeed ceased to disturb him. After 2 months of arduous cultivation, Zhang Qianrang reaped significant rewards. With the aid of spirit pills and stones, his cultivation had progressed considerably, nearing the 3rd level of qi refinement. He estimated that in just over a month, he would be able to break through to the 3rd level. Simultaneously, due to his daily rigorous training, the water spirit fork he was refining had fully attuned to his aura, achieving a state of unity between man and tool. Each time he practiced, he maximized the effectiveness of his training. It was time to contemplate a second refinement. Holding the dual-pronged fork, Zhang Qianrang mused internally. If he could upgrade the fork once more, it would transform into a true magical artifact, greatly enhancing its power and proving invaluable for his expedition into the secret realm. However, the materials required for the second enhancement were quite rare and difficult to procure. His master, Xuanhe, had already provided him with considerable assistance, and it would be unreasonable to request more. Moreover, his master had to support other disciples as well, so it was unlikely that resources would be disproportionately allocated to him. Thus, Zhang Qianrang resolved to seek opportunities himself. His second achievement was significant progress in the Water Ghost River Patrol technique. Originally, it took him 10 breaths to execute this technique. After this period of diligent practice, he had reduced it to 7 breaths, and the completion of the technique was within reach. This fueled his enthusiasm for cultivation. Should he master it completely before the opening of the Water Mansion's secret realm, his safety within the realm would be considerably assured. Having practiced for so long, it was time to relax. Zhang Qianrang stood up and stepped outside. The sun shone brightly. The sky was high and clear, and his spirits lifted with the pleasant weather. He strolled leisurely along the path and soon arrived at the External Affairs Hall. Elder brother. The hall was devoid of others, with Mingxin sitting alone on a chair. Zhang Qianrang greeted him. What brings you here? Mingxin smiled and asked upon seeing him. I've been cultivating for the past 2 months and felt a bit stifled, so I came out for a stroll, Zhang Qianrang replied. How has your cultivation been? Mingxin inquired further. Very well. With the spirit pills and stones from our master, my cultivation is progressing rapidly. In another month or 2, I should be able to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement, Zhang Qianrang answered. That's good to hear. How about the water arrow technique? I've already mastered it. Excellent, Mingxin nodded, then continued. In fact, I was just about to find you. 5th junior brother wishes to meet you. Shall we set a time for 3 days from now? 5th senior brother? Zhang Qianrang was somewhat surprised. Though he had become a disciple of Xuanhe, he had not yet met any of his other brothers apart from Mingxin. He wondered why this 5th senior brother wanted to meet him. Yes, the 5th brother is also practicing the water spirit qi refinement method. He has been in seclusion recently and has just reached the 6th level of qi refinement. He learned about your situation and wishes to meet you, Mingxin explained. Oh, I see. Then let it be 3 days from now, Zhang Qianrang replied, understanding that it was reasonable for them to meet in preparation for entering the secret realm together. All right, I'll inform the fifth brother. You can come to my place then, Mingxin said. Agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang engaged in casual conversation with Mingxin, inquiring about various aspects of cultivation and common knowledge regarding immortality. By the way, elder brother, what skills does our master excel in? Zhang Qianrang recalled a question and sought Mingxin's insight. Apart from cultivation, there are numerous skills in the realm of immortality, such as alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, and formations. These skills are essential components of the immortal path. The three immortal view has alchemy halls, artifact halls, talisman-making halls, and more. The menial disciples eagerly anticipate working in these places to gain early exposure to the rudiments of these skills, which would be beneficial for their future. Typically, the elders in the sect excel in specific techniques. For instance, Elder Xianming is renowned for his alchemy. Mingxin paused briefly upon hearing this question, and after a moment of silence, he replied, our master does not specialize in the skills of immortality. Rather, he excels in body refinement and ranks first among the elders in combat strength. Zhang Qianrang was left speechless, as he had hoped to gain early exposure to the skills of immortality. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. Their master was straightforward and fierce in temperament, and it was natural that he would not excel in delicate tasks. That is indeed commendable. With such strength, no one would dare to provoke him. Zhang Qianrang nodded in agreement. Mingxin smiled, but said nothing. As a disciple who had long followed the old Taoist Xuan'e, Mingxin was well aware of his master's standing within the sect. While few openly challenged him, he often faced covert pressures. After all, whether in alchemy or artifact crafting, one must rely on others. No matter how strong one's combat prowess, the rules of the sect remained in place, and there were limits to what one could dictate. Over time, it became difficult to find suitable disciples, which explained the heightened attention given to a mere menial disciple. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qianrang took his leave. As he walked along the road, a pensive expression crossed his face. With his astuteness, he easily discerned that Mingxin had unspoken concerns. He surmised that Master Xuan'e's position among the higher echelons of the sect was somewhat precarious. However, he was indifferent, at most. It simply meant he could not access the skills of immortality prematurely. Once he ascended to the outer or inner sect, he would still have opportunities to engage with those skills. As he walked, Zhang Qianrang's expression shifted. Ahead, he encountered a familiar figure, Qianhe. At that moment, Qianhe appeared quite disheveled, looking significantly thinner. Upon spotting Zhang Qianrang, he averted his gaze and hurried past him with his head bowed. Zhang Qianrang harbored no fondness for this individual. While he had forgiven Qianhe for the toilet cleaning incident, the betrayal to Qian San was unforgivable. Since that incident, Qianhe had avoided him, and now, with their vast disparity, Zhang Qianrang had no intention of seeking trouble with him as long as he did not provoke him again. As noon approached, Zhang Qianrang arrived at the dining hall. Inside, many menial disciples were already seated, and upon seeing him, they greeted him warmly. He first self-tempered the weapon, and then achieved merit and awards. As the opportunity to join the outer sect appeared promising, many sought to associate themselves with him. Zhang Qianrang warmly responded to all, showing no aloofness, even towards those with whom he had minor grievances, for he deemed it unnecessary. When does an elephant concern itself with an ant stepping on its foot? As was his custom, he bought his meal and departed. After a morning of wandering, it was time to continue his secluded cultivation in the afternoon. Chapter 23. The century-old cold iron and the medium-quality elixir 3 days later. In the inner chamber of the outer affairs hall, Zhang Qianrang, under the guidance of Mingxin, met his fifth senior brother. This individual had thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding a sense of sincerity, yet his lively gaze betrayed a shrewdness that belied his appearance. Seventh junior brother, this is your fifth senior brother, Mingxin. Mingxiang, this is Qianrang. Mingxin introduced them to one another. Greetings, fifth senior brother. Zhang Qianrang clasped his hands in respect. Junior brother, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long heard Master speak of you, but I have been in seclusion, unable to make your acquaintance. Upon meeting you today, it is evident you are extraordinary, Mingxin praised with a smile. You flatter me. Senior brother, my talents are limited, and I fear I may disappoint Master S. high expectations, Zhang Qianrang replied humbly. Junior brother, you are too modest. Master S. decision to take you in was not made lightly. Such humility implies Master lacks discernment, Mingxin said, his smile fading into a more serious demeanor. Zhang Qianrang felt a stirring in his heart at Mingxin's veiled words, sensing an underlying intent that was not benevolent. Unaware of the reasons behind this tension, he could only respond, "I dare not," in a tone of deference. Mingxing, overhearing this exchange, furrowed her brow and rebuked. "Mingxing, what nonsense are you spouting? Mind your words." "Ha. Fourth senior sister, please do not be angry. I was merely speaking foolishly. I worry about tarnishing Master S' reputation." Seventh junior brother. "I hope you do not take offense." Mingxing raised his hand, offering a disingenuous apology. Afterward, he swiftly changed the subject. "I have come not only to meet you, but Master also entrusted me to bring you something." He produced a simple wooden box and handed it to Zhang Qianrang. Upon receiving the box, Zhang Qianrang was momentarily taken aback. The box, small enough to fit in his palm, was surprisingly heavy, clearly containing something of great worth. Inside is a piece of century-old cold iron, one of the primary materials for enhancing the water spirit fork. As for the remaining beast bones and auxiliary materials, Master instructed that you seek them yourself, Mingxing said, a flicker of discomfort crossing his features. "Thank you for Master S' generosity, and thank you, senior brother," Zhang Qianrang said, his heart swelling with joy. He had been troubled over the enhancement of the water spirit fork, and Master S' gift of the cold iron felt like timely assistance. The cold iron has already been crushed into powder. You may begin by self-tempering with the powder, even if you cannot upgrade the artifact before entering the secret realm. It will at least fortify the water spirit fork, preventing it from being destroyed by beasts and preserving its foundation, Mingxing added. "Master truly has my best interests at heart. Please convey my gratitude to him, assuring him that I will not disappoint his kindness," Zhang Qianrang expressed sincerely. "With your resolve, Master will surely be pleased," Mingxing replied with a hollow smile. After a while, Zhang Qianrang took his leave. Upon returning to his quarters, he carefully placed the wooden box on the table and opened the lid, revealing a wrapped piece of leather. As he unfolded it, a collection of fine black particles emerged, most as small as dust, with a few larger grains the size of rice. A chilling aura emanated from them. "With this, my twin-pronged fork is poised for another enhancement," Zhang Qianrang mused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He then closed the wooden box and discreetly concealed it beneath a loose floor tile in the corner. The cold iron served as the main material for forging the water spirit fork, and each enhancement required its use, with increasing demands for quality. Master S' provision of the cold iron powder was intended for him to self-temper the weapon, thus enabling a strengthening before the secret realm opened. However, Zhang Qianrang was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. His previous success had not been due to self-tempering, and to attempt it recklessly now might lead to failure, wasting the precious cold iron. Moreover, a mere enhancement would not satisfy him. He aimed to complete a second refinement before entering the secret realm, transforming the water spirit fork into a true artifact. At that point, its power would surely surge, becoming yet another trump card in his hand, enhancing his safety within the secret realm. After securing the cold iron, Zhang Qianrang returned to his bed, contemplating the attitude of his fifth senior brother, Mingxing. He knew little about him, only that he was one of Master S' 3 disciples participating in the Water Mansion's secret realm. He was unaware of Mingxing's background, personality, or character. During their meeting, he sensed a disquieting sentiment from Mingxing, who seemed to harbor some grievances against him. The fact that Mingxing had scolded him for a mere humble remark suggested he was not a friendly individual, although Mingxing later smoothed things over. Claiming concern over tarnishing Master S' reputation, Zhang Qianrang perceived it as an attempt to assert dominance. "I have never encountered this person before, let alone offended him. There must be a deeper reason," Zhang Qianrang pondered. As he reflected, a realization struck him regarding the numerous gifts Master had bestowed upon him. These items, given to him, were naturally withheld from others. For instance, the minor water spirit elixir was beneficial for all cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, albeit its efficacy diminished with higher cultivation levels. Had it not been given to him, it could have been offered to other senior brothers, still serving them well. The same applied to the minor comprehension elixir for the water arrow technique, which was invaluable for those learning that skill. Coupled with the century-old cold iron, it was inevitable that envy would brew among his peers. Perhaps this fifth senior brother resented him for precisely that reason. Zhang Qianrang hoped he would soon let go of this matter to avoid conflict within their ranks. After contemplating this, he sighed and set the issue aside. Ready to begin his cultivation, Zhang Qianrang closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting his state of being. He then summoned the system interface, selected the medium-quality minor water spirit elixir, and silently invoked its extraction. A cool sensation filled his palm as a jade-green pill, the size of a jujube, manifested. The appearance of medium-quality pills was similar to that of inferior ones, but the color of the former was deeper, with hints of darkness. Having consumed 2 inferior minor water spirit elixirs during this period, The effects of the last had faded, compelling him to seek a new elixir for his cultivation. Hence, he prepared to ingest this medium-quality pill, which could enhance his cultivation effectiveness by 50%. At this moment, he was nearing the third layer of the Qi refinement stage, and he intended to use this elixir to leap into that tier. After examining the elixir, he placed it in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Immediately, he felt a refreshing flow of energy emanating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs, a surge nearly double that of the inferior pills. Truly worthy of being a medium-quality elixir. Zhang Qianrang marveled internally, then immersed himself in his cultivation. Chapter 24. Ascending to the outer sect. Time flew swiftly, and before long, a month had passed. Zhang Qianrang devoted himself to rigorous cultivation day in and day out. His daily routine consisted solely of enhancing his cultivation and practicing the water ghost river patrol technique. In the midst of his training, a mandatory task arose, which, with the assistance of Mingxin, turned out to be quite simple. A brief excursion allowed him to complete it with ease. Such diligent practice yielded abundant rewards, as his water ghost river patrol technique reached a duration of 6 breaths. With only a small step left to attain mastery, his cultivation rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. Zhang Qianrang sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the Qi refinement stage. Consequently, for the past few days, he had set aside the water ghost river patrol technique, choosing instead to remain at home, immersed in solitary cultivation. On this particular day, within the confines of his room, Zhang Qianrang sat cross-legged on his bed, engaging in closed-door meditation. In his hands, he firmly gripped the water spirit fork, with a piece of low-grade spirit stone nestled between each of his fingers. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body, transforming into pure magical power as his technique operated. Suddenly, he felt a tremor coursing through him, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. A wild attraction emanated from within, drawing the natural spiritual energy from the outside world and the spirit stones into his body, which swiftly converted it into magical power. A formidable whirlwind of spiritual energy formed around him, with Zhang Qianrang at its center. His magical power seemed to enter a new realm, rapidly expanding in a manner previously deemed impossible. Time slipped away unnoticed until Zhang Qianrang finally opened his eyes, rising from his meditation with a radiant smile. He had finally reached the third layer of the Qi refinement stage. The magical power within him had doubled, granting him even broader potential for advancement. With ample spirit stones and medicinal pills at his disposal, he anticipated swift progress in his cultivation. Furthermore, his connection with the water spirit fork had grown stronger, enhancing the rate at which he could convert spiritual energy. This treasured artifact began to reveal its latent potential as his cultivation advanced. Glancing out the window, he noted that daylight had fully broken. Without hesitation, he quickly tidied himself up and made his way to the outer affairs hall. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Mingxin inquired curiously upon seeing him in the otherwise empty hall. "Senior brother, I've reached the third layer of the Qi refinement stage," Zhang Qianrang replied with a grin. "What? Excellent. That's wonderful news," Mingxin exclaimed joyfully, sensing the powerful wave of magical energy radiating from Zhang Qianrang, indicative of his recent breakthrough. "Come, I will assist you in obtaining your identity as an outer disciple." Mingxin wasted no time and led Zhang Qianrang toward the area for outer disciples. The promotion to outer disciple fell under the administration of the inner affairs hall. Typically, when a miscellaneous disciple reaches the third layer of the Qi refinement stage, they report to the steward of the miscellaneous hall, who then guides them to the inner affairs hall to process their promotion and confirm their status as outer disciples. However, Zhang Qianrang had secretly joined the Xuana sect, sparing him the need to involve outsiders. Mingxin would guide him directly to the inner affairs hall. The inner affairs hall, located on the outskirts of the outer disciple area, was a grand and imposing edifice, far more magnificent than the outer affairs hall. Disciples frequently entered and exited this hall. As Mingxin led Zhang Qianrang inside, they were greeted by a hearty laugh. "Haha, what brings you, junior brother Mingxin?" The speaker was a stout, affable middle-aged man, his demeanor warm and inviting. "Senior brother Mingkai, this is a friend of mine. He has just been promoted to the third layer of the Qi refinement stage, and I am assisting him in obtaining his identity as an outer disciple," Mingxin replied with a smile and a fist salute. "Ah, certainly. Come, allow me to handle his registration. From now on, he will be my junior brother," Mingkai said, sizing up Zhang Qianrang before leading them to the counter for processing. The procedure for acquiring outer disciple status was straightforward. After verifying Zhang Qianrang's identity and confirming that he had indeed reached the third layer of the Qi refinement stage and had not exceeded any time limits, Mingkai promptly completed the registration. Bring your miscellaneous disciple identity token, Mingkai instructed, taking Zhang Qianrang's identity token and leading him into an inner chamber. In the center of the room stood a tall jade stone, its azure surface gleaming and translucent, accompanied by a table in front. This is the 3 Immortal Stone. Today, your name will be inscribed upon it, marking your true entrance into the 3 Immortal Sect, Mingkai explained. He then activated his magical power, igniting Zhang Qianrang's identity token, and placed the wooden plaque upon the 3 Immortal Stone. The jade immediately radiated a brilliant light, and mysterious runes emerged, quickly forming 3 large characters, Zhang Qianrang. The name shimmered across the stone's surface before dissipating into sparkling points of light. With a soft thud, a green jade plaque fell onto the table before them. Junior brother. This is your identity plaque as an outer disciple. You may now choose your courtyard. What kind of courtyard do you desire? Mingkai inquired, producing a map that detailed the various courtyards available to outer disciples. Those marked in red were occupied, while green indicated vacancies. Senior brother, I prefer a quieter courtyard. Even if it is somewhat secluded, Zhang Qianrang replied eagerly, his curiosity piqued by the jade stone. He wished to avoid drawing attention due to his many secrets. Very well. Courtyard number 3 in the Qingling district offers a pleasant concentration of spiritual energy and is both quiet and secluded, perfectly matching your requirements. Mingkai promptly identified a suitable location. Upon examining the details, Zhang Qianrang noted that the courtyard was situated closer to the interior of Huanghu Island, nestled beneath a cliff and adjacent to a flowing river. The closer a courtyard was to the heart of Huanghu Island, the richer its spiritual energy was likely to be. This particular location was also relatively obscure, minimizing the chances of being noticed. He decided then and there that this would be his choice. Senior brother, I will select this one, he declared. Haha, splendid choice. Mingkai responded, activating the green jade plaque in his hand. A beam of light shot forth from the map, enveloping the jade plaque. He then handed the plaque to Zhang Qianrang, saying, Junior brother Qianrang, keep this identity plaque safe. You will need it to access the restrictions for entering and exiting. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will remember, Zhang Qianrang replied gratefully as he accepted the identity plaque. Subsequently, Mingkai presented him with a package. This is a welcome gift for newly promoted outer disciples. Be sure to accept it, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother, Zhang Qianrang expressed as he received the bundle. The two then exited the inner affairs hall. Junior brother, you have now become an outer disciple. Go collect your personal belongings and move into your new courtyard. I must attend to my duties, so I cannot accompany you further, Mingxin informed him. Thank you for guiding me, senior brother, Zhang Qianrang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Mingxin's assistance, the process would not have gone so smoothly, and he certainly would not have been allowed to choose his courtyard. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Farewell, Mingxin said before taking his leave. Zhang Qianrang watched Mingxin depart before heading to his newly assigned courtyard. Chapter 25. Personal space. A winding gravel path meandered through a dense thicket of trees. Lush green leaves layered upon one another, forming a barrier that filtered the intense sunlight, casting bright beams of light that dispelled the shadows within the woods. Zhang Qianrang strode eagerly along the gravel path, reveling in the beauty of the surrounding scenery, his heart brimming with joy. Such a serene and picturesque locale was seldom encountered in the outer sect. Even if it were, it was not a privilege he could enjoy. However, here, he would claim this territory as his own, able to indulge in its splendor at any moment. Before long, an expansive clearing emerged before him, revealing a quaint stone courtyard at its center. The pale gray stone walls were adorned with dark green tiles, enclosing the entire courtyard. A deep red door stood directly opposite the gravel path, firmly closed, bearing a plaque that read, Qingling District, Number 3 Courtyard. Zhang Qianrang's heart swelled with delight as he gazed upon the inscription. After 3 years of servitude at the Sanxian Temple, he had finally reached this pivotal juncture, becoming an outer sect disciple and acquiring his own residence. Although filled with anticipation, he refrained from entering immediately, opting instead to circle the courtyard. The area surrounding the courtyard was also laid with gravel, forming a pathway of moderate width, bordered by an array of vibrant, unnamed flowers, perfect for leisurely strolls. Upon returning to the entrance, Zhang Qianrang produced his identification jade token and activated its magical powers. A radiant beam of light shot forth, illuminating the door, which creaked open with a soft sound. A faint glow flickered above the door as it swung open to either side. The courtyards of outer sect disciples were equipped with simple formations providing basic defenses, alerts, and cloaking effects to prevent unauthorized entry and shield internal activities from prying eyes. This courtyard represented a reliable private sanctuary, a crucial aspect for Zhang Qianrang. While the servant disciples also had their own rooms, they lacked any protective measures, making them vulnerable to outside scrutiny. With secrets to keep, Zhang Qianrang had never felt at ease in the servant dormitory. Now, relocating here, he could finally rest easy. Stepping through the door, he casually activated the jade token, causing the door to close automatically behind him. Inside the courtyard, a gravel path led directly to the stone house's entrance. This path branched off, leading to side rooms and a shaded area beneath a tree. Under the shade, a stone table and chairs were set up for relaxation. On the opposite side lay an untended patch of land, overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, which, if cleared, could serve as a space for planting flowers or medicinal herbs. Satisfied with the courtyard, Zhang Qianrang meticulously inspected each room. Thanks to the dust-repelling and cleaning formations in place, the rooms were remarkably clean, sparing him the labor of tidying up. He briefly organized the main room, as this would be his dwelling and practice space, needing to be prepared for immediate use. The side rooms, for now, held no purpose, so he did not invest much thought into them. Once organized, Zhang Qianrang settled at the stone table and placed his bundle upon it. Opening the bundle revealed a set of outer sect disciple garments, radiating a faint aura. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the attire was imbued with a cleansing and dust-repelling formation, ensuring it would remain unsoiled. Regrettably, it lacked any offensive or defensive capabilities. Zhang Qianrang did not harbor extravagant expectations. He set aside the clothing to reveal 3 black wooden tokens underneath, inscribed with the words, cultivation, arts, and resources. These tokens were a privilege granted upon his promotion to outer sect disciple, allowing him to visit the administrative hall to claim related items. Initially, Ming Kai had intended for him to collect them on the spot, but Zhang Qianrang preferred to consider his options before making a decision. Additionally, the bundle contained 100 taels of silver, with no other items within. After stowing away the 3 tokens and the silver, Zhang Qianrang donned the outer sect disciple attire and ventured out to retrieve his personal belongings from the servant quarters. Soon, he arrived at the servant disciple area. Encountering numerous individuals who gazed at him with a mix of awe and envy, respectfully greeting him as he passed, Zhang Qianrang acknowledged them with nods, reflecting on how not long ago he had shared their humble status. Now, having transcended to a position they admired, he marveled at the fickleness of fate. As he approached the servant dormitory, he overheard a tall servant disciple being reprimanded by the overseer. He recognized both individuals. The reprimanded servant was Qian He, while the overseer was Ming Yan. Upon noticing Zhang Qianrang's outer sect attire, their faces registered surprise, followed by an unmistakable glimmer of envy and resentment. Qian He, being a servant, envied Zhang Qianrang's elevation to outer sect disciple, while Ming Yan felt similarly envious, for unlike Ming Xine, who had the esteemed Xuanhe as a mentor, he had no such advantage. Consequently, despite holding the position of overseer, his status was lowly, and in terms of future prospects, he paled in comparison to any average outer sect disciple, leaving him with only the prospect of a life spent as a mere overseer in the servant quarters. Zhang Qianrang's gaze passed over the two with indifference, as if they were invisible, before he continued toward his former residence. Both Qian He and Ming Yan's expression stiffened. They had expected a greeting from Zhang Qianrang, given their past acquaintance, yet he had ignored them completely. What a show-off, acting all high and mighty, lacking basic manners. Ming Yan muttered under his breath, his displeasure evident as he watched Zhang Qianrang walk away. Qian He nodded in agreement, his face betraying a hint of bitterness. How could Zhang Qianrang not even acknowledge me after all I've done? He is utterly ungrateful. Yet, he never considered how he had once wronged Zhang Qianrang. At that moment, Ming Yan turned and caught sight of the resentment etched on Qian He's face, mistakenly assuming it was directed at him. You fool, are you defying me? Ming Yan shouted furiously, striking Qian He across the face multiple times, leaving him dazed. Unperturbed by the commotion behind him, Zhang Qianrang chuckled softly as he finished collecting his belongings and departed from the servant quarters. Upon returning to his outer sect courtyard, he arranged his bed and organized his daily necessities. Zhang Qianrang then produced a black circular disc, intricately etched with golden array patterns and featuring 5 sockets, each embedded with a low-grade spirit stone. This was the Spirit Gathering Array disc. When activated, it could draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a significant disturbance. He had refrained from using it in the servant quarters for fear of revealing his capabilities, but here, within the confines of his outer sect disciple sanctuary, he felt no such trepidation. This was entirely his private domain, secluded and fortified by the courtyard's inherent formations, shielding his activities from discovery. Chapter 26, Cultivation Arts. Welfare choices commence. Zhang Qianrang channeled his magical energy into the spirit-gathering array disc. The spirit-gathering array plate suddenly flickered with brilliance and soared into the air. Descend. He gestured towards the center of the bedroom floor. The spirit-gathering array plate promptly descended to the ground. A miraculous event occurred as the plate vanished into the earth. However, Zhang Qianrang could distinctly sense that the array plate was concealed half a foot beneath the surface, nestled within the soil. He then cast several incantations, and a barely perceptible wave emanated from below, spreading outward. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge into the bedroom, rapidly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within. The enhancement was confined solely to this room. Zhang Qianrang rose and stepped outside to observe. He witnessed the spiritual energy from the small courtyard being swiftly drawn into the room, while the external spiritual energy quickly replenished the courtyard. However, due to the presence of the courtyard's formation, the fluctuations of the spirit-gathering array were completely shielded, remaining undetectable to those outside. Moreover, the trees surrounding the courtyard dampened the commotion of the spiritual energy gathering, rendering it invisible to passers-by. With this realization, Zhang Qianrang felt reassured. The initial activation of the spirit-gathering array required the absorption of a significant amount of spiritual energy, causing some disturbance. Once it stabilized, it would gradually and quietly amass spiritual energy, making the fluctuations nearly imperceptible, such that even if someone entered the courtyard, they would likely remain oblivious. Excellent. Zhang Qianrang nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he took out 3 black wooden tokens and contemplated deeply. These tokens were benefits for outer disciples, redeemable for corresponding resources, categorized into techniques, arts, and resources. Zhang Qianrang meticulously planned his next steps. The technique was a matter of choice limited to his subsequent cultivation method. His current cultivation technique was the water spirit qi refinement method, which he had previously learned at the first level, corresponding to the first 3 stages of qi refinement. The next technique available for exchange would be the second level of the water spirit qi refinement method, suitable for the 4th, 5th, and 6th stages of qi refinement. Thus, he had no choice but to select the second level of the water spirit qi refinement method. Contrarily, the arts of cultivation offered a plethora of options. The foremost 4 arts included weapon forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formation. Mastery in any of these disciplines could lead to considerable renown within the cultivation realm. Unfortunately, outer disciples were not permitted to directly study these primary 4 arts. They could only choose foundational skills beneath them. For instance, they could learn basic techniques such as forging, planting spiritual herbs, concocting spiritual medicines, or crafting blank talisman paper and array bases. Mastering these skills would lay a foundation for the 4 primary arts, facilitating future learning. Additionally, there were various other auxiliary skills available for study, such as incense crafting, spiritual tea making, and spiritual wine brewing. Although these skills were niche, they still held great potential. For instance, incense crafted could assist in cultivation, particularly benefiting the practitioner's spiritual aspects. Similarly, spiritual tea and wine not only satisfied gastronomic desires, but also aided in cultivation. After considerable thought, Zhang Qianrang found himself in a quandary regarding his selection. If he could directly choose from the primary 4 arts, it would have been straightforward. As he had a keen interest in alchemy, cultivators prioritize their cultivation levels, and the most effective means to enhance one's cultivation is undoubtedly through spiritual pills. Aware of his inferior spiritual root, he knew he must rely on the system and consume elixirs to elevate his cultivation. Hence, alchemy was of utmost importance to him. However, it was regrettable that outer disciples could not directly choose alchemical skills. As for the prerequisite skills of planting and concocting spiritual herbs, he did not intend to pursue them, as they seemed of little significance. Few alchemists cultivate their own herbs. Most acquire ready-made spiritual herbs for their concoctions. Cultivating spiritual herbs is time-consuming, often taking decades or even centuries, and relying solely on self-cultivation might prevent one from mastering alchemy in a lifetime. Thus, he excluded such skills from consideration. He then resolved to select incense crafting. After much contemplation, he made his decision. He chose incense crafting because the spiritual incenses produced often directly enhance spiritual awareness. His water spirit qi refinement method involves the harmonious cultivation of both human and artifact, placing high demands on one's spiritual essence. The stronger the spirit, the more seamless the communication with the artifact, thereby significantly accelerating the overall cultivation speed and maximizing the artifact's potential. Moreover, incense crafting requires various spiritual herbs, which would greatly assist him in understanding their properties. This foundational knowledge would be invaluable when he eventually pursued alchemy, allowing for a smoother initiation. The third wooden token corresponded to resources, allowing for the selection of elixirs, talismans, forging materials, or other materials, such as incense crafting materials. The elixirs offered were 3 low-grade water spirit pills, which held little value for him at present. The talismans consisted of 10 low-tier talismans, but these typically bore limited power, serving more as distractions than lethal weapons. The forging materials included a set of auxiliary materials for refining the water spirit fork. The incense crafting materials comprised 3 portions, each of 5 basic spiritual incense ingredients. After careful deliberation, Zhang Qianrang opted for the set of auxiliary materials for refining the water spirit fork. His immediate priority was to venture into the secret realm of the Water Mansion to bolster his strength and ensure his survival. Currently, the most effective means of enhancing his power lay in elevating the water spirit fork to a low-tier magical artifact, which would significantly amplify its capabilities. Crucially, he possessed the primary refining material, Centennial Cold Iron, bestowed by his master Xuana, along with this set of auxiliary materials, allowing for an official refinement of the water spirit fork. Having finalized his selections, Zhang Qianrang departed his dwelling and made his way to the administrative hall. This time, he came alone, not accompanied by Mingxi. Senior brother Mingkai, I am here to choose my benefits. Zhang Qianrang directly approached Mingkai to express his wishes. Excellent. Your choices are commendable, Mingkai responded with a beaming smile. Clearly aware of the underlying details and approving of Zhang Qianrang's selections, Mingkai first led Zhang Qianrang to study the jade slip containing the second level of the water spirit qi refinement method. Zhang Qianrang pressed the jade slip to his forehead, and after a brief sensation, he committed the second level of the water spirit qi refinement method to memory. Subsequently, he learned the jade slip for incense crafting, which contained the methods for crafting 15 types of incense. Among these, 10 were not considered spiritual incenses, offering only minimal effects. Only 5 were classified as spiritual incenses, namely the concentration incense, literary star incense, tranquility incense, spiritual essence incense, and the Xian Yuan body fortifying incense. Upon reviewing the effects of these 5 incenses, Zhang Qianrang realized his choice had been astute, as 3 of the 5 were designed to assist the spirit and aid in artifact refinement. After mastering the techniques, Zhang Qianrang also collected a set of auxiliary materials for refining the water spirit fork before bidding farewell. Exiting the administrative hall, Zhang Qianrang headed straight to the forging hall, determined to commence the refinement of the water spirit fork immediately. Chapter 27. Is refinement bound to fail? The forging hall of the 3 Immortal View comprises 2 sections. One is located in the inner sect, while the other resides in the outer sect. The inner sect's forging hall exclusively caters to the needs of inner sect disciples, true inheritors, and senior members of the sect. Conversely, the outer sect's forging hall serves the outer sect disciples and the miscellaneous disciples. Naturally, Zhang Qianrang headed to the outer sect's forging hall. It was his first visit, and as he beheld the blazing furnaces, the industrious blacksmiths, and the incessant clanging sounds, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This was nothing more than a larger version of a blacksmith's workshop. Senior brother, whom are you looking for? A disciple from the forging hall approached him respectfully, while Zhang Qianrang was lost in thought. Assessing the individual, Zhang noticed the disciple was clad in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple, but appeared unfamiliar, indicating he belonged to a different group. I am looking for Manager Mingxiu. Zhang Qianrang replied promptly. The outer sect's forging hall had 3 primary managers, Mingxiu, Mingtang, and Minglian. Among them, Mingxiu possessed the most profound forging skills, boasting the highest success rate for refining treasures into low-tier magical artifacts. In contrast, Mingtang and Minglian primarily focused on enhancing the refining of items below the magical artifact level, with a notably lower success rate for upgrading magical artifacts. Hence, outer sect disciples typically sought Mingxiu for magical artifact refinement, while miscellaneous disciples would approach Mingtang and Minglian. Very well, follow me, the miscellaneous disciple said, leading the way. May I ask how to address you, senior brother? The disciple, named Qiangun, inquired amiably. It is Zhang Qianrang. Zhang Qianrang replied with a light chuckle, not bothered by the conversation. Ah, Zhang Qianrang, please forgive my ignorance. Qiangun exclaimed, visibly startled, and quickly apologized. You are being too modest, junior brother. It is nothing of the sort. Zhang Qianrang waved his hand dismissively, thinking how amusing this young disciple was, as he hardly held such a reputation. However, Qiangun boldly stated, Senior brother Qianrang, do not belittle yourself. If it weren't for your prior report, our lives as miscellaneous disciples would have remained precarious. Your actions have elevated our status within the sect, preventing the higher-ranking disciples from exploiting us. Your deed is nothing short of a life-saving grace. It is not an exaggeration to express profound gratitude. Though I may be lacking, I will forever remember your benevolence." Zhang Qianrang was taken aback by Qingguan's words. He had not realized that he had such a significant impact on the plight of the miscellaneous disciples. "You need not speak so highly of my actions, junior brother. What I did was merely my duty," Zhang Qianrang responded. "Senior brother, we have arrived. Manager Mingxiu is right here." Qingguan pointed to a door ahead, ending the topic. "Thank you for your guidance, junior brother." "You're welcome." Qingguan nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Qianrang approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came a deep voice from within. "This is Zhang Qianrang, seeking an audience with Manager Mingxiu," he replied promptly. "Come in," the voice inside said with a hint of indifference. Zhang Qianrang pushed the door open and beheld two individuals seated at a table, drinking and feasting. One was a burly man with a fierce expression, clearly Manager Mingtang, while the other was lean and scholarly, with a few strands of long beard, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing Zhang Qianrang, the scholarly man frowned slightly, showing some displeasure. However, upon noticing his outer sect disciple attire, he suppressed his irritation and asked coolly, "I am Mingxiu. What brings you here?" "Manager Mingxiu, I wish to request the refinement of a water spirit fork," Zhang Qianrang said, cupping his hands respectfully. "Is this your first time refining?" Mingxiu asked casually, assuming Zhang was a novice who had likely never refined the fork before. "This is my second refinement," Zhang Qianrang replied. "Oh, let me see it," Mingxiu said, his interest piqued slightly. "Please have a look, manager." Zhang Qianrang presented his water spirit fork to Mingxiu. As Mingxiu examined it closely, a hint of seriousness crossed his face. "Did you refine this yourself?" "Indeed. It was merely by chance," Zhang Qianrang admitted. "Have you prepared all the necessary materials?" Mingxiu inquired further. "Yes, I have," Zhang Qianrang confirmed. "Very well. Take the fork back for now. Come find me the day after tomorrow morning," Mingxiu instructed as he returned the water spirit fork to Zhang Qianrang. "Thank you, manager. I shall take my leave," Zhang Qianrang said as he exited. Once he was gone, Mingtang suddenly wore an unusual expression and said in a low voice, "Brother, this person must fail in refining the magical artifact." "Why is that?" Mingxiu replied, visibly displeased. He was a man who valued his reputation. The success rate for a mere second refinement of the water spirit fork was quite high. How could he allow for a deliberate failure? "Are you aware of this person's true identity?" Mingtang countered, not directly answering. "What identity?" Mingxiu asked curiously. "He is a newly accepted disciple of the old Taoist of the Xuan'e sect," Mingtang replied with a slight chuckle. "Oh, the water spirit fork, a water-type spiritual root. Is it for the secret realm?" Mingxiu quickly deduced. "Precisely. The old Taoist of the Xuan'e sect has only Mingyan and Mingsheng who meet the criteria. They are too weak to contend with other elders. Thus he hastily accepted this person as a disciple to strengthen his position in entering the Water Mansion secret realm." Mingtang elaborated. "Given this, it is indeed imperative that this person does not succeed in refining the water spirit fork," Mingxiu stated with a grave expression. "Exactly. Our master oversees the forging hall, and most of his disciples are of the fire's spiritual root. Although he actively recruits water-type disciples, they ultimately cannot compare to the other lineage elders. For now, we can only maintain an advantage over the old Taoist of the Xuan'e sect. Hence, we must not allow his disciples' strength to increase," Mingtang remarked with a smile. "What you say is sound, brother. For the refinement in 2 days, I will only need to employ a slight stratagem to ensure this person's failure," Mingxiu assured. At this moment, Zhang Qianrang remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a target, and that his water spirit fork refinement was destined to fail. In truth, he was not greatly concerned. What difference did success or failure make to him? All he sought was the opportunity at hand. With that, success would inevitably follow. As for the scheming of petty individuals, he held no fear. Not long after, Zhang Qianrang returned to his dwelling. He did not tarry, promptly taking out spirit stones to begin his cultivation. In an instant, he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surge into his body like a torrent. His cultivation speed increased by an impressive 40 to 50%. This was primarily due to the fact that his ability to refine spiritual energy could not keep pace, resulting in much of the abundant spiritual energy being wasted and dissipated. What a pity, Zhang Qianrang lamented inwardly. If only he could fully harness this influx of spiritual energy, his cultivation speed could have soared even higher. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied. He had consumed mid-grade small water spirit pills and low-grade chi training pills, and the effects combined had amplified his cultivation speed by 70%. Coupled with the low-grade spirit stones for cultivation, he experienced an additional 40 to 50% increase in speed. Now, with the Spirit Gathering Array, his cultivation speed had surged again by another 40 to 50%. Overall, his cultivation speed had risen dramatically compared to before. Chapter 28. 2 consecutive exchanges 2 days later, Zhang Qianrang returned to the forging hall and met with manager Mingxiu. Junior brother, please present your water spirit fork along with the refining materials, Mingxiu remarked with an air of indifference. Certainly, Zhang Qianrang replied, retrieving the water spirit fork, along with the century-old cold iron and various auxiliary materials. Junior brother, it seems the bones of the demon beasts herein are somewhat lacking, Mingxiu noted, his brow furrowing slightly as he examined the materials. Indeed, there is a slight deficiency. However, these materials were exchanged from the inner hall, which assured me they would suffice. Zhang Qianrang responded. The inner hall had provided him with merely the minimum standard of auxiliary materials to ensure a higher success rate. It would be prudent to add more on his own. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Mingxiu, too, was unconcerned. He had initially intended for this refining to fail, and Zhang Qianrang's actions provided him with the perfect excuse. The inner hall's assertion was not entirely incorrect. Then let us commence. Follow me, Mingxiu said, nodding as he gathered the water spirit fork and materials, leading Zhang Qianrang into the inner chamber. This room was equipped with various blacksmithing tools, the centerpiece being a striking furnace. Instead of charcoal, the furnace was adorned with peculiar runes, forming a mysterious formation. Ignite! Mingxiu commanded, channeling his mana. The formation shimmered, and a fierce crimson flame erupted forth. Is this the formation? Its power is astounding, Zhang Qianrang gasped, feeling the intense heat radiating from the flames. This fire was far more potent than ordinary flames. Clang, clang. Soon, the room was filled with the resounding clatter of metal striking metal. Mingxiu's technique, while not straying far from traditional blacksmithing, was enhanced by the enchantments of the furnace. The overall method remained consistent with the teachings of the Ming Hall. As time passed, various auxiliary materials were added. The water spirit fork began to reveal a third rune, everything appearing to progress smoothly. Brother, it's too hot in here. I'm stepping outside for some air, Zhang Qianrang declared, unable to bear the heat any longer. Feel free, junior brother, Mingxiu acquiesced, eager for the opportunity. Zhang Qianrang promptly exited the room and even left the refining hall entirely. At that moment, a robust figure burst into Mingxiu's chamber. It was Ming Tang. The lad has left, Ming Tang observed in astonishment. Indeed, with him watching, I would have had to exert considerable effort. Now, it is time for him to fail. Mingxiu chuckled. Brother, do not be hasty. The remaining century-old cold iron is necessary for my next refining. May I have it? Ming Tang inquired, eyeing the substantial amount of cold iron that was left. Take it, junior brother, but your refining secret technique, Mingxiu replied nonchalantly. Consider it a gift for you, brother, Ming Tang said, handing Mingxiu a small booklet. Upon opening it, Mingxiu found it filled with densely packed characters. After a thorough examination, he nodded in satisfaction, stowing the booklet away. These cold irons are yours. Thank you, brother. The two swiftly concluded their transaction, claiming the majority of Zhang Qianrang's century-old cold iron for themselves. Meanwhile, outside the refining hall, beneath a tree's shade, Zhang Qianrang sat upon a smooth stone, weighing his options when suddenly the system interface materialized before him. The master has granted the opportunity to enhance the ritualistic weapon to Ming Tang, in a fair exchange to receive the counterpart's chance to enhance the ritualistic weapon. The master has gained an opportunity to enhance the ritualistic weapon. Would you like to use it? Indeed, it has worked, Zhang Qianrang exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Before he could finish his celebration, another prompt appeared. The master has granted the unique opportunity to master the refining secret technique to Mingxiu, in exchange for the counterpart's already mastered refining secret technique. The master has gained the already mastered refining secret technique. Would you like to use it? Ha! Zhang Qianrang laughed heartily. While he was unaware of the underlying machinations, he could deduce that both Mingxiu and Ming Tang had indeed harbored ulterior motives towards him, absconding with his refining materials. Such a fair exchange could not occur otherwise. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. His objectives had been achieved, and he had gained even greater rewards. What was there to fear? With this thought, Zhang Qianrang remained quietly on the stone, awaiting the notification of the refining's failure. An hour later, Qian Guo approached anxiously. Brother Qianrang, why are you still here resting? Mingxiu is looking for you. Your water spirit fork's refinement might have failed. Thank you for the heads up, junior brother. I shall make my way there immediately, Zhang Qianrang replied with a calm smile, striding towards the refining hall. Qian Guo paused momentarily, then felt a surge of admiration. Brother Qianrang is truly unfazed. Even the potential failure of the weapon refinement does not rattle him. A true model for our generation. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Qianrang arrived at the refining chamber. Ming Xiu displayed a regretful expression as he held a fork, and upon seeing Zhang Qianrang, he immediately lamented. Junior Brother Qianrang, I am truly sorry. Your precious fork was on the verge of success, but alas, the lack of demon beast bones ultimately led to its failure. As he spoke, he handed the water spirit fork back to Zhang Qianrang. Upon inspection, Zhang Qianrang felt relieved. Although the water spirit fork had not been successfully refined, it remained intact. Brother, how could this have failed? Though he had already made up his mind, he felt the need to perform for appearances, lest he reveal too much. Failures are commonplace. Had it not been for your insufficient materials, this refinement would have succeeded. Such a pity, Ming Xiu sighed. Then, might I have the remaining materials returned to me? Zhang Qianrang asked, feigning disappointment. Junior brother, your materials have been entirely consumed. To be honest, I even contributed some of my own. I haven't even asked you for material costs, Ming Xiu replied, his expression darkening. How could this be? Zhang Qianrang said helplessly. This is quite normal. Junior brother, you should prepare more materials next time. The quantities provided by the inner hall are merely the bare minimum, in actual refinement. They are far from sufficient. Ming Xiu dismissed him. Farewell. Zhang Qianrang did not linger and promptly took his leave. After he departed, Ming Tang emerged from an adjacent room, a smirk gracing his features. That fool is likely to meet his demise in the Water Mansion's secret realm. How fitting. Ming Xiu chuckled. Ha ha. Ming Tang laughed heartily. Zhang Qianrang swiftly returned to his dwelling and summoned the system interface. He contemplated the two exchange prompts, deep in thought. Clearly, the initial exchange with Ming Tang benefited him ultimately. The exchanged opportunity was for enhancing the ritualistic weapon, meaning he had relinquished his refining materials, the most valuable of which was the century-old cold iron. The second prompt indicated an exchange with Ming Xiu, for which he had received the refining secret technique. Thus, it could be surmised with high certainty that Ming Xiu had bestowed his century-old cold iron upon Ming Tang in exchange for the refining secret technique. After this deduction, Zhang Qianrang pieced together the events with remarkable clarity. As the saying goes, one who seeks to steal a chicken may end up losing a bushel of rice. In life, one must adhere to integrity. Harboring malicious intent is never wise. He mused with a light chuckle. Chapter 29. The Water Spirit Fork ascends 2 levels. The triple transformation blood refining secret technique. Which of these two shall I extract first? After much contemplation, Zhang Qianrang resolved to extract the refining secret technique first. Extracting the mastered refining secret technique, he intoned silently. Unexpectedly, the system responded immediately. The host does not possess a magical artifact. The conditions for extracting the secret technique are not yet mature. Do you wish to extract forcibly? No. Zhang Qianrang promptly denied. It was evident that one could not extract under immature conditions. Otherwise, it would be a waste. He decided to first upgrade the water spirit fork into a magical artifact. Utilizing the opportunity to enhance its capabilities, Zhang Qianrang took out the water spirit fork, held it in his hands, and silently chanted. Instantly, he felt a powerful and peculiar force flowing from within him into the water spirit fork. The fork erupted with a dazzling aquamarine radiance, illuminating the room as if it were a submerged world, dreamlike and ethereal. 2 water-patterned mysterious runes flew out from the fork, swirling amidst the brilliant light. Zhang Qianrang gazed in astonishment at this phenomenon, utterly entranced. He had not anticipated such a beautiful effect from the enhancement of the magical artifact. Previously, he had to cover the phenomenon with a blanket to avoid detection. Now, however, he had a secluded courtyard, and the formation blocked the phenomenon from leaking outside. There was no need for a blanket. He could fully appreciate the spectacle. This time, the phenomenon lasted far longer than before. After half an hour, the 2 runes collided and merged into one. Then they separated, transforming into 3 runes. The water spirit fork had truly become a magical artifact. Zhang Qianrang was overjoyed. The water spirit fork, which had previously been merely an artifact blank, was now incomparable to a true magical artifact. It had finally attained its rightful status. Although it was only a low-tier magical artifact, classified as inferior grade, it was indeed a genuine magical artifact. However, at that moment, Zhang Qianrang realized the enhancement was not yet complete. Is there more? As he marveled at the unfolding events, he saw the water spirit fork begin to exhibit an even more powerful phenomenon. The fork emanated an aura, ascending to a new level. The newly formed 3 runes transformed into 4. Only then did the phenomenon come to an end. The 4 unique runes vanished into the body of the fork. The water spirit fork still appeared dark and unremarkable, Yet Zhang Qianrang could sense the immense power contained within. For runes, this indicated it had become a mid-tier low-grade magical artifact. Zhang Qianrang's heart surged with joy. He never expected that this opportunity for enhancement would elevate it by 2 tiers. Haha, this child from the Ming Hall is indeed a treasure-giving boy. Zhang Qianrang could not help but laugh heartily. He grasped the water spirit fork, exerted a bit of energy, and immediately sensed the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth being absorbed, rapidly refined. The speed of refining the spiritual energy surged several-fold. This greatly accelerated his cultivation speed, allowing him to fully refine the previously unmanageable spiritual energy, not to mention the enhancement in combat prowess. The effect on his cultivation was tremendously significant. Break for me. Zhang Qianrang stood in the courtyard, forming a hand seal and waving into the air. Above him, a sharp treasure fork transformed into a beam of green light, striking a massive piece of bluestone. Boom. The bluestone shattered in response, scattering into rubble. Good. Zhang Qianrang laughed heartily, beckoning with his hand. The treasure fork shrank to a size of mere inches, flying back and disappearing into his sleeve. The ability to change size and control its deployment was the essence of magical artifacts. The water spirit fork, now at the magical artifact level, could transform into a large fork to attack enemies or shrink to a tiny size to be concealed on his person. Now, he no longer needed to wield the fork in combat. With just a distant point, the water spirit fork would fly forth to claim the heads of his foes. Next, let me see that refining secret technique. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang returned to his room, holding the water spirit fork and silently chanting, "Extract refining secret technique." Boom. Zhang Qianrang immediately felt a tremendous jolt in his mind. A stream of powerful information surged into his brain, containing the refining secret technique and the complete cultivation process. The intricate details of the technique and the grueling 10-year journey of diligent practice unfolded vividly in his mind, as if he had experienced it himself. Simultaneously, profound changes occurred within him. A deep memory integrated into his being, representing the transformation that came with the completion of the refining secret technique. The water spirit fork in his hand suddenly gained immense strength, forging an even closer bond with him. Soon, the entire refining secret technique completely merged into his body. 3 revolutions blood refining secret method. Zhang Qianrang gazed at the secret technique in his mind, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. This was the refining secret technique obtained through fair exchange with Ming Xiao. This method was not a technique for creating magical artifacts from scratch, but rather a technique for sacrificial refinement of magical artifacts. To be precise, it was a method for utilizing magical artifacts rather than manufacturing them. Cultivating this method required one to possess a magical artifact first, then employ this secret technique for sacrificial refinement, allowing the artifact to become more adept and powerful. Furthermore, one could employ special techniques to temporarily unleash the artifact's might, enabling it to exhibit overwhelming power instantaneously. However, this would come at a price, causing the artifact to sustain damage and necessitating recuperation over time. Once successfully cultivated, the levels of this secret technique were divided into 3 revolutions, hence the name 3 Revolutions Blood Refining Secret Method. The first revolution could enhance the artifact's power by 10%, doubling its might during an outburst, after which the artifact would be unusable for 3 months. The second revolution could increase the artifact's power by 30%, doubling its might during an outburst, after which it would be unusable for 2 months. The third revolution could amplify the artifact's power by 50%, tripling its might during an outburst, after which it would be unusable for 1 month. In summary, the deeper one delved into the cultivation levels, the stronger the effects of this secret technique, while the costs diminished. Undeniably, although there were certain costs involved, the power of this secret technique was truly formidable. At critical moments, it could serve as a hidden trump card. However, cultivating such a secret technique also demanded significant sacrifices. This secret technique was termed the blood refining secret method because it required daily use of one's own blood essence to refine the magical artifact. The consumption of blood essence during this process was substantial, necessitating the intake of large quantities of blood-replenishing medicinal herbs. Failing to do so would result in a depletion of the cultivator's blood essence, severely impacting health and potentially leading to regression or even death. Thus, cultivating this secret technique was perilous. If one lacked the funds to purchase blood-replenishing herbs, it would be wise to abandon the cultivation altogether for the sake of survival. Given Zhang Qianrang's nature, he would never practice such an evidently sinister secret technique. However, what he obtained was the already perfected secret technique, directly reaching the highest 3rd revolution level. Therefore, All the dangers encountered during the cultivation process were irrelevant to him. He could simply revel in the results. Where there is joy for some, there is sorrow for others. Zhang Qianrang reaped immense rewards from the two exchanges, significantly enhancing his power. Yet, Ming Xiao encountered a tragic setback. Chapter 30. The death of Ming Xiao, the injury of Ming Tang that night. The world lay shrouded in darkness. Yet, within a room of the artifact refining hall, lights remained aglow. Brother, let us drink. Cheers. Cheers. It was Ming Xiao and Ming Tang, indulging in hearty revelry. The two were celebrating their recent gains. Today, they had successfully outmaneuvered Zhang Qianrang, resulting in a bountiful harvest for both. Ming Tang acquired sufficient 100-year-old cold iron, while Ming Xiao obtained the coveted refining secret technique, marking a true win-win situation. Haha, senior brother, with this century-old cold iron. My fire spear is merely lacking a few auxiliary materials before I can proceed to the fourth tempering. I owe all this to your assistance. So allow me to raise a toast to you. With a cup of wine downed, Ming Tang immediately filled another, beaming with delight. Haha, junior brother, you flatter me. Speaking of which, I must also thank you for your blood refinement secret technique. With this technique, my crafting skills may very well see some improvement. Ming Xiao replied with a smile. Indeed, a win-win situation. Cheers, they exclaimed in unison, their laughter echoing through the night as they indulged in their revelry until the late hours. After bidding farewell to the inebriated Ming Tang, Ming Xiao returned to his chamber, the effects of intoxication fading from his visage in an instant. He secured the door and approached his bed, retrieving a small booklet from his robe. The three-turn blood refinement secret technique. I have finally obtained it. Ming Xiao's eyes glimmered with excitement. However, instead of immediately practicing, he produced a piece of yellowed beast skin, along with paper and pen, and began to cross-reference it with the booklet. The beast skin contained cryptic methods of decipherment, obscured in mystery. Yet, as Ming Xiao compared it with the three-turn blood refinement booklet, he incessantly extracted new content, meticulously transcribing it onto the blank paper. It turned out that the three-turn blood refinement secret technique gifted to him by Ming Tang was a coded manual. The surface content was entirely fabricated. Practicing it as is would lead to failure, and forceful attempts could result in madness and a fate worse than death. This was the very reason Ming Tang had never succeeded in his cultivation. Although he had not succeeded, he kept it hidden, waiting for the right moment to barter for benefits. Had it not been for Ming Xiao's theft of Zhang Qianrang's century-old cold iron, he would not have acquired the secret technique. Ming Xiao's eagerness to trade for the technique stemmed from his understanding of its true nature and the methods of decipherment. Before long, he had successfully decoded the entire booklet, acquiring a new secret technique. Had Zhang Qianrang been present, he would have instantly recognized this deciphered technique as the very three-turn blood refinement secret technique he had once possessed. Haha, it is indeed true. Ming Xiao confirmed repeatedly, laughter erupting from him. Subsequently, he committed the secret technique to memory and, without hesitation, incinerated both the decoded technique and the decipherment beast skin in the furnace. Such knowledge could not fall into the hands of outsiders, lest it invite dire troubles. After a period of meditation to regain his composure, he commenced his practice. First, he smeared the spiritual blood onto the magical weapon, sketching the blood refinement array. Biting his finger, he began to inscribe the array onto his fire spear with his essence blood. After a laborious half-hour, he finally completed the drawing. Next was the activation of the blood refinement array for the initial ritual. Ming Xiao bled profusely, his complexion paling. Yet he disregarded his fatigue and immediately channeled his magical energy to activate the blood refinement array. The fire spear erupted with waves of crimson light, an overwhelming suction emanating from within. Ming Xiao felt his internal magical energy being ravenously drawn away. Simultaneously, the wound on his finger bled as his essence blood was siphoned. However, he remained unperturbed, as this was merely the normal procedure of the blood refinement secret technique. Yet, as his cultivation progressed, the array's suction intensified rather than diminished. Ming Xiao sensed a significant depletion within him, a consequence of excessive blood loss. Even his magical energy was nearly exhausted. It was at this moment that panic set in, prompting him to halt the secret technique. However, he discovered that the technique had become uncontrollable. He found himself ensnared, unable to move, helplessly watching as his magical energy and essence blood were drained away. Fear and regret filled Ming Xiao's heart, lamenting his greed for the blood refinement secret technique. The following morning, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the artifact refining hall. A terrified disciple of the hall bolted from Ming Xiao's room. What happened? Ming Tang seized the individual, demanding answers. Ming Xiao, he is dead. The disciple cried out in horror. The disciple had passed by Ming Xiu's room, noting the door ajar, and out of curiosity, peered inside, only to witness a scene of terror. Ming Tang's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he swiftly approached Ming Xiu's door, pushing it open. There lay a withered corpse sprawled on the floor, arms outstretched as if attempting to open the door. The body was indeed Ming Xiu, his complexion ashen, a clear indication of excessive blood loss. Ming Tang's countenance shifted as he glanced around, noticing the small booklet on the table, along with the fire spear on the floor. Bloodstains still visible, forming a bizarre array. Could it be that he died from forcefully practicing the artifact refinement secret technique? A jolt of alarm surged through Ming Tang, and he quickly blocked the door to prevent others from witnessing the scene. With a composed demeanor, he ordered, "You must notify the sect immediately," stating that Ming Xiu has perished. Ensure that no one approaches, to avoid disturbing the scene. Yes. The disciples dispersed swiftly. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Tang entered the room and confiscated the booklet from the table. He feared that it could implicate him if found. This artifact refinement technique was given to Ming Xiu. If the truth behind Ming Xiu's death were to be uncovered, he would not escape accountability. The incident surrounding Ming Xiu's demise stirred only a ripple before fading into silence. The higher-ups of the three immortals sect quickly ascertained the cause. Ming Xiu had perished due to the backlash from privately practicing the nefarious blood arts. This scandal was swiftly suppressed within the sect, forbidding any disciple from discussing it openly. Such is the fickleness of fate. Zhang Qianrang, upon hearing of the event, could not help but sigh deeply. Only he knew the truth behind Ming Xiu's death. The dangers embedded within the three-turn blood refinement technique had now befallen Ming Xiu, and naturally, he paid the price for the fruits of his labor. Yet, this was also Ming Xiu's own doing. He had no one to blame. Damn it. What a stroke of misfortune. The feng shui of this artifact refining hall must be terrible, Ming Tang exclaimed, draining his cup of wine in frustration. Haha. The middle-aged man opposite him, bearing a pale visage, merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. This individual was Ming Lian, the third steward of the artifact refining hall. He had always been indifferent, now reluctantly drinking with Ming Tang. With the demise of senior brother Ming Xiu, my upgrade plans for the magical weapon have become problematic. Alas, Ming Tang lamented. Haha, senior brother, your weapon should be due for its fourth tempering, correct? Ming Lian inquired with a chuckle. Indeed, Ming Tang affirmed. Then you ought to seek out senior brother Ming Hua. He can guarantee success, Ming Lian suggested. I wish to do so, but I lack the connections. I am not well acquainted with senior brother Ming Hua. Ming Tang expressed his frustration. Ming Hua was an inner sect disciple, possessing the cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refinement, and was likely on the verge of ascending to a true disciple, thus holding a noble status. He was not someone Ming Tang could easily approach. Fear not, it is quite simple. Senior brother Ming Hua is currently recruiting disciples with fire spiritual roots for a task. If you register, he would be more than willing to assist in enhancing your magical weapon, a mere formality, Ming Lian remarked with a grin. What task is senior brother Ming Hua undertaking? Ming Tang asked cautiously. In their eyes, the servant disciples were regarded as lesser beings. In the eyes of Ming Hua, those in charge did not regard themselves as human. He would never engage in dangerous matters. The specifics were unclear, but Ming Hua had assured that there would be no peril as it pertained to artifact refinement. I too have signed up, replied Ming Lian. Very well. I shall also enroll, Ming Tang responded promptly. 3 days later, at a residence within the inner sect disciples area. Since you have registered, you are one of us. Bring forth the magical tool and materials, and I shall assist you in the refining process, a young man of striking appearance stated with a casual demeanor. This individual, with dark red hair and eyebrows, was none other than the inner sect disciple, Ming Hua. Thank you, senior brother Ming Hua, Ming Tang beamed, eagerly handing over the fire spike spear and materials. Ming Hua then took the items into the room, leaving Ming Tang and Ming Lian outside. After a while, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from Ming Tang's mouth, his face contorted in terror. In that brief moment, he distinctly felt the fire spike spear, which he had entrusted to the refining process, suffer severe damage, causing a backlash that harmed him as well. It was undoubtedly a failed refinement. Ming Tang immediately deduced the outcome. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ming Hua emerged, returning the fire spike spear. What a pity, junior brother. The century-old cold iron you provided was flawed, mixed with shadow iron, which led to the failure of the refinement. What? Impossible, Ming Tang exclaimed. As a refiner, he was well aware of shadow iron, though it bore some resemblance to century-old cold iron. It contained malevolent aura and impurities that would invariably result in failure during the refining process, rendering it worthless. Unscrupulous individuals often adulterated century-old cold iron with shadow iron to deceive others and illicitly profit. There is nothing impossible. Here is the remaining century-old cold iron. Check it for yourself, Ming Hua said, his expression darkening as he tossed a wooden box. Inside lay a small quantity of cold iron. Ming Tang approached to examine it closely, and indeed, he discovered a few dark, grainy particles mixed within the cold iron. Upon closer inspection, he sensed the chilling, tainted aura emanating from these particles, confirming they were indeed shadow iron. His expression fluctuated as he pondered. He realized Ming Hua was unlikely to deceive him. This small amount of cold iron was not worth tarnishing his reputation. Thus, the issue must truly lie with the cold iron, which he had not procured himself, but had received from Zhang Qianrang. This made it evident that Zhang Qianrang had been the one deceived, and in his greed to acquire the cold iron, he had become an innocent victim. Damn it, this is a huge loss. Not only did the refinement of the magical tool fail, but the tool itself was severely damaged. Without half a year's nurturing, it cannot be refined again. All the blame fell on Zhang Qianrang, that cursed individual. Just wait, this is not over between us. Ming Tang cursed inwardly, attributing all his resentment to Zhang Qianrang, without considering that it was his own act of thievery that had caused this predicament. Please do not blame me, senior brother. It was my negligence in not inspecting thoroughly that led to my deception by a rogue. Farewell. He apologetically took his leave, clutching the damaged artifact and the remaining century-old cold iron. What a waste of a person, I cannot use him. Cancel his registration. Ming Hua remarked coldly as he watched Ming Tang's retreating figure. Understood, Ming Lian replied expressionlessly. At the outer sect disciples' cafeteria, Zhang Qianrang was enjoying his meal. The food here was far superior to that at the miscellaneous workers' hall, not only more abundant, but also infused with a hint of spiritual herbs, containing a subtle essence of spiritual energy. Delicious, truly delightful. Zhang Qianrang praised as he ate. Suddenly, a towering figure loomed before him, blocking the light like a wall. Zhang Qianrang set down his utensils and looked up to find Ming Tang, the overseer of the artifact refinement hall, glaring at him with fury, as if he were a sworn enemy. What business do you have, overseer Ming Tang? Zhang Qianrang inquired calmly. He suspected Ming Tang must have experienced a failure in artifact refinement. Yet, it should not have been directed at him. The systems exchange was silent. He was certain this individual could not have noticed. Your century-old cold iron was mixed with shadow iron, causing my failure in refining the magical tool. You better compensate for my losses, or you can forget about succeeding in future refinements. Ming Tang's voice rang in Zhang Qianrang's mind. Zhang Qianrang was rendered speechless. So this fellow had come to vent his frustrations on him. Yet, how could he articulate such a reason? He had stolen his century-old cold iron, and was now complaining about its quality. Zhang Qianrang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Are you implying that my theft of your refining materials is the reason for your failure? Zhang Qianrang retorted, refusing to indulge him, rising to address the gathering crowd. The surrounding outer sect disciples turned their heads in astonishment at the unfolding confrontation. Ming Tang's fury escalated. He had not anticipated Zhang Qianrang to be so unyielding, openly voicing his thoughts. You dare speak such nonsense? Though he longed to eliminate Zhang Qianrang right then and there, the presence of witnesses restrained him, forcing him to mutter a response before departing. The onlookers began to murmur, casting doubt on Ming Tang's character. Zhang Qianrang smirked and continued his meal, utterly unconcerned with Ming Tang's threats, undeterred in his quest to refine artifacts. Even if Ming Tang were to plot against him, it would not hinder his success. Rather, it was the disciples of the artifact refinement hall who should be wary. Those who heeded Ming Tang's deceit would meet with misfortune. This reminded him of the character Shun Gongbao from his previous life, who had deceived numerous Taoist friends into aiding King Zhou against the West, resulting in countless allies meeting their demise. If Ming Tang were to behave similarly, he would be no different from Shun Gongbao. Ming Shin Gong Hall. He mused with a chuckle. Chapter 31. The secret realm is about to open. Preparations underway in a secluded water area. The tranquil surface sparkled as a few ducks leisurely floated along. Suddenly, a splash erupted as a figure sprang from the water, standing atop the surface. The startled ducks flapped their wings frantically and fled. The individual, oblivious to their plight, laughed heartily. Haha, I have finally achieved mastery. Once he finished laughing, Zhang Qianrang stood upright on the water, gliding swiftly toward the shore. He had perfected the river ghost technique, reducing the casting time to merely 5 breaths. And the various marvelous powers unleashed thereafter had become even more formidable. Now his ability to survive in water surpassed that of fish, except for some aquatic monsters that could rival him. Upon reaching the shore, Zhang Qianrang activated his magical energy, causing vapor to rise from his body, quickly drying his clothes. Upon returning to his courtyard, he found a visitor waiting at the entrance, his senior brother, Ming Xian. Senior brother, what brings you here? Zhang Qianrang inquired with curiosity. I have come to inform you that the Water Mansion Secret Realm is about to open. Master sent me to check on your preparations and to introduce you to the circumstances within the Secret Realm, Ming Xian replied with a smile. At last, Zhang Qianrang's heart raced, though he concealed his excitement, promptly smiling as he opened the door to invite Ming Xian inside. Welcome, senior brother. Upon arriving at the stone table in the courtyard, Zhang Qianrang invited Mingxin to take a seat. He then fetched some tea before commencing their conversation. Junior brother, to be frank, how prepared are you now? Mingxin inquired, taking a sip of tea, his expression grave. Senior brother, you are already aware of my circumstances. My strength is rather meager. However, I have made notable progress. Zhang Qianrang pondered for a moment before responding. Oh, do elaborate, junior brother, Mingxin said, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. My cultivation has stabilized at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, which barely qualifies me. I have successfully cultivated the River Ghost Patrol technique to a minor success, and the Water Arrow technique has also reached a similar level, sufficient for practical use. Additionally, my Water Spirit Fork has been upgraded to a low-tier magical artifact. Zhang Qianrang smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing a small fork to fly from his sleeve, transforming into a large fork nearly 10 feet long, which spiraled a few times before he recalled it. Excellent, Mingxin exclaimed joyfully. Although Zhang Qianrang did not fully showcase the power of the Water Spirit Fork, it was evident that he had successfully refined it a second time, elevating it to the realm of magical artifacts. What surprised him further was that Zhang Qianrang had refined it twice, making the Water Spirit Fork a low-tier mid-grade artifact, significantly more powerful than a low-grade artifact. Moreover, Zhang Qianrang had also acquired the 3 transformation secret technique, enhancing the fork's power to rival that of a low-tier high-grade artifact, capable of unleashing the strength of a mid-tier artifact. Zhang Qianrang chose not to elaborate on these matters, deliberately concealing them. He understood the necessity of keeping his true strength hidden, ensuring he maintained some trump cards to mislead his adversaries and secure his safety. Junior brother, your progress has exceeded both my and Master's expectations. Splendid, splendid. This expedition to the Water Palace Secret Realm has significantly increased our chances of success, Mingxin said, rising with excitement and pacing a few circles. That's reassuring. I was afraid of disappointing Master and you, Zhang Qianrang replied with a smile. You have performed admirably, junior brother. In just 4 months, you have reached the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, cultivated 2 spells to minor success, and refined the Water Spirit Fork into a low-tier magical artifact. Such advancement is akin to that of a prodigy, Mingxin praised loudly. You flatter me, senior brother, Zhang Qianrang said, waving his hand in modesty, slightly embarrassed by the number of strengths he had concealed. Aside from his cultivation, his River Ghost Patrol technique had reached the level of great success. The Water Arrow technique was perfected, and the Water Spirit Fork had undergone a significant upgrade. Indeed, he surpassed the capabilities of most geniuses. You are always so humble, junior brother. Well, I shall not dwell on this further. Master instructed me to give you some protective treasures. You must keep them safe. Mingxin smiled, producing a small bag from his robe and placing it on the table. Zhang Qianrang gazed intently at the small bag, which was a dull green hue, tied with a thin hemp rope, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, he could not suppress his excitement and looked at Mingxin, asking, Senior brother, could this be a storage bag? Indeed, it is a storage bag. Mingxin nodded with a smile. Wonderful, Zhang Qianrang exclaimed, eagerly taking the storage bag into his hands, examining it with great affection. His exuberance was well warranted, as storage bags are exceedingly rare treasures in the realm of cultivation. Many inner disciples do not possess storage bags, let alone outer disciples, who, aside from a few like Qian San, would find it nearly impossible to acquire one. To his astonishment, the venerable Zhuang Daoist had gifted him one. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, master. Zhang Qianrang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Junior brother, do not thank me just yet. The fate of the storage bag depends on our gains in the secret realm, Mingxin remarked meaningfully. What do you mean? Zhang Qianrang asked, clutching the storage bag protectively, wary. Master said that if the 3 of us complete the task, the storage bag will be ours as a reward. If we fail, he will reclaim it, Mingxin explained. We will undoubtedly accomplish our mission, Zhang Qianrang declared resolutely. Let us hope so. I, too, desire a storage bag, Mingxin said, his voice tinged with concern. Is the secret realm truly perilous? Zhang Qianrang inquired curiously, having never seen Mingxin exhibit such apprehension, as if failure were a foregone conclusion. Extremely dangerous. I will elaborate further later. For now, familiarize yourself with the usage of the storage bag and inspect the protective treasures inside. Mingxin replied with a nod. Understood. Though Zhang Qianrang had never seen a storage bag before, he was aware of its function. It was quite simple. One inputs their own spiritual energy to manipulate the bag, retrieving or storing items at will. As he infused his spiritual energy into the storage bag, he immediately sensed a cubic space within. Inside, he discovered a wooden box. With a thought, the box floated into his hands. Upon opening it, he found an ancient piece of animal hide, which, when unfurled, revealed a map. It was the map of the Water Palace Secret Realm. According to the markings, the area of the Secret Realm was astonishingly vast, comparable to the entire Huang Lake. And it contained a lake as well. However, unlike the outside world, the Secret Realm lay submerged beneath the lake's depths, entirely enveloped in water, with only a few designated locations marked as having air for breathing. No wonder entry into the Water Palace Secret Realm required the River Ghost Patrol technique. Those unfamiliar with it would find themselves utterly hindered. Chapter 32. A daunting task. The location we need to reach is right here. Mingxin pointed to a spot on the map. Zhang Qianrang scrutinized it closely. The spot Mingxin indicated was marked as a ruin. Situated in the central region of the Water Palace Secret Realm, almost adjacent to its very epicenter. He understood that proximity to the core of the Secret Realm equated to heightened danger. Thus, the ruins were undoubtedly perilous. What does Master want us to find? Zhang Qianrang inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Purple Spirit Ginseng. A mid-tier spiritual herb, the primary ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills. Consuming it directly can also enhance one's chances of establishing a foundation. Mingxin answered gravely after a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianrang instantly grasped the formidable nature of their task. His understanding of the cultivation world had expanded significantly. Mid-tier spiritual herbs were typically reserved for foundation establishment cultivators, and each was exceedingly precious. Moreover, the purple spirit ginseng was the main ingredient for the foundation establishment pill. In the entire Sanxian Temple, there were only 4 foundation establishment experts, the sect leader Yuan Fong and the 3 branch leaders. This scarcity underscored the difficulties associated with reaching the foundation establishment stage. The challenge lay in the fact that progressing from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage was fraught with peril. Cultivators who achieve the peak of qi refinement may attempt to break through to foundation establishment, yet the success rate is dismally low. Those who manage to succeed are as rare as phoenix feathers, while failures often incur severe backlash, lightly resulting in injuries that halt progress, or severely leading to death. Thus, any item that could enhance the probability of successful foundation establishment becomes a coveted treasure among qi refinement cultivators. The most well-known and widely sought after among these is the foundation establishment pill, which maximizes the chances of a successful breakthrough. Even a low-grade foundation establishment pill can increase the success rate by 10%, a mid-grade by 20%, and a high-grade by 30%. Do not be misled by the seemingly modest increase in probability. It is akin to the transformation from nothingness to existence, from a state of near impossibility to a success rate of 1 in 10 to 1 in 3. This constitutes a significant difference. Moreover, the foundational elixir possesses an immense advantage. It considerably mitigates the backlash from a failed breakthrough. After consuming the foundational elixir, even in the event of a failure, one would only sustain minor injuries and, with some recuperation, could return to a state of completeness and attempt the breakthrough anew. Other methods that assist in establishing a foundation pale in comparison to the efficacy of this elixir. His master, the Venerable Xuanhe, has achieved the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage for many years, but has refrained from attempting to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. However, with age catching up to him and his time likely running short, it is no wonder that he is determined to acquire the purple spirit ginseng. Alas, a heavy sigh escaped Zhang Qianrang's lips. Despite his numerous hidden trump cards, the prospect of obtaining such a precious foundational herb as the purple spirit ginseng seemed akin to scaling the heavens. The more valuable the purple spirit ginseng, the more formidable the challenges in acquiring it. Firstly, such a rare herb is invariably guarded by powerful demonic creatures. He had privately inquired about the Water Mansion's secret realm and learned that it imposes special restrictions, with the strongest demons within not exceeding the 6th level of the qi refinement stage by much. According to past experiences, the most formidable beasts encountered were at the 8th level of the qi refinement stage. Disciples at the 6th level could rely on magical tools and talismans to win in group skirmishes, but such victories often came at a significant cost. As their trio was relatively weak, encountering such formidable beasts would likely spell disaster. Furthermore, The elders within the sect are predominantly at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, with an urgent need for foundational spiritual items. It is likely that the higher-ups desire the purple spirit ginseng just as much as Master Xuanhe. Thus, they must contend with competition from other teams. Their own team, being the weakest, faces an uphill battle against these more powerful competitors. Venturing deeper into the heart of the secret realm is perilous. The purple spirit ginseng is a coveted treasure for many elders and even sect leaders, with numerous teams setting it as their objective. Thus, our mission is exceedingly daunting, Mingxin remarked gravely. Surely Master has made some preparations? Zhang Qianrang inquired. Master Xuanhe cannot be oblivious to the situation and must recognize that obtaining the purple spirit ginseng is nearly impossible with just the three of us. He must have provided us with some trump cards. Indeed, Master has given us life-preserving talismans. You have one as well. You can take a look, Mingxin nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianrang opened the map, revealing a few sheets of pale yellow talisman paper from the wooden box. The talismans shimmered with spiritual light, adorned with intricate symbols, subtly radiating powerful spiritual energy. What sort of talismans are these? Zhang Qianrang furrowed his brow, asking with mild curiosity. He was aware that basic talismans typically possess weak potency, often only a fraction of the true power of the spells they represent. Do not underestimate these talismans. The potency of ordinary talismans is limited because the materials used for crafting the talisman paper are of insufficient grade, unable to bear much power. Moreover, the skill of the talisman maker greatly affects their efficacy. These talismans were crafted using high-quality materials by Elder Yun Guan, who specializes in talisman creation, and they can unleash the power of late-stage Qi refinement. For us, they are invaluable life-saving tools, Mingxin explained solemnly, concerned that Zhang Qianrang might undervalue them. How formidable indeed. Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of relief, setting aside his earlier doubts as he picked up the talismans for a closer examination. There were 5 talismans in total, 3 water arrow talismans and 2 water shield talismans. All were potent offensive and defensive talismans, straightforward and efficient, perfectly in line with the style of the venerable Xuanhe. With these talismans in hand, even a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner could face dire consequences. Not to mention, he still harbored other hidden cards. At last, Zhang Qianrang felt a sense of assurance. However, a trace of concern lingered. Brother, with these talismans, our mission will certainly be smoother. But I suspect that the area where the purple spirit ginseng resides may be guarded by 8th-level Qi refinement beasts. If we encounter them, relying solely on these talismans might not suffice. Given the stakes involved, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Otherwise, when the moment arrived, it could lead to dire consequences. Fear not, for Master has made provisions for such matters. He has also bestowed upon me a precious artifact capable of directly annihilating 8th-level Qi refinement beasts, Mingxin revealed, momentarily taken aback before hesitating to disclose this information. With that, I can rest easy. Zhang Qianrang exhaled in relief. With such a powerful trump card, the likelihood of success in their venture increased significantly, and the dangers were considerably diminished. Brother, you must not disclose this matter, Mingxin cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, I shall keep this under wraps. Zhang Qianrang vowed, patting his chest in assurance. However, you must not grow complacent. Once we enter the secret realm, you must follow my lead, Mingxin insisted, nodding gravely. I understand. I will exercise utmost caution. I will heed your instructions once we are within the secret realm, Zhang Qianrang affirmed. Good. Allow me to share with you the critical points to note within the secret realm. Mingxin proceeded to elaborate on the necessary precautions and details regarding the Water Mansion's secret realm, such as the locations of various demons, their approximate strengths, areas rich in treasures, and potential encounters with other teams, along with strategies for handling such situations. Although the information was rather mundane, it was grounded in practical experience. Zhang Qianrang committed every word to memory, not daring to forget. These insights were hard-earned by senior disciples at the cost of their lives. Chapter 33. Ascending Huanghu Mountain 5 days later, on a clear morning, the dew on the flowers along the rocky path had yet to dry, and the birds in the forest were just beginning to chirp. Zhang Qianrang finished packing his belongings and stepped out the door. Today marked the opening of the Water Mansion's secret realm, and all disciples participating were to gather in the core area of the sect. Zhang Qianrang made his way along the path toward the inner sanctum. Before long, a small pond resembling a mirror appeared before him. He hurried over, gazing at the tranquil waters, unable to suppress a wave of nostalgia. It was here that he had once acquired the perfected water arrow technique. I wonder if that strange fish is still around. After waiting by the water's edge for a moment without sight of the peculiar fish, he approached a passing outer sect disciple. Excuse me, isn't there a strange fish in this pond? Why hasn't it come out? It was taken away by Elder Yuan a few days ago, the disciple replied impatiently before hastening away. Ah, I see. Zhang Qianrang finally understood the fate of the strange fish. It had originally been raised by Elder Yuan, so its departure was expected. He simply wondered what it had been taken for. Soup? Or perhaps braised? He did not dwell on it further and soon departed. Before long, Zhang Qianrang arrived at the edge of the outer sect disciple area, beyond which lay the inner sect disciple area. Without an escort or token, outer sect disciples could not enter freely. In the distance, he spotted Mingxin already waiting there. Mingxin waved as soon as she saw him. Zhang Qianrang hurried over and performed a respectful salutation. Brother, junior brother, follow me. Master and junior brother Wu have already arrived, Mingxin said, taking his hand and guiding him toward the inner sect disciple area. Zhang Qianrang surveyed his surroundings and was greeted by a lush expanse of verdant trees. Each exquisite residence nestled within the woodland, far more refined than the stone houses of the outer sect. The density of spiritual energy in this realm surpassed that of the outer sect, nearing the concentration one could achieve through the use of a spirit-gathering formation. Ahead loomed a towering mountain, its peaks shrouded in clouds, cloaked in a rich emerald hue, with intricately carved eaves hidden among the foliage. Junior brother, my courtyard lies just over there, in inner sect courtyard number 38. I am quite busy today. Master is awaiting me. I will invite you over another day. Mingxin gestured towards the distance. Do you see that mountain? That is Huanghu Mountain, named for the Yellow Lake, the source of the island's spiritual vein. The lower half is reserved for the direct disciples, while Master and the elders reside halfway up the mountain. Further up lies the abodes of the three primary lineages. And the Master's cave dwelling is situated near the summit. Mingxin provided a detailed account. The duo traversed through the area designated for inner sect disciples, making their way up the mountain. When faced with inspections, Mingxin would present a green wooden token, granting them passage. Upon ascending, Zhang Qianrang quietly observed that the environment was even more picturesque than that of the inner sect, with rare and astonishing flora adorning the roadside, including various spiritual herbs that would incite fierce competition among outer sect disciples. The residences here were even more exquisite, each adorned with pavilions and intricately carved beams, exuding an air of opulence. Most importantly, the concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the inner sect, even exceeding what he could achieve with a spirit-gathering formation. The mere thought of cultivating in such an environment while utilizing the formation filled Zhang Qianrang with delight. Before long, they arrived at a charming courtyard situated halfway up the mountain. Although modest in size, it was grander than the residences of the true disciples below. With a stronger presence of spiritual energy, Mingxin approached and knocked on the door. An elderly servant opened it, and upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Ah, it is the 4th and 7th young masters. Please, come in. The master and several young masters have been waiting for you." Zhang Qianrang felt a twinge of surprise, having never imagined there would come a day when he would be addressed as young master. "Thank you, Uncle Xie," Mingxin replied with a respectful gesture, leading Zhang Qianrang through the entrance. The courtyard was a serene haven, with winding paths leading to pavilions and a pond brimming with lotus flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air. They soon entered the main hall, where Xuanhe, the esteemed elder, sat at the head of the table, while several individuals stood respectfully below. "Greetings, master." Both Mingxin and Zhang Qianrang bowed in reverence. "Ah, the 7th has arrived. 4th, introduce him." Xuanhe greeted Zhang Qianrang with a smile, instructing Mingxin. "Yes, master," Mingxin replied, promptly introducing Zhang Qianrang to those present. Xuanhe's disciples numbered 7, though only 3 were in attendance this time. Besides the already acquainted 5th brother, Ming Sheng, the others were the 3rd disciple, Ming He, and the 6th disciple, Qianxi. Ming He was an elegant middle-aged man who treated Zhang Qianrang with utmost kindness, gifting him a stack of spirit talismans as a token of their meeting. These 5 talismans were all spirit-binding talismans crafted by Ming He himself. Their potency, albeit inferior to those gifted by Xuanhe, still held significant utility within the Water Mansion secret realm, where various aquatic plants thrived. Qianxi, the 6th disciple, was a young woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful yet possessing a forthright demeanor. She boldly informed Zhang Qianrang that he could seek her assistance should he encounter any troubles in the outer sect. As an outer sect disciple herself, she was not affluent enough to present Zhang Qianrang with a gift. After introductions, Xuanhe dismissed Ming He and Qianxi, leaving only Zhang Qianrang and Mingxin to discuss matters regarding the Water Mansion secret realm. The Water Mansion secret realm will open at noon today. Your objective is the purple spirit ginseng. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Once you secure the ginseng, return immediately. Additionally, be mindful of the time. The realm remains open for only 3 days. If you cannot acquire the ginseng, return promptly. For failure to do so may result in dire consequences, Xuanha cautioned, emphasizing the importance of their safety over the acquisition of the ginseng. The three were profoundly moved by his words. Rest assured, master. We shall procure the purple spirit ginseng for you, Mingxin declared with fervor. Ming Sheng thumped his chest, pledging his unwavering commitment. Zhang Qianrang, recognizing his limited strength, chose a more cautious response, stating, I will certainly follow the guidance of my 2 senior brothers and will not be a hindrance. Xuanha, touched by their earnestness, nodded and reassured them. There is no need for such fervor. If circumstances prove insurmountable, do not force the issue. He then went on to elaborate on the specifics of the Water Mansion secret realm, detailing the various types of beasts within, their weaknesses, combat strategies, and how to evade them, imparting invaluable practical knowledge that Zhang Qianrang committed to memory, for it could prove vital for his survival. Time passed swiftly, and Xuanha suddenly announced, It is time. The Water Mansion secret realm is about to open. Follow me. He led the way out, and as they progressed, Zhang Qianrang noticed they were ascending even higher up the mountain. Was the Water Mansion's secret realm not situated in the lake below? He pondered in surprise. The path became increasingly ancient as they climbed, the stones encrusted with moss, and the trees towering and robust. The density of spiritual energy intensified. Soon, they arrived at an area entirely shrouded by towering ancient trees, where the silhouettes of archaic structures emerged between the trunks. These were the residences of the 3 lineage heads. However, they did not stop but continued their ascent. Before long, they reached the entrance of a magnificent hall, already bustling with dozens of disciples from both the inner and outer sects, clustered in groups of 5 or 6. Zhang Qianrang scanned the crowd and spotted a few familiar faces: Qian San, Qian Lei, and Qian Li, individuals who had previously wronged him and whom he now regarded with caution, knowing that an encounter within the realm could lead to conflict. Wait here, Xuanha instructed before entering the grand hall alone. Zhang Qianrang and the others lingered outside, and the surrounding groups began to whisper and chuckle at their expense, their disdain evident despite the muffled words. Unperturbed, Zhang Qianrang found their scorn advantageous, as it provided him with an opportunity to turn the tables. Fellow disciples, allow me to apprise you of the circumstances surrounding those groups. It is imperative to be prepared for any encounters within the secret realm, Mingxin said quietly, leading the others to a secluded spot. Understood. Zhang Qianrang and the others nodded in agreement. Mingxin proceeded to explain the various teams present. Aside from Elder Yuan's group, all other elders and disciples from the 3 major lineages were in attendance. After his exposition, Zhang Qianrang gleaned crucial insights into the composition of the teams, noting that the smallest had at least 5 members, with 3 or more disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Among the gathered individuals, the disciple with the least cultivation was at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, but their numbers were few. The majority were at the 4th level and above. Zhang Qianrang then realized how awkward it was for his master to have him participate. Among those he focused on, Qian San belonged to the team of Elder Xianming, having already broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. However, there were 3 disciples of the 6th level in Xuanming's group, making Qian San less noteworthy. Qian Lei and Qian Li belonged to the team of the lineage master Hou Zhenwang, both having achieved breakthroughs as well. Qian Lei had reached the 6th level, while Qian Li had attained the 5th level, both formidable in their own right. Moreover, as part of the lineage master's team, they boasted a powerful presence, with 5 6th level cultivators and several disciples at the 4th and 5th levels, totaling over 10 individuals. While Zhang Qianrang was observing others, they were also watching him. Qian Lei spotted him immediately, his teeth gritting in resentment. He turned to Qian Li and coldly remarked, "Did you see that brat Qianrang?" "I did, senior brother." Qian Li replied, his heart racing. "Didn't you say you were going to kill him? Yet he is still alive and even allowed to enter the secret realm." Qian Lei's tone was harsh. "Forgive me, senior brother. That brat has been hiding like a turtle since that incident, leaving me with no opportunity to act." Qian Li hurriedly explained. "Useless. It's a shame to waste my minor spirit elixir on you," Qian Lei muttered under his breath. "Do not be angry, senior brother. Thanks to the elixir you bestowed, I have broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Once we enter the secret realm, I will surely find an opportunity to eliminate that brat." "I want to let your elixir go to waste," Qian Li said with a sinister glance at Zhang Qianrang. "Remember your words. I do not wish to see him emerge alive." "Humph. If it weren't for your imminent breakthrough, I would never have given you that elixir in advance," Qian Lei reprimanded. "Thank you for your grace, senior brother. I will ensure that brat meets his end," Qian Li promised eagerly. Not far from the council hall, there was a courtyard. Although this was the residence area for the 3 lineage masters, This particular courtyard belonged to Elder Yuan Jian, who received special treatment as he was the nephew of the sect master, Yuan Fong. At this moment, in a study, Yuan Jian was instructing a young inner disciple. This disciple, with striking features and an air of respect, could hardly conceal a trace of arrogance. He was Yuan Jian's favorite disciple, Qianrang. Have you remembered everything I said? Yuan Jian inquired. Disciple has remembered. I will certainly procure the purple spirit ginseng from master, Qianrang assured respectfully. Good. I shall give you another trump card, Yuan Jian said, handing him a small green pouch adorned with intricate water-like patterns that emitted subtle waves of spiritual energy. This is a spirit beast pouch? Qianrang asked, astonished. Indeed. It is used specifically to store spirit beasts and is far more precious than a storage pouch. Within, I have a spirit fish from my small mirror pond, the blackback. Its strength is equivalent to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and it can unleash powerful water arrows, particularly effective within the secret realm, serving as a significant aid for you. Yuan Jian smiled. Thank you, master, Qianrang exclaimed with delight. Now let us go. The secret realm is about to open, Yuan Jian said, leading Qianrang outside to gather the 10 or so disciples waiting outside, and they headed toward the council hall. Here come more people, Zhang Qianrang remarked with curiosity as he observed the approaching group. That is Elder Yuan Jian. Do you remember the spirit fish from the small mirror pond? It was he who released it, Mingxin replied quietly. Zhang Qianrang scrutinized the elder, noting his fair complexion and long beard, appearing quite distinguished. Yet he did not expect such a dark heart. The person behind him was the inner disciple Qianrang. Be cautious. He is said to be the strongest at the 6th level of Qi refinement, having previously defeated a disciple at the 7th level. If you encounter him in the secret realm, avoid him if possible, Mingxin warned gravely. Zhang Qianrang then paid him extra attention. Additionally, you should be aware that recently, Elder Yuan took the spirit fish from the small mirror pond, most likely for his subordinate disciple. The spirit fish excels at water arrow techniques and possesses formidable strength underwater, Mingxin cautioned. Zhang Qianrang remained silent. The water arrow technique of the spirit fish might not be a significant concern. However, even without it, its inherent strength was formidable. After all, it was a demon beast, and its powerful physique coupled with demonic energy would make it a challenge for most disciples below the 6th level of Qi refinement. Soon, everyone had gathered. The 3 lineage masters and 7 elders emerged from the grand hall, leading the assembly to a higher courtyard. A tall, commanding middle-aged man stepped out from the courtyard. He was the sect master, Yuan Fong. Without wasting words, he promptly led everyone to the mountain summit. At the peak, a ceremonial altar stood, engraved with intricate mystic patterns. The time has come. Let us commence, Yuan Fong declared, glancing at the sky. The 3 lineage masters stepped forward, each channeling their power into the altar. Instantly, radiant light burst forth, and streams of aquamarine energy shot upwards, coalescing into a water curtain above. The curtain quickly thickened, forming an oval portal. The Water Mansion's secret realm is now open. The disciples may enter in an orderly fashion, Yuan Fong commanded. The multitude of disciples promptly lined up and ascended the altar, disappearing into the water curtain portal. Upon entering the secret realm, each individual would randomly appear in various locations within. Therefore, each team entered hand in hand to ensure that they appeared in the same spot. Soon, it was Zhang Qianrang's turn, and the 3 of them held hands. Mingxin grasped Ming Sheng's hand, while Ming Sheng held on to Zhang Qianrang. Entering the secret realm may induce a feeling of dizziness, so hold tightly and do not let go, Mingxin instructed. I understand, Zhang Qianrang nodded. The 3 then stepped through the water curtain portal. Chapter 35. The anomaly in the secret realm. Upon crossing the threshold into the secret realm, Zhang Qianrang felt as though he had plunged into water, a refreshing sensation enveloping him. Simultaneously, a severe dizziness assailed his mind, reminiscent of the motion sickness he experienced in his past life, proving quite intolerable. Nevertheless, Zhang Qianrang remained composed, exerting his strength to firmly grip Ming Sheng's hand. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Zhang Qianrang felt Ming Sheng's hand slip away and violently shake him off. His heart sank, and instinctively he reached out, but grasped only air. Just then, the dizziness faded, and his body unexpectedly plunged into the water, thoroughly soaking him. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar aquatic expanse, his body submerged while his head broke the surface. Ming Sheng is indeed problematic. Zhang Qianrang's expression darkened. Previously, Ming Tang had caused him trouble, claiming that his century-old cold iron was mixed with yin iron. At that time, he had suspected Ming Sheng of foul play. The century-old cold iron had been a reward from his master Zhuang to enhance the power of his water spirit fork. It was implausible for it to have been tampered with. Otherwise, it would have been better to simply not provide it at all. Moreover, based on Zhuang's capabilities, it was unlikely he would overlook any issues with the cold iron. Thus, the point of contention lies predominantly with Ming Sheng. When Ming Sheng presented the items to him, it is highly probable that he discreetly tampered with them, introducing dark iron, with the intent to harm him, albeit unsuccessfully. Unbeknownst to him, the repercussions were borne by Ming Tang. At that time, he lacked concrete evidence, merely harboring suspicions, making it difficult to ascertain Ming Sheng's culpability. However, this time, Ming Sheng's deliberate withdrawal from his grip unequivocally substantiated the extent of this individual's malevolence towards him. It is worth noting that his cultivation level is merely at the third layer of qi refining, undoubtedly placing him at the bottom of the disciples within the secret realm. Should he act alone, his demise would be virtually assured. This clearly indicates that Ming Sheng harbors intentions of his demise. It appears that this individual is undoubtedly harboring ill will. It is highly likely that his target is not directed at me, but rather at Xianhe. Therefore, Brother Ming Xian's collaboration poses considerable risk as well. One can only hope that he remains vigilant and does not fall victim to Ming Sheng's treachery. Zhang Qianrang, after a thorough analysis in his mind, surmised the possibility of Ming Sheng's betrayal. However, having been randomly teleported to an unknown location, his options were severely limited. Alas, he resolved to take each step as it comes. With a soft sigh, Zhang Qianrang meticulously surveyed his surroundings. All around him was an expanse of water, shrouded in dense mist, limiting visibility to merely 10 meters. Beyond that, clarity was lost. Beneath him lay azure waters, offering a clearer view than the surface, illuminated by an unknown light that rendered the depths transparent, revealing an abundance of aquatic vegetation. Yet, something felt amiss. Zhang Qianrang furrowed his brow. The conditions in the Water Mansion's secret realm diverged significantly from his understanding. According to the records, the Water Mansion was entirely submerged, with only peculiar air pockets available for respiration. However, this lake was not wholly underwater. A vast expanse of sky loomed above, allowing for direct surfacing without the need for air pockets. This was troubling. A sinking feeling gripped Zhang Qianrang. Such a transformation could only indicate two possibilities. Either he had not entered the original Water Mansion secret realm, but had instead arrived at a foreign location, or the Water Mansion had undergone some extraordinary alteration, resulting in a drastic change in its internal environment. Regardless of which scenario was true, neither boded well for him. If it were an unfamiliar place, all his prior knowledge would be rendered obsolete, necessitating confrontation with unknown dangers and complicating his return. If the Water Mansion had indeed changed, it signified the emergence of new dangers, potentially formidable ones. Zhang Qianrang meticulously examined his surroundings, comparing them with his map, but failed to identify any notable landmarks, leaving him uncertain of his whereabouts. Resolute, he decided to explore further. Choosing a random direction, he invoked the Water Ghost River technique and cautiously swam forth. The air was rich with spiritual energy, imbued with a water attribute, facilitating easy absorption and refinement. He activated his cultivation technique, discovering that the mana consumed by the Water Ghost River technique replenished rapidly, while Zhang Qianrang ventured forth in solitude. An unsettling exchange unfolded in another unfamiliar water domain involving Ming Xian and Ming Sheng. Brother, do not blame me. It was Qianrang who suddenly released his grip, leaving me unprepared to hold on. I apologize, Ming Sheng explained anxiously, his face betraying a mix of panic and concern, seemingly genuinely worried for Zhang Qianrang's fate. You should have been more diligent. It was his first time in here. Alas, I too should have held on to him, Ming Xian lamented, expressing her frustration towards Ming Sheng before turning her self-reproach inward. However, at this juncture, further discussion was futile. They could only hope for Qianrang's safe return. The immediate priority remained securing the purple spirit ginseng. Soon, both discovered the anomaly within the Water Mansion's secret realm. Wait, why does this secret realm seem different? There's a vast expanse above, Ming Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. Ming Xian remained silent, diving underwater for a better look, before pointing towards a distant ruin at the bottom and stating, Junior brother, observe, there lies a ruin, likely at the edge of the secret realm. We are positioned here. Ming Xian retrieved a hide map, making a comparison before indicating a location at the periphery. Ming Sheng confirmed, indeed, that is the 58th ruin. However, with the change in the secret realm's environment, could there be any dangers? It's hard to say, but we must exercise caution. Let us first investigate that ruin. Ming Xian replied. Agreed. They then submerged into the water, swimming towards the distant ruin. The disciples from other teams also noted the changes in the secret realm, but no one could ascertain the implications of such phenomena, except for one, Qianan. Upon noticing the alterations in the secret realm's environment, his expression shifted several times. Though he quickly masked it, resuming an air of nonchalance. He then proclaimed, "I have an announcement. Due to the unknown changes within the secret realm, we shall abandon the previously established group plans to mitigate unforeseen dangers. Henceforth, we shall act collectively." The 10 or so individuals accustomed to his authoritative demeanor found his reasoning sound, resulting in no objections. Furthermore, all spiritual items discovered will be submitted to me for safekeeping. Rest assured, I shall duly record your contributions, he assured. Though the crowd hesitated momentarily, dissent was absent. After all, with so many witnesses, they had little to fear regarding Qianrang's potential greed. Yet, they remained oblivious to the flicker of panic and malice that danced behind his calm gaze. As the disciples entering the secret realm felt a growing sense of unease, the higher echelons of Sanxian Guan waiting outside also recognized an issue. The once tranquil entrance to the secret realm trembled violently after all disciples had entered. A dense black mist rapidly emerged, soon enveloping the entire water curtain portal. "What is happening?" an elder exclaimed in alarm. The 3 lineage heads exchanged grave looks, hastily channeling their spiritual energy towards the altar in a bid to dispel the black mist. Suddenly, 3 bolts of black lightning erupted from the water curtain, instantaneously forcing the trio back. The water curtain then became shrouded in the black mist, rendering it inaccessible. "What on earth is this?" the elders exclaimed in panic. The 3 lineage heads, all cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, found themselves powerless against the black mist. Would the disciples within the secret realm face annihilation? "Do not panic." At this moment, the sect master, Yu Wenfang, interjected forcefully. His countenance was equally grim, yet he refrained from confronting the black mist, instead gazing intently at it and stating, "The portal to the Water Mansion's secret realm is sealed by this black, demonic energy, but it is not an insurmountable crisis. If we unite our efforts, we can unravel it, albeit it will require a month's time. When that period elapses, the disciples shall be able to emerge." "Uncle, will it be exceedingly perilous within the secret realm?" the 6th elder, Yuan Jian, inquired, his expression shifting. "It should not be overly dangerous. I have encountered similar conditions in the sect's records, though they have never manifested before. I dismissed them as mere legends, never anticipating their veracity," Yuan Fang responded. The gathered crowd exhaled in relief. Yet, the longer the delay, the greater the peril for the disciples inside. "Everyone, swiftly prepare spirit pills to replenish our mana. Once I finalize the arrangements, we will commence the dispelling of the demonic energies seal," Yuan Fang commanded. The crowd hurriedly dispersed to prepare. Chapter 36, The Dark Water Demon Tree. There was something beneath the surface. In the crystalline waters, Zhang Qianrang suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on the depths below. There, a peculiar underwater forest emerged, starkly contrasting with the vibrant green aquatic grass surrounding it. This forest was devoid of any greenery, appearing instead in ominous hues of black, as if it had been conjured from a dark realm. The trees within were entirely black, lacking leaves, with gnarled branches extending outward like the claws of a monstrous entity. Subtle waves of spiritual energy emanated from this eerie grove. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Qianrang discerned that the source of these energy fluctuations was concealed beneath the soil beside the trees, invisible to the eye. He surmised that these fluctuations were likely linked to some form of spiritual herb. However, he refrained from diving in to investigate, sensing that this grove harbored an unknown peril. Numerous fish swam nearby, yet none ventured into the forest's shadow. Zhang Qianrang's objective was to emerge alive, ideally procuring the purple spirit ginseng to fulfill his master's task, thus repaying the favor bestowed by Zhuang. While he could not deny a fascination with the alluring spiritual treasures within, he was unwilling to risk himself recklessly for them. He activated the Water Ghost River Patrol technique to swiftly distance himself from the area. Suddenly, he stopped, a grave expression crossing his face. Before him loomed another ominous grove, identical in size and appearance to the previous one. Refusing to succumb to superstition, Zhang Qianrang changed direction and swam rapidly away. Yet, before long, the eerie forest reappeared ahead. At that moment, he was certain he had been ensnared by some form of illusion or trap, intrinsically linked to the strange grove before him. He recalled his senior brother Mingxin's words before entering. In such situations, unless one possessed special means to force their way out, they must destroy the source of the trap or illusion to escape. Lacking any such means, he had no choice but to devise a way to dismantle the source keeping him captive. This source could be a treasure or a mythical beast, regardless. He had to enter the strange grove to uncover it. Sighing softly, he lamented his desire for a peaceful survival, only to be coerced into confrontation. Zhang Qianrang steeled himself and directed his efforts toward the eerie forest once more. Approaching the grove, he observed closely and discerned some clues. Although the trees appeared uniform, they exhibited differences in the emanation of spiritual energy. Most trees showed no signs of energy fluctuation, while a select few had roots radiating such energy. It seemed this was not merely a matter of spiritual herbs. Zhang Qianrang suspected that the energy waves were likely related to the trees themselves, rather than external spiritual entities. Otherwise, it would be improbable for all the spiritual entities to be concentrated around the roots. He pondered briefly before extending his hand. Nearby, a sizable carp, measuring over half a meter, was ensnared by a current and brought before him. This was one of the abilities of the Water Ghost River Patrol technique, allowing him to manipulate water flow within a certain radius. Currently, his capabilities were limited to capturing ordinary fish, proving ineffective against cultivators or mythical beasts. Seizing the carp, Zhang Qianrang hurled it toward a nearby tree devoid of energy fluctuations. The carp thrashed in terror, attempting to escape, but the current held it fast, swiftly delivering it to the base of the dark tree. Yet, nothing transpired. The carp flailed, desperately trying to swim back to safety, but soon seemed to lose its sense of direction, turning instead toward another black tree nearby. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced, and he focused intently. That tree was indeed one with energy fluctuations at its roots. In no time, the carp reached the tree, and with a swift motion, a shadowy tendril erupted from the soil, snatching the fish away. Indeed, something was amiss. Zhang Qianrang's heart sank as he realized a tentacle-like shadow had emerged from the ground, claiming the carp. In that instant, the shadow exuded a powerful and eerie aura, comparable to a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement. Zhang Qianrang's complexion darkened. He was only at the 3rd level, a novice in the realm of qi refinement. The disparity between the two levels was significant. Although he possessed certain hidden methods to potentially defeat a 4th level beast, the sheer number of demon trees surrounding him posed a considerable threat. Trouble loomed large. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought. Summoning the system interface, a new prompt materialized before him. The master has relinquished sustenance to the dark water demon tree in exchange for a portion of its branches. Would you like to extract the branch? Astonished, Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of excitement. He examined the segment of the demon tree branch, merely half a meter long, akin to a small twig severed from the towering tree. While insignificant relative to its height, it symbolized a vital opportunity. He glanced at the variety of fish swimming around him, feeling a sense of relief that the grove was not as menacing as he initially thought. One by one, he began tossing the fish to the demon tree. The tree accepted them eagerly, its dark roots writhing as they dragged the fish beneath the surface. Simultaneously, prompts appeared on his system interface, each representing branches obtained through the exchange. Upon observing the demon tree, he noted it had become entirely bare, save for a solitary trunk standing forlornly in the water. The consequences of this exchange were evident. The aura emanating from the tree's roots diminished significantly, nearing the threshold of the 3rd level of qi refinement. However, it seemed the fish were growing scarce. Zhang Qianrang surveyed his surroundings, noting the dwindling fish population. If this continued, he would soon exhaust the available fish, rendering him unable to contend with the demon trees. He resolved to fell the nearby black trees devoid of malevolent energy and assess their utility. After a moment of contemplation, he fixed his gaze on a tree outside the grove. Go! With a swift motion of his hand, a robust water arrow formed and shot toward the nearest black tree. The arrow struck true, cleaving the tree in two, which crashed to the ground. Yet, almost immediately, a ripple coursed through the air, and the severed tree returned to its original state. What? Shock washed over Zhang Qianrang. Grateful for his caution, he had refrained from entering the grove. It was now clear that the illusions or traps within were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Had he ventured inside, he might not have been able to escape to capture fish at all. After a moment's thought, he raised his hand once more. A water arrow shot toward the dark water demon tree. With a resounding crack, a dark light erupted from beneath the ground, directly intercepting the water arrow, shattering it to pieces. Yet, the black light was also severed, and a segment of a tentacle-like root writhed upon the ground before swiftly burrowing back into the soil, vanishing from sight. It seems that I must rely on the surrounding fish to continue combating this malevolent tree. I am curious to see what you will do once your trunk is entirely depleted. With this thought, Zhang Qianrang swiftly reached out and seized another large carp, hurling it towards the demon tree. Chapter 37. Penetrating the kill with a thud, a small fish, no larger than a palm, landed on the ground and scurried away in panic. Beneath the soil, a tremor occurred as a mass of black roots emerged, only to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. Unable to even secure the small fish, It's finally done. Zhang Qianrang clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face. The trunk of the black water demon tree had vanished entirely, leaving behind a pit and a cluster of dying roots. At that moment, the black roots were no longer formidable. They emitted only faint waves of demonic energy, lacking even the strength of a first-level qi refining practitioner. Most critically, their rapid weakening rendered them entirely immobile, unable to capture even a small fish. Whoosh! A water arrow shot from Zhang Qianrang's hand, swiftly slicing through the lake and piercing the mass of black roots. A chilling cry echoed as the roots convulsed violently before collapsing, severing into numerous fragments scattered on the ground. The waves of demonic energy dissipated entirely. I have truly vanquished it. Zhang Qianrang exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he noticed that a nearby grove was beginning to writhe ominously. Several dark trees in proximity to him rapidly withered, soon toppling to the ground as decayed wood. In the end, a portion of the entire grove had diminished. What is happening? Zhang Qianrang's expression turned to one of astonishment as he observed closely. He discovered that the decay began from the location where he had slain the black water demon tree, leading to the complete collapse of a small section of the grove. The small fish that had previously escaped seemed to have calmed down, leisurely swimming in that area, yet they dared not approach the other dark trees nearby. Go! Zhang Qianrang casually cast another water arrow, severing a piece of rotting wood in that area. For a long time, there were no signs of recovery. My speculation was correct. This grove appears to be anchored to the black water demon tree. Once the demon tree is slain, the illusion surrounding the nearby area collapses. Zhang Qianrang quickly deduced the reasoning behind it. His heart soared with excitement. If this continued, after defeating a certain number of black water demon trees, he should be able to weaken the illusion and then escape this place. With that thought, his gaze shifted to the second black water demon tree nearby. Time passed, and Zhang Qianrang once again dispatched 3 more black water demon trees. A significant portion of the strange grove before him had been reduced. In the area where he had first slain the demon tree, schools of small fish were now active. Evidence that exterminating the black water demon trees indeed dispelled the corresponding illusions. Could I possibly leave this place? Zhang Qianrang contemplated before deciding to give it a try. He chose a direction and quickly moved away. However, not long after, the grove reappeared ahead. It seems this is an unending battle. Sighing, Zhang Qianrang resumed his fishing endeavor. Although the surrounding fish had considerably diminished, perhaps due to the weakening illusion, a surprising number of fish swam in from elsewhere. At this rate, he need not fear depleting the fish population entirely. Within the secret realm of the Water Palace, one could not gauge the passage of time by observing celestial phenomena. Zhang Qianrang could only estimate, with minimal deviation. When he had eradicated 10 black water demon trees, approximately 12 hours had elapsed, essentially a full day and night. At this moment, he had cleared a quarter of the entire grove. Yet, when he attempted to leave, he found himself still ensnared. Although the surrounding fish had not entirely vanished, their replenishment could not keep pace with his consumption, greatly hindering his ability to eliminate the tree demons. Zhang Qianrang felt a sense of urgency. At this rate, it would take 5 or 6 days to eradicate the entire grove. However, the secret realm was only open for 3 days. He must find the exit within that time, or he would be trapped forever. In previous years, disciples who failed to exit in time had mysteriously disappeared, their bones never to be found. He needed to devise a swift method to eliminate the tree demons. Zhang Qianrang contemplated. He indeed had a plan. Though he had previously hesitated, now, it was clear he could not afford to waver. He promptly summoned the system interface, locating an item from a past exchange, and focused on one particular item. Extract 1 bottle of Blood Demon's elixir. He silently chanted, feeling a cool sensation in his palm as a jade vial appeared. Upon opening the vial, he discovered 10 pills resembling coagulated blood, exuding a pungent, nauseating scent. This was the Blood Demon's elixir, obtained from Ouyang Zhun, a disciple of the Blood Transformation Demon sect. He had initially intended to save it for a future opportunity to sell in the black market, but now, faced with difficulties, he had no choice but to utilize some. Zhang Qianrang took out 1 Blood Demon's elixir and tossed it towards a black water demon tree. The demon tree, as if encountering a divine delicacy, extended all of its roots and frantically snatched the Blood Demon's elixir. This sight filled Zhang Qianrang with delight. Indeed, there was hope. Just as he was contemplating, a new prompt appeared on the system interface. The master has generously offered the opportunity to rapidly enhance cultivation to the black water demon tree in exchange for the essence of the demon tree's heart. The master has acquired 1 black water demon tree heart. Would you like to extract it? The demon tree's heart? Zhang Qianrang was momentarily taken aback, focusing intently. The so-called demon tree heart was a half-foot-long piece of emerald wood. This wood radiated no trace of demonic energy. Instead, it was filled with pure spiritual essence, clearly beneficial to cultivators. However, Zhang Qianrang did not pursue further study of this item, as it could not be lost in the system interface. He raised his gaze to the black water demon tree, which had now perished. The dark trunk lay on the ground, broken into segments, completely decayed. Its massive roots sprawled lifelessly, devoid of any demonic energy. However, the blood demon's elixir had vanished without a trace, which Zhang Qianrang surmised was a cost of the fair exchange. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned about the blood demon's elixir. Now, the task became simpler. He cast blood demon's elixirs one after another. One by one, the formidable black water demon trees fell before him. As he delved deeper into the grove, he encountered even black water demon trees at the 5th level of Qi refining. And at the core stood a towering black water demon tree at the 6th level of Qi refining. Yet, these demon trees possessed a natural disadvantage. They were immobile. Faced with Zhang Qianrang's shameless method of exchanging blood demons' elixirs for kills, they offered no resistance. If one was insufficient, then two would suffice. Soon, after he exchanged 3 blood demons' elixirs for the heart of the 6th level black water demon tree and subsequently vanquished it, he had cleared the entire grove of black water demon trees. Zhang Qianrang then beheld the core of the grove, revealing a pedestal towering to a person's height, inscribed with a profusion of intricate symbols, emanating a potent and strange aura. This was the core of the illusion. Zhang Qianrang immediately recognized that this aura was identical to that of the surrounding illusions, albeit more potent. On the pedestal lay a palm-sized shell, within which rested a sphere the size of an egg. The resplendent orb emanates a kaleidoscope of colors, its enigmatic aura serving as the very source of this illusion. Chapter 38, The Spirit Illusion Orb. At this moment, Zhang Qianrang finally comprehends the situation. This place is an illusionary formation, with the orb at its core, while the black water demon trees function as the formation's nodes, tasked with the duty of slaughter. To be candid, this illusionary formation is not easy to deal with. Typically, teams arriving here must exert considerable effort to force their way through. Unfortunately, his unscrupulous strategy shattered it effortlessly. Collect. Zhang Qianrang activated his storage bag, effortlessly retrieving the orb along with the shell. With the black water demon trees gone, the formation was completely dismantled, leaving its core defenseless against Zhang Qianrang. Subsequently, he approached the altar and was astonished to discover inscriptions carved upon the stone slab above. Upon closer examination, he realized it was a method for refining magical artifacts. He hurriedly committed it to memory, validating it repeatedly to ensure accuracy before casually destroying the stone slab along with the entire altar. Indeed, the Water Mansion's secret realm is replete with treasures. Zhang Qianrang beamed with delight. This refining method was specifically tailored for the orb. It turns out that the orb is known as the Spirit Illusion Orb, a high-grade magical artifact. Once refined, it can directly unleash illusions against foes or serve as the heart of an illusionary formation, exhibiting formidable power and boundless utility. Should he succeed in refining this object, he would not need to fear even a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. If he could not overcome them, he could still escape. However, fully refining this treasure is not a matter of days, and within this secret realm, time is of the essence. Zhang Qianrang decided to perform a preliminary refinement. Though it would only harness a fraction of its power, it would serve as a formidable means of self-defense. He glanced around. The surroundings were exceedingly peculiar, drawing undue attention, rendering it an unsuitable place for refining treasures. He promptly activated the river ghost technique and departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a riverbed lush with aquatic vegetation, where towering water plants concealed him from sight. This is the perfect spot. Zhang Qianrang surveyed the area, detecting no immediate danger, and plunged into the thicket of water plants. He first retrieved a black formation disc, the very disc of the minor spirit gathering formation. Upon his in-depth examination, he discovered that this disc, in addition to gathering spiritual energy, possessed a hidden function capable of masking the spiritual fluctuations in a small surrounding area. Zhang Qianrang activated the minor spirit gathering formation, utilizing only its concealment feature, effectively isolating a few meters around him. At this moment, he felt secure enough to extract the Spirit Illusion Orb. This high-grade magical artifact consists not only of the orb itself, but also of the shell encasing it. Zhang Qianrang meticulously recalled the refining method, then bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence blood to flow into the shell, followed by infusing his magical energy into the artifact, commencing the refinement process. As his magical energy flowed in, the orb began to radiate a spectrum of colors, gradually absorbing the essence blood within the shell. Half an hour elapsed, and the essence blood was fully absorbed by the orb. Zhang Qianrang then expelled another drop of essence blood, continuing the refinement. After repeating this process 3 times, he finally achieved a preliminary refinement of the artifact. In truth, the authentic refining method does not necessitate essence blood. What he employed was a temporary, expedited refinement technique documented within the method. In just over an hour, he had preliminarily refined this high-grade magical artifact. Zhang Qianrang sensed a newfound connection with the spirit illusion orb. With a mere thought, he channeled a stream of magical energy. The shell, previously open, began to close slowly, completely concealing the orb within. The artifact's fluctuations vanished instantly, resembling an ordinary shell. Excellent. Zhang Qianrang could not help but smile. This function is quite practical, making it difficult for others to detect the artifact. He then activated his magical energy once more. The shell suddenly opened, and the orb emitted a faint, multicolored glow, enveloping a large fish about 10 meters ahead. The fish spun in place like a headless fly. This is the illusory power of this artifact, capable of influencing a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Splendid. With a thought, Zhang Qianrang stored the spirit illusion orb into his storage bag. This treasure, having been temporarily refined, could not yet change size, making it cumbersome to carry on his person. Next, Zhang Qianrang sat down to replenish his depleted magical energy. Afterward, he stowed the minor spirit gathering formation disc and quickly departed in a chosen direction. Before long, a group of several individuals arrived at the site of the peculiar forest. "Oh no, someone has beaten us to it," exclaimed the leader, a young man clad in the inner disciple garb of the Sanxian temple. Upon seeing the dead black water demon trees and the destroyed altar, his expression darkening. "Senior brother, what should we do?" inquired a fellow disciple in a hushed tone. "This place is not even marked on the publicly available maps of the temple. The elder teams likely have no knowledge of it. Moreover, only the teams of the other 2 lineage heads or elder Yuan could have eradicated the black water demon trees so thoroughly in just over a day. We should avoid provoking them for now. If necessary, we will just have to accept losing the initiative," the leader explained telepathically. He then waved his hand firmly and declared, "Let's go." With that, he led his companions away from the site. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qianrang, a subsequent group was arriving. At this moment, he found himself at a location filled with ruins. The area was considerable, with layers of crumbling walls and desolate remnants lying submerged in the water, stretching as far as the eye could see. Could this be? Zhang Qianrang's heart stirred as he noticed that the ruins before him closely resembled the secret realm ruins that Ming Xin had described to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief to confirm that he remained within the secret realm. Had he been transported to a new location, the dangers would have been far greater. Subsequently, he produced a map and meticulously cross-referenced it. He discovered that the map indicated over a dozen such ruins, each marked with a distinct symbol, located in various directions around the periphery of the secret realm. If he could ascertain which direction this particular ruin belonged to, he could determine his position and subsequently search for the purple spirit ginseng or find an exit with greater ease. However, these ruins bore striking similarities, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish them based solely on their architecture. To ascertain the origin of this ruin, he would need to venture inside and locate the unique marker at its core. It appears another risk awaits. Zhang Qianrang stowed the map and gazed toward the ruins ahead. According to the information he had gathered, such ruins typically housed spiritual herbs and treasures, albeit guarded by some lesser creatures, posing minimal danger. Previous teams had relished exploring these ruins, reaping substantial rewards without encountering significant peril. However, this time, Zhang Qianrang dared not let his guard down. Firstly, his cultivation was not high, and his strength was lacking. Secondly, the secret realm had undergone considerable changes. Who could say what formidable dangers might lurk within these ruins? Chapter 39, Water Ghost, Instant Kill. Zhang Qianrang clutched a water shield talisman in one hand and grasped a water spirit fork in the other, scrutinizing the ruins before him. This ruin possesses a unique array of restrictions. Once one enters, ascending becomes impossible. Attempting to swim over from above is akin to traversing through a veil of mist, obscuring the details within the ruins. Furthermore, regardless of where one descends from above, one will invariably appear at the entrance on the periphery. Thus, once one enters the ruins, it becomes impossible to surface for air until one departs. Without the river ghost technique or any means of breathing underwater, cultivators would find exploration within the ruins fatal, succumbing to suffocation. Zhang Qianrang has mastered the river ghost technique to a high degree, and with the abundant water spiritual energy surrounding him, he can easily replenish his consumption. As long as he refrains from combat, he He can remain here indefinitely without the need to breathe, even in the event of conflict, as long as it is resolved swiftly. It poses no significant concern. Ahead lies a cobblestone street, enshrouded in moss, extending deep into the ruins. Water plants sprout from the crevices of the stones, adorning the street like delicate green ribbons, swaying gently with the currents. On either side of the street lie the remnants of buildings, all constructed from stone, now collapsed into mere ruins. The architectural style starkly contrasts with that of the outside world, suggesting a different era altogether. After observing his surroundings, Zhang Qianrang glided forward, his form seamlessly blending into the water, creating no disturbance, far more adept in the aquatic realm than fish. This exemplifies the profundity of the river ghost technique. He silently maneuvered around the water plants, quickly noticing something amiss. The local fish displayed an unusual level of wariness. Previously, within the Blackwater Demon Tree Forest, the fish showed no fear, often swimming past him within easy reach. However, within these ruins, upon catching sight of his shadow, the fish fled in a panic, darting into the crevices for concealment. This behavior could only indicate one thing. Predators lurked within the ruins, regularly preying upon these fish, fostering their heightened caution over time. With this realization, Zhang Qianrang heightened his vigilance. As he continued to navigate, he soon arrived at a fork in the path. Before him lay a Y-shaped intersection, the street dividing into two routes, each leading in a different direction. Zhang Qianrang surveyed the scene. Both paths seemed to be shrouded in mist several meters ahead, rendering them indistinguishable. As he was about to proceed down the right path, he suddenly paused and turned his gaze to the left. In that fleeting moment, he believed he glimpsed a shadow darting past at the far end of the left path. However, he sensed no fluctuation of demonic or spiritual energy. Perhaps it was merely a large fish. Zhang Qianrang pondered briefly before opting to move towards the right path. Suddenly, a distinct splash resonated through the water. Zhang Qianrang's eyes narrowed. This time, he caught a clear glimpse. Emerging from the depths was a humanoid monstrosity, bearing a human-like body and limbs. Yet its head resembled that of a massive toad, covered in repulsive, festering sores, with blood-red eyes and a mouth stretching grotesquely to the back of its head, filled with menacing, sharp teeth. Its limbs were webbed, and its claws glimmered with a sinister green hue, evidently laced with venom. The creature's crimson gaze fixated on Zhang Qianrang, exuding an aura of savage demonic energy, coupled with an unsettling chill. A water ghost. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced. This was his first encounter with such a creature. Though he had already perused descriptions in his sex texts, known as a water ghost, it is a being infused with both demonic and ghostly essence, said to be the amalgamation of deceased humans and demonic entities. Water ghosts are remarkably agile in aquatic environments, and Zhang Qianrang's river ghost technique is a mimicry of their abilities. Without allowing Zhang Qianrang a moment to contemplate, the water ghost surged toward him with alarming speed. The creature darted through the water with incredible swiftness, reaching him in an instant, its claws lunging menacingly towards his head. Observing this, Zhang Qianrang activated the river ghost technique, swiftly retreating several meters while simultaneously conjuring a water arrow that shot forth. He effortlessly dodged the creature's assault, the water arrow piercing through its chest. Dark green blood rapidly tainted the surrounding waters. The water ghost emitted a piercing cry of agony. At that moment, distant echoes of similar cries resonated from afar. This was not good. It was calling for reinforcements. Zhang Qianrang's expression shifted, and he raised his hand, unleashing another water arrow. The injured water ghost, unable to evade, was struck through the head and fell lifelessly. Meanwhile, other water ghost figures began to emerge in the distance. Realizing the impending threat, Zhang Qianrang promptly retreated along his original path. He intended to return to the exit before confronting these water ghosts again, ensuring a potential escape route remained open. Fortunately, though the river ghost technique was derived from the water ghost's own abilities, its efficacy was not inferior to the original spells. This allowed Zhang Qianrang to adeptly lead the water ghosts back to the entrance of the ruins. 3 water ghosts approached. 2 were akin to the one he had just slain, equivalent to the first layer of qi refinement, while the third was notably more robust, exuding formidable demonic energy, equivalent to the third layer of qi refinement. Faced with these water ghosts, Zhang Qianrang saw an opportunity to test his combat capabilities. The strongest among them let out a loud croak, serving as a signal of attack, and all 3 water ghosts lunged at him from different directions. Zhang Qianrang was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated their coordination. However, he was unperturbed. Raising his hand, a shell resembling a river clam materialized in his palm. Channeling his spiritual energy, The shell opened to reveal a pearl radiating with iridescent light, which flew forth and struck the strongest water ghost. The creature stood frozen in place, dazed and disoriented. Seizing the moment, Zhang Qianrang flicked his wrist, sending a water arrow that instantly penetrated the head of a nearby water ghost. Concurrently, the water spirit fork transformed into a green beam, swiftly piercing the head of another water ghost. The water spirit fork then spiraled back, penetrating the head of the entranced strongest water ghost. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhang Qianrang gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. In direct confrontation, he could eliminate foes of equal cultivation with ease. Having dispatched the water ghosts, it was now time to scour for treasures. The water ghost's skull contained a demon bone, imbued with ghostly energy, serving as the core essence of the water ghost and representing a valuable material. Sought after in both weapon crafting and alchemy, the more powerful the water ghost, the more valuable its core bone. Zhang Qianrang wielded the water spirit fork, skillfully severing the water ghost's skull, and soon excavated 3 demon bones. The bones were a vibrant green, translucent like jade, and felt icy to the touch, resonating with the essence of the demon and ghost. The largest bone belonged to the water ghost of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, about the size of an egg, emanating the strongest aura, while the other 2 were roughly the size of jujubes. Subsequently, he returned to the site of the previously slain water ghost to extract its demon bone. As Zhang Qianrang retrieved the water ghost's bone and prepared to depart, he heard a faint sound emanating from beneath the water ghost's body. He kicked the corpse aside, revealing a dark iron plate beneath. Zhang Qianrang manipulated the water to lift the plate for inspection. The plate was heavily corroded, but he could faintly discern 2 characters inscribed on the front, Yi Jin. The reverse bore a pattern resembling rippling water. Zhang Qian's gaze narrowed. The pattern was strikingly familiar. It was the emblem of the Sanxian Temple. The inscription on the front, Yi Jin, appeared to be a name. This revelation brought forth a compelling conclusion. The iron plate was an identity token for disciples of the Sanxian Temple. Zhang Qian had perused the records and knew that 2 centuries ago, the miscellaneous disciples of the Sanxian Temple used iron plates as identification. How could such a token, from 200 years ago, be found on a water ghost? Was it possible that this water ghost was the transformed spirit of a disciple who perished here long ago? Yet, such occurrences had never been mentioned in the temple's intelligence reports. Had previous disciples failed to notice? A jolt of surprise coursed through Zhang Qian's mind. He then returned to the previous 3 water ghosts to search meticulously. However, he found no identity tokens, leaving him uncertain whether they were absent or simply lost. Undeterred, Zhang Qian continued along the path, needing to orient himself within the ruins. This time, he chose the left fork in the road. Since the water ghost had emerged from the left path, its lair must lie in that direction. Firstly, he hoped to discover some treasures within the water ghost's nest, and secondly, he aimed to uncover more clues regarding the deceased disciples. As he advanced down the left street, Zhang Qian soon located the water ghost's lair. It was situated within a collapsed building, where a stone slab half rested on a broken wall, revealing a dark, cavernous hole. A strong aura of malevolence wafted from within. Zhang Qian casually picked up a fist-sized stone and tossed it into the abyss. Immediately, 2 piercing wails echoed from the depths. Subsequently, 2 shadowy figures emerged, revealing themselves to be water ghosts at the 1st level of chi refinement. Swiftly, Zhang Qian unleashed 2 water arrows, dispatching the water ghosts, and collected their bones. He glanced back at the hole, noting the malevolent energy had significantly diminished. He tossed another stone in for good measure, but it was met with silence, indicating that the water ghosts had all exited. The 2 he had encountered were likely the last remaining sentinels. Zhang Qian then entered the cavern. Infusing his vision with magical energy, the darkness posed no challenge, allowing him to see clearly. The cave was modest, spanning merely a dozen square meters, with a filthy box nestled in one corner. A wave of spiritual energy radiated from within. Approaching the box, Zhang Qian discovered it was filled with soil, within which a half-foot-long slender aquatic plant thrived. Water spirit grass. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This plant was a primary ingredient for crafting the minor water spirit pill and held considerable value. He gently extracted the water spirit grass, placing it into a prepared jade box before storing it in his spatial pouch. Given that water spirit grass could flourish here, there might be more treasures beneath the box. Zhang Qian pondered. Then with a wave of his hand, a torrent of water surged forth, sweeping away the dirt. Revealed beneath was a small pile of spirit stones. Zhang Qian hurriedly examined them, noting that most had turned to ordinary stones, leaving 5 that still contained spiritual energy, each of which qualified as low-grade spirit stones. He felt a surge of joy, This was indeed a commendable haul. The low-grade spirit stones he currently possessed were those he had fairly exchanged from Ouyang Zhun for cultivation and formation purposes, and their numbers were dwindling. Acquiring these 5 spirit stones could alleviate the resource depletion crisis in this perilous secret realm. After thoroughly searching the cave, Zhang Qian departed, continuing along the path. This time, he quickened his pace slightly. Nearly 2 days had passed in the 3 days allotted. If he did not quickly ascertain his direction, he risked being unable to return to the secret realm's entrance, which could prove dangerous. Atop Huanghu Mountain, the sect leader, Yuan Fang, accompanied by the heads of the 3 major lineages, 7 elders, and a host of true disciples, had arranged a grand formation around the altar. Activate the 5 elements breaking seal formation. With a commanding shout from Yuan Fang, the assembly channeled their magical energy into the formation. A spectrum of colors erupted from the array, swiftly coalescing in mid-air into a vibrant orb of light. This orb enveloped the secret realm's entrance, which had been shrouded in dark energy. The 2 forces clashed violently, causing the entire entrance to tremble under their opposition. Everyone, unleash your full power on the formation. I will temporarily send a spiritual talisman into the secret realm to inform the disciples inside, Yuan Fang instructed. Upon hearing this, the crowd exerted their full magical might, causing the formation to resonate with a tremendous roar as the colorful orb began to suppress the dark energy. Yuan Fang produced a luminescent spiritual talisman, infusing it with energy, which radiated a terrifying aura that even the 3 foundation-building lineage heads felt a weight upon their hearts, as if their spirits were being pressed down. A golden core talisman. The 3 were astonished. Such talismans were treasured life-saving items, even for foundation-building experts. They had never expected Yuan Fang would employ such a precious artifact. However, considering the elite disciples who had entered the secret realm, if they were to perish, the Sanxian Temple would face dire consequences. Go. Quickly, Yuan Fang activated the talisman, flinging it towards the entrance. The talisman transformed into a fearsome fire dragon that surged towards the secret realm's gate. The fire dragon exuded an overwhelmingly intense heat, instantly scorching a large hole through the dark energy before plunging into the secret realm, disappearing from sight. Dark energy surged forth rapidly, attempting to close the gap left by the fire dragon. All right, the message has been conveyed into the secret realm. The disciples must now be aware of the changes regarding the opening of the secret realm. Everyone must maintain the formation. Let us endure for this month. Once the seal is broken, the entrance will reopen for 3 days, allowing the disciples within to emerge, Yuan Fang declared emphatically. Understood. The assembly replied in unison, withdrawing most of their magical energy, leaving only a fraction to sustain the formation. The intensity of their previous exertion was unsustainable, and they could only proceed in this manner. Leader, why not make a decisive push to completely eliminate the dark energy seal? An elder suddenly inquired. You are unaware. This malevolent energy flows incessantly. It cannot simply be obliterated in one fell swoop. We must employ a gradual strategy to wear it down. After this period, the malevolent tide will recede, making the seal much easier to dispel. Our maintenance of the formation is solely to prevent the dark energy from wholly consuming the entrance to the secret realm. Yuan Fang explained. Chapter 41. All disciples notified, the serpent-headed monster. On the desolate streets of the ruins, 4 or 5 water ghost corpses lay strewn about haphazardly. Zhang Qian reached out, summoning the water spirit fork, which transformed into a green light that darted from one water ghost's head into his grasp. This marked the second wave of water ghosts he had encountered, their overall strength significantly surpassing the previous wave. The strongest among them was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, yet they were still no match for the illusions cast by the illusionary spirit pearl, which he easily dispatched. Suddenly, Zhang Qian's expression shifted. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a blue jade plate, his identity token. At that moment, the token flickered with a faint spiritual light. Was someone attempting to convey a message? Could it be senior brother Mingxin? There had been no prior indication that the identity token possessed communication capabilities. Zhang Qianrang's heart leaped with joy. If Mingxin were to send a message, it would alleviate his arduous task of locating the route. However, as he pressed the jade tablet to his forehead, a commanding voice resonated through the air. I am the sect leader, Yuan Fang. Disciples who have entered the secret realm need not panic. An anomaly has occurred within the realm, and the entrance is temporarily sealed. It will reopen in 1 month, at which point you may exit. I urge you to exercise caution during this month, as the dangers within the secret realm will escalate. Nonetheless, greater opportunities will also arise. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Whether you seize these opportunities depends solely on you. These brief words made Zhang Qianrang acutely aware of his current predicament. He believed in the authenticity of this message, It seemed improbable that anyone would jest about such matters. Nevertheless, if feasible, he intended to approach the entrance of the secret realm to witness the situation firsthand. Not only Zhang Qianrang, but all disciples who entered the realm received this notification. Their reactions varied significantly. Some disciples sighed in relief, relieved that they would not have to worry about reaching the entrance within 3 days. Others were ecstatic, eager to embark on a treasure hunt, perceiving this as a tremendous opportunity. Conversely, some disciples felt a profound sense of dread, concerned about the heightened dangers to their safety. Meanwhile, others faced dire circumstances. In a position near the outer perimeter of the secret realm's center, 3 disheveled disciples of the Sanxian temple hid in the ruins, their faces pale as they gazed at a towering altar not far away. The altar was, in fact, the entrance to the secret realm. However, at that moment, the water curtain portal was engulfed by swirling black mist. This ominous mist appeared out of nowhere, continuously flooding into the entrance. To make matters worse, 7 or 8 ferocious beasts guarded the portal. These creatures towered 4 to 5 meters high, with serpent-like heads but humanoid bodies, complete with arms and legs. They wielded various weapons, each radiating a flickering spiritual light, seemingly magical artifacts. Each beast exuded a terrifying aura, with even the weakest appearing to possess late-stage chi refinement capabilities. At the forefront was a creature with a single horn, emanating a fearsome presence that even the elders within the entrance could not match. Strangely, this monster kept its eyes tightly shut, kneeling silently before the altar, motionless. The 3 disciples were filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Any one of these monsters could easily obliterate them. Just then, the jade tablet transmitted a message from the sect leader, and the 3 finally understood the gravity of their situation. Unable to contain themselves, they cursed under their breath. They were weak and had encountered these beasts before, losing track of their team and sneaking towards the entrance in an attempt to leave early, only to stumble upon this calamity. One among them, unable to suppress a sound, alerted the others. Realizing the danger, they turned to see a snake-headed humanoid creature glaring at them with blood-red eyes. "Split up," one shouted telepathically, and the 3 swiftly darted from their hiding place, fleeing in different directions. The snake-headed creature hissed, hurling a thick iron rod with incredible speed. In an instant, it struck one fleeing disciple, reducing him to a mist of blood. The iron rod continued its trajectory, demolishing a section of the ruins. The remaining 2, witnessing this horror, felt their souls leave their bodies and hasten their escape. One produced 2 spiritual talismans, applying them to himself, dramatically increasing his speed, while the other used a talisman that rendered him invisible, swiftly disappearing behind a wall of debris. The snake-headed creature emitted another hiss, its form propelling forward like lightning as it pursued the fleeing disciple. The creature's swimming speed was astonishing, closing in within mere breaths. As its massive hand reached out towards the disciple, "I'll fight you," the disciple exclaimed, unleashing his full aura, revealing a cultivation level of the 5th stage of chi refinement. A water spirit fork manifested in his hand, extending to a length of about 10 feet, shimmering with ethereal light as it shot towards the creature's eyes. With a swift motion, the snake monster swatted the water spirit fork aside, then seized the disciple in its grasp. The disciple's protective measures flickered, seemingly shattered one after another. Subsequently, he was lifted and devoured whole, shrieking in terror. The creature then summoned back the previously thrown iron rod, its gaze fixed intently on the corner where the 3rd disciple had vanished. Suddenly, it hurled the iron rod, striking empty air as a figure emerged from the shadows, fleeing in a panic. The snake monster, however, swiftly closed the distance, capturing and consuming the last disciple as well. Thus, all 3 perished, and the snake monster returned to its position before the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, in an underwater ruin, Mingxin and Mingxing had just slain a fish demon when they received this distressing news. "Alas, this is troubling. Qianrang may be in grave danger," Mingxin lamented anxiously. "Indeed, his cultivation is so low, and with the anomalies in the secret realm, his survival seems precarious," Mingxing responded, his expression clouded with worry and guilt. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of satisfaction. If that brat perishes, it would be for the best. He comes here only to compete for resources. My master is becoming senile. That kid is clearly useless. How could resources be allocated to him when they should be invested in nurturing my talent? Do not blame yourself, junior brother. It is I who failed to consider the circumstances, Mingxin replied, unaware of Mingxing's true feelings. Let us leave it to fate. Now that the entrance to the secret realm is closed, we need not worry about insufficient time to return. We can focus on searching for the purple spirit ginseng for our master. Indeed, though we are few in number, Our smaller target makes it less likely to attract the attention of formidable beasts, thereby increasing our chances of success, Mingxin concurred. Let us proceed. The two then departed from the ruins. Chapter 42. The Water Ghost Leader and the Perfectly Mutated Spell. A key. Zhang Qianrang discovered a remarkable key within the lair of the water ghosts. This key, entirely grayish-white and seemingly carved from stone, emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Could it be a magical artifact? Puzzled, Zhang Qianrang cautiously examined the key and infused it with a trace of his own energy. The key shimmered briefly but exhibited no further reactions. Unsure of its purpose, he decided to store it in his pouch for the time being. After departing from the water ghost lair, Zhang Qianrang continued on his journey. After traversing a stretch of path, he arrived at a plaza. This is it. Zhang Qianrang's face lit up with joy. According to his research, only the central area of the ruins contained a plaza. The special symbol indicating the orientation of the ruins was located on the stone pillar at the plaza's center. With his goal so close, Zhang Qianrang did not rush forward. Such places might be guarded by formidable beasts, and he needed to exercise caution. Concealing himself behind a corner, he observed stealthily. The square before him was remarkably expansive, allowing visibility for dozens of meters. However, the stone pillar at its center remained indistinct. This indicated that the square's dimensions far exceeded mere dozens of meters. After observing for a while without detecting any immediate threats, Zhang Qianrang cautiously ventured into the square. He advanced steadily, swiftly covering a considerable distance of several dozen meters. At this point, the street from which he had come had vanished from sight, and a hazy mist enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the periphery of his vision. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced. The entity moved with astonishing speed, leaving him unable to discern its form. This velocity was certainly beyond that of the previous water ghost. It would be a formidable adversary. Zhang Qianrang discreetly clenched the water shield talisman in his hand, ready to activate it at the slightest hint of danger. In a swift motion, Zhang Qianrang turned around, only to see a shadow slicing through the air not far behind him. Yet again, he failed to grasp its true nature. A chilling sensation surged from within him. Danger. With a quick movement, he activated the perfected river patrol technique, propelling himself swiftly over 10 meters. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the shadow. It was unmistakably a water ghost, but unlike the previous one with a toad-like head, this creature bore a grotesque fish head, adorned with green fins atop and on the sides. The water ghost brandished a trident, thrusting it violently where Zhang Qianrang had just stood, piercing through the green stones beneath the water. The ghost, missing its strike, opened its gaping maw and emitted a cacophony of eerie cries, its fins quivering intensely. This was trouble, Zhang Qianrang thought to himself, promptly expelling his mana to activate the talisman. The surrounding water coalesced into a massive, formidable shield before him, providing protection. An invisible sound wave surged forth, crashing against the water shield and causing it to tremble violently. Zhang Qianrang sensed the rapid depletion of his mana. It wouldn't hold for long. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a water arrow toward the water ghost. The ghost evaded the projectile with a nimble flicker. Yet the sound wave attacks ceased simultaneously. A green light shot forth, rapidly reaching the water ghost that had just dodged the water arrow. As it realized it could not evade, the ghost unexpectedly swung its trident, deflecting the green light away. The water spirit trident. Zhang Qianrang's eyes narrowed. As the ghost wielded its trident, a flash of green light emanated from it, revealing 4 familiar runes inscribed along the prongs. This indicated that the ghost's trident was indeed a water spirit trident, upgraded to 4 runes, just like his own. Could it be that this water ghost was transformed from a deceased disciple of his past? Zhang Qianrang was taken aback, but there was no time for further contemplation, as the water ghost lunged at him with incredible speed, striking his water shield with a forceful blow. Fortunately, the shield was robust, although it vibrated violently. It absorbed the ghost's attack. The ghost, failing to breach the shield, retreated to a distance. But Zhang Qianrang felt a familiar ripple, a sign of the water ghost's river patrol technique. He noted that the power of this ghost's technique was far superior to his own, likely at the perfected level. Its speed was so quick that even the illusory spirit pearl might not be able to strike it. Could he exchange techniques with it? An idea sparked in Zhang Qianrang's mind. He was not indulging in fanciful thoughts. Having previously slain numerous water ghosts, he possessed a significant number of water ghost bones. These bones were the essential materials for refining a minor understanding pill of the river patrol technique. Should the ghost seize them, it might very well exchange them for its own river patrol technique. Without hesitation, Zhang Qianrang produced several water ghost bones and cast them into the water. The ghost flashed past once more, striking the water shield with renewed vigor before vanishing from view. Zhang Qianrang remained vigilant, focusing on the water ghost bones he had discarded. The water ghost soon returned, this time not attacking him, but instead retrieving the bones he had thrown. A prompt appeared on his system interface. The master has granted the opportunity to rapidly enhance the river patrol technique to the water ghost leader in a fair exchange, receiving the successfully cultivated river patrol technique in return. Indeed, it had worked. Zhang Qianrang rejoiced and immediately concentrated on the extraction. He felt a torrent of information surge into his mind, as if he had transformed into a water ghost wandering through ruins, inherently endowed with the ability to perform the river patrol technique. The vision faded, and Zhang Qianrang acquired the new river patrol technique. It had become instinctual, no longer requiring incantations or gestures to execute. Indeed, it was a perfected level spell. With a thought, he moved with ghost-like swiftness, traversing dozens of meters in an instant. His speed far surpassed his previous capabilities. This newfound instinctive ability, even the perfected river patrol technique seemed unable to compare. Zhang Qianrang surmised that the ghost spell had undergone a mutation. Elated, he realized that with such an advanced river patrol technique, his chances of survival in this secret realm had skyrocketed. Just as he pondered, he sensed a peculiar disturbance not far off. It was the water ghost. Previously, he had been unable to detect its movements. Now, with the upgraded river patrol technique, he could clearly perceive its actions. "Got you," Zhang Qianrang exclaimed, suddenly turning. As a shell in his hand opened, and a radiant sphere of multicolored light enveloped the area. The water ghost, seemingly offering itself, was ensnared within the vibrant glow, becoming disoriented. In an instant, a flash of green light pierced through the ghost's forehead, halting its movements and leading to its demise. Chapter 43, Positioning. The turtle shell shield. Zhang Qianrang exhaled deeply. The water ghost leader's cultivation level was equivalent to that of a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. However, its speed was so remarkable that even a practitioner of the same tier would find it challenging to contend with. The immense pressure it exerted was palpable. Fortunately, through clever use of the system, he had obtained the ghost's perfected and mutated river patrol technique, granting him comparable speed and underwater perception, allowing him to leverage his formidable foundation to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, he would surely have met a tragic end. Yet, Zhang Qianrang understood the crucial factor behind his victory, the water shield talisman bestowed upon him by the elder Xuanhe. Without such a formidable protective charm, he would have been seized by the water ghost in an instant, unable to defend himself. The dangers within this secret realm were indeed escalating. He felt a sense of foreboding. According to reports, the strongest beasts in these outer ruins should only reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Yet now he faced a 6th-layer entity. The increase in peril was evident, and as one ventured deeper into the secret realm, the monsters grew stronger, heightening the inherent risks. His water shield talisman had dwindled to a mere single piece, an alarmingly insufficient amount. At this moment, Zhang Qianrang recognized his own shortcomings. While his offensive capabilities were formidable, his defensive prowess was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, through this exchange, he had acquired the perfected variant of the water ghost river patrol technique, significantly enhancing his escape speed. With a gentle splash, Zhang Qianrang's external water shield transformed into flowing water, dissipating after enduring prolonged attacks from the water ghost, which had drained its energy. Approaching the water ghost leader, he wielded the water spirit trident and excavated the ghost's bone from its cranium. The spectral bone, no larger than a yolk, was imbued with a powerful demonic aura, with ethereal azure currents swirling within it. He stowed this treasure away and then seized the water spirit trident from the water ghost leader's grasp. Remarkably, despite the ravages of time, this artifact remained functional and undamaged, promising considerable value if taken outside. Some disciples whose artifacts had been destroyed would undoubtedly require it. Next, Zhang Qianrang meticulously searched the body of the water ghost leader and soon discovered a white jade token. Xiantong, an inner sect disciple. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. This white token unmistakably belonged to an inner disciple of the Sanxian Temple, used within the last century. Moreover, this individual belonged to the Xian lineage, sharing a generation with his master, Xuanhe, possibly even a contemporary disciple who perished in this secret realm. Given Xuanhe's age, this individual may have met their end here nearly 50 or 60 years ago. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang Qianrang carefully stored the token. Continuing onwards, he soon encountered a massive stone pillar ahead. Approaching it, he noted that it was inscribed with a unique symbol resembling the character. Immediately, he consulted his map and quickly identified the location of this ruin, northwest of the secret realm's center, designated as ruin number 25. Excellent. With this knowledge, I shall proceed in this direction, he mused, elated. Instead of departing immediately, he circled the pillar, searching diligently, and soon discovered a hollow at its apex where the water ghost leader had established its nest. Inside the hollow lay a disordered collection of items, mostly trivial debris, save for a stone box that caught his eye. With a wave of his hand, a stream of water surged forth, sweeping away the detritus and leaving only the stone box. He extended the trident into a length of 10 feet and pried open the box. Inside lay a dark turtle shell, etched with intricate runes and emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy. A defensive artifact. Zhang Qianrang rejoiced. Having just expended his water shield talisman, he now possessed a defensive item to alleviate his protective burdens. After inspecting it for danger, he retrieved the turtle shell for closer examination. It appeared to be a turtle shell shield, adorned with various exquisite runes. Channeling his magic, a powerful wave emanated from the shell. A mid-tier defensive artifact. Zhang Qianrang was ecstatic. Defensive artifacts are far rarer than offensive ones, and a mid-tier defensive artifact is worth no less than a subpar high-tier offensive item. Its defensive capabilities could effortlessly withstand attacks from mid-tier chi refinement practitioners, and, with full force, could even repel several strikes from high-tier opponents in the same realm. In terms of practical value, it far surpassed a mere water shield talisman. Determined to refine this treasure immediately, he realized that the process for mid-tier artifacts would not consume much time, at most 1 or 2 hours. Unlike the exquisite illusory spirit pearl among high-tier artifacts. However, the prominent stone pillar was likely to attract attention, and any group entering the ruins would target this location. So he could not refine the artifact here. He swiftly departed, seeking a secluded ruin to activate the concealed function of his small gathering spirit array, commencing the refinement of the turtle shell shield. This artifact lacked a specialized refinement method, so Zhang Qianrang employed a universal one. The refinement process unfolded even more smoothly than he anticipated. After years of erosion, the original owner's traces had entirely vanished, and the inherent restraints were remarkably weakened. In less than an hour, he completely refined it. Out. With a thought, the turtle shell shield instantly expanded to the size of a door panel positioned before him. He prodded it with the water spirit trident, finding it remarkably sturdy. Excellent. Zhang Qianrang nodded in satisfaction, then gestured with a spell. The turtle shell shield shrank to the size of a fingernail and flew into his sleeve. No wonder so many disciples yearn for secret realms, he reflected. Indeed, the Water Mansion's secret realm is rife with opportunities and treasures. In just over 2 days since entering the secret realm, he had amassed a wealth of spoils, numerous branches and cores of the black water demon tree, several water ghost bones, the perfected variant of the water ghost river patrol technique, a high-quality high-tier artifact, the illusory spirit pearl, and now the mid-tier turtle shell shield. Such bounties would take an eternity to acquire outside. It seems the path of cultivation is indeed paved with the spoils of vanquished foes. Chuckling softly, he flipped his hand to reveal the water spirit trident. A contemplative expression crossed his face. This trident had belonged to the water ghost leader. This ruin had already yielded the identity token of a disciple from the Sanxian Temple 2 centuries prior, and now bore witness to a water ghost wielding the water spirit trident, alongside a token from the Xian lineage. None of these circumstances had been mentioned in the secret realm intelligence he had privately gathered or in the detailed information provided by Xuanhe and others. If such occurrences had previously transpired, they would surely have been noted. Thus, only one possibility remained. These events had emerged alongside the recent anomalies in the secret realm. What secrets lie hidden within? Zhang Qianrang felt as though a fog enveloped him, obscuring the truth. After pondering fruitlessly, he ceased his inquiries and stowed the water spirit trident away, swiftly rising and heading in another direction. Having claimed the most significant treasures from this ruin, lingering here would yield no further benefit. He needed to hasten towards the secret realm's gate. Shortly after his departure, a team arrived at the site. They were too late. Astonished to discover the water ghost leader's presence, they speculated about what treasures might have surfaced. The young leader's countenance darkened. Brother, I observed traces of battle around. It seems only one person has been here. Yet, his strength is formidable. The 6th layer chi refinement water ghost leader fell quickly at his hands. Another young man approached, his expression grave. A solitary expert? But who could it be? Regardless of the identity, one individual cannot possibly contend with our numbers. We must devise a way to track him down and reclaim the illusory spirit pearl, the young leader commanded. Understood. Chapter 44. Heavy Casualties, Giant Python. Spiritual herbs. After Zhang Qianrang vanquished a wave of water ghosts, he exited the ruins through another exit. Ahead lay an unvarying expanse of crystal-clear waters. an endless stretch of aquatic vegetation extending to the horizon, with various fish swimming joyously, occasionally interrupted by the brutal spectacle of larger fish preying upon smaller ones, a testament to the unyielding law of the jungle. Suddenly, Zhang Qianrang halted, his expression grave as he glanced to the left. In that direction, he sensed a violent surge of demonic energy and magical fluctuations, suggesting a fierce battle between human cultivators and demonic entities. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate further. Understanding the harsh realities of the secret realm, he had no intention of engaging with other disciples. Yet he felt the need to ascertain some intelligence. Activating his perfected variant of the river patrol technique, he transformed into a stream of water, silently gliding toward the site of the conflict. Soon, he encountered an underwater stone forest, where elongated pillars of stone, towering several meters high, jutted from the depths, forming a peculiar growth. This stone forest was imbued with restrictions, preventing any creature from entering or spying from above. However, these restrictions were ineffective at obscuring the powerful magical and demonic energies emanating from within, which were clear to perceive. Zhang Qianrang scrutinized the disturbances, but his line of sight was obstructed by the forest's barriers. I must venture in, he thought, and after a brief moment of deliberation, he silently descended into the aquatic vegetation, circling around the stone forest until he discovered an entrance. He twisted his form and slipped inside. Upon entering, the combat vibrations intensified, yet remained within his control. The power displayed by both the humans and demons did not exceed the 6th level of chi refining. This indicated that the group belonged to an elder's team, whose strength was not formidable. As he advanced, he made his assessments. Soon, he reached the heart of the stone forest, where an open space lay before him, astonishingly devoid of water, spanning several dozen square meters. At the center of this clearing was a pool about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, within which a human-sized white lotus emanated an extraordinary aura of spiritual energy. A mid-tier spiritual herb. Zhang Qianrang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This white lotus was indeed a mid-tier spiritual herb, immensely valuable even to foundation-building cultivators. However, he refrained from acting impulsively and continued to observe the battlefield. On the dry ground before the pool, 7 disciples from the Sanxian temple were besieging 3 black-patterned giant pythons, each as thick as a water barrel. These pythons possessed considerable strength, their demonic energy soaring, each equivalent to a 6th-level chi refining cultivator, serving as guardians of the white lotus. Nevertheless, the 7 disciples were undeterred, with the leading 3 being 6th-level chi refiners, while the remaining 4 were 5th-level cultivators. They remained calm and composed as they coordinated their assault on the 3 giant pythons. Before long, the pythons were battered and bruised. Now is the time, junior brothers. Let us strike together and slay these vile beasts. The middle-aged leader suddenly bellowed, sweeping his hand to cast a cloud of gray powder toward the nearest python. The other 2 6th-level disciples followed suit, each releasing their own handful of powder. The 3 black-patterned pythons, caught off guard, fell victim to the attack. The powder appeared to be highly toxic, and upon contact with the python's wounds, it began to corrode them, emitting a foul black smoke. In agony, the pythons writhed uncontrollably. Strike! The disciples shouted in unison as their magical artifacts shot forth, swiftly impaling the 3 black-patterned pythons. Excellent! Joy spread across their faces. With this cleansing soul lotus, we can present a satisfactory report to our master. I expected to find such a treasure only in the perilous depths of the secret realm, yet it has been so effortlessly acquired. What a delight! The middle-aged disciple laughed heartily, his figure darting across the surface of the pool, reaching for the white lotus. With a tremendous splash, a massive head erupted from the water, a gaping maw wide open, seizing the middle-aged disciple in a single bite. Despite his own 6th-level chi refining prowess, he stood no chance of resistance and could only let out a scream before being crushed and swallowed whole. Blood poured from the corners of the creature's mouth, staining the pool crimson. Brother, what is that? The remaining disciples retreated in panic. Zhang Qianrang, hidden nearby, wore a grave expression. Emerging from the pool was a black-patterned giant python, as thick as a water barrel, its head adorned with 3 short horns, radiating a ferocious, demonic energy equivalent to an 8th-level chi refining cultivator. Unfathomable. We must flee. The remaining disciples cried, turning to escape. The giant python, however, would not relent. It twisted its body and lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to one of the 5th-level disciples. With a sudden snap of its jaws, it devoured the unfortunate disciple. Then, with a sweeping motion of its tail, it sent another disciple crashing into a nearby stone pillar, shattering it, and leaving the disciple gravely injured and lifeless. Scatter! The remaining few shouted in terror, dispersing in all directions and plunging into the water, each fleeing desperately. The giant python did not cease its pursuit, twisting its form to chase after a 6th-level disciple. This was the true guardian beast. The 3 pythons they had encountered were likely its offspring. Zhang Qianrang dared not move, fearing discovery by the python. Although he believed in his formidable skills, he had no confidence in battling such a powerful creature. The python's most treacherous trait was its ability to conceal its aura, making it nearly undetectable. Fortunately, his perfected variant of the river patrol technique possessed remarkable capabilities for concealing one's presence in water, rivaling that of the python. Feeling the python's aura rapidly recede, Zhang Qianrang's gaze shifted toward the white lotus, temptation stirring within him. Should I seize it? Yet, he worried that another python might still lurk in the depths. It was unlikely that 2 such powerful pythons could coexist. That would be absurd. The allure of the 2nd-tier spiritual herb was tantalizingly close, and Zhang Qianrang longed to take the risk, but reason urged caution. After contemplating, he resolved to employ a flanking strategy. He retrieved the water spirit grass he had acquired earlier, hesitated for a moment, then tossed it toward the edge of the pool. He quietly retreated to a safe distance. Moments later, the pool began to bubble and churn. A colossal head, rivaling that of the previous giant python, emerged from the water, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings before flicking out its tongue to ensnare the water spirit grass, swallowing it whole before sinking back beneath the surface. How cunning! Zhang Qianrang muttered, a sense of triumph swelling within him as he discreetly withdrew. Soon, he left the stone forest behind, moving toward the distance. Meanwhile, a new prompt appeared on his system interface. The master has exchanged the unique spiritual herb for enhancing cultivation for the triangular demon python, obtaining the cleansing soul lotus in return. Would you like to extract the cleansing soul lotus? In the pool, the white lotus had vanished without a trace, its leaves and roots entirely gone. With a furious hiss, the massive black python erupted from the water, roaring in rage as it wreaked havoc. Chapter 45. Chaos and Ambush. As the 8th-level chi refining giant python emerged from the stone forest, scattering the elders' team, many other groups encountered demonic creatures far beyond their capabilities. In a desolate ruin, an elders' team faced a terrifying fish monster. Although the individual strength of the fish monsters was not great, typically only at the 1st or 2nd level of chi refining, the strongest among them, the Fish King, only reached the 4th level. However, the numbers were overwhelming, densely packed, amounting to hundreds. This team was besieged, and after slaying a small number of fish monsters, they were utterly annihilated, with all members devoured and leaving no trace behind. In an underwater cave, a team encountered a terrifying unknown shadow, unable to discern its form, and suffered heavy casualties, including the death of their leading disciple, who was at the 6th layer of chi refinement. The surviving disciples immediately scattered in a desperate bid for escape. Another group on their journey was confronted by a giant tortoise at the 8th layer of chi refinement. The tortoise, with its tough skin and impenetrable shell, resisted all their attempts to inflict harm, instead swallowing 2 disciples whole. The remaining members were chased by the giant tortoise and had no choice but to disperse to save their lives. In a moment, the disciples of the Sanxian Temple suffered grievous losses within the secret realm, with many teams being shattered by the beasts. The disciples who entered the realm transformed from cohesive groups into scattered bands of 2 or 3, or even solitary wanderers. At this juncture, the tenuous order among the disciples crumbled, giving way to chaos and bloodshed. The darker aspects of human nature, greed and savagery, were awakened. In an open space at the bottom of the water stood a robust stone pillar. Floating before the pillar was a large-headed fish, approximately 3 meters long, with 2 water spirit forks piercing its forehead, lifeless and devoid of breath. 2 disciples of the Sanxian Temple stood nearby, panting. Haha, this fish monster is indeed difficult to handle, but we finally succeeded. One disciple exclaimed with laughter. Indeed, junior brother. Go take a look at what's atop that stone pillar. The other disciple nodded in agreement. All right, the disciple responded, swimming towards the top of the pillar. On it rested a rusty, unremarkable iron box. The disciple extended a water spirit fork to pry open the box's lid, which emanated a radiant golden light. His eyes brightened, revealing a joyful expression. Suddenly, his smile froze. 2 fork tips protruded from his chest, blood gushing forth. Yu the disciple gasped, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, struggling to turn his head to call out twice before his head drooped, breathless. Humph. Junior brother, do not blame me. Blame only that old master of ours for insisting on passing down the hidden treasures to you. If not for you, I would never see the light of day. The other disciple sneered, abruptly yanking the water spirit fork free. He then rifled through the deceased disciple's belongings, retrieving a storage bag, and seizing the water spirit fork before approaching the stone pillar to grasp the items within the iron box. Suddenly, the disciple jolted, his head rolling off his shoulders. A look of confusion plastered on his face, as if he did not comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, another figure emerged from the nearby water plants, seizing the storage bag and items from the fallen disciple, and retrieving a golden silk armor from within the iron box. Haha, a mid-tier defensive artifact armor, splendid. The figure laughed heartily, donning the golden armor beneath his robes before departing with a flourish. In the remnants of a battlefield, the corpses of water ghosts lay scattered about. Though the water ghosts were dead, the battle raged on. Disciples of the Sanxian Temple were now engaged in fierce combat. 4 or 5 disciples fought against each other, and soon, 2 of them were slain by their own comrades. The remaining 3 gathered together, collecting all the treasures before turning to leave. This scenario unfolded in various corners of the secret realm. Zhang Qianrang encountered a similar situation. 2 middle-aged men dressed in outer sect disciple attire maliciously obstructed his path. Their cultivation levels were at the 5th and 4th layers of qi refinement, respectively. Given their age, they had little prospect for advancement in their cultivation, and their entry into the secret realm was merely to seek opportunities, vying for a slim chance of success. Thus, they harbored no hesitations about ambushing their fellow disciples for treasure, which was likely part of their plan all along. May I inquire what you 2 senior brothers desire? Zhang Qianrang asked, feigning a hint of panic. Haha, junior brother, you are a clever one. With your low cultivation, the secret realm is fraught with danger. It would be wise to hand over your treasures to us. You can then follow us, and we shall ensure your safe exit from the realm. The middle-aged man at the 5th layer of qi refinement chuckled, his demeanor seemingly amiable. His appearance was simple and honest, with a gentle demeanor that might deceive a genuinely panicked disciple at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, Zhang Qianrang was well aware of the true nature of such individuals and did not believe their deceitful words. Nonetheless, he did not show any signs of doubt, instead responding cooperatively, very well. As he approached the 2, their expressions suddenly shifted to one of malevolence, and they lunged at him with their water spirit forks. Their forks bore only 3 runes, indicating they were the lowest tier of artifacts, a testament to their dismal circumstances. Die, fool! The middle-aged man cackled madly, thrusting the water spirit fork towards Zhang Qianrang's heart. Just as the strike seemed destined to land, an unexpected black wall manifested. Clang! The water spirit fork was deflected back at them. What? A defensive artifact. The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at the enormous tortoise-shell shield that had suddenly appeared before Zhang Qianrang. His expression soon transformed into delight. This rookie possesses a defensive artifact. Junior brother, attack from behind. It seems fortune is on our side this time. At his command, the other man moved to encircle Zhang Qianrang from behind. But at that moment, Zhang Qianrang made his move. In an instant, he appeared behind the middle-aged man, a trickle of blood merging with the water from the tip of his water spirit fork. The middle-aged disciple relaxed momentarily, sinking to the bottom of the water with 2 gaping wounds on his forehead. The other middle-aged man, witnessing this, was struck with alarm and turned to flee in a panic. Zhang Qianrang swiftly pursued, delivering a fatal thrust to the back of his head. The man was dead beyond recovery. I do not wish to kill, yet why must I be compelled? Zhang Qianrang sighed softly, then proceeded to search the bodies for their belongings before drifting away gracefully. Shortly thereafter, 2 young men arrived at the scene. One examined the corpses of the 2 disciples and remarked, these 2 had low cultivation but were instantaneously killed, incapable of resistance or even escape. It is highly likely that they were slain by that powerful expert who defeated the water ghost leader. Oh, then let us change direction. It would be unwise for just the 2 of us to confront such a formidable opponent, the leading young man pondered before instructing. Very well, let us head this way. The 2 swiftly altered their course and swam away. Chapter 46. Enemies on a narrow path beneath the water. Dense aquatic plants swayed gently. These plants measured several meters in length, concealing what lay beneath, making it difficult to discern from above. Beneath one patch of aquatic plants lay a small space. Zhang Qianrang floated there in a meditative posture, cradling a shell in his hands, pouring a vast amount of spiritual energy into it. He was refining the illusion spirit pearl. Due to the delay in the opening of the secret realm by a month, he had ample time to thoroughly refine this high-tier artifact. Currently, the dangers he faces have considerably escalated, necessitating more formidable measures to enhance his strength. The encounter with the formidable black flower giant python at the 8th level of qi refinement has greatly intensified his sense of crisis. The initially refined illusion spirit pearl is inadequate to contend with creatures of such caliber. Therefore, it must be thoroughly refined. Only then can it pose a threat to such powerful beings, thus granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. Before long, Zhang Qianrang opened his eyes and stowed away the illusion spirit pearl, subsequently entering a meditative state to replenish his expended mana. The process of refining this treasure is time-consuming and labor-intensive, consuming immense amounts of mana. He does not intend to accomplish it in one fell swoop. Nor does he possess the capability to refine it all at once. It must be done in stages. Furthermore, he is wary of lingering too long in one place. Fearing the attraction of perilous entities, Zhang Qianrang feels a peculiar sensation in his heart, as if some enigmatic force within this secret realm is preventing him from finding peace. Soon, he has restored his mana and, thus, put away the small gathering spirit array, vanishing from the location with a flicker. Not long after, his expression shifted as he halted abruptly. Not far ahead, two disheveled figures appeared, fleeing in panic, their bodies shimmering with spiritual light, seemingly enhanced by some speed-increasing spell. Upon spotting Zhang Qianrang, their faces lit up with joy as they rushed toward him. However, the pursuers behind them revealed their true form, a type of vicious, half-meter-long monstrous fish. Though these creatures are weak, possessing only the strength of the first or second level of chi refinement, their sheer numbers are overwhelming, swarming the waters ahead. Numbering in the hundreds, it is no wonder that despite both individuals exuding the aura of the fifth level of chi refinement, they could only flee for their lives. Zhang Qianrang is acutely aware of their intentions to use him as a shield to temporarily divert the monstrous fish while they make their escape. Is it effective? A smile spread across his face as he vanished in an instant. The two were momentarily stunned before continuing their desperate flight. Shortly thereafter, violent fluctuations of spiritual energy and demonic aura erupted in the distance, accompanied by the terrified screams of the two. Moments later, with two anguished cries, the tumult of battle ceased. The frenzied school of fish quickly dispersed, seeking out their next unfortunate prey. At this juncture, Zhang Qianrang had already progressed further towards the heart of the secret realm from another direction. 3 days later, he suddenly beheld a vast expanse of ruins ahead. These ruins spanned an extensive area, scattered throughout the waters before him. However, there were no prohibitive formations present, merely ordinary remnants, partially concealed by dense aquatic vegetation, appearing intermittently. He was nearing the center, Zhang Qianrang mused. These ruins belong to a colossal ancient architectural complex surrounding the heart of the secret realm. No matter the approach, one would inevitably encounter such ruins. Based on his map, he surmised that he was not far from the location of the purple spirit ginseng. If he were to avoid extraordinary dangers, he would arrive in just a day. In truth, had he swum directly there, it would not have taken long at all. However, the journey was fraught with peril, teeming with various beasts. The closer he drew to the center, the greater and more formidable the threats became. He had to proceed with utmost caution and at a slow pace. During his days traversing towards the center, he encountered several dangerous attacks, but fortunately managed to evade them all without harm. Moreover, he had gathered numerous treasures along the way. He resolved to first reunite with his senior brother Mingxin, hoping he remained safe. Yet, recalling Mingsheng's deliberate attempt to shake off his hand, a wave of concern for Mingxin's safety washed over him. Mingsheng was likely a treacherous character. Zhang Qianrang then proceeded towards the ruins. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, several beams of light emerged from the ruins below, ensnaring him in their midst. Ha ha ha, another prey has fallen into our trap. A sinister laugh accompanied the emergence of 3 figures from their concealed positions, surrounding him. Among them, 2 were disciples at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Minghua, Qianlei, and Qianli. Zhang Qianrang instantly recognized them. 2 were familiar faces, while Minghua was one of the strong members of the faction led by the lineage head, Hozhen Wang. Mingxin had specifically warned him about them before entering the secret realm. Ah, it's you, little brat. Today, I shall turn you, the turtle hiding its head, into a dead turtle. Qianlei and Qianli, recognizing Zhang Qianrang, erupted into hearty laughter. What? Do you 2 junior brothers know this person? Minghua inquired, astonished. This scoundrel had previous grievances with us in the sect. He is the one who reported Qiansha, Qianlei replied. Is it him? Minghua's gaze sharpened. He had a decent relationship with Qiansha and harbored no fondness for Zhang Qianrang. Zhang Qianrang's expression grew serious as he surveyed his surroundings. Sensing his unease, Qianlei mocked. Don't even think about escaping. Do you see those light pillars around you? This is a minor binding spirit array. You are trapped within, unable to escape, and the outside cannot see what transpires in here. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed. Zhang Qianrang, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief, saying, That's good. With that, he moved, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already beside Minghua. Not good. The leisurely Minghua was taken aback, just as he prepared to activate his protective artifact. A burst of colorful light rushed toward him. His eyes instantly glazed over. With a swift motion, a green light flashed through his neck. Minghua's head promptly rolled away, sinking to the depths of the water alongside his lifeless body. Meanwhile, Qianlei and Qianli were still in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What? They stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. The formidable Minghua had been slain by Zhang Qianrang in a single encounter. How could this be? Their disbelief was palpable. Zhang Qianrang did not afford them the opportunity to react, his form flickering once more as he darted past Qianlei. With a resounding crash, his water spirit fork was abruptly halted by a sudden green shield that appeared around Qianlei. A high-grade spirit talisman, Zhang Qianrang noted, surprised, as he observed the talisman in Qianlei's hand slowly shattering. He then charged towards Qianlei. "Spare me, senior brother." Qianlei pleaded desperately, his spirit faltering. He lacked Qianlei's prowess. Nevertheless, Zhang Qianrang showed no mercy, swiftly severing his head. At that moment, Qianlei turned to flee, utterly terrified and bereft of courage to fight. Zhang Qianrang wasted no time. Deploying the illusion spirit pearl, the green shield was powerless against the pearl's illusion, and Qianlei was instantly ensnared in a dreamlike state, rendered motionless. Zhang Qianrang activated the water spirit fork, transforming it into a green beam that swiftly pierced the shield. Before long, the barrier shattered, and the water spirit fork passed cleanly through Qianlei's head. Qianlei was dead. Afterward, Zhang Qianrang collected the treasures from the three and searched the seabed, discovering 5 small array flags. The minor binding spirit array was instantly dismantled. He gathered his belongings, surveyed his surroundings, and continued deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 47. A Tragic Death. Entering the city at the heart of the Water Mansion's secret realm lies a colossal city. Most of the structures within the city lie in ruins, though a few select buildings remain intact. These locations are often the very places where treasures abound. At the heart of the city stands an extraordinarily tall tower, visible from afar, yet fraught with peril, teeming with 8th-layer demon beasts of the Qi refinement stage. For many years, no one from the Sanxian Temple has managed to enter this central tower. They typically search for treasures on the outskirts of the city. Not far from the city's edge lies an expansive courtyard. The structures within have collapsed, yet the back wall remains intact, emanating faint fluctuations of a barrier. Inside the courtyard, an unusual fragrance wafts through the air, revealing several sprigs of spirit ginseng. At this moment, 2 figures stand at the gate of the courtyard. Outside, 5 menacing water ghosts lie in wait. To their astonishment, there are 2 8th-layer water ghost kings and 3 6th to 7th-layer water ghosts. "Had it not been for the golden blade talisman bestowed upon you by our master, we would surely have perished here," Ming Xing remarked, his face pale with fear. "Indeed. We are fortunate that our master was well prepared," Ming Xian replied, carefully stowing away an ancient talisman. Ming Xing looked at the old talisman with envy, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This talisman is no ordinary one. It is known as a talisman treasure. It is said to be crafted by high-ranking golden core cultivators who seal a portion of their magical artifact's power within a spirit talisman. Thus, the talisman treasure possesses a fragment of that artifact's might, posing a significant threat even to Foundation establishment cultivators, and is particularly devastating against those at the Qi refinement stage. Let us proceed to acquire the purple spirit ginseng, and afterwards, we shall search for treasures for ourselves, Ming Xian declared joyfully. Ming Xian, you may not take the purple spirit ginseng, a voice suddenly interjected. Ming Xian's expression changed dramatically as he turned to see a group of 5 approaching. Leading them was a handsome young man, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority as though he regarded no one as his equal. Qianan. Ming Xian's face paled. Qianan's strength surpassed his own, and he was flanked by 2 6th-layer and 2 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners. Should a confrontation arise, their chances of victory were slim. Even with the talisman treasure in hand, he could not confidently claim he would triumph over this individual. After all, the elder Yuan backing him was far wealthier than his master Xianhe. If he possessed a talisman treasure, could the other not have one as well? Qianan, what do you intend to do? We slayed these water ghosts, Ming Xian asserted, forcing himself to remain calm. Haha, I appreciate you, Ming Xian, for assisting us in eliminating the water ghosts. Qianan chuckled mockingly. You, Ming Xian's face flushed with anger, ready to retort, when suddenly, a sharp pain interrupted his speech. He looked down in disbelief to find 2 bloody spear tips piercing through his heart. He turned in shock to see Ming Sheng, who had been protecting him. With a fierce expression, gripping the water spirit spear tightly. Brother, don't blame me. Blame that old scoundrel Xianhe. He should have allocated all the resources to me. Yet he preferred to squander treasures on you useless fools rather than nurturing my potential. He still dreams of reaching Foundation establishment. What a fantasy. Let me tell you another thing. Qianrang is also someone I brought here. I have long since allied myself with Elder Yuan, Ming Sheng declared with a sinister visage. With a swift motion, he yanked the spear from Ming Xian's body. Ming Xian collapsed. A look of unwillingness etched on his face. Ming Sheng quickly collected Ming Xian's storage pouch and approached Qianrang with an ingratiating smile, saying, Qianrang, I have followed your instructions and dealt with this person. May I now join Elder Yuan's ranks? No problem. Qianrang nodded, and in a sudden move, his hands pierced through Ming Sheng's heart. It is better for a treacherous wretch like you to perish. I would not wish to suffer the same fate as that fool Ming Xian. With a swift tug, Qianrang extracted a bloodied heart from the corpse. Look, this boy's heart is still red. Shouldn't it be black? What an absurdity, Qianrang remarked, casually discarding the heart. He then stowed away Ming Sheng's storage pouch and kicked his lifeless body aside. Let us proceed to obtain the purple spirit ginseng. The entrance to the secret realm is indeed sealed. Zhang Qianrang gazed at the water curtain gate, surrounded by strange black mist in the distance, his expression grim. There is no hope of exiting for now, and it remains uncertain whether one can escape later. Surrounding the secret realm gate are a group of extraordinarily powerful snake-headed beasts standing guard. Even from afar, the sight of these creatures sent chills down his spine. He could not ascertain their level of strength, but he was certain that each one was more formidable than an ordinary 8th-layer Qi refinement beast. Never mind. I shall search for Brother Ming Xian at the center of the secret realm. Zhang Qianrang quietly departed, making his way deeper into the secret realm. At last, he arrived. Shortly, Zhang Qianrang beheld a massive city looming ahead. The darkened city walls lay in ruins, forming numerous gaps. The barriers at these gaps were damaged, allowing entry into the city, thereby rendering it impossible to ambush others at the city gates. He quickly chose an inconspicuous gap and slipped inside. Upon entering the city, Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of energy rising from the ground beneath him, instilling him with a grounded sensation. The city was also filled with water, but it no longer dominated through buoyancy. Just like outside, walking on the ground felt entirely devoid of flotation. He tested it out, confirming that this situation did not hinder his ability to use the water ghost river technique for movement, which put his mind at ease. After all, his most reliable means of survival stemmed from the speed granted by the water ghost river technique. Of course, he dared not float above, for the city possessed formidable anti-flight restrictions. If he soared too high, he would not only become a target for the beast, but also risk being ensnared by the restrictions. Zhang Qianrang stealthily concealed himself amidst the ruins as he progressed toward his destination. The city was vast and fraught with danger, filled with monsters at every turn. He deftly evaded and fought, spending the better part of the day before finally reaching the location of the purple spirit ginseng. He wondered if Brother Ming Xian had arrived here. Zhang Qianrang quietly advanced along the edges of the ruins, inching closer. Before his eyes lay several grotesque water ghost corpses. And then he spotted the familiar figures of Ming Xian and Ming Sheng. Yet, they were both lifeless. A few monstrous fish, drawn by the scent of blood, were tearing at their bodies. Indeed, something has gone awry. Zhang Qianrang sighed, slipping away quietly. With his brother in peril, the purple spirit ginseng here was undoubtedly claimed by someone else. Moreover, it was possible that someone lay in ambush nearby, so he dared not venture out to investigate. Shortly after he departed, a massive monstrous fish swam over, surveying the area before leaving. The creature eventually arrived at a still-standing estate in the distance, where Qianrang and his companions lay hidden. No one has appeared. It seems we are alone. Let us proceed to the next location. Qianrang affectionately patted the monstrous fish's head and commanded. He held a particular fondness for the spirit fish bestowed upon him by his master. However, he found it curious that the spirit fish seemed disinclined to use the water arrow technique since entering the secret realm, having not employed it even once. He wondered if it had grown weary of using it too often in the small mirror pond. Chapter 48. The Demonic Vine, the Strange Serpent. And the purple spirit ginseng with the death of my senior brother. It is certain that the purple spirit ginseng in this place has also perished. Zhang Qianrang concealed himself within the ruins, a subtle sorrow weighing upon his heart. As for Ming Sheng, that scoundrel, his demise was inconsequential. He was a villain, and his death meant little. However, Ming Xian, my senior brother, had treated him with kindness, albeit with some ulterior motives interwoven. Nonetheless, he had genuinely regarded him as a junior disciple. The thought of his undignified death left Zhang Qianrang feeling a profound sense of frustration. If given the chance, I shall avenge you. Zhang Qianrang discerned that the fatal wound inflicted upon Ming Xian had been a thrust to the heart from behind. a deed only Ming Sheng could have executed, thus confirming that his demise was due to a treacherous ambush. Yet, Ming Sheng himself had been slain with his heart ripped out, devoid of any signs of struggle, suggesting he had also been betrayed by someone he trusted, struck down in a single blow. Therefore, it could be inferred that the individual responsible for Ming Sheng's death was most likely the mastermind who had incited Ming Sheng's betrayal. The true puppet master behind the scenes. Zhang Qianrang's vow of vengeance was aimed at this hidden figure. Moreover, he had already begun to ascertain the identity of this mastermind. Earlier, he had sensed a familiar aura at the scene, that of the enigmatic fish known as the blackback from the minor mirror pool. The blackback was a spirit beast raised by Elder Yuan Jian, and its presence here indicated that it was under the command of his subordinates. The leader of this group was none other than Qian In, the foremost practitioner at the 6th level of the qi refining stage, whom Ming Xian had previously mentioned. This individual was formidable, and Zhang Qianrang felt uncertain about confronting him. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. If there were no opportunities within the secret realm, he would await his chance once outside. He would not let this person escape unscathed. With the death of his senior brother, Zhang Qianrang still had his master's task to fulfill. He retrieved the map for a careful examination. Fortunately, the locations of the purple spirit ginseng were not limited to just this one. The map indicated 3 sites in total. This was merely the simplest of the 3. He quickly selected another location, one closer to the city center, surrounded by a plant known as the demonic water chestnut vine. This creature was exceptionally potent, capable of launching explosive, toxin-laden projectiles, and possessed remarkably resilient vines. Should any intruder approach, it would ensnare them and drag them beneath the water, turning them into fertilizer. Furthermore, their numbers were vast, encircling the entire territory. Even a practitioner of the 6th level of the qi refining stage would find it nearly impossible to survive an incursion here. Consequently, disciples from the 3 Immortals Temple seldom ventured to procure the purple spirit ginseng from this area. Even when they did, multiple teams would coordinate their efforts to advance from the periphery, systematically slaughtering the surrounding demonic water chestnut vines to carve out a safe pathway. Zhang Qianrang's decision to approach this location was not made recklessly. He possessed a measure of confidence. Although the demonic water chestnut vines were formidable, they shared a common flaw among plant-based creatures. They lacked sight and could only perceive enemies through their senses. He had mastered the perfected variant of the river spirit technique, allowing him to merge almost seamlessly with the water flow, rendering him impervious to detection, unless faced with an adversary whose strength exceeded an entire realm. Reaching the foundation establishment stage, the qi refining stage beasts did not instill fear within him. Additionally, should he encounter danger, he had the system at his disposal. Should the demonic water chestnut vines dare to act recklessly, the blackwater demonic tree served as a cautionary tale. Before long, Zhang Qianrang arrived in the vicinity. From a distance, he beheld a vast expanse of dense demonic water chestnut vine forest, intricately enveloping a section of ruins. The elongated water plants swayed gently with the current, exuding an air of tranquility, yet any creature daring to intrude would soon witness a terrifying transformation. Zhang Qianrang observed that even fish dared not approach within dozens of meters of these water plants, clearly having suffered grievous losses in this lethal zone. He did not rush forward, but instead conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the area. He sought signs of other disciples forming teams to approach. Ultimately, he found no such indications. It was no surprise. The recent upheaval within the secret realm had thrown the disciples into chaos, engendering a lack of trust that made cooperation nearly impossible. Thus, Zhang Qianrang felt emboldened to enter and procure the purple spirit ginseng. He chose a spot within the ruins that was densely packed, yet had sparser water plants. Slipping into the area, initially, he probed the periphery to confirm that the demonic water chestnut vines could not sense his presence. Satisfied, he ventured deeper into the ruins. Soon, he traversed the densely packed area of the vines and reached the innermost part of the ruins. Here, protective wards kept the vines at bay, allowing him to enter the courtyard through the main entrance. Inside, he found numerous flower pots, each nurturing various spiritual herbs and plants. They radiated intense spiritual energy, and even in the water, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs was palpable. These were aged spiritual herbs. Among them were 3 spirit herbs, each a foot tall, adorned with several palm-shaped leaves, their branches a deep purple, crowned with bulbous, deep purple fruits. They emitted a potent and unusual fragrance. This was precisely the purple spirit ginseng he sought. It was evident that this place had remained untouched for quite some time. All the spiritual herbs were of considerable age, their potency far exceeding that of their counterparts. Most were mid-tier spiritual herbs. Even the ground around them was dotted with many more spiritual herbs, albeit of inferior quality compared to those in the pots. Excellent. Zhang Qianrang rejoiced. This bounty was indeed substantial. However, he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he directed his attention to a deep pit submerged in water within the courtyard. This pit had once been a pond, its depth unknown and shrouded in darkness. Yet, a faint aura of demonic energy emanated from within. The essence of the demon remained concealed, its strength undetectable for the moment. Nonetheless, Zhang Qianrang dared not let his guard down. Any creature capable of guarding such a location would undoubtedly be formidable. After a brief pause, the demonic energy remained still, seemingly unaware of Zhang Qianrang's presence. He contemplated for a moment before stealthily approaching a pot of spiritual flowers, silently extracting it and placing it in his storage pouch. The demonic energy remained unmoving. He proceeded in a similar fashion, collecting 6 spirit herbs in total, including the 3 purple spirit ginseng. At that moment, the demonic energy stirred, slowly beginning to rise, as if the creature beneath the water was awakening. Zhang Qianrang no longer concealed himself. With a swift motion, he seized the remaining 5 spirit herbs and swiftly made his way to the entrance, darting out in an instant. With a furious roar, a torrent erupted from the depths of the pit, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surging skyward. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced in alarm. This level of demonic energy was equivalent to that of a 9th-level Qi refining stage beast. Goodness, the creatures in this secret realm had become astonishingly powerful. Encountering a single beast surpassed anything in recorded history. Yet, he was startled but not panicked. He maintained his river spirit technique, soaring above the demonic water chestnut vines without revealing his presence out of fear. Suddenly, a massive shadow burst forth from the courtyard. It was a colossal serpent, green as emerald and as thick as a water barrel. This monstrous serpent bore a single, snow-white horn atop its head, flanked by 2 rows of eyes, 8 in total, all fixated intently on the fleeing Zhang Qianrang. With a horrifying screech, the 8-eyed horned serpent twisted its form and shot after him like a bolt of green lightning, its speed exceeding that of Zhang Qianrang by a factor of 2. Good heavens! Zhang Qianrang gasped in surprise, yet fear eluded him. He had not anticipated the existence of such a swift creature. In an instant, the superiority he felt due to his own speed dissipated, replaced by a heightened sense of caution. Nevertheless, he was unafraid of its speed, for he had already devised a strategy to confront the monster. Chapter 49. Evade and disperse. The monstrous serpent charged recklessly, showing no inclination to conceal itself. Its massive form stirred up a powerful current of water, startling countless thorny vines. This brazen behavior immediately attracted an onslaught of these vines. Numerous aquatic plants transformed into sentient entities, extending like tentacles to ensnare the serpent's colossal body. A multitude of sharp thorns lunged fiercely at the serpent, but all were thwarted by its exceedingly hard green scales, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thorns erupted in explosions. Although the force of these explosions was not particularly formidable, their sheer number blanketed the serpent. Yet, after the chaos, the serpent remained unscathed, merely feeling somewhat dizzy. No amount of explosions could genuinely harm it. It was those vines that tightly bound it which posed a genuine threat. These vines not only restricted its movements, but also secreted a viscous venom that slowly corroded its scales, igniting the serpent's fury. With a roar, the serpent unleashed its wrath. Its malevolent energy surged dramatically, exuding an intense red glow. Its entire form swelled in size, and with a powerful twist, it shattered the vines that had ensnared it. Instantly liberated, the colossal serpent lunged toward Zhang Qianrang, who watched from a distance, taken aback. His initial plan had been to use the thorny vines to trap the 8-eyed horned serpent, seizing the opportunity to strike and possibly slay the creature. Such a beast was a treasure trove. Its bones alone could serve as materials for upgrading his water spirit fork. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the serpent's might. The overwhelming number of vines proved insufficient to contain it. Seeing the serpent break free and pursue him, Zhang Qianrang swiftly evaded, opting not to flee into the distance but rather navigate the ruins. Before long, he successfully led the serpent to another patch of thorny vines. Swish, swish, swish. Countless aquatic plants rapidly extended, ensnaring the intruding 8-eyed horned serpent once more. Seizing the moment, Zhang Qianrang made his escape, abandoning any thoughts of lingering for opportunistic gains. Such gains required a balance of power between adversaries, leading to mutual destruction, but the 8-eyed horned serpent was far too formidable. Even the vast quantity of vines could merely delay it for a short while. Thus, Zhang Qianrang took advantage of the serpent's momentary confinement to swiftly retreat. Roar! The 8-eyed horned serpent soon broke free from all the vines, only to discover that its target had vanished. Enraged, it vented its fury on the surrounding thorny vines. Its massive form wreaked havoc, smashing everything in its vicinity, while its terrifying green venom stained the waters a ghastly hue. A more horrifying event unfolded. Within the green waters, all living beings perished in an instant, their bodies dissolving into toxic sludge. Even the thorny vines could not withstand this onslaught, as vast swathes withered and melted away. Quickly, a grotesque mass emerged from the ruins, its myriad roots flailing in a desperate attempt to escape the toxic waters, only to be rapidly consumed by the corrosive liquid. This mass was the true form of the thorny vine, exuding an aura comparable to the peak of the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, even it struggled against the serpent's lethal toxin. Despite its formidable nature, the vine managed to withstand the corrosive water and swiftly fled from its grasp, propelling itself toward the distance. Just then, a massive figure erupted from the toxic waters. 8 blood-red eyes flickered with intensity, each firing a beam of crimson light. Together, the 8 beams struck the vine's core, instantly piercing it with 8 gaping holes. The core of the vine, severely wounded, wilted instantly, its roots dying and falling away until only a stone-sized mass remained, trembling as it attempted to escape. The serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw wide open, swallowing the vine's core whole. With a final show of dominance, it let out a furious roar before twisting its body to return to the pond in the courtyard. How terrifying! Zhang Qianrang, concealed at a distance, could not suppress a wave of trepidation. Had it not been for the thorny vines ensnaring the serpent, he might have been the one devoured. It seemed he had become somewhat reckless. He resolved to exercise greater caution moving forward. With the purple spirit ginseng secured and other bountiful rewards in hand, he decided against further risks. Without absolute certainty, he would not act recklessly. A strong surge of battle energy alerted many nearby, most of whom turned to flee in fear. In the secret realm, excessive curiosity could prove perilous. One misstep could cost them their lives. At that moment, a group of 5 was advancing toward the serpent's location, also shaken by the fierce waves of demonic energy. Stop! The handsome youth at the forefront raised a hand, and the group halted. It was Qianrang and his companions. They prided themselves on their formidable strength and had intended to investigate the source of the purple spirit ginseng, but it seemed trouble had arisen. Brother, that area seems to be the 3rd site for the purple spirit ginseng. A middle-aged man at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage stepped forward to say, "It must be. Such a level of demonic energy likely exceeds the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage." Qianrang replied, his expression grave. "What should we do? Should we proceed?" The middle-aged man inquired. "Let us assess the situation first. With the treasures bestowed by our master and the talismans obtained from Mingxin, we may have a chance against a 9th level demonic entity." Qianrang pondered before answering. "Very well, let us go." The 5 continued onward. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the ruins, only to be astonished. The once terrifying number of thorny vines had entirely vanished, revealing the dark, bare earth beneath. It was akin to a beautiful woman losing her flowing locks. What kind of formidable creature could accomplish such a feat? "We should leave," Qianrang declared decisively, unwilling to provoke a creature capable of effortlessly obliterating the vines. "Brother, wait." The middle-aged man suddenly interjected. Qianrang frowned. Within the group, no one had dared to challenge his decisions until now. "Forgive me, brother. I merely wondered if it's possible that the creature and the thorny vines have suffered mutual destruction." The middle-aged man explained, his heart sinking as he spoke. "What you say holds some merit. Our master has high expectations for the purple spirit ginseng. We cannot afford to abandon this opportunity. How about you go in and investigate the situation of that creature?" Qianrang pondered for a moment before speaking with an air of calmness. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that a mere suggestion could plunge him into such peril. However, at this point, he had no choice but to proceed, as it was his own proposal. Moreover, he believed there was a considerable likelihood that the creature had been gravely injured by the demon vine. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man cautiously approached the entrance of the courtyard and, with a swift movement, stepped inside. Suddenly, 2 agonizing screams pierced the air, and thereafter, silence ensued within the courtyard. Due to the restrictions at the entrance, those outside were unable to discern what transpired within. Yet, they were acutely aware that the situation had turned dire. "Let us go," Qianrang commanded, promptly turning to flee. The remaining individuals hastily followed suit. Abruptly, a bizarre cry echoed, followed by a terrifying shadow surging out from the courtyard, racing towards Qianrang and the others. What? So strong and so fast? Qianrang felt the ominous aura drawing near and was immediately alarmed. He turned to assess the situation and quickly concluded that engaging would yield disastrous consequences. They had no hope of escape unless they made a drastic decision. Split up. Gather at the west gate. He barked, swiftly darting in a particular direction, soon vanishing from sight. The three individuals behind him also chose their own paths, employing secret techniques to hasten their escape. Only one, a novice at the 5th level of Qi refinement, was engulfed in panic, for he was the one targeted by the monstrous serpent. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and pursued the slowest of the fleeing group, believing that surpassing this individual would grant him the chance of survival. Chapter 50. The true art of spirit control. The creatures in this realm have indeed grown exceedingly formidable. Zhang Qianrang found a secluded ruin to temporarily rest and could not help but sigh. The strength of the 8-eyed unicorn serpent was truly formidable. Had it not been for the entanglement of the demon vine, escaping its pursuit would have been nearly impossible. Not to mention the horrifying serpentine creatures that lurked near the entrance to the secret realm. He harbored grave doubts about whether they would be able to escape the clutches of such terrifying beings once the secret realm's door opened. With a heavy heart, Zhang Qianrang sat in meditation to recuperate. Soon, he had nearly replenished the expended magical energy within him. Cautiously, he rose to inspect his surroundings. Finding no anomalies, he swiftly made his way into the distance. In this perilous terrain, he dared not linger in one place for too long. Next, Zhang Qianrang proceeded towards the outer districts of the city. The ruins of this city became increasingly perilous the closer one approached the inner city. The outer districts, however, posed significantly less danger and offered a larger expanse with more places to hide. This vast expanse of ruins appeared to have been constructed by an unknown civilization, characterized by broad streets paved with stone slabs. The buildings flanking the streets, made of massive stones, stood resiliently, though now they were reduced to ruins. After walking for a short distance, Zhang Qianrang suddenly spotted a small courtyard to his left. This courtyard, though modest, retained the same style as the surrounding ruins. Its uniqueness lay in its remarkable preservation. It had not succumbed to decay. Such places often harbored restrictions, potentially safeguarding treasures within, albeit with the risk of lurking beasts. Initially, Zhang Qianrang intended to pass by without further inspection. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to investigate. If there was nothing to be found, then so be it. But if there were treasures, it would be remiss not to explore. Zhang Qianrang first circled the perimeter to ensure there were no threats or other disciples from the Sanxian temple present. Satisfied, he approached the small courtyard. It was entirely shielded by restrictions, with only the main entrance accessible. The grand entrance, situated on the main street, stood intact amid the ruins of the adjacent buildings. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhang Qianrang summoned a powerful stream of water with a wave of his hand, which forcefully struck the courtyard door. With a creak, the two black stone doors swung open, emitting a sharp sound. Zhang Qianrang peered inside and noted the courtyard was remarkably tidy, devoid of any chaotic aquatic plants. The doors to the interior chambers were tightly shut, obscuring what lay beyond. He casually tossed a fish inside, watching as it swam about without panic. Satisfied, he stepped into the courtyard. Within the courtyard were 2 rows of buildings, with a central hall and a rear courtyard. Zhang Qianrang first opened the door to the hall. Finding it utterly empty, he proceeded to examine each room in turn, but his search yielded no treasures. Was it possible that this courtyard held no valuables? Frustration welled within him. It was evident that the courtyard once had an owner. If that owner were destitute, there would be no treasures to be found now. With this thought, he arrived at the last room and opened the door. Zhang Qianrang was taken aback. The arrangement inside differed from the others. It appeared to be a study, furnished with a desk, bookshelves, and chairs. The shelves were bare, yet upon the desk lay a square stone slab, emanating a faint spiritual light. A treasure. Zhang Qianrang's eyes lit up as he prepared to enter the room. Suddenly, a hidden force surged towards him. He swiftly dodged, retreating in an instant. A shadow passed through the spot he had just occupied, crashing into the outer wall. This shadow turned out to be a monstrous fish, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long. A sharp spike protruded from its head, embedded in the wall and unable to dislodge itself. Its body thrashed violently, splashing water everywhere. What? Zhang Qianrang was astonished. The walls were protected by restrictions that were notoriously sturdy. Disciples from the Sanxian temple had previously attempted to breach these barriers. Yet no amount of force had proven effective. Remarkably, this creature could penetrate such defenses, indicating its uniqueness. Zhang Qianrang initially contemplated killing the monstrous fish, but hesitated. Stay calm, he commanded, wielding a trident and striking the fish on the forehead, knocking it unconscious. The creature fell still. He approached the door, cautiously testing for any other monsters before entering the room. Upon inspection, he found nothing of value aside from the stone slab. He then approached the desk, where the slab was inscribed with mysterious runes, resembling an unknown script. Channeling his magical energy to probe the slab, his face lit up with surprise. This slab was, in fact, a jade tablet. Despite its large size, it was indeed a storage device for techniques. He focused intently on it, swiftly absorbing the knowledge contained within. The true art of spirit control. Zhang Qianrang's face broke into a smile. This was undeniably a technique for controlling beasts. Once mastered, one can command demon beasts whose strength does not exceed one major realm above their own. This implies that a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage could command a fully realized demon beast of the same stage, yet would be unable to control one from the foundation establishment stage. This is indeed remarkable. A cultivator of the first layer of Qi refinement, upon capturing a fully realized demon beast of the same stage, may also exert control over it. Furthermore, the number of beasts one can command increases with the enhancement of one's cultivation. A first-layer Qi refinement cultivator may command a single beast, while a second-layer cultivator may command 2, and a third layer, 3, and so forth, culminating in the ability to command 10 demon beasts of the same realm at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Below the foundation establishment stage, it is likely that one would be invincible. In addition to these characteristics, there is a crucial point. The summoned beasts can be disbanded at will. Should the master perish, the beasts accompany them in death. Conversely, if the beast dies, the master remains unscathed. With these 3 features, Zhang Qianrang deduced that this spirit beast control technique surpasses the beast control methods taught in the 3 Immortal sect. Within the inner sect of the 3 Immortal sect, disciples may learn beast control techniques, choosing one of the 3 immortals as their destined beast. The lives of both are intertwined, enhancing each other's cultivation. This is certainly a significant advantage. However, each individual can only select one beast to control, and the strongest can only be of the same realm. Furthermore, should the beast perish, the master would also suffer severe repercussions, potentially halting their cultivation progress. The spirit beast control technique, however, transcends the methods of the 3 Immortal sect entirely. Elated, Zhang Qianrang decided to commence his training in the spirit beast control technique. The secret realm was fraught with peril, and if he could successfully cultivate this technique early on, it would bolster his self-defense capabilities. Without hesitation, he shattered the stone tablet and exited the chamber. Glancing at the still unconscious strange fish, he pondered briefly before channeling his energy to form a seal within its mind, rendering it unable to awaken for a short period. This strange fish was not particularly strong, merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. However, its spiky attack was formidable enough to pierce the wall protected by barriers. This was the reason Zhang Qianrang spared its life. In truth, with his cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, it would have been challenging to confine the strange fish. Fortunately, it had been knocked unconscious and was unaware of any resistance, allowing him to establish the seal. Afterward, Zhang Qianrang left the small courtyard, seeking a suitable location to cultivate the spirit beast control technique. Chapter 51. Encountering Qian'an, leaving bald time swiftly passed, and over half a month had elapsed. In a secluded underwater ruin, Zhang Qianrang pointed towards a large stone emanating a faint glow. With a swift motion, a dark shadow shot past him, piercing through the immense stone and creating a hole. Upon emerging from the stone, the form of a strange fish was revealed, adorned with a long, silver, spear-like spine atop its head. This peculiar fish was the one Zhang Qianrang had captured from the small courtyard, which he named the silver spear fish due to its distinctive feature. Throughout the past month and a half, Zhang Qianrang had secluded himself to cultivate the spirit beast control technique. Remarkably, he demonstrated considerable aptitude for this technique, managing to grasp its fundamentals in a mere half-month. He also succeeded in subjugating the silver spear fish, marking it as his first summoned beast. As the silver spear fish swam joyfully back to Zhang Qianrang, he could not help but marvel at its formidable power. The stone still bore remnants of barriers, while not as potent as those guarding treasure-laden locations. They were nonetheless impervious to the disciples of the 3 Immortal sect. The fact that the silver spear fish could penetrate it in a single strike underscored its strength. Within this secret realm, faced with formidable foes, he now possessed a powerful trump card. "Let us depart," Zhang Qianrang declared, moving away from the site. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a desolate street, where the structures were severely damaged, seemingly the aftermath of a fierce battle. He sought refuge amidst the ruins, intending to use it as a temporary resting place. However, after taking a few steps, his expression abruptly changed. He turned to look. Emerging from a nearby ruin was a handsome young man, clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, accompanied by a dark-backed strange fish. It was Qian'an. A serious expression instantly crossed Zhang Qianrang's face. In this secret realm, Encounters between disciples of the three immortal sect, aside from those already part of a close-knit team, were rarely fortuitous. The appearance of Qianrang at this moment was undoubtedly not for the sake of rescuing a lowly fellow disciple like Zhang Qianrang. He likely harbored malicious intent. "Who are you?" Qianrang inquired with an air of arrogance, seemingly unfamiliar with Zhang Qianrang, who was merely an insignificant figure. "I am Qianhe. May I ask what commands you have, senior brother?" Zhang Qianrang replied, quickly concocting a false name. Knowing that Qianrang had orchestrated the demise of Ming Xin and Ming Shang, he dared not reveal his true identity for fear of arousing suspicion. "Qianhe, which elder do you disciple under?" Qianrang pressed. "I am a disciple of Elder Xianming," Zhang Qianrang answered. "Ah, Elder Xianming. Very well. You shall accompany me from here on. I am Qianrang, a disciple under Elder Yuan." Upon hearing this, Qianrang nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, so it is senior brother Qianrang. I have long admired your reputation." Zhang Qianrang feigned excitement and reverence in his response. "Heh, merely a trifling name," Qianrang chuckled. Yet a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. In truth, he had recognized Zhang Qianrang. During his previous dealings with Ming Shang, he had conducted thorough research on the disciples that Elder Xian he could send forth. However, he chose not to expose Zhang Qianrang's deception. Given the distance between them, he lacked the confidence to swiftly eliminate him. Additionally, with Zhang Qianrang's cultivation at merely the third layer of qi refinement, he was among the weakest of all disciples. Yet, the fact that he had survived until now indicated he possessed hidden cards. In a true confrontation, it could prove to be a challenge. Thus, he decided to feign ignorance, earn Zhang Qianrang's trust, and then launch a surprise attack to eliminate him. Both time-efficient and effortless. Why not seize the opportunity? Qianrang could not help but feel a sense of pride in his own caution and wisdom. In the sect, his master often praised him for being prudent, stable, and reliable, claiming he maintained composure in critical situations. "Junior brother, the secret realm is fraught with anomalies and dangers. Your cultivation is lacking, so you should accompany me for your safety," Qianrang said with a kind expression. "Thank you, senior brother Qianrang. In these times, I have felt my life hanging by a thread. Had it not been for my good fortune, I fear I would have long since met my end," Zhang Qianrang responded, his face reflecting genuine gratitude, as if he had finally found a protector. "You shall be safe now," Qianrang comforted him. Then, Qianrang's gaze shifted, and he inquired, "Junior brother, have you come across any treasures in this secret realm? It may not be safe for you to keep them on your person. Why not entrust them to me temporarily for safekeeping? I shall return them to you upon our exit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianrang was momentarily speechless. Was this not a ploy to deceive the gullible? Who would believe such nonsense? However, if he claimed to have none, it was likely that Qianrang would immediately turn hostile. In a real confrontation, Zhang Qianrang lacked the confidence to ensure victory. Although he possessed numerous tactics and his strength far surpassed appearances, he still felt apprehensive when faced with the formidable reputation of the first individual at the sixth layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he spoke. "What you say is entirely true, senior brother. I do possess a few remarkable treasures. I shall entrust them to you for safekeeping. You must certainly return them to me. Rest assured, I will return them. Quickly, present them." Qianrang's eyes brightened as he urged. "Senior brother, please take a look." Zhang Qianrang casually produced a jade slip, a water spirit fork, and 5 formation flags. The jade slip contained the spirit-controlled true formula that he had inscribed himself after destroying the original stone tablet. The water spirit fork was acquired from Ming Hua, a disciple of the Vane Master Hozhenwang. It bore 6 runes, classifying it as a mid-tier magical artifact. The 5 formation flags were from Ming Hua's small spirit trapping array. After a moment's contemplation, he also retrieved all the water shield talismans, primarily obtained from Ming Hua, totaling 7 or 8. Then, summoning a stream of water, he presented all the treasures before Qianrang. Qianrang was filled with suspicion and hesitated to take the treasures, unable to believe that anyone could be foolish enough to entrust their possessions to another. His previous comment had merely been a test of Zhang Qianrang's character and the potential treasures he might possess, aiming to gauge his hidden capabilities. However, he never expected Zhang Qianrang to act so irrationally and directly offer his treasures. "Senior brother, that jade slip contains a formidable beast-controlling technique, powerful and enigmatic. As for the water spirit fork, I found it amidst ruins, but it is indeed a mid-tier magical artifact." The 5 formation flags were obtained by chance from a perilous location. Zhang Qianrang, seemingly oblivious to Qianrang's thoughts, rambled on about the treasures. Qianrang gazed at Zhang Qianrang with an expression of bewilderment, uncertain of how to proceed. Was this fellow truly naive, or merely pretending? If he were genuinely foolish, how had he survived this long? Yet, if he were feigning ignorance, why would he relinquish his treasures? After inspecting the items, he found no trap set upon them, and thus decided to accept the treasures before eliminating Zhang Qianrang. With a swift gesture, he collected the treasures. At that moment, Zhang Qianrang's system interface displayed a notification. The master has transferred the Soul Spirit Control True Formula to Qian, receiving in exchange the Lesser Spirit Control Formula and all its cultivation levels. Would you like to extract the Lesser Spirit Control Formula and its cultivation levels? The master has relinquished the most powerful offensive artifact to Qian, receiving in exchange all of their offensive artifacts. Would you like to extract Qian's offensive artifacts? The master has given away the only trapping array to Qian, receiving in exchange all of their array discs. Would you like to extract Qian's array discs? The master has surrendered all defensive spirit talismans to Qian, receiving in exchange all of their defensive treasures. Would you like to extract Qian's defensive treasures? Just like that, Zhang Qianrang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This fair exchange had completely stripped Qian of his resources. How could he possibly contend with him now? Chapter 52. The Slaying of Qian. Qian remained oblivious. After collecting the treasures, he suddenly spoke earnestly. Junior brother, the secret realm is in turmoil, fraught with dangers. If we are not careful, we may all perish here. Therefore, I intend to contact the remaining disciples, uniting our efforts to weather this storm. Zhang Qianrang was moved by his words. Senior brother, your intentions are commendable. I admire your resolve. Haha, as long as junior brother supports me, let us proceed together. Qian smiled, his figure gliding towards Zhang Qianrang. Junior brother, senior brother. The two shared a heartfelt gaze, their expressions sincere, brotherly affection evident. As they drew within a few meters of each other, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh. Both made their move simultaneously. Yet, only a green light shot towards Qian. He waved his hand, but nothing transpired. Qian raised his hand, his face displaying shock. Where's my water spirit fork? He realized that his water spirit fork had vanished without him noticing. His attempt to ambush Zhang Qianrang had left him vulnerable instead. At that moment, Zhang Qianrang's water spirit fork was already upon him. The sharp gust of wind sent a tingling sensation across his scalp, triggering an intense sense of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian flickered away, narrowly evading the water spirit fork. Zhang Qianrang's expression shifted. Qian's speed was surprisingly comparable to his perfected river ghost swimming technique. Clearly, he had achieved a commendable level of mastery in the technique. Furthermore, that green light must have been some artifact enhancing his swimming speed. Seeing this, Zhang Qianrang urged the water spirit fork with renewed fervor. After missing its target, it surged forward once more, accelerating towards Qian. Qian had no time to ponder the loss of his water spirit fork. He slapped his storage pouch, ready to summon a defensive treasure to counter the attack, only to find it utterly empty. Panic surged within him as he sought his array disc. His master had gifted him a small confounding array disc, easily activated to form a misty barrier, obscuring his presence from enemies. Yet again, disappointment washed over him. Where's my array disc? The small confounding array disc had vanished as well. With no other options, Qian resorted to fully activating his river ghost swimming technique, desperately dodging while rummaging through his storage pouch. To his astonishment, all his offensive and defensive treasures had disappeared, leaving only a few offensive spirit talismans, water arrow talismans, 2 talisman treasures, and the few items Zhang Qianrang had just entrusted him. However, the water spirit fork and 5 formation flags remained unrefined and unusable. In a moment of decisive clarity, Qian summoned all his water shield talismans, activating 2 of them to block the incoming water spirit fork. He then unleashed all the water arrow talismans at Zhang Qianrang. Instantly, over a dozen powerful water arrows surged toward him. Let us see how you defend against this. Qian sneered at Zhang Qianrang, confident that he could not withstand such an onslaught. In an instant, the barrage of water arrows reached Zhang Qianrang, who conjured several sturdy water shields before a massive shield, heavy as a wall, emerged. Ancient, intricate runes flickered across its surface. Boom! The water arrows crashed against the shields, shattering them rapidly, yet all were ultimately obliterated upon the formidable barrier. Though the shield shuddered under the impact, it held firm. What? Qian's expression turned to one of disbelief, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. That scoundrel possessed such a powerful defensive artifact? Wasn't he merely a follower of the old thief Xuanhe? How could he wield such a precious defensive tool? Could it be that he is the true core of the Xuanhe team? Are Mingxin and Mingxing merely decoys? The old rascal of Xuanhe, truly insidious. Qian cursed in his heart. He abandoned all fantasies and once again summoned several water shield talismans. Then, he took out a talisman treasure, and a torrent of magical energy surged from within him. He was prepared to fight for his life. However, the activation of the talisman treasure required some time. So he needed to delay Zhang Qianrang to buy himself some time. Merely relying on the water shield talismans might not suffice. His gaze shifted to the nearby black-backed spirit fish. He then freed one hand to tap his green spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, a python, as thick as a bowl, slithered out. These two spirit beasts should be able to hold off the enemy for a while. Qianrang pondered for a moment and prepared to activate the minor spirit manipulation technique to command the two formidable spirit beasts to attack Zhang Qianrang. However, he suddenly realized he could no longer recall it. The minor spirit manipulation technique, which he had long since mastered, had completely slipped from his mind. He could not even vaguely remember its contents. What? How could this happen? Qianrang was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, he saw the giant python and the black-backed spirit fish charging towards him. The python coiled around him in an instant. The immense constricting force erupted, causing the thick water shield to tremble violently. The black-backed spirit fish also rushed in, crashing violently against the water shield, making it even more precarious. Why? Qianrang felt an even deeper despair. Yet, there was no time to think, and he immediately unleashed all his water shield talismans. He then poured all his magical energy into activating the talisman treasure in his hand. On the talisman paper, golden light flickered, and a phantom of a small knife emerged. Zhang Qianrang sensed an overwhelming power emanating from this knife's illusion. Alarms rang in his heart. He must not allow it to be unleashed. Zhang Qianrang thought to himself. He quickly sent out a signal. Suddenly, a silver light flashed from within a nearby ruin. With a swift motion, the silver light pierced through Qianrang's head like a bolt of lightning. The layers of sturdy water shields surrounding him were perforated as if they were made of paper. With a crash, the water shield shattered, sending Qianrang's corpse to a corner of the wall. Even in death, Qianrang could not comprehend why this was happening. Why had all his treasures vanished? Even the water spirit fork, which he had painstakingly cultivated, mysteriously disappeared. Why did the python, nurtured with his essence blood, betray him? Why had he completely forgotten the minor spirit manipulation technique he had diligently practiced? Qianrang's eyes widened in rage, and in the moment before his soul dissipated, he continued to roar. Why? Yet, no one answered him. At that moment, the silver light revealed its form, revealing a monstrous fish adorned with sharp spikes on its head. The creature swam to Zhang Qianrang's side, wagging its tail in a show of submission. Zhang Qianrang casually tossed it a low-grade spirit herb as a reward. The black-backed spirit fish and the python, witnessing this, joyfully swam over to Zhang Qianrang, nuzzling against him in an affectionate manner. All is well. Zhang Qianrang smiled, casually rewarding them with spirit herbs once more. Chapter 53. A bountiful harvest. One rejoices while another laments. Qianrang met a tragic end, while Zhang Qianrang was immensely pleased. He rewarded the spirit beasts and quickly approached Qianrang's side to collect the spoils of war. He first picked up the talisman paper. Though he did not recognize the item, he sensed the terrifying power it contained. The talisman depicted a resplendent golden knife, and just a glance at it gave a pricking sensation, as if it might pierce one's eyes. What kind of spirit talisman is this? Zhang Qianrang was astonished. The power of this talisman surpassed his imagination. Even before Qianrang could successfully unleash it, he had already felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. It seemed that if this treasure were to take form, he would be instantly obliterated. Fortunately, he had swiftly slain Qianrang, thus preventing its release. Zhang Qianrang stored the talisman paper and then carefully searched Qianrang's corpse before hastily departing from the area. Arriving at a ruin, Zhang Qianrang tossed Qianrang's body inside and made a swift exit. A swarm of palm-sized fish quickly emerged from within the ruins. These small fish, though not large, possessed a grotesque appearance, with heads disproportionately larger than their bodies and fearsome jaws. The school of fish surrounded Qianrang and began to gnaw at him fiercely, soon reducing him to nothing but bones. Zhang Qianrang watched from a distance, finally feeling at ease to leave. He sought a concealed spot and set up a minor spirit binding array. The concealment effect of this array was far superior to that of the minor spirit gathering array, and it was much more effective for ensnaring foes. Sitting within the array, Zhang Qianrang began to assess his recent gains. He first took out the golden knife talisman paper. He discovered that anyone could use this item as long as they infused it with magical energy to activate it. He had experienced its power firsthand. He felt that even the eight-eyed unicorn snake would find it difficult to withstand this treasure's edge. However, the activation time for this talisman was rather lengthy. If he found himself unrestrained, he might be killed before he could activate it. Qianrang had met his end in just such a manner. Utilizing this talisman required precise timing. It must be executed without fail. Zhang Qianrang contemplated this carefully and cautiously stored the golden knife talisman paper away. Next, he retrieved Qianrang's storage pouch. He rummaged through Qianrang's belongings, finding two pouches, a yellow one that served as a storage pouch and a green one whose purpose was uncertain. Zhang Qianrang examined Qianin's storage pouch. This pouch was of a higher grade and bore a restriction preventing outsiders from using it. However, with Qianin dead, the restriction became as insubstantial as a fleeting thought, and Zhang Qianrang swiftly dispelled it. The storage pouch opened, revealing a volume equivalent to that of a large room. Zhang Qianrang was overjoyed. With this storage pouch, he could finally accommodate more items. The previous small storage pouch could only hold a cubic foot and was quite limited in capacity. He fondled the large storage pouch for a while before beginning to inspect its contents. After a thorough inventory, Zhang Qianrang was ecstatic. Qianin truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest expert of the 6th layer of qi refinement. The wealth contained within his storage pouch left Zhang Qianrang in awe. First and foremost, there was a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and materials, including various mid-tier spiritual medicines, such as purple spirit ginseng, in considerable quantities. As for low-tier spiritual herbs and materials, there were even more. Such an abundance of spiritual herbs and materials must have been the entire team's harvest concentrated in Qianin's possession. Now, they had all become Zhang Qianrang's spoils of war. Secondly, there were over 100 low-grade spirit stones. The quantity of these spirit stones was quite significant. For Zhang Qianrang, they would sustain his cultivation for a long time. The third category comprised magical artifacts and spirit talismans. The talismans were few, with only one type he had never seen before. Upon examination, Zhang Qianrang discovered that this talisman could enhance speed. With his already remarkable speed, using this talisman would elevate his swiftness to an unparalleled level. Zhang Qianrang joyfully stored these talismans close to him for easy access. There was only one magical artifact, a long cord resembling aquatic vegetation. Upon inspection, Zhang Qianrang discovered that this item was a binding-type magical artifact. The rank is not high, merely a mid-tier magical artifact. However, its functionality is quite impressive. Had it been used by Qianin previously, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape its grasp. Nevertheless, this item bears no signs of refinement, suggesting it was obtained by Qianin from a secret realm and had yet to be refined, rendering it unusable for now. Additionally, there exists a special talisman that closely resembles the Golden Blade talisman. This talisman, pristine and securely placed within a jade box, is adorned with an image of a shimmering azure fork. This fork resembles a water spirit fork, yet it is intricately covered with a plethora of mysterious runes, more numerous than any he has encountered on a water spirit fork before. It must be a water spirit fork that has reached an extraordinarily high level. Zhang Qianrang mused whether his own water spirit fork could ever ascend to such heights. He soon shook off these thoughts and felt a surge of joy. Judging by the intense fluctuations emanating from the talisman, its power surpasses that of the Golden Blade talisman. He immediately took great care to secure this talisman, recognizing it as one of his most formidable tools to date. Zhang Qianrang meticulously categorized his various treasures before turning his attention to the system interface. An array of exchanged items came into view, revealing a bountiful harvest. The assortment of treasures he had acquired dazzled him. First, there were two offensive artifacts, Qianin's water spirit fork and a long, sharp-studded weapon. Qianin's water spirit fork is inscribed with 7 runes, superior to Minghua's. Unfortunately, this artifact was a matter of life and death for Qianin, rendering it of little use to him. Furthermore, it must remain hidden, lest it reveal the truth of Qianin's demise. The sharp-studded weapon, with its 2 razor-sharp ends, is undeniably a high-tier artifact, which greatly delighted Zhang Qianrang. His own water spirit fork lacked sufficient rank and power, increasingly proving inadequate. With this new weapon, his offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Of course, this artifact could never replace the water spirit fork, as it was a treasured possession tied to his very existence. Should the water spirit fork's rank be elevated, its power would far exceed that of this splitting water spike. Nonetheless, this new weapon serves as a valuable supplementary asset, albeit one that must also remain concealed to protect his secret regarding Qianin's death. This principle applies to all other treasures obtained from Qianin. Zhang Qianrang then began to examine his defensive artifacts. There were quite a few, including over a dozen water shield talisman, which perfectly compensated for previous losses. Additionally, there were 2 artifacts, a small green bell and an ornate hat. To his astonishment, the green bell was a high-tier defensive artifact, far superior to the turtle shell shield. Overjoyed, he immediately designated it as his next refinement priority. The hat, a magnificent crown, was exquisitely crafted and strikingly beautiful, proving to be a powerful defensive artifact. Accompanying this item was a stone tablet inscribed with its refinement method. Zhang Qianrang was elated. The unique refinement technique indicated that this item was no less formidable than the illusory spirit pearl. Upon careful contemplation of the refinement method, he discovered that this crown, known as the Azure Water Spirit Crown, was indeed exceptional. Wearing this crown stabilizes the mind, nurtures the soul, and prevents one from succumbing to madness. Additionally, activating this treasure can defend against soul-related attacks, safeguarding the soul from external harm. Such comprehensive capabilities significantly address his vulnerabilities. However, its sole drawback is its vibrant green hue, which may well explain why Qian never donned it. Zhang Qianrang, however, was unperturbed. He had no wife to concern himself with the implications of a green hat. With this treasure, his cultivation speed could be greatly accelerated. Beyond these artifacts, Zhang Qianrang also acquired a formation disc. This disc appeared to be a trapping formation, somewhat akin to the minor binding spirit formation, though he paid it little mind. Instead, he focused his attention on the martial arts he had obtained. Through the exchange of the jade slip of the spirit control true technique, he acquired Qian's minor spirit control technique and the complete levels of its cultivation. These items had been extracted during battle, enabling him to command the giant python and the black-backed spirit fish against Qian'an. Zhang Qianrang noted that the minor spirit control technique was a simplified version of the spirit control true technique, suggesting a deep connection between the two, particularly with the Three Immortals sect. Thus, they shared a level of compatibility. Qian'an had perfected the minor spirit control technique, allowing Zhang Qianrang the choice to retain it or integrate it into his study of the spirit control true technique. After some contemplation, he opted for integration, resulting in a rapid advancement to the minor completion level of the spirit control true technique, granting him greater mastery over spirit beasts. He now commanded 3 spirit beasts: the silver lance fish, the black-backed spirit fish, and the spirit python. Regrettably, the latter 2 could not be revealed, lest his secrets be exposed. Chapter 54. Slaying Qiansan. Suddenly, around a corner in a ruined street, a figure burst forth. Clad in the garb of an outer disciple of the Three Immortals sect, the individual bore a face of panic and terror as they fled at great speed. Yet, before they could distance themselves, a colossal shadow surged from behind. With a cavernous maw agape, it lunged forward and swallowed the outer disciple whole. A resounding roar echoed as the shadow unveiled itself. It was the 8-eyed unicorn serpent. This monstrous creature had completely abandoned its previous lair, rampaging through the ruins. It devoured any disciple of the Three Immortals sect or other aquatic monsters it encountered, simultaneously growing stronger as if undergoing a form of evolution. With a swift twist of its massive body, it vanished into the debris. At last, Zhang Qianrang rejoiced, having successfully refined the treasures he had accumulated. In a concealed area within the ruins, he held the Azure Water Spirit Crown aloft, placing it upon his head. The crown, resembling a grand tiered structure, exuded an imposing aura, making him appear as though he were a deity of water. Regrettably, its striking color was somewhat glaring. However, Zhang Qianrang paid it no mind. During this period, he had remained in seclusion, refining several critical treasures. After 7 to 8 days of effort, he had preliminarily refined the long rope, the splitting water spike, and the Azure Water Spirit Crown. With the 1-month deadline approaching and the secret realm's door set to open, he had no choice but to emerge from his retreat. Upon leaving the ruins, Zhang Qianrang assessed his direction and proceeded towards the location of the secret realm's entrance. He casually patted the green pouch at his waist, causing a black-backed monster fish to materialize. "Go," Zhang Qianrang commanded. The black-backed monster fish eagerly swam ahead to scout the path. During this time, he had discerned the pouch's function. It resembled a storage bag, but was specifically designed for housing spirit beasts. Inside was a water domain that allowed the aquatic spirit beasts to thrive without peril. Not long after, the black-backed spirit fish signaled ahead. Through its perspective, Zhang Qianrang glimpsed 3 disciples of the Three Immortals sect traversing nearby. Among them was none other than Qiansan. The individuals present are all disciples of Elder Xianming. Among them, the strongest boasts a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while Qiansan and another disciple are at the 5th layer. Zhang Qianrang hastily summoned the black-backed spirit fish, urging it to conceal itself. However, it was already too late. The trio had spotted the fish. "There's a fish demon. Quickly kill it," Qiansan shouted. The other 2 immediately sprang into action, launching their water spirit forks with fierce intent towards the black-backed spirit fish. Observing this, Zhang Qianrang furrowed his brow. He could not allow them to slay the black-backed spirit fish. Thus, he directed the fish to evade and dodge, attempting to escape the relentless pursuit. Yet, one of the disciples, at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, had remarkably mastered the river ghost technique. moving through the water with astonishing speed, making escape nearly impossible. In that case, it seems I must bid you farewell. Zhang Qianrang sighed. He had no desire to take lives, yet why must they force his hand? Heaven's mischief can still allow for survival, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. This time, he resolved to settle his grudge with Qianrang once and for all. The trio pursued the blackback spirit fish until they reached a corner, where the fish vanished without a trace. The leading disciple of the sixth layer rushed forward, only to be met by a dazzling array of colorful light. In an instant, he knew nothing more. Qianrang and the other disciple, witnessing this, were horrified. They saw their senior enveloped in a radiant glow, rendered motionless as if his soul had departed, before a sharp spike pierced his skull, ending his life on the spot. Panic-stricken, they turned to flee. However, a silver flash, seemingly from nowhere, swiftly penetrated Qianrang's head. A double kill. The last remaining disciple was left dumbfounded. Before he could react, the silver light pierced his skull as well. Thus, all three perished. Zhang Qianrang emerged from the shadows, swiftly rummaging through their belongings before making his escape. He efficiently searched their storage bags, retaining only items of value while discarding the useless trinkets. He acquired several powerful spirit talismans, primarily water arrow and water shield talismans. Additionally, he discovered a black bodysuit on Qianrang, adorned with scales resembling fish patterns. This item was, in fact, a uniquely functional magical artifact. Its grade was modest, classified as a mid-tier artifact, yet its utility was significant. Its sole function was to enhance movement speed in water. Zhang Qianrang was elated. He decided to find a suitable location to refine this treasure. With this artifact, his speed in water would become unparalleled. Only a few days remained until the appointed month. Refining this artifact would not take long and would not delay his plans. A day later, a figure glided through the ruins like a specter. The speed at which he traversed the water left fish and shrimp trailing behind. The figure revealed itself to be Zhang Qianrang. "Ha! This treasure is indeed formidable," he exclaimed joyfully. The bodysuit artifact, due to its singular function, significantly enhanced his swimming speed, likely rivaling that of high-tier artifacts. Now, should he encounter the eight-eyed unicorn serpent, he would have no fear of being unable to escape. Tomorrow marks the appointed date. It is time to await the opening of the secret realm. Zhang Qianrang glanced back at the towering structure at the center of the secret realm before turning away. Soon, he arrived at the ruins where the entrance to the secret realm lay. Upon reaching this location, he sensed the traces of the disciples from the Three Immortals sect. However, at that moment, everyone was quietly hiding, unwilling to engage in combat. For before the entrance to the secret realm, a group of terrifying snake-headed monsters remained. Should they disturb these creatures, no one would survive. This lesson had been paid for with the lives of many. After careful observation, Zhang Qianrang noted that the black mist surrounding the entrance to the secret realm had become considerably thin. A brilliant emerald light surged forth from the water curtain of the secret realm's entrance, steadily dissipating the black mist. It would not be long before the mist was completely eradicated, at which point the entrance would surely reopen. Seeing that the secret realm's entrance still required time to open, Zhang Qianrang did not linger. He departed the area, seeking an uninhabited ruin. He had a crucial task to attend to, concealing the treasures he had acquired. The items he had found, along with those obtained through the unfortunate demise of others, could not be exposed to light. They must be hidden away securely, otherwise, if discovered, he risked not only the loss of his treasures, but also severe repercussions for himself. However, when the disciples emerged from the secret realm, they would be searched by the elders. No item could escape scrutiny. Fortunately, Zhang Qianrang had devised a method for concealment. Chapter 55. The method of concealing treasures and breaking the seals open wide. Zhang Qianrang commanded. The blackback spirit fish immediately opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth. He then placed a storage bag filled with spiritual herbs and treasures into the fish's mouth. This was Qianrang's storage bag, brimming with precious medicinal herbs and materials, along with some treasures he did not currently need. Zhang Qianrang took out another small storage bag and casually tossed it on the ground. This bag had been taken from another disciple. It was just a cubic foot in size, filled with inconsequential trinkets. The exterior of the bag was smeared with a liquid derived from a spirit grass that the fish adored. Once the bag hit the ground, the blackback spirit fish was immediately attracted to the scent, swiftly swimming over to swallow the bag whole. At that moment, a prompt appeared on the system panel. The master has offered a filled storage bag to the blackback spirit fish in exchange for its filled storage bag. The master has obtained a filled storage bag. Would you like to extract it? No. Zhang Qianrang certainly did not wish to extract it. He promptly examined the contents of the system's storage bag. Indeed, it was Qianrang's, filled with spiritual herbs and treasures. Excellent. Zhang Qianrang nodded in satisfaction. This was the method he had devised to conceal his treasures, utilizing the blackback spirit fish as a tool. He would conduct a fair exchange with the fish, transferring all treasures into the system. Thus, there would be no fear of the sect's higher-ups discovering anything. He then began transferring the remaining treasures. The master has offered a storage bag to the blackback spirit fish in exchange for a spirit beast bag. The master has obtained a spirit beast bag. Would you like to extract it? Ultimately, Zhang Qianrang retained only the essential combat artifacts, spirit talismans, and the purple spirit ginseng mint for Xuana, along with a small quantity of low-tier spiritual herbs for appearances sake. All other items were secured within the system interface. If the need arose, he could extract those treasures from the system at any time. After testing the method, Zhang Qianrang felt relieved, no longer fearing the confiscation of his treasures by the sect. Confidently, he approached the entrance to the secret realm, awaiting its opening. He refrained from donning the azure water spirit crown, lest he be discovered and implicated in Qiannan's death. As time gradually passed, the ominous black mist enveloping the Gate of Secrets slowly dissipated. On the afternoon of the fateful day, the black mist finally vanished completely. A shimmering emerald light, reminiscent of flowing water, cascaded from the gate, swiftly enveloping its entirety. The shimmering barrier of water began to stir once more. Suddenly, a strange cry pierced the air. The formidable serpent-headed creature, which had remained stationary beneath the Gate of Secrets, abruptly rose, violently spewing forth a torrent of green blood, seemingly inflicted by some profound injury. Zhang Qianrang's heart stirred with realization. He surmised that this creature had likely been sustaining the black mist of the gate, and now, with its dissolution, it had suffered a backlash, resulting in its grievous condition. Thus, a glimmer of hope emerged for their escape. He speculated that this creature was likely a formidable entity at the Foundation establishment stage. Such power was nearly insurmountable for their disciples, whose cultivation levels peaked at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, now that the creature was gravely wounded, its aura significantly diminished, granting them a fleeting opportunity for survival. The leader of the serpent-headed monsters let out a roar of defiance, its demonic energy surging as it attempted to rekindle the black mist to seal the Gate of Secrets once more. However, this effort proved futile, as it was swiftly vanquished by the emerald radiance. The leader, once again spewing green blood, sustained further injuries. It cast a resentful glance at the Gate of Secrets before turning to survey its surroundings, unleashing a furious roar. It then raised its hand, pointing towards several locations. The serpent-headed creatures beneath its command instantly became frenzied, twisting their bodies and racing towards the directions indicated by their leader. Panic surged through Zhang Qianrang as he realized that the places pointed out included his own. It was highly probable that the leader had detected the hidden disciples of the Sanxian temple nearby, prompting it to summon its minions for a pursuit. A massive serpent-headed creature charged towards him with alarming ferocity. "Run!" someone screamed. Instantly, figures emerged from the ruins, fleeing towards the distance. Zhang Qianrang began to retreat as well. Those who had survived until now were undeniably strong individuals. Most managed to escape quickly, while the serpent-headed creatures scattered, each pursuing their targets. Some, however, were slower and were engaged in fierce battles with the serpent-headed monsters, managing to hold their ground against them, albeit with great difficulty. Yet Zhang Qianrang understood that their struggles could not last long. Each of these serpent-headed creatures possessed power at least at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement, rivaling even the 8-eyed, single-horned serpent. They had surpassed the limits of what the disciples entering the secret realm could handle. Zhang Qianrang could no longer concern himself with others. One serpent-headed creature had fixated on him, pursuing him with blinding speed, even outpacing his perfected water ghost river crossing technique. He was compelled to activate his tight-fitting garment, temporarily gaining the upper hand and eluding the creature's grasp. However, he could not completely shake it off. The creature seemed to possess some means of tracking him. Even if he evaded its sight, it would soon catch up if he slowed down. "This is troublesome," Zhang Qianrang lamented internally. If he were to use an acceleration talisman, he could distance himself from the serpent-headed creature. Yet, he was uncertain if the creature would still be able to track him down. Such an expenditure would be a considerable waste. Zhang Qianrang relied on his swimming speed, feeling momentarily safe, unlike others who were less fortunate. A disciple of the Sanxian temple at the 6th layer of Qi refinement swiftly fled, weaving through the ruins with the agility of a fish. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow hurtled towards him from a distance. Alarmed, the disciple had no choice but to change direction to evade it. With a thunderous crash, debris erupted. A section of the unprotected ruins was smashed into a deep pit. The disciple was buffeted by the powerful surge of water, barely managing to regain his footing. Yet, after a brief delay, a terrifying figure, exuding demonic energy, obstructed his path. It was unmistakably a serpent-headed creature at the 9th layer of chi refinement. Despair etched across the disciple's face. With his 6th layer cultivation, despite possessing some hidden cards, he knew he could not possibly overcome such a formidable foe. Nevertheless, he refused to resign himself to death. "Monster, I'll fight you to the end," he shouted, fiercely launching a green light towards the creature, the water spirit fork, his magical artifact. This was merely the beginning. He swiftly unleashed a series of talismans, summoning over 10 powerful water arrows to bombard the serpent-headed creature. Then, he activated more talismans, causing the aquatic vegetation beneath the creature to lash out like tentacles, ensnaring its massive form. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless assault struck the serpent-headed creature with fury. However, it raised its hand to shield its vital points. A layer of black-green light shimmered across its scales, repelling all attacks. It suffered not a scratch. The disciple's heart sank, and with a desperate cry, he turned to flee. Yet, with a furious roar, the serpent-headed creature lunged, snapping the entwining vines effortlessly, rendering them useless. In an instant, the creature was upon him, its massive claw seizing the disciple before shoving him into its maw. A piercing scream echoed, and crimson blood spilled from the creature's mouth, staining the waters a deep red. Chapter 56. Fierce Battle. Luring the wolf and driving away the tiger, many remaining disciples of the Santian Temple fell victim to the serpent-headed creature's wrath. Yet, some adept disciples managed to evade the creature's pursuit, and even a few banded together to slay the powerful monster. In a desolate area far from the Gate of Secrets, 3 disciples of the Santian Temple faced off against a formidable serpent-headed creature, whose ferocity rivaled that of a 9th layer chi refinement cultivator. Wielding a wolf's fawn club, it possessed power akin to that of a high-tier magical artifact. The 3 disciples, all masters at the 6th layer of chi refinement, employed various techniques to contend with the beast, supporting each other in a fierce struggle against the serpent-headed creature. "Brother Mingwen, this won't suffice. Sooner or later, we'll exhaust our energy and face a dead end," one remarked, his expression grave. "What do you propose?" Another asked calmly in response. "I possess a talisman that can vanquish this beast, but it requires time to activate. You must buy me some," he answered without hesitation, producing a tattered talisman. The artifact appeared ancient and was riddled with cracks, as though it might shatter upon contact. Emblazoned on the talisman was a depiction of a dark iron hammer, seemingly ordinary, resembling a blacksmith's tool. "Very well, we'll buy you time. Hurry, we can't hold out much longer," the remaining 2 agreed, channeling their full strength to withstand the serpent-headed creature's onslaught. Good. The disciple wasted no time, distancing himself from the battlefield and channeling his magical energy into the talisman with fervor. A heavy aura suddenly emanated from the talisman. The image of an iron hammer gradually materialized on the talisman paper, forming a spectral hammer in the air. The serpent-headed creature sensed the impending threat, roaring furiously as it swung its spiked club, forcing back 2 protective disciples, and was about to charge at the disciple wielding the talisman. "Quickly, unleash your most powerful techniques. Do not hold back any longer." One of the protective disciples gritted his teeth and urged. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand and produced a resplendent golden talisman. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, the talisman was instantly activated, unleashing a terrifying force. Countless streams of water surged and converged, swiftly forming an extraordinarily robust dragon that lunged fiercely at the serpent-headed beast. The creature, recognizing the threat posed by the dragon, turned and struck it fiercely with its spiked club. Water splashed everywhere as the dragon sustained massive injuries, creating a significant gap in its form. Yet, glimmers of spiritual light flickered, and in an instant, the dragon recovered, ensnaring the serpent-headed creature tightly. A 2nd-tier talisman. "Impressive technique, senior brother," another protective disciple exclaimed, visibly moved. The 2nd-tier talisman corresponded to the Foundation establishment stage and possessed formidable power, even overwhelming for someone at the 9th level of chi refinement. "Enough talk. Hurry and use your techniques. The water dragon talisman won't last long," he urged anxiously. Although powerful, the water dragon talisman was of inferior quality and could not pose a significant threat to the serpent-headed monster. The creature swung its club violently, inflicting severe damage on the already wounded water dragon, whose recovery rate could not keep pace. In haste, another disciple retrieved a stack of talismans. There were 13 or 14 in total, prominently the vine-binding technique talismans. However, these talismans gleamed with much greater intensity than the ones bestowed by Ming He to Zhang Qianrang. "Go," the disciple commanded reluctantly. All the vine-binding technique talismans were activated simultaneously. The slender water plants on the ground rapidly surged, transforming into countless thick vines that sped toward the serpent-headed creature to ensnare it. Roar! The serpent-headed creature bellowed. Amidst the distraction of the vines, it was struck fiercely by the water dragon. Scales on its shoulder shattered, spilling forth green blood. The creature struggled violently, breaking free from the vines. Yet countless more vines ensnared it once again, preventing its escape. Roar! The serpent-headed creature roared in fury. A dark glow enveloped its body, causing it to swell in size. With its incredibly muscular arms, it swung its club, smashing the water dragon to pieces. Though the vines continued to entangle it, their interference was significantly diminished. The serpent-headed creature advanced towards the disciple who was activating the talisman. Fortunately, at that moment, the disciple successfully activated the talisman. A massive iron hammer materialized in the air, its head the size of a house, exuding a terrifying pressure. The damaged talisman in the disciple's hand disintegrated into powder, vanishing into the water. Go! The disciple cried out, heartbroken, pointing fiercely at the serpent-headed creature. The hammer, with immense might, struck down upon the serpent-headed beast. Unfazed, the creature's eyes glimmered with ferocity as it swung its spiked club to meet the hammer. A deafening crash resounded. The club shattered instantly, sending shards flying back and inflicting numerous wounds on the creature. Before the serpent-headed beast could react, the hammer descended with immense force, creating a vast pit in the ground. After the hammer struck, it vanished, leaving the serpent-headed creature reduced to a pulpy mass. The three disciples finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly tidying up before departing together. Zhang Qianrang also possessed a talisman but had no time to utilize it. He darted through the ruins, evading the serpent-headed creature's pursuit. Suddenly, the creature came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qianrang fled into the distance. At that moment, another terrifying aura emerged from behind, engaging in battle with the serpent-headed creature. This aura felt familiar. It belonged to the eight-eyed horned serpent. But why had it grown so strong? Zhang Qianrang's expression changed as he contemplated the situation, then stealthily returned. Arriving at the scene, he discovered the serpent-headed creature locked in combat with the eight-eyed horned serpent. The latter had grown significantly larger since Zhang Qianrang first encountered it. Its aura elevated to an entirely new level, now surpassing that of the serpent-headed creature. The serpent-headed beast was being overwhelmed. The 8 eyes of the monstrous serpent emitted beams of crimson light, effortlessly piercing the serpent-headed creature's body with numerous blood holes. The creature swung its club with all its might, only to be sent flying by the serpent's powerful tail. Soon, the serpent-headed creature was ensnared and ultimately strangled to death. Subsequently, the 8-eyed horned serpent opened its massive jaws and devoured the serpent-headed creature whole. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced, and he swiftly took flight, darting away from the scene. Now what? He pondered. With the serpent-headed creatures drawn away, the entrance to the secret realm might be less guarded. I should return and see. If I encounter a serpent-headed creature, I can always draw it back. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qianrang made his decision. He headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. Before long, he arrived at the entrance, where indeed, the number of serpent-headed creatures had diminished significantly, leaving only the leader accompanied by 3 serpent monsters, with the rest having been lured away. However, he still could not proceed. He was utterly incapable of dealing with these serpent monsters, not to mention the formidable creature that seemed to be at the Foundation establishment stage. Facing it would likely spell disaster for him. It appeared that his only option was to attempt to lure the 8-eyed horned serpent. A glint of determination shone in Zhang Qianrang's eyes as he silently made his way toward the direction of the horned serpent. Chapter 57. Devouring Evolution. Preying on wolves and tigers, Zhang Qianrang quickly returned to his previous location. To his surprise, the 8-eyed horned serpent had yet to leave. It lay regally in the open space amidst the ruins, its belly swollen and motionless, clearly in the process of digesting the serpent-headed creature. Could it be evolving? Zhang Qianrang thought in shock, noticing that the aura of the 8-eyed horned serpent was gradually intensifying. Though the increase was slow, it was distinctly perceptible. He was well acquainted with demonic creatures. Generally, they possess massive bodies and formidable strength, with their demonic energy being immensely potent. In a direct comparison, their overall strength far exceeds that of human cultivators of the same tier. However, human cultivators have the advantage of employing tools such as magical artifacts, formations, and secret techniques. Otherwise, unarmed confrontations with demonic beings of the same level would be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, cultivating to a higher realm is also quite challenging for demonic creatures. Typically, they require years of gradual enhancement, investing far more time than human cultivators to attain equivalent strength. Therefore, witnessing the visibly rapid growth of the eight-eyed horned serpent astonished Zhang Qianrang. It must be because it consumed the serpent monster. It is absorbing its essence to enhance itself. The speed of this devouring evolution could not be ordinary. Otherwise, it would be too extraordinary. It appears that the eight-eyed horned serpent is currently in a phase of enhancement, where the consumption of substantial high-energy materials allows for swift amplification of its power. This monstrous serpent has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, and if it seeks to advance further, it can only transition into the foundation establishment stage. In other words, the eight-eyed horned serpent is on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Qianrang's heart raced as he contemplated this revelation. Unexpectedly, the Water Palace's secret realm underwent a profound transformation, not only giving rise to the serpent-headed monster leader, a creature of the foundational level, but also to the eight-eyed unicorn snake, a beast poised to ascend to the foundational stage. Alas, our expedition into this secret realm has proven exceedingly arduous. It is likely that only a scant few will emerge alive. Zhang Qianrang could not help but shake his head and sigh. Previously, when he was pursued by the serpent-headed monster at the entrance of the secret realm, he sensed that fewer than 10 individuals were nearby, engaging in frantic flight and battle. The ruins of the entrance were not extensive. Even if there were others beyond his sensing range, there could be no more than a dozen. Initially, 70 or 80 individuals had entered, and now only about 20 remained, suffering grievous losses. Moreover, they still had to contend with the pursuit of the serpent-headed monster. By the end, those who could escape the secret realm and return to the Sanxian temple would likely be even fewer. Observing the eight-eyed unicorn snake commencing its evolution, Zhang Qianrang could only bide his time. However, he was also concerned that once the eight-eyed unicorn snake completed its evolution, its speed might increase dramatically, allowing it to catch up to him. Fortunately, the eight-eyed unicorn snake soon digested the serpent-headed monster, halting its evolution and not advancing to a new tier. When Zhang Qianrang noticed the creature stirring, he swiftly feigned fright and took flight. The eight-eyed unicorn snake was immediately alerted, issuing a furious roar as it rapidly pursued him. Its massive serpentine body twisted and moved with astonishing speed, akin to a colossal dragon in the water. Zhang Qianrang felt a surge of trepidation. The speed of the eight-eyed unicorn snake was extraordinary. Were it another disciple, they would likely be caught before getting far. Only with his perfected, mutated river spectre technique, coupled with precious talismans that enhanced speed and a specialized swimming speed-enhancing garment, could he evade the creature. Utilizing these various means, he managed to distance himself from the eight-eyed unicorn snake. Zhang Qianrang hastened towards the ruins of the secret realm's entrance. Suddenly, the eight-eyed unicorn snake halted its advance, restlessly coiling and shifting its gaze from Zhang Qianrang to the center of the ruins. Why has it stopped pursuing? Zhang Qianrang paused, puzzled, but he quickly surmised that perhaps the creature sensed the aura of the serpent-headed monster, thus refraining from entering the ruins. As he had guessed, after circling the outskirts of the ruins for a while, the eight-eyed unicorn snake abruptly turned and departed. What a pity, Zhang Qianrang lamented internally. However, he soon realized that the creature did not venture far from the ruins, but rather circled around to another direction. Curiosity piqued, he quietly followed. He was not fond of taking risks, but the secret realm's entrance would remain open for only 3 days. If he did not find a way to deal with the serpent-headed monster, he would be unable to leave the realm and would be trapped there forever. Before long, Zhang Qianrang sensed an extraordinary surge of demonic energy ahead. Another serpent-headed monster was engaged in combat with the eight-eyed unicorn snake. Soon, the serpent-headed monster was defeated and consumed by the beast. The eight-eyed unicorn snake then resumed resting to evolve. So that was it. Zhang Qianrang thought in astonishment. He discerned that the eight-eyed unicorn snake was hunting other serpent-headed monsters to facilitate its own evolution. This revelation eased his anxiety somewhat. The eight-eyed unicorn snake's actions were driven not by fear of the serpent-headed leader, but rather by a strategy to devour weaker serpent monsters to enhance its strength before confronting the leader in a decisive battle. Thus, he merely needed to wait for the moment when the eight-eyed unicorn snake clashed with the serpent-headed leader to make his escape from the secret realm. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang stealthily followed the eight-eyed unicorn snake, observing as it consumed the surrounding serpent monsters. These creatures, having strayed from the center of the ruins in pursuit of the Sanxian temple disciples and lacking the leader's protection, fell one by one to the eight-eyed unicorn snake. Days passed, and Zhang Qianrang grew increasingly anxious. Only 1 day remained before the secret realm's entrance would close. If the eight-eyed unicorn snake did not seek out the serpent-headed leader soon, he would be trapped. At that moment, after digesting a serpent monster, the eight-eyed unicorn snake's aura surged to its peak, emanating an overwhelming wave of demonic energy. In Zhang Qianrang's perception, the creature had surpassed all foundational level beings he had ever encountered. Even if it had not fully entered the foundational stage, it was surely at least half a step into it. Roaring, the eight-eyed unicorn snake did not pursue another serpent-headed monster, but instead fixed its gaze on the center of the secret realm's ruins, unleashing a thunderous roar that seemed to be a provocation. In response, another furious roar echoed from the heart of the ruins. It was the serpent-headed leader's roar, answering the challenge of the eight-eyed unicorn snake. Upon hearing this, the eight-eyed unicorn snake let out another roar, and with a mighty sweep of its colossal body, charged towards the center of the ruins. Zhang Qianrang, who had been lurking nearby, dared not even breathe, fearful of being discovered. The eight-eyed unicorn snake, now empowered, had a serpentine body as thick as a house, exuding immense pressure. Its speed had increased dramatically, rendering Zhang Qianrang's own abilities insufficient to match it. If discovered, he would surely face death. Fortunately, the eight-eyed unicorn snake's focus was solely on the serpent-headed leader, and it did not notice him. The opportunity had arrived. Zhang Qianrang quietly rose and made his way towards the secret realm's entrance. Not far along, he detected several unusual energy fluctuations. They were other surviving disciples from the Sanxian Temple. Unfortunately, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Chapter 58, Return. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, an unfathomably terrifying battle erupted at the secret realm's entrance. The fierce demonic energy swirled like dark clouds, shrouding vast expanses of water. Zhang Qianrang felt as if he were a fragile leaf in a tempest, tossed about and on the verge of being torn apart. A shiver ran through him as he unleashed his full magical power, desperately activating his protective artifacts and the River Spectre technique to stabilize himself. However, at the entrance of the secret realm, the two monstrous beings clashed violently, and the residual waves of their battle possessed the destructive power to obliterate any foundational level existence. They could not approach the entrance. Zhang Qianrang waited silently. Before long, the two monsters began to shift. He noticed that the serpent-headed leader was retreating, leaving the entrance of the secret realm. The eight-eyed unicorn snake pursued fiercely. The two engaged in a fierce battle as they moved away. This indicated that the serpent-headed leader had been defeated. Although the leader had sustained significant injuries due to the secret realm's entrance, it was ultimately a formidable being of the foundational stage. The fact that the eight-eyed unicorn snake could vanquish it was extraordinary. Zhang Qianrang mused to himself. Yet, he did not immediately rush to the secret realm's entrance. Instead, he summoned the black-backed spirit fish and exchanged his form-fitting garments, azure water spirit crown, and spirit beast pouch for storage in the system interface. Now that he was preparing to leave, these protective treasures could be concealed. Ultimately, he retained only the storage pouch bestowed upon him by Xuanhe and the tortoise shell shield and other artifacts discovered within the secret realm. Within the storage pouch, he had 3 purple spirit ginsengs and various lower-tier spiritual herbs and materials, which would serve as his spoils from the journey. Once he had made the necessary preparations and confirmed that he bore no items that could expose him, Zhang Qianrang swiftly made his way toward the secret realm's entrance. 3 spirit beasts followed closely behind him. As he approached the entrance to the secret realm, he would take the silver spear fish with him, while the black-backed spirit fish and spirit python would have to be left behind. Perhaps, when the Water Palace's secret realm opened again, they would serve as guardians of this place. Soon, Zhang Qianrang beheld the entrance to the secret realm. The emerald water curtain rippled, and several agile disciples suddenly dashed through the water barrier, vanishing from sight. He promptly ordered the black-backed spirit fish and spirit python to depart, then swam towards the water gate with the silver spear fish. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from afar. It was the eight-eyed horned snake. Zhang Qianrang was taken aback, channeling all his energy into a spell as he darted towards the entrance of the secret realm. However, the eight-eyed horned snake was remarkably swift, its aura having undergone a significant enhancement. It was highly probable that it had already devoured the foundation-building level snake leader. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous serpent had closed the distance behind him. This is bad. Escape is impossible. Zhang Qianrang quickly calculated their respective speeds, although the entrance was within reach. He realized he would not make it through before the monster caught up with him. Without hesitation, he urged the 3 spirit beasts to charge at the snake. First, the black-backed spirit fish, then the spirit python, and finally, even the silver spear fish joined the fray. Without a doubt, the black-backed spirit fish was devoured in one gulp by the eight-eyed horned snake. The spirit python met a similar fate, offering no resistance whatsoever. However, the silver spear fish momentarily caused the snake to hesitate, slightly slowing its advance as it dodged the spearfish's direct thrust. Although the monstrous serpent subsequently swallowed the silver spearfish as well, this brief delay was crucial. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qianrang plunged into the entrance of the secret realm. In the final moment, he glanced back. The eight-eyed horned snake was covered in injuries, having lost 6 of its eyes, its horn broken, and half its head caved in. Its scales were in tatters, a sight too pitiful to behold. Yet, its demonic aura seemed to solidify, causing the surrounding waters to warp severely. Suddenly, the eight-eyed horned snake let out a wretched howl. Its entire body collapsed, resembling a withered skeleton. Then, Zhang Qianrang found himself enveloped in darkness, only to be greeted by brightness moments later. The sounds of commotion filled his ears, and familiar sights met his eyes. I have returned alive. Zhang Qianrang was overwhelmed with excitement. Suddenly, a figure approached and seized him. Qianrang, how are you? What about your 2 senior brothers? Zhang Qianrang came to his senses. Realizing it was his master, Xuanhe, who looked at him with evident anxiety, his expression strangely frantic. Glancing around, he saw other high-ranking members of the sect. The sect leaders stood high above, surrounded by the 3 main lineage heads and various elders. They were encircling the other 8 disciples who had emerged, questioning them intently. Each of them wore grave expressions, their faces reflecting deep concern. Master, I am fine. As for my 2 senior brothers, they have perished. Zhang Qianrang replied, a hint of sorrow crossing his countenance. He then recounted the events as he had prepared, omitting the part about being cast aside, as that would only invite suspicion. He merely stated that the 3 had endured great hardships to reach their destination, only to encounter a formidable guardian beast of the 9th level of Qi refining. In order to obtain the purple spirit ginseng, his 2 senior brothers had drawn the guardian beast away while he managed to acquire 3 stalks of the herb. Afterward, his senior brothers instructed him to leave first, saying they would meet him near the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, they never reappeared. As he spoke, Zhang Qianrang, with a pained expression, handed his storage bag to Xuanhe. Xuanhe clutched the storage bag tightly, a look of profound sorrow crossing his face. It is my fault that they suffered. Xuanhe could not hold back his tears. Zhang Qianrang pursed his lips, remaining silent. Although the elder was blind, his character was commendable. In this ruthless world of cultivation, there remained a glimmer of humanity. As he contemplated, he turned to see Elder Xianming slapping a disciple from his sect. This was the only disciple who had escaped the secret realm, yet unexpectedly, he incurred his master's wrath. This was solely because Qian San had perished within the secret realm. Several other elders, whose disciples had perished, were also insensitive. Instead of mourning the loss of their disciples, they clamored for the magical herbs and treasures brought back by the surviving disciples. Master, do not blame yourself. This cannot be held against you. The aberration in the secret realm was utterly bizarre. Monsters of the 9th level of Qi refining were everywhere. There was even a foundation-building level beast accompanied by a group of 9th level Qi refining beasts guarding the entrance. Fortunately, just before our return, another foundation-building beast broke through and engaged in battle with the guardian beast at the entrance. That was our only chance to escape. Against such powerful monsters, no one would dare to claim they could return unscathed. For us, surviving was a matter of luck rather than skill. Therefore, Master, you need not feel guilt. Both senior brothers acted willingly. Zhang Qianrang organized his thoughts and spoke to console him. However, upon hearing this, Xuanhe became even more despondent. His disciples were willing to risk their lives for him, while he, as their master, had selfishly put them in harm's way. Subsequently, all the returning disciples underwent questioning by the sect's higher-ups. Zhang Qianrang recounted his experiences with trepidation, portraying himself as a fortunate survivor who had escaped due to hiding and luck. The higher-ups of the sect harbored no suspicions, for they could not fathom how a mere 3rd-level Qi refining weakling could emerge from the perilous secret realm unscathed without relying on luck. He surrendered all the items he had brought back to Master Xuanhe. It appeared that within the sect, there was considerable disagreement regarding the distribution of the treasures obtained during this expedition, and the higher-ups soon lost interest in the returning disciples. Instead, their attention shifted entirely to the allocation of the treasures. Chapter 59, Young Dragon. Passing on the teachings how comforting it is to be back in my own bed. Zhang Qianrang lay on his bed, unable to suppress his feelings of relief. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having survived the ordeal. This expedition into the secret realm had indeed been fraught with danger. His safe return was entirely due to his composure and cautious actions, which had allowed him to turn peril into safety and successfully evade the jaws of those formidable beasts. A languid sensation washed over him, urging him toward slumber. Zhang Qianrang felt drowsy. During the months spent in the secret realm, He had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Merely closing his eyes for a brief moment had been a luxury. Thus, he longed to fall into a deep, dreamless sleep at that very moment. However, he did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, he summoned the system interface. Before him appeared several new notifications. The master has relinquished the black-backed spirit fish to the eight-eyed dragon, obtaining in return a young dragon. Does the master wish to extract it? The master has relinquished the spirit python to the eight-eyed dragon, acquiring a portion of its original bloodline. Does the master wish to extract this opportunity to enhance the eight-eyed dragon's bloodline? The master has relinquished the silver spear fish to the eight-eyed dragon, acquiring another portion of its original bloodline. Does the master wish to extract this opportunity to enhance the eight-eyed dragon's bloodline? Damn it! Zhang Qianrang could not help but curse. In these final moments, the eight-eyed flood dragon, having consumed his 3 spirit beasts, resulted in a fair exchange, directly transforming into a juvenile eight-eyed flood dragon. He had personally witnessed the formidable power of the eight-eyed flood dragon, which was undeniably incomparable to that of the black-backed spirit fish and the 3 immortal temple spirit python. Even considering the somewhat mysterious silver needlefish with its pointed spines, its overall strength paled in comparison to the eight-eyed flood dragon. This single juvenile dragon made his exchange exceedingly profitable, especially since he also had 2 opportunities to enhance its bloodline. He recalled the scene he had observed before departing, where the eight-eyed flood dragon suddenly collapsed into a pile of bones, likely due to the system's fair exchange extracting its primordial bloodline. The primordial bloodline of such an immensely powerful foundation-building beast was extraordinarily precious. It could elevate the quality of the juvenile eight-eyed flood dragon by 2 tiers. After perusing the new notifications, Zhang Qianrang could no longer contain his excitement. He hastily closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber, neglecting even to examine the myriad of treasures displayed on the system interface. For several consecutive days, Zhang Qianrang did not venture outside, instead resting and recuperating in his abode, gradually readjusting his daily routine. At this moment, he appeared vibrant, with his mana brimming, seemingly on the verge of overflowing. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, merely a step away from breaking through to the 4th layer. This rapid advancement in cultivation was attributable not only to the abundant resources at his disposal, but also to the invaluable experiences gained during a month spent in the Water Mansion's secret realm. It was this month of rigorous training that propelled his cultivation to new heights. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, Zhang Qianrang could not help but exclaim. At that moment, he suddenly felt a stir within him and reached for a palm-sized black jade tablet. The tablet was smooth as a mirror and emanated a faint ripple of mana. Soon, an elderly voice echoed in his ears. "Qianrang, come to me swiftly." It was his master, Xuanhe. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Qianrang rose and left his residence, making his way to Xuanhe's dwelling on Huanghu Mountain. Upon entering the inner sanctum, he was met by patrolling disciples who questioned him, as outer sect disciples were not permitted to enter core areas like Huanghu Mountain. Zhang Qianrang presented a green wooden token, granting him passage. This green wooden token was a pass within the 3 immortal temple, allowing him direct access to Xuanhe's residence. Ascending further led to the domains of the 3 lineage masters, which was off-limits without their tokens. Before long, Zhang Qianrang arrived at Xuanhe's residence. The old servant, Ming Shu, escorted him to the study, where Xuanhe awaited. "Master," Zhang Qianrang greeted respectfully. "Ah, Qianrang has arrived," Xuanhe replied, appearing to have recovered from the sorrow of his disciple's demise, his face adorned with a warm smile. "I summoned you because the temple's rewards have arrived." Saying this, Xuanhe threw a storage bag towards him. "This storage bag contains the rewards from the temple." "Thank you, Master," Zhang Qianrang said, gratefully accepting the bag, his face lighting up with joy. Although he possessed significant treasures at present, he was not one to shy away from additional rewards. Furthermore, the storage bag he had seized previously was not suitable for display, so he could only temporarily use this smaller bag to maintain appearances. As he squeezed the storage bag to examine its contents, he was taken aback. It was filled to the brim with various items. Among them were 100 low-grade spirit stones, a vial containing 10 low-grade water spirit pills, and even 2 medium-grade water spirit pills. Additionally, there was a stack of spirit talismans, totaling 10, all of which were of the high-quality talismans previously entrusted to him by Master Xuanhe. Moreover, there was a complete set of materials for refining water spirit forks, from the primary component of 100-year-old cold iron and beast bones to various auxiliary materials, all abundant and diverse. The cumulative value of these items was considerable. Is the 3 immortal temple truly so generous? Zhang Qianrang pondered, seemingly reading his thoughts. Xuanhe explained, "This year, Due to the heavy casualties among disciples entering the secret realm, the treasures brought back were scarce. Therefore, the sect leader and the 3 lineage masters deliberated on altering the distribution method. You brought back 3 purple spirit ginsengs. I retained 1 for myself, while the remaining 2 were surrendered. These rewards were thus distributed by the temple. I understand now, Zhang Qianrang replied, enlightened. Previously, when entering the Water Mansion's secret realm, the temple had not offered any rewards. The treasures acquired from the secret realm were typically managed by the individuals behind each team. Generally speaking, after deducting what was given to the elders, the rest belonged to them. However, this year, most treasures were claimed by the temple. Naturally, the temple could not be so miserly as to offer no benefits at all. Otherwise, who would risk their lives in the secret realm in the future? Nevertheless, the extent of this reward exceeded Zhang Qianrang's expectations, likely due to Xuanha's efforts on his behalf. These are merely the temple's rewards. I have additional items for you, Xuanha said, his expression turning serious as he asked, are you willing to inherit my body refinement secret technique? I willingly accept. Zhang Qianrang responded without hesitation. He had only a limited understanding of the body refinement technique, knowing it could temper the physical body to be as resilient as a magical artifact, thus greatly enhancing combat prowess. The fact that Xuanha was renowned as the most powerful elder in battle was testament to its efficacy. Naturally, he would not refuse the opportunity to learn an additional skill. Excellent. I shall impart my Blackwater true spirit body to you. Xuanha's expression brightened at his response. He then produced a white jade slip and handed it to Zhang Qianrang. This jade slip contains the complete teachings of the Blackwater true spirit body, along with my lifelong insights. Take it, and do not disappoint my intentions. Zhang Qianrang was momentarily taken aback. Did Xuanha's words carry an implication akin to preparing for the end? Could it be? He then recalled Xuanha's reason for sending them into the Water Mansion's secret realm to procure purple spirit ginseng. From this, he deduced that Xuanha was likely planning to enter seclusion to attempt a breakthrough using the ginseng. Given his demeanor, the chances of success appeared slim. Should Xuanha fail in his breakthrough and perish, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him as a disciple in the future. However, in such a situation, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Xuanha's lifelong aspiration lay in foundation building. Dissuading him from taking risks was out of the question. Thank you for bestowing this technique upon me, Master. I shall not fail your expectations, Zhang Qianrang proclaimed, kneeling and respectfully accepting the jade slip. Very well. I also have 3 bottles of body refinement pills for you, consisting of 10 each of upper, middle, and lower grade. Take them, Xuanha instructed, handing over 3 jade vials. Remember, do not consume them excessively, only 1 per month. Thank you, Master, Zhang Qianrang said as he received the pills. You may leave now. I shall take my leave. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Qianrang laid out his rewards before him, yet a faint worry lingered in his brow. His concern stemmed from Xuanha's situation. The implications of Xuanha's words suggested preparations for the worst, likely indicating he intended to forcibly break through to foundation building using the purple spirit ginseng. Moreover, without foundation building pills, should he fail in his breakthrough, he would suffer severe repercussions. Given Xuanha's advanced age, the likelihood of his direct demise was considerably high. As a disciple, he felt a certain recognition for his master and could not bear to see him in such a predicament. However, as a practitioner of cultivation, he understood the significance of the impending time. At this age, with his lifespan nearing its end, if he did not make a final push, he would truly miss his opportunity. The allure of cultivation was indeed irresistible. Zhang Qianrang sighed. Concerning this matter, he could not offer much assistance. Though he possessed several purple spirit ginseng, their effects could not be compounded. Consuming 1 was no different from consuming 100 in terms of breakthrough probability. Otherwise, if they could be stacked, wouldn't he taking multiple foundation establishment pills at once guarantee success? Moreover, if this were to be revealed, he would be unable to explain their origin. At that time, it was likely that Zhuang would overthink, potentially straining their master-disciple relationship. Subsequently, Zhang Qianrang focused his mind and adjusted his mentality, preparing for a breakthrough to the 4th layer of the qi refinement stage. 3 days passed in succession. And on this particular night, Zhang Qianrang sat cross-legged in his bedroom. All the formations in the small courtyard were activated. He also initiated the spirit gathering array, concentrating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to its utmost limit. Afterward, he swallowed a medium-grade water spirit pill and a qi refinement pill, enhancing his cultivation effects. He then grasped the water spirit fork, holding 2 low-grade spirit stones, and began his practice. Boom, boom, boom. As Zhang Qianrang commenced his cultivation, the surging mana within him began to circulate rapidly, producing a thunderous roar akin to a mighty river. This phenomenon was a result of his overflowing mana, which had become exceedingly dense. In an instant, the concentrated spiritual energy surrounding him rushed into his body. The pure spiritual energy from the 2 low-grade spirit stones also surged forth, entering his being. A vast quantity of spiritual energy was absorbed and refined, swiftly transforming into mana. His mana swelled rapidly, increasing at an astonishing rate. Yet, his body, like a vessel brimming with water, could no longer contain the ever-growing mana. Consequently, this mana began to compress, becoming increasingly pure and powerful. Simultaneously, the pressure within his body gradually escalated, causing his meridians to feel swollen and painful. Suddenly, a booming sound seemed to resonate in Zhang Qianrang's ears. Following that, it felt as if the filled vessel had shattered. A new, larger vessel appeared within him, allowing the rapidly expanding mana to find an outlet, surging forth like a flood into this greater container. Time passed unmeasured, and Zhang Qianrang opened his eyes. Rising from his meditation, his cultivation had broken through to the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage. This layer represented the mid-stage of Qi refinement, marking a significant improvement over the 3rd layer. The purity and total amount of mana within him had multiplied several times. Previously, his mana could be easily depleted, but after the breakthrough, its density had increased several-fold, greatly alleviating this issue. Excellent! Zhang Qianrang exclaimed in delight. For a cultivator, the breakthrough in cultivation level is paramount. Cultivation is the foundation of all a practitioner's power. Without it, regardless of how many spells or magical artifacts one possesses, they are mere castles in the air, easily toppled. Hence, he was genuinely overjoyed by this enhancement. Stepping outside, Zhang Qianrang noticed that dawn had broken. This breakthrough had consumed an entire night. Taking a deep breath, he immediately felt a slight sense of suffocation, an after-effect from his time in the secret realm, which had significantly eased over the past few days. At first, he had felt as though he were submerged in water, struggling to breathe. This was due to the prolonged duration spent in the Water Mansion secret realm, which was rich in water spirit energy, easily absorbed and refined. Even during ordinary breaths, a significant amount of water spirit energy nourished his lungs, subtly augmenting his mana. This was also the reason for his rapid advancement in the secret realm. Regrettably, such water spirit energy only existed in specific extreme environments, rarely found in the outside world. Thus, upon emerging from the secret realm and inhaling the outside air, he immediately felt a sense of suffocation. To completely eliminate this symptom, he would need several more days of adaptation. Zhang Qianrang moved about in the courtyard to stretch his body, then prepared a simple meal and feasted heartily. Soon after, he returned to his room and retrieved the white jade slip that his master, Zhuang, had entrusted to him. Within the slip lay the body refinement secret technique known as the Black Water True Spirit Body. In the previous days, Zhang Qianrang had been preoccupied with preparing for his breakthrough to the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Thus, he had not delved into this secret technique. Now that he had achieved a breakthrough, it was time to explore the intricacies of this body refinement method. Without hesitation, Zhang Qianrang pressed the white jade slip to his forehead, and as his thoughts stirred, he immediately felt a vast torrent of information flood into his mind, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed until he could finally regain his composure. All the information contained within the slip was imprinted in his memory. A small portion pertained to the Black Water True Spirit Body technique, while the majority consisted of Zhuang's insights and experiences regarding this technique, including attempts, successful experiences, lessons learned from failures, and years of contemplation. This would greatly aid future practitioners of the technique. Zhang Qianrang was speechless. Although Zhuang had initially approached him with purpose, he had subsequently opened his heart, truly treating him as a disciple of inheritance. Quickly, he dismissed the sentimental thoughts in his mind and began to study this body refinement technique. Chapter 61, Body Refinement, Black Water, True Spirit Body. The body refinement secret technique diverges from the conventional Qi refinement approach. It does not pursue immense mana and relies less on magical artifacts. Instead, it focuses on the physical body, honing it to be extraordinarily powerful, akin to a magical artifact. Once mastered, one can directly engage magical artifacts with their bare fists. Furthermore, the entire body becomes incredibly resilient, comparable to a magical artifact. Thus, every movement bears the might of a magical artifact, and the practitioner is effectively clad in a comprehensive defensive magical artifact. Therefore, upon successful cultivation of the body refinement technique, one can attain unrivaled combat prowess among peers. However, the body refinement technique does possess its shortcomings. Primarily, it is notably challenging to cultivate for practitioners of equivalent aptitude. While others may reach the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, body refinement practitioners might still find themselves lingering in the mid-stage. Consequently, most cultivators regard the body refinement technique merely as a supplementary method. For instance, the old Taoist Zhuang primarily practices the water spirit qi refinement method, with the black water true spirit body as a secondary pursuit. This has positioned him as the strongest among the 7 elders, yet it has also hindered his overall cultivation progress. The second drawback of the body refinement technique is its vulnerability against opponents wielding exceptionally powerful artifacts. After all, a cultivator's body is still flesh and blood. Even after undergoing body refinement, there are limits to its strength. The most formidable body can only rival that of a fierce beast and withstand ordinary magical artifacts. When faced with artifacts of overwhelming power or those with special effects, even the strongest body cannot endure. For example, Zhang Qianrang's illusion spirit pearl directly targets the soul, creating illusions. No matter how strong the body, it would be of no avail. Due to these apparent shortcomings, the body refinement technique is not particularly sought after. Unless one possesses ample resources, most cultivators would refrain from practicing it. Given Zhang Qianrang's qualifications, it would be said that he lacks the energy to cultivate body refinement techniques. Before his lifespan comes to an end, it would be quite remarkable if he could cultivate the water spirit qi refinement technique to the peak of the qi refinement stage. However, due to his limited aptitude, Zhuang had imparted to him this body refinement secret technique. Since it seemed unlikely that he could achieve the pinnacle of qi refinement, it would be more prudent to dedicate some time to mastering the body refinement technique. Perhaps he possessed a latent aptitude for body refinement, which could open a new path for him. Even if his body refinement aptitude was not particularly impressive, it would still provide him with an additional means to enhance his strength, at the very least surpassing others of the same rank in combat prowess. The black water true spirit body consists of 10 layers, each corresponding to a level of the qi refinement stage. It is said that if one can reach the 10th layer, it would significantly improve their water attribute aptitude, elevating it to a higher tier and even increasing the likelihood of foundation establishment. This prospect appears enticing, yet remains an elusive dream. Despite Zhuang's considerable talent in this body refinement secret technique, he had only reached the 8th layer after dedicating most of his life to it, with the 10th layer still far beyond his reach. Zhang Qianrang was undeterred by these challenges. He resolved to cultivate this technique, as it would not interfere with his primary cultivation path. With idle time on his hands, he figured it would be worthwhile to explore this avenue. He particularly valued the potential improvement this body refinement technique could offer to his water attribute aptitude. His own aptitude was exceedingly low, and even with external assistance, he would still face numerous obstacles. If he could enhance his aptitude, his future journey in cultivation would surely become much smoother. Zhang Qianrang diligently contemplated the first layer of the black water true spirit body technique. Drawing upon the cultivation experiences and insights left by Zhuang, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals. Let me test the merits of this body refinement technique, he mused, taking out a low-grade body refining pill and placing it in his mouth. The pill, a pale yellow, dissolved instantly, transforming into a fiery current that surged into his abdomen. He then commenced his cultivation according to the method of the black water true spirit body. The heat generated by the pill coursed throughout his body, and he felt an intense, searing pain, as if he were being roasted over an open flame, liberally sprinkled with chili powder. It was unbearable, truly excruciating. Zhang Qianrang had not anticipated that cultivating this technique would be so distressing. However, having come this far, he could not abandon his efforts midway. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. As time passed, Zhang Qianrang gradually acclimated to the rigors of this cultivation. His consciousness slowly immersed itself, allowing him to forget the sensations of his body. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly awoke, feeling invigorated, light, and brimming with energy, as if emerging from a deep slumber. This body refinement technique was indeed impressive. Zhang Qianrang's eyes sparkled with delight as he praised it. What was that foul odor? Suddenly, he detected a noxious smell emanating from himself. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a layer of dark filth covering his skin. Not only that, but his throat felt itchy, prompting several coughs, during which he expelled a few mouthfuls of black phlegm, finally alleviating the irritation. His stomach rumbled, signaling an urgent need to relieve himself. Could this be the bodily impurities expelled by the body refinement technique? Perhaps this was the reason behind its aptitude-enhancing capabilities? Zhang Qianrang pondered, rising to make his way to the restroom. As he relieved himself, the stench was overwhelming, yet Zhang Qianrang felt an immense sense of relief, akin to the exhilarating sensation one experiences when finally able to relieve a long-held discomfort. He glanced down and noted that the color of his waist was also dark, It appeared that he had expelled impurities from within. After finishing, Zhang Qianrang took a shower and returned to his dwelling to carefully examine the changes in his body. There was indeed a slight increase in his physical strength, but other than that, not much had changed. Zhang Qianrang felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he soon came to a realization. After all, this was merely his first attempt at cultivation, and he was no prodigy. Achieving this level of progress was commendable. At the very least, he had expelled a significant amount of impurities from his body. However, he understood that this expulsion of impurities was primarily due to the novelty of his initial cultivation. As time progressed, expelling bodily impurities would become increasingly difficult. Eventually, when he could no longer expel any, he would reach a bottleneck, at which point the black water true spirit body would cease to advance. This was mainly because the impurities expelled would become more refined and harder to eliminate over time. Such concerns were distant, and Zhang Qianrang did not dwell on them. Noticing that night had fallen, he took out the water spirit fork and commenced his practice of the water spirit qi refinement technique. Days passed, and Zhang Qianrang continued his simple yet fulfilling lifestyle. Each day was spent either cultivating his magical powers or refining his body. He could feel a gradual enhancement in both his magical abilities and his body refinement. The pace of this improvement was quite satisfactory. At this rate, within a year or so, he would be ready to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement, and he would have fully mastered the first layer of the body refinement technique. One day, feeling somewhat weary of his monotonous routine, Zhang Qianrang decided to take a stroll. As he meandered, relishing the scenery of the outer sect, his spirits lifted considerably. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the small mirror lake. The landscape remained unchanged, yet everything else had transformed. Qianlei and Qianli had met their untimely demise, and the spirit fish with the black back had been devoured by the 8-eyed flood dragon. Only he had returned here. The unpredictability of fate. In that moment, Zhang Qianrang was filled with a myriad of emotions. Just as he was reflecting, 2 disciples passed by, their conversation piquing Zhang Qianrang's interest.